positioned it above his left leg. They stepped away for a moment, then moved back and repeated for his other leg. They then turned him over so he was lying on his front and then moved it over his back. Again they stepped away before then placing him on his back again. What are they doing? Surely they would hurt him like that, she asked worriedly. That's why they examined him first, to check for what is broken. What they are doing currently is taking x-rays of him so they can see his bones to examine them later and see how broken or fractured they are, James explained. She looked on, shocked at the level of technology these people had. She then watched as they stepped away from him and moved his table backwards towards a hole in the wall or alcove that was shaped to surround the bed Bran lay on. Bran lay there for 10 minutes while he was lit up in various lights as the machine hummed before he was then removed and taken away. Where are they taking him? Have they fixed him already? She asked, part hopeful, part worried. Not yet, my lady, that was an MRI machine. It allows doctors to view inside the body to see muscles, blood vessels, nerves, and it can also see if there is damage to any internal organs. With that they will be able to tell if anything else is problematic. Soon enough the main doctor came out again. Ah, my lady, my lord. Sorry about earlier, I was eager to get started and time is usually a factor in these cases. In all, young Brandon is in surprising good shape, no organ damage that we can see so far, and other than his legs he has no other broken bones. His rib cage is bruised, as are his arms, but his skull seems fine. It's a miracle he survived the fall as well as he did, Dr. Brightworm explained. Will he walk? He always dreamed of being a knight. Can he walk or ride? Caitlin questioned worriedly. The man hesitated before looking down at this thin tablet that he touched with a quill or stylus of some sort. Well, according to this his nerves and spine were damaged when he fell, resulting, we believe, in loss of feeling below the waist including his ability to walk. Now what we really need is for him to wake in order to confirm this, but he is in a coma, a deep sleep. Now we could just operate as he is and try to repair the damage. What do you mean? Caitlin asked. We could try to relink the severed or damaged nerves. It would take time to prepare for as we'd need to do further scans and tests, but this could give Brandon the best chance at walking again. Best case scenario, Doc? Warrington asked. The man sighed. He'll probably be able to walk but will likely require a cane or crutches. I doubt he would get full ability back. No knighthood, I'm afraid, Lady Stark the healer replied sadly. Do what you can for my boy, she said tearfully. The man nodded and left. Over the course of the next few days Bran went under a number of scans of various kinds from MRI to ultrasound. Once they had checked everything and got all they needed, they requested permission from Lady Stark to try the surgery. She granted it. After hours in theatre they eventually called it and sewed him back up before cleaning him and returning him to the small room they had laced him in. All they could do was wait. And wait. And wait. It was when it came to almost 4 weeks after Bran fell that something happened. In Stoneport a shadow moved through the manor. He was annoyed. His simple task had proven far more difficult than he thought. And more tiring. He walked to where he thought he needed to be, the Maestas room just down the hall, and the room next to it was marked aside as room for guests. The problem was he had heard nothing of a guest being here since he arrived in the port, but it was the only place the target could be. Entering the room he saw it was empty and not in use at all. He cursed. Where in 7 hells can a bloody cripple be? It was then that he heard movement. Muttering and talking in the hallway. He cursed again. He needed to get out before he was found. Deciding to risk it, he left the room but was spotted immediately by 2 guards approaching from the right. Halt. Who goes there? He ran. He ran left down the hallway towards where a staircase was. Shouts behind him called for him to stop, but he needed to get out fast. Running down the steps, 2 at a time, he ran straight into another guard who was coming up the stairs. He pushed him out the way as they tumbled down and scrambled back to his feet, running all the while. There was shouting throughout the manor now. How they had alerted everyone so quickly he knew not, but he ran. Past doors and through hallways down to another staircase to the ground floor. He could hear more shouts behind him as guards scrambled to catch him. He soon came to the main hall and met a single guard who was walking cautiously about. He took his dagger and slashed at the man who fell back, crying out loudly. With the guard down he rushed to the main doors and came face to face with 4 men pointing black things at him like one would a crossbow. The jig was up. If those were like crossbows he wasn't gonna get far before being filled with bolts. "Surrender now or we'll open fire," yelled a man from behind the 4 crossbowmen. He looked about and saw a grim-looking young man with long curly black hair approaching from his right, holding a bastard sword, and a glance behind showed another 2, also with swords. He pulled his knife out, one he had grown to like given the Valyrian steel, and dropped it on the ground. The 2 behind him then grabbed an arm each and hauled him off, though not before giving him a solid blow to the back of his head, and the next he saw was nothing. "What do we have?" The man was caught trying to escape the manor. He was found near the Maester's office first though. He seemed to be looking for something. He was armed, only with this. A Valyrian steel dagger. And the hilt. Dragon bone according to the Maester. "Question him, by any means. Find out everything. As you command, my lord." Word has also come of an incident involving the Starks and Lannisters. A wolf bit the prince and disappeared. The remaining one was killed by order of the king. The children were quite upset. Understandable, horrible business by the sounds of it though. Send a squad with darts, find the wolf and return it to Winterfell. Perhaps send young Snow, it'll be a good test for him and the wolf will know him. The Riverlands are no place for a direwolf. Yes, my lord. Any news from the Essos? The plan was carried out, she is en route. Excellent, life as an almost slave is no life for anyone, especially a girl that young. Splash. I'll ask you again, who sent you and what was your task? The prisoner blew spray and gasped as he was withdrawn from the ice-cold water. Mercy please. Youri Northman, you don't do this, this is not honorable, the man pleaded. You forget, we are not from the north or anywhere else. Now I personally hate all this, but my friends from across the pond have used it to get information from terrorists and others for years. So I say again, who hired you and what was the mission? Silence answered him as the prisoner whimpered slightly. Dunk him. Splash. Bubbles and muffled screams are heard from the man whose head was shoved into the ice-cold water tank. After a minute or 2 they pulled him back and the prisoner gasped loudly for breath. Mercy please, I'll tell you anything, please mercy. Who hired you? It was the PR prince, the man stuttered out. And your mission? KK kill the boy, Brandon Stark. It would have been a mercy, no one deserves to be a cripple like he was to be, the man explained. And the knife? From Prince Joffrey, as payment, the catspaw whimpered. Good. You see, that wasn't so bad, was it? The prisoner looked up to see the man looking down at him. He was clothed mostly in black but did not wear anything like mail or a gamison, just fine clothes like a minor lord. The man looked at one of the guards beside the prisoner and nodded. The last thing the prisoner knew was the man drawing something from his side and a loud bang. Then, darkness. Lady Stark, she looked up from where she sat next to the body of Brandon who lay on the bed peacefully. She was sewing and making a healing talisman. It seems we got lucky, a man broke into my mansion last night with a dagger. He was looking for Brandon. According to his interrogation he was here to kill him. What? Who would dare? Why kill an innocent boy? Well, I don't have a motive but I have a suspect. The man claimed to have been paid and ordered by Prince Joffrey to do it. The prince. But Sansa is to marry him. Why would he want harm to our family? Caitlin asked in confusion. Robb did show him up a bit when they sparred, he could have held a grudge and Bran was the weak link. Otherwise I have no idea. Perhaps he wants to prove himself to his father, Warrington shrugged. We must warn Ned, Caitlin said worriedly. Of what? Joffrey is the prince and although Ned is hand no one is gonna touch Joffrey and we have no proof, the word of a now dead assassin is not one which would be believed easily. He's dead, she asked in surprise. He did not survive the interrogation, James replied in a cold voice that made Caitlin frown. We needed him alive. Plus it was not right to kill him, rebuked Lady Stark. The word of an assassin would do us no good. He would just be dismissed and likely killed quietly if it came to trial. This way we have no loose ends and no one knows that we know. It would only cause problems and destabilize the realm if a trial took place. Peace is better, peace is good for business. And what about honor and justice? My son could have been killed if he'd stayed at Winterfell or your manor, Catelyn argued. But he did not die, and in politics, and in the Southern game in particular, honor just constrains you and gets you killed. It can be useful and some can play the game well with their honor intact, but ultimately you have to leave it behind a bit to succeed. Why do you think nearly every Stark has died when going south? Or any other Northman? No, we have to play the game and get justice in another way. For now, patience. The surgery is complete and it has been 3 weeks since Bran was brought here. We can move him back to Winterfell in a day or so. Robb has also been writing to you, so you should answer his messages while you have time. The Lannisters will pay for this, Catelyn swore. Only Joffrey need do so, and that can be arranged. How? Catelyn asked curiously. James merely replied with a malicious grin which sent a shiver down her back. Then there was a gasp from the bed and they saw Bran with his eyes open. He had awakened. Traveling. Mid-298 AC. Somewhere. She woke slowly, her senses sluggishly returning to her as she stretched and shifted. She laid still, trying to remember what had happened. The last she recalled, she had been in bed and then heard noises in the corridors of Ilyrio's mansion. Then the door had burst open, startling her, and a man had stepped in wearing all black. He had raised something at her. She'd tried to call but then felt something strike her softly. She vaguely recalled looking down and seeing a needle or something in her chest before blacking out. She laid there, trying to feel and hear where she was. The room shifted left to right before repeating and then tilting forward and back. She was on a ship. She recognized the feel of the sea, and if she strained her ears she could hear the waves and choppiness of the ocean. So she knew where she was. The question now was who had taken her and why. Were they the usurper's men? But surely they'd have just killed her unless the king wanted to do it himself. Where was her brother? She might dislike him and everything, but he was still her brother. Where was he? Weirdly she was slightly glad not to be marrying that Drogo person. She just wanted to go home instead, maybe marry a handsome lord and live quietly while Viserys ruled. Equally she was scared and wanted answers. She heard footsteps approaching and the creak of a floorboard. She glanced around the room before lying still in bed. The door opened slowly and with a slight creak from its hinges. "She awake yet?" came a gruff voice from the doorway. It sounded West AOC given what she'd heard from a few merchants. The drug should have worn off by now. "She's likely just asleep still," poor thing, replied a second kinder voice. "This one neither West AOC or SOZ. As much as I dislike Targaryens, even I wouldn't want to be involved with Dothraki." Clearly the madness affected the boy. "Good thing we left him behind." Think the girl might be mad, after all her father and 2 brothers clearly had it. Indeed, but our orders were to only rescue the girl. As for the madness, she could almost picture the man shrugging. "Reports say she's just a kind scared girl. With a brother like Viserys I can't blame her. The fleet will be a safe quiet place for her to recover and learn," the non-West AOC said. The other man grunted. "Lord Stark won't be happy if he finds out. The king either. They won't find out. Now leave the plate and cup, we have a few more weeks to travel." She heard one approach where she laid and place a tray down, on a table she presumed. With that done the 2 left, leaving her alone once more. Well, that was informative. Time passed and she slowly looked about the solidly built but plain room. There was the bed she had slept in and 2 tables plus a cupboard. In all, nothing remarkable, though a locked chest sat on one table which seemed to draw her in. Then came a knock at the door. "Come in," she said weakly. She wasn't sure if she wanted them to, but clearly they could already, so it was best to put a brave face on and greet them. In came an oddly dressed man with a sword at his hip and wearing a mix of leathers and armor. "Hello Lady Daenerys, welcome aboard the Sea Wolf. I am Major Zack Cartwright. I command the Marines who rescued you from Pentos. I served House Britannicum in its Marine Corps. You are safe here," the man said calmly in voice of the non-West AOC from before. "Why?" was the only thing she could think to ask. "Someone so young should not be married off. Indeed, we don't like the idea of arranged marriages at all, but we adapted and have accepted the slight need," the man spoke slowly, clearly not happy with the circumstances. We heard of what was going to occur and so we decided to liberate you from your unfortunate fate. Am I to go to the usurper? The king will not find out, I promise you. You will live in hiding for now in a secure location but out of the way for anyone to notice. You will be fully briefed on what will occur when we arrive in Stoneport. You are safe and I promise no harm shall befall you. Where are we currently? She asked, curious to how far they'd come. Just passing the mouth of the Torrentine River in Dawn. We have been sailing, and with good winds too, for just over a week. It should take about another 2 at a guess, maybe closer to 3 before we are home. She nodded gratefully at the answer. My brother? Danny asked worriedly. I'm afraid he's dead. We didn't kill him before you ask. No, he was killed by the girl you were supposed to marry. Drogo turned up the next day expecting to marry you and with you gone Viserys tried to bribe him with other things before he then insulted the man and threatened him with a dragon or something. Drogo killed him before he could draw his own sword while Illyrio was barely able to talk himself out of being killed. My condolences, my lady, he answered with sympathy. If it helps, the chest is for you. We found it in Illyrio's office while we were getting you out. Here, rummaging in his pockets for something, he then pulled out a key and handed it to her. She took it carefully and then walked over to the chest. Putting the key in slowly, she turned it and unlocked the chest. Grabbing the lid, she cautiously pushed it up. What was inside surprised her and the feeling of being drawn in grew. Inside were 3 egg-shaped rocks. Are they dragon's eggs? Supposedly, the man replied with a small smile. I'll leave you to your thoughts. The man turned and left the room, closing the door behind him, but Danny barely noticed as she looked at the 3 different colored eggs, one green, one black and the other a navy blue color. Winterfell. It was a jubilant reception the 4 travelers received when they returned home. Robb, Rickon, Sir Roderick and Maester Lewin were all happy to see Bran come riding slowly into the main yard of the castle with Lady Stark and the 2 guards. Welcome back, mother. Bran, it's good to see you awake and riding, Robb said happily to them. It has been a long moon or so, Robb, but Bran lives and can walk again thanks to the healers of House Britannicon. Sadly he can no longer become a knight, she finished mournfully. The 2 guards were now helping Bran down onto the ground before then handing over 2 crutches of some sort. Bran, are you all right? Robb asked carefully of his brother. I think so, he answered quietly. I just need to learn to cope with this, he said as he hobbled forward towards Robb. He walked unsteadily and with a clear limp, though the crutches helped. But he was walking. Sort of. Can he run or fight? Robb asked his mother softly as Lewin and Rickon examined Bran and greeted him. I fear not, Robb. The healers said this was the best that could be done with what they had. Before he could feel nothing or move them at all. Over the time and with surgery they gave him some feeling and movement back, she explained. I believe the only comparison is to that Tyrell, Laura's. No, that's the youngest son. Willer's, that's it. We'll just have to try to teach Bran more of being a lord and running things. He can still run a keep or be a maester, and at least he is not crippled completely. Keep him training with the bow, that should keep his mind occupied and give him some semblance of before. We can see how he does and introduce the sword later. Mother, it will probably do him some good to do that. How was Jon? Has he settled in all right? He asked cautiously, knowing of the dislike she held for his half-brother. I saw very little of him, Catelyn responded slowly. He seemed fine though. Probably should have gone to the wall. Where? Mother. Jon is my brother, Robb interrupted. I do not want him to go to the wall and freeze with those murderers and rapists. He deserves better, and being part of the fleet and their soldiers, he could do well there. But he can challenge you, Robb. He is a bastard and they are known for their tricks, she argued angrily. This is the North. The old gods care not if a child is natural or true. Besides, he does not want my place. I've asked him before and seen the truth in his eyes. The most he wants is a small keep or holdfast where he can serve as my bannerman. That is still more than a base. Mother, Robb warned with a cold edge. Fine, I will end it there. If you don't mind, it has been a long journey. I think I shall go rest for a bit, she said stiffly. Of course, sleep well. He watched as his mother walked over to the great keep where the family quarters were. He sighed and shook his head. He really wished his mother would let go of that unfounded belief Jon would steal Winterfell. Besides, he'd have to kill the whole family plus Asher and the guards to do it. Even Jon would struggle with that. He sighed and his thoughts turned to other things. He was still angry about the attempt on Bran. The message had come by special message via House Bryannican's radio thing a few days ago. Thankfully the Catspaw had been nowhere near him, but still, someone had tried, possibly the prince if the report was correct. That little arrogant twat would pay eventually. For now he would just have to wait and hope his father coped all right down in the capital. King's Landing. Gods, he hated the heat. And the plots. And the Tony. In fact, he probably hated everything here in the capital. He was glad Arya was doing well now that she had the sword instructor from Braavos. Even Sansa had said Arya was calmer, though his daughter was now running about trying to chase a cat, weirdly enough. He sighed, why did she have to be so like Lyanna? But that was not all that was going on. His investigation into Jon Arryn's death had yielded little so far, though he had found out that he had been searching for Robert's bastards and had been reading the lineages and histories of the great houses. Thus Ned had found one bastard called Gendry in Toib Homart's armorer's workshop working as an apprentice, and he was reading the same book Jon had. His time on the small council had proven just as tiring. The debt Robert had racked up was enormous, and he was glad Warrington had warned him about it beforehand, or he might have been even more shocked. Still, he had to find a way to decrease it. He had made decent progress, he felt, with other issues like settling a dispute between two lords over who owned what strip of land, while also ensuring the tournament went off without a hitch. With it finished, hopefully the capital would calm down somewhat. The most satisfying part had been when he had confronted Baelish over the rumors he had been spreading. He had sent a number of his guards out in casual clothing in order to listen in at a number of taverns and see what was said, as well as to see if the rumor was truly being spread. It was unfortunately true. A couple of people told the tale in different taverns, saying how they'd heard it from the man himself. With that he had made a point of dealing with him head on. Oh, it had felt good. *flashback*. Lord Stark, how fares your investigation into Lord Arryn's death? Have you found the culprit? Came the smarmy calm voice of the smirking Master of Coin as he walked down a corridor of the Red Keep. Lord Baelish, it goes well, though I lack any suspects. But it is the other things that I've heard that bring me concern, Ned said, his deep voice rumbling. Oh. And what is it you have heard? This city is awash with tales, lies and everything in between. That you have been telling lies. You will have to be a bit more specific, my lord. I tell a lot of things, some are lies and some are truths, and some are a mix of both, he replied, still smirking. Ned lashed out and held the man firmly by his throat against the wall. Your lies that are specifically against my wife Baelish. And her sister. The man feigned confusion. I know not of that, perhaps someone is trying to blame me for something, he said in a voice that would have almost made Ned believe him. Oh no, I know what it is. My people have been listening to what has been said by you and many others, too many for it to be anything else. They have told how you supposedly took my wife's maidenhood. He grabbed the man tighter now, Baelish struggling against the impossibly strong grip. So tell me, Lord Baelish, why should I not strangle you here and finish what my brother started home? The man looked suddenly terrified that his tale had been heard. He'd meant it half mockingly, half truthfully. After all, he had taken Lysa's and had wished for Catelyn's. He'd also wanted to humiliate Stark some more, but now it had come back to bite him. Guess it shows how telling a lie too much can be dangerous, he thought sourly while struggling to breathe. Lord S. Stark, breathe, he rasped. Ned slackened his grip slightly, allowing the man to speak. I swear I only meant it jokingly. It is a lie, I admit that, but you know how men can get when drinking. I must have said it while drunk with friends, he tried, but noticed a slight tightening on his neck again. Please, I beg you, I meant nothing by it. Catelyn is my friend, I would do anything for her. I wouldn't harm her. Eventually, after a few moments of staring, Ned let him go. He watched Baelish slide to the ground, gasping for breath while clutching his neck. See that this lie is refuted, Lord Baelish, or I will seek satisfaction. And unlike my brother, I will not leave it half done, he said coldly to the man on the floor. He then stalked off, feeling a little better, and went to find his youngest daughter. Flashback ends. Down in the harbour, a ship arrived from the north. It flew the flag of House Britannican and was dropping off supplies to the warehouse for trading and demonstration. It was also carrying a secret cargo and passengers. On the deck, Major Hannah Shepard took in the sights. And the god-awful smell. The city was an impressive sight when you ignored Flea Bottom, but the smell ruined the whole thing. She had served the new house since arriving here in this world with the fleet. She'd mostly done guard duty and patrolling, but she had also taken part in the fleet action against the Ironborn in their rebellion. Since then it had gone back to mostly light guard duty and training in the use of a sword. She now had a sword at her hip like all Marines, but she had also continued her rifle shooting, which all who had come with the fleet trained with. They had even begun training a few trusted Northerners in their use. Her mission here was a simple one: provide support to Lord Stark should he need help. An easy enough job, since they should mostly just hang about the warehouse and guard that. Only if called would they do anything. Upon docking in the harbor, she got her squad of 10 men ready and headed down the plank and onto the quayside itself. From there it was a short walk to the warehouse. Carrying their gear of a sword, shield and guns with ammunition, they also carried clothes and other supplies they would need for a long stay. The warehouse itself was not an overly large one, but was larger than most in the city, considering it had an unofficial upstairs. According to her brief, it was not on any plans bar one held in Stoneport and was hidden away. That would be where she and her team would be based, near to the surveillance equipment. The warehouse was made from brick and wood with tilled roofing and stood about 2 stories high. When they reached there, they went to a side door and knocked before speaking the agreed password. "Live long and prosper," she said, cringing at the phrase. "Peace and long life," came the reply. "Welcome to the capital. You can come in, good voyage." The door opened inwards, revealing a middle-aged man with a pistol on his right hip and a sword on the other. Yes, it was fine, bit choppy round the arbor. Who came up with that ridiculous password? A Star Trek fan presumably, but it works since no one here would get it, and it was told to us over secure communications. "You can go through here." The man led them to a wall and pushed gently on a spot vaguely hinted at by some symbol or rune. "To keep with the theme, it's an Idic, from the same show." "Don't ask," the man added on seeing Hannah open her mouth. She sighed and went through the unsealed door and then up a flight of stairs. At the top was another door which opened shortly after with a buzz of a lock undoing itself. Inside was a large room with a number of television screens and a few lights hanging from the ceiling. "You're here, good," came a voice from the back. "I'm Harry. I report to Baker back home. There's also Tom and Jamie. One is out around town and the other is sleeping back there." A man stepped out and approached them. He wore casual clothes and had dark hair and green eyes. "And this is the eyes," he said grandiosely as he indicated the screens and keyboards. "As in our eyes around King's Landing. This floor is powered by a number of solar panels on the roof plus a backup wood burner generator. We have some rooms down the back there where you can sleep and relax," he said, indicating the far end of the room where another door was. "All right, we'll get settled in and you can give us a briefing in 10 or 20. "No probs, I'll just set up here and let you lot get ready." The North. He was still thinking on the wall. It was a marvelous construction, and while he didn't believe in Grumpkins and Snooks, building something like that to just defend against wildlings always rubbed him the wrong way. Indeed, anyone with half a brain, and he liked to think he had a whole one, could easily work out there was something more to the wall than seemed apparent. Still, it was all myths, legends and history now. No one would be able to know what really happened to cause it to be built. Right, where to next, he wondered. Maybe somewhere with some good drink and some good whores. Warmer too. That new northern house might be interesting. Father's been both complaining about them and marveling at them. Might be worth a visit then, he considered. Right then, men, after stopping at Winterfell we'll be off to Stoneport, I think, and seeing those newcomers. Be warmer there plus good food and drink. I'm paying, of course. Right you are, Lord Tyrion. Thank you, me lord, replied one of the 2 red cloaks that were escorting him. After a few more days of steady riding, the group of Night's Watch and Lannister men arrived at the ancient castle of Winterfell with Wintertown by its walls. Entering the castle they found a mixed, jubilant and subdued atmosphere. Going to the Great Hall, Tyrion wondered what had occurred to create such mixed feelings in the residents. A steward greeted the party and went back inside to inform Lord Robb of the guests. When he is brought into the room, he quickly spots the young Stark Lord sitting in his father's throne-like chair, the throne of winter mayhaps. He wore his usual northern leathers and was trying to look stern but also seemed nervous. Are the follies of youth, Tyrion thought tiredly. Also present was the local maester, Lewin he thought he was called. A nice man who helped him in the library. The crippled Stark boy was sitting nearby watching with a mix of boredom and interest. Lord Tyrion, welcome back to Winterfell. Your time at the wall was informative, I hope, the young lord said. It had a slightly aggressive tone to it, Tyrion thought, but it did not go far. Indeed, it was quite the view. The food was awful and the drink worse, but at least I got to piss off the edge of the world, so there was that. No grumpkins or snooks though, a pity. Maybe you should go further north next time, the boy suggested with a daring smirk. I maybe, but my balls would drop off and my brain would freeze up. I'm rather attached to my brain and balls, Tyrion quipped. He heard some chuckles from his Lannister guards and the crows behind him. If I may ask, what's with all the somber moods? Everyone seems sad for some reason. Surely you'd be happy, what with young Brandon awake and well and your father being Hand of the King. The young lord stiffened slightly when Bran was mentioned. So something happened involving the boy other than falling, eh? It is no concern of yours, Lord Tyrion, the situation is well in hand, the young lord placated, though in a tone that suggested at dropping that line of questioning. House Britannicon did us a great service in aiding in my brother's recovery. That is good to hear. If I may. Robb nodded cautiously, so he walked slowly over to where Brandon sat. Hello Bran, it seems you are well again. Tell me, do you remember what happened? He asked curiously. He lacks memory for most of that day, Lewin said gently. I remember getting up, breaking my fast, playing with Summer, and I might have seen father off for his hunt, but after that it is all a blur. Then, nothing, Bran added sadly. Indeed, the work of the Britannicans. I think so. They said I had some head injury, among others, which they healed and gave me medicine for, but... He trailed off. I see. Tell me, do you like to ride? Yes I do, I mean, I did, Bran said hesitantly. He lacks strength in his legs, my lord. He can walk, just about, with 2 crutches, but riding is a little harder, Maester Lewin explained. Tyrion nodded in understanding. That is far better than I expected. Either you got lucky and wasn't hurt as bad as we feared. Oh, he was badly injured, my lord. I predicted him being unable to do anything below his waist, Lewin interrupted, clarifying for Tyrion just how bad the poor boy had been. He swallowed deeply. Well then, the healers of this new house are to be lauded for their efforts. Maybe they should take a look at Willers Tyrell's leg. I'm sure his family would pay a dragon or 2 for the aid. Anyway, I wanted to offer you was this. With the right horse and saddle, even a cripple can ride. I'm not a cripple, Bran retorted indignantly. Then I'm not a dwarf. My father will rejoice to hear it, Tyrion returned sarcastically, and with false cheer, making a few men behind him cough to cover sniggers. I have a gift for you. Tyrion hands Bran a large scroll containing a load of scribbles and diagrams. Lewin, looking over Bran's shoulder, quickly realizes it's a new saddle concept. Give that to your saddler. He'll provide the rest. Bran unfurled the scroll some more and started to read. You must shape the horse to the rider. Start with a yearling and teach it to respond to the reins and to the boy's voice, Tyrion explained. Will I really be able to ride? Bran asked hopefully, looking up from the scroll. You will, he replied with an encouraging smile. On horseback you will be as tall as any of them. I am surprised you would do this for someone you know not. Why do you want to help him? Robb asked, a bit of suspicion lacing his voice. I have a tender spot in my heart for cripples, bastards and broken things, Tyrion replied with a dismissive shrug. Bran smiled down at Tyrion after he finished looking over the plans. He had hope shining in his eyes, the dwarf thought. You've done my brother a kindness. The hospitality of Winterfell is yours, Robb said in thanks. My thanks, Lord Stark. I'll only stay the night before then heading out to see House Britannicon. They seem an interesting lot given all I've heard. Of course, pass on my thanks when you see them. For now, good day to you, Robb said, getting up and having a quick word with Bran quietly before then leaving the hall. The following day Tyrion and his 2 guards left the ancient fortress of the Starks and headed south to Castle Sewin before turning west towards the coast along what Tyrion felt was a rather sturdy, well-made road. Guess they need it up here with all the snow, he muttered as his teeth chattered a bit from the cold breeze blowing down from the north. It took him a few days to make his way to the west coast, stopping off at Torrens Square for a night to enjoy the warmth behind its 30-foot high stone walls and square towers. After that they carried on westward where the journey was, on the whole, pleasant, and they came across a steady stream of people traveling to and from the port city. Stoneport. When they peaked the last hill they looked down and saw the large port city below. It had high stone walls on par with Torrens Square and had a number of towers dotted along it. That was to say nothing of the port itself, which he could see fairly well from his current position. There was a thick, grey stone sea wall leading out into the sea in two prongs, one from either end of the harbour like two arms reaching out to hug someone. A large gap was left between the tips, allowing ships and other boats passage into and out of the harbour. All along the two walls he could see a number of defences such as catapults, ballistas and scorpions. They've really gone all out to defend it. Maybe I can pick up an idea or two for Lannisport. Tyrion pondered as he looked down at the impressive harbour. Looking north as he slowly rode down to the small city he could just make out another wall and what could possibly be another town or fort. He pondered whether to look at it or not, but decided against. Curious he was, foolish he was not. On a hill to the south, not too far away, and overlooking the bay while guarding the area, was a large castle with walls of at least 80 feet in height with a number of circular towers spread evenly around it. In fact, he was quite intimidated by the castle sitting there watching over the lands. It looked very defensible. Entering the small city he found many homes and buildings built from bricks with a mix of wooden and tiled roofs. The people smiled and lived happily as they went about their business. He spotted regular patrols from red-cloaked men armed with swords and shields, wearing blue brigadines over dark navy gamisons. The city also didn't stink, which was a bonus, Tyrion thought. This is how King's Landing should be, clean, well patrolled, rich and happy, he thought in wonder as he nudged his horse through they trotted on horseback, spotting bakeries and craftsmen along with blacksmiths and armorers. They were met by a small squad of guards who approached them directly. "Hello there, I am Tyrion Lannister. I have come to see your wonderful city and see the sights of the north," he spoke to them with a grin. The man leading them nodded respectfully before speaking. "Greetings to you as well, Lord Tyrion. You are to be escorted to speak with Lord Warrington. I'm sure he will take great interest in your visit. This way please." When the man finished he turned and led them off in an easterly direction, passing more industrial areas and then into a residential section of the city. Again the houses were well built and it lacked the stench of King's Landing or other cities. After a few minutes of riding he soon came to the imposing manor house from which House Britannicon was run. It was a large squat building, with 2 floors above ground he estimated, and built using grey stone found in castles, so it likely had thick walls too. He could see a few defensive feature to it such as arrow slits, and the roof had battlements of a sort, likely to allow for more defenders up there. In all a rather nice building that imposed itself on its surrounding. The whole area was cleared in order to allow for clear line of sight for over 100 feet in any direction. It also allowed for people to ride up to the house or for the hosts to line up and await guests. In this case another guard awaited him, though this one seemed better dressed, perhaps a senior commander, Tyrion guessed. "Welcome to Stoneport. I am Colonel Kai Walker and I command all the guards and armed forces within the city. Lord Warrington will greet you in his solar since he has quite a few things to do given all the goings on. No apology needed, my father is much the same with most guests." "And what goings on, if you don't mind my asking?" "I have been rather out of touch given I've just visited the wall and been riding a lot," Tyrion questioned. Surely nothing too bad could have occurred, though it might explain why Winterfell was on edge. "Nothing to worry about, Lord Tyrion, at least not yet. Warrington is just one of those who believes it best to be prepared regardless." Walker waved away. Tyrion hummed noncommittally, taking the chance to look about the manor house as they went inside. The ground floor was mostly the great hall and kitchens and servant quarters. It was the top floor where the Solar, Maester's quarters and family rooms were located. And thus it was up there that he was led to before entering and seeing a middle-aged man, perhaps in his early 40s, dark hair slightly graying from stress. The man sat behind a large white weirwood desk which looked ancient and whose sides were covered in fish and anchor carvings, along with a single weirwood face, as traditional for a tree, facing the door. "Lord Warrington, I am Tyrion Lannister, a pleasure to meet you at last. I bring thanks from Winterfell for your aid in healing the young boy Brandon, as well as greetings from my father, whom I know you have corresponded with over the years in regards to trade and the Ironborn," Tyrion said, covering the main points and passing his father's regards along. The man looked up, then down slightly at seeing him, eyes widening slightly in surprise. "Lord Tyrion, you are not what I expected when hearing of you. I had though, heard you were coming thanks to my messenger at Winterfell. Welcome to Stonyshore and Stoneport." "And what did you expect?" Tyrion asked, his curiosity piqued. "In all honesty I am not sure. Your reputation for drinking and other things precedes you. That you are variously named, the imp or demon monkey and the like, I suppose I expected some deformed person, but other than being a dwarf, of which I nor many here will find a problem with, I see nothing wrong with you. Maybe too large a head for your body size, but then I'm told you are quite smart and intelligent." The man then shrugged, clearly having no more to say on the subject. Tyrion himself felt weirdly both insulted and happy. Insulted since the man before him expected something awful, but pleasantly surprised that no one here would seem to worry about him being a dwarf. "Well, my sister has been telling a few tall tales about me, and she does not like me very much." Warrington merely raised an eyebrow at the old familiar joke. "Yes, I know a dwarf making height jokes, but I've heard them countless times when people try to be clever, thinking they are the first to say it." Tyrion shook his head disappointedly. "I'm sure you will find that it is common in taverns. The men and women who came with me when we arrived here should treat you well enough. The other should follow their example. In the meantime, the hospitality of Stoneport is yours. Enjoy your stay, Lord Tyrion. I will have extra candles sent to your room, and make sure Maester Barnaby is free to aid you with your rummage through our library." "Many thanks. Like a sword needing a whetstone, my mind needs a few good books. Can you recommend any?" "Assuming it is finished, there should be a record of the first men translated and copied from a series of scrolls and tomes we found in the crypts of the stone fort. We found my Valyrian steel sword there too. It lacks a name since it disappeared before the records were made, so we called it Blood Anchor." Well, that does sound interesting. Not much is known from that time apart from myths and legends. Legends always hold a fragment of truth to them, Lord Tyrion. It is always wise to pay attention to them. "Most certainly, but myths are just stories. As for your sword, that is most fortuitous of you. Many would pay an arm or a limb for such a sword. I believe my father offered 2 million dragons to House Tarly for their sword." "So I heard. He offered 1.5 million for my own one." "Ah. I hope it did not offend you. My father has been rather persistent in finding one," Tyrion said apologetically, but Warrington just waved dismissively. "I sent off a polite refusal, but said my ships would keep an eye out while trading or exploring for any lost swords." "Well, I suppose that's probably the best way to refuse." Warrington just smirked back at him. But we plan a trip to Valyria soon. Yes, we know the dangers. Yes, we've heard the tales, but let's just say we plan to take care and use our advanced knowledge to survive it. While there we can try to recover a blade or two. Perhaps Lord Tywine will be interested." Tyrion gaped at him and opened his mouth a number of times to interject a point of warning, and each time Warrington refuted it. Still he gaped. "Valyria? You're sure you want to go to that dangerous place? Some say it's cursed, that the water is on fire and the fog or smoke is deadly. We have methods of dealing with any of that. Believe me, we have looked at all the stories when planning this. We will take every precaution possible. Why risk it? From what I hear, you are on par with, if not greater than, the Valyrians. Why would you want to go to find stuff you already know? Do you know how to make Valyrian steel?" "I don't, nor do I know the secrets of dragons or any other of their so-called magic. In fact, where I and my people come from, dragons are just myths, made up to entertain the masses. So going to their homeland would make for an interesting visit." Tyrion acknowledged the point with a tilt of his head. "Well, if you find an egg or two, bring one back for me. I've always wanted a dragon, to see one, to fly on one. Even if it was a little one like me," he said with a hint of nostalgia, remembering the name days he'd asked for one as a present. "I'll add it to the list of requests," Warrington said with a smirk. Tyrion nodded happily before getting out of his chair with a sigh. "Well, my lord, it's off to the library for me. Send someone up to remind me of dinner. I may be there all night otherwise," Tyrion japed. "Yes, let's not burn the midnight oil," James said before adding at the frown, "working late into the night." "Oh yes, I suppose that works. I'll have to remember that one. Right, best be off. I have some books to read and some wine and ale to drink." Tyrion spent the next week in Stoneport reading the various books brought from the lands of House Britannicum which had been printed. Most were military-based, which given the fleet made sense he supposed. One day when he was reading outside, he was partially watching some sparring between a boy of possibly 6 and 10 or 7 and 10 and a younger boy of around 1 and 10. The older lad had dark hair, a long face and grey eyes, reminding Tyrion of Lord Stark, oh yes, Jon Snow. The other more closely resembled Lord Warrington. The two exchanged blows, but it was clear the bastard was the better word, and yet none here seemed to mind. In fact they encouraged, much to his surprise. When the younger boy finally fell and yielded, many congratulations were exchanged. "You're so good. I want to get as good as you. I bet you'd give my father a run for his money." "Or mother," the boy exclaimed. "You'll get better, my lord. Practice hard and work at it and you'll be the new Arthur Dane yet," Jon said. The boy hummed grumpily. "Not as quickly as you. Work at it. My brother Bran was terrible with a bow and he is 10. None of us are marksmen at 10. So neither will you be a swordsman." "I'm 11," the boy replied indignantly, and Jon chuckled. "Go on, Maester Barnaby will have my hide if you're late for lessons." "All right, see you later, Jon." "I see you found yourself here then," Tyrion said. Jon jumped and turned quickly and spotted Tyrion reading. "I see you came for a visit to Lord Tyrion. How was the war?" "Cold, but had an excellent view." Jon nodded, a small smile gracing his lips. "Why do you read so much? I've seen you around, both out here and in the library." "You came to the library?" Tyrion asked, not remembering seeing the lad in there, looking up from his book. Lord Warrington has me reading up on battlefield strategy and history along with things I would link with being a lord, like finance and management." "You think he plans to give you lands?" "Bit odd giving a bastard lands on your own territory though. More likely he'll ask my father or brother. I always assumed I'd go here or the wall. If here maybe I'd then get a small hold fast after a few years of service. That way I can serve my father and brother directly." Tyrion nodded thoughtfully before returning to his book. "Well, you never know, though it would be unorthodox. That said, the north is different from the south and you have more space to fill. Giving you a small keep would not likely raise too many eyebrows up here as it would in the south. As for why I read, tell me, what do you see? Is this a trick?" Jon asks hesitantly. "What you see is a dwarf," Tyrion continues, ending Jon's confusion. "If I'd been born a peasant, they might have left me out in the woods to die. Alas, I was born a Lannister of Casterly Rock. Things are expected of me. My father was the hand of the king for 20 years. Until your brother killed that king," Jon pointed out. Tyrion looks up from his book again, a sardonic look on his face. "Yes, until my brother killed him. Life is full of these little ironies. My sister married the new king and my repulsive nephew will be king after him. I must do my part for the honor of my house, wouldn't you agree? But how? Well, my brother has his sword, and I have my mind. And a mind needs books like a sword needs a whetstone. That's why I read so much Jon Snow." Jon nodded at him in understanding. Barnaby was much the same, as was Lord Warrington now, he thought on. "Well, I must be off, it's starting to get a little too cold for me," Tyrion said, standing. "Go back inside." "Pleasant day then, Lord Tyrion." "And you, Lord Snow," Tyrion returned with a smirk. Jon froze before nodding and walking off. Back inside he continued to read the book on the First Men, transcribed by Maester Barnaby. It was fascinating. It talked of how House Stark united much of the north, conquering parts while getting others to ally themselves with the family. The family nearly always married a woman of a conquered house into their own in order to secure its lands, quite the political maneuvering for a house now known for its honorability and bluntness. What the early pages in the book spoke of though was the Long Night and the War. The North and many other First Men peoples fought alongside the Children of the Forest. The story was gripping and in parts terrifying. An enemy that can only die from Glitterrock and fire metal. Both words confused him, so he spoke with the Maester about it. "Ah yes, Glitterrock, what they mean is obsidian or dragon glass, Lord Tyrion. We found a few crates of the stuff in the crypt of Stonefort. A mix of daggers and arrowheads. It really is quite something seeing them all," he explained happily. "I see, and fire metal. I believe it possibly means some precursor to Valyrian steel. Perhaps using metal that fell from the sky in meteors, like Dawn, the sword of House Dane. House Stark is mentioned as having a powerful sword that glitters and whose steel is a pale white, which I take to mean as some precursor weapon to their current great sword ice. Yes, that is interesting. So where is that sword then? Likely buried in their crypts somewhere, at a guess, Barnaby said with a shrug. It will likely not matter much to them since they have ice. If things change, like ice being seized, or in the unlikely event that these White Walkers return, then we shall remind them of said sword. You cannot believe that they might return. They are but a myth, like Grumpkins and Snooks and giants and unicorns, Tyrion questioned in disbelief. I do not believe in such things, though giants are real. Some of the Watch have seen them, but let me counter your main point. Why build something like the wall if all you fear are men? Why have countless documents stating that the war did happen? Why, in this case, write down exactly how to kill them if they return, the Maester countered, and Tyrion felt a cold shiver run down his back. He shook his head. I dearly hope you're wrong, or we're all fucked, Tyrion said with a sense of foreboding. The Maester nodded amiably. That we could be. Now, I have some ravens to send with trade proposals. Good day, Lord Tyrion. Good day, Tyrion muttered absently. It was all Grumpkins and Snooks, surely. Wasn't it? He sighed and turned back to the book, trying to shake the feeling of impending disaster. Cry havoc. Late 298 AC. Stoneport. The visit by Lord Tyrion was an interesting one, to say the least. He was a fountain of knowledge that James greatly respected. They had many discussion on history but also politics. Tyrion tried to talk him into a game or two of Civis, but he explained he was already bad at chess, so trying this game would likely not provoke much of a challenge for the dwarf. His drinking became a tale in and of itself, with people being surprised by how much he could consume in one sitting. James had spoken to the man not long after Tyrion's discussion with the Maester about White Walkers and the true reason for the wall, and he had seemed troubled. Not quite denying outright it, but desperately praying to any gods that would listen that the theory was false. Understandable really, those in House Britannicum that knew were much the same. He eventually did leave after staying for a week, and James had a ship for Seaguard give him a lift, as it would be swifter than riding down through the neck again. With that, life went on. News of the Tony and Ned's abilities as hand came back, and word was also received of the successful finding of the wolf. It turned out John wasn't needed, as they stumbled upon it feasting on some cows that were freely roaming a large field. That was good, since they were still teaching John on various command techniques and military knowledge plus history, so sending him off would have cut into the time they had. The wolf was recovered and brought back to Winterfell via Seaguard and Stoneport, much to the joy of the wolf and the Starks. James was leaning back in his chair, resting briefly from the paperwork which came with lordship. He got up and stretched, working out the kinks out of his neck. He then walked over to a bookshelf which stood along one wall and pushed it to one side, revealing a wooden door. He pulled out a key from his pocket and unlocked it. Opening the door revealed a small cupboard-like area a few feet by a few feet and 6 feet high. Inside it were a few shelves which had books, dragon glass daggers and a few other odds and ends, which needed to be kept out of the way. On one shelf was a long narrow package wrapped in a brown bundle of cloth. He picked it up and brought it out of the small cupboard-like room and placed it on his desk. Unwrapping it revealed the golden-colored hilt of a sword, a dragon head pummel, while a scabbard-covered blade. Drawing it slightly revealed a smoky-patterned steel forged into a more slender blade than his own blood anchor. He still remembered how he'd gotten it a year ago and the oath he'd spoken to receive it. *flashback**. The ride to the wall had been long and draining, but being there was something else. The awe-inspiring height of a solid ice wall that never melted was something to behold. He was flanked by 5 additional riders as he approached the gates of Castle Black. His purpose here was twofold: speak to the Lord Commander to see what was needed, and to also speak with the Maester, one Aemon Targaryen. Castle Black was run down and had clearly seen better days. Coming inside, the walls merely confirmed it, as wood could be seen rotting or breaking apart, with sections of walkway being entirely blocked from access due to no planks of wood. A gruff-looking, grey-haired man who seemed vaguely familiar somehow approached them, wearing a black fur cloak and a sword on his hip. Greetings, the man spoke with a rich northern accent. I'm Lord Commander Gia Mormont. It's not often we get travelers in these parts. You here to take the black? He asked hopefully. Hello, and no, sorry, we're here to look around and see what help you may need. A lot by the looks of it. Apologies, I am James Warrington, Lord of Stonyport. We have corresponded once or twice before, James said, sticking out a hand. Mormont shook it gladly. You be Dace's husband then. How is she? I do miss my nieces. She is well, as are the others on Bear Island, I hear. The old man smiled. Good to know. Come, let's get you settled in, the King's Tower should do, it's the one we save for guests nowadays. I'll have your men sent there. Now come join me in my solar. The two made their way up a flight of wooden steps and into the stone keep, down through corridors and up a flight of stair to another floor where Mormont led them into a small office room. Taking a seat opposite each other, Mormont spoke again. So what is it you wanted to know? He asked gruffly and to the point. Oh, mostly what supplies you wanted. I can have them shipped to the Shadow Tower if it helps. That would indeed. Food, clothing, steel are always needed up here. Though you know that from the letters. True, but there's something different about reading about it and seeing it. Gia nodded. The watch isn't what it was, but the North still proudly mans it, and we get some recruits from the South, but they are mostly rappers, cutthroats and other scum that in all honesty I'd rather not have, but have no choice but to accept. Only those who came here after the two rebellions are of any true use or quality, like my master-at-arms Sir Alisa Thorne, Gia said sadly. Well, hopefully the supplies will make up for it at least. Mormont just shrugged but gladly accepted. They got little aid on the whole. The two talked some more about the wall and their families before parting ways for the night. The following morning James went up to the library tower where the Maester was said to live. He knocked politely on the door and he heard a quiet come in, so he did so. Inside were a number of shelves and a few tables. Most had dust covering them, but a few were clear. Sitting by a desk a very elderly man sat in a Maester's robe and with a chain around his neck. He had silver, almost white due to age, hair and white eyes devoid of any color. Maester Eamon, I presume. You presume correctly. You must be the new Lord of Stonyshore, Lord Warrington, I believe. Indeed I must, Warrington responded with a smile. What brings you to the wall and my humble abode? I hear you aren't joining us, so what could it be? See the wall for myself mostly. I spoke with Gia about supplies and our family, but I also wanted to speak to you. Me? What could I have that would interest you? The man asked, his curiosity piqued. What if I told you you weren't the last dragon? James said softly. I would say you are a cruel man for toying with an old frail man's hopes, Eamon retorted harshly. My apologies, I meant no disrespect. My guards stand outside, so what is said should not be heard by others. Really? Well, now you have my attention, Lord Warrington. What could you know that requires such secrecy? How about the location of 3 dragons? 3? Eamon asked incredulously. 3? How could that be? Who? Viserys and Daenerys are in Pentos or en route there, at least after a stay in Qohor. So they survived. Good, I'm glad they have done well. They have hardly lived well, Maester. From my understanding, Viserys is called the Beggar King by many over there, and, from what the merchants have told my own, is growing steadily mad just like his father. Daenerys, however, is spoken of quite favorably, although is a bit timid and fearful. He should know better than to treat her that way, Eamon said crossly before adding, they are the last of their line apart from me. No, there is another. One incredibly well hidden and yet obvious, once thought about. Who? What do you know about the start of the rebellion, what occurred just before? Rhaegar disappeared with Lyanna Stark and 2 Kingsguard. Thus prompting Brandon Stark to go to the capital and demand her back. Exactly. Now tell me, did you know Rhaegar? What was he like? Oh, he was a brilliant but driven man. Intelligent and kind, he cared for the people in a way unseen for so long. He was what his father could have been, but you no doubt know the tale of gods flipping coins. Indeed. My point was, do you think he could have kidnapped her like how it is said? No, he wouldn't have. It was not in his nature. He could be obsessive, it's true, indeed he was fawning over a prophecy of a promised prince the last we wrote, but to kidnap? No, I doubt it went that way. Whether he fell in love or merely encouraged the Stark girl I know not, but given the letters and in-person meetings I had with Rhaegar, plus given what I have heard from Gia about Lyanna, I would argue it was more likely they ran off together. Now what has this to do with another Targaryen? Everything. The third member is their child, or at least seems to be. Truly. And what do you mean seems to be? My people have a way to analyze blood and determine a familial match. We took a sample of the boy's blood and compared it to his known, publicly declared father and found it did not match. In fact, it was a more distant connection. The match was that of an uncle. An uncle. But the only one that could have, no. Surely not. Eddard Stark's bastard son. Oh, you know of him. It was met with much ridicule by Alisa Thorne and others, considering Lord Stark is known to be honorable, thus this besmirches his name. Well, very good, as sharp a mind as ever, Maester Aemon. Yes, that was the match. Given the timings and circumstances, we believe he is the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna as the timeline matches, and he has the right blood connection to Lord Stark. The only way to fully confirm it would be to test it against a Targaryen. That said, we're 90% confident he is a dragon. Do you want a blood sample from me? Or a hair? We can use either. Blood would be better though. The old man nodded and James withdrew a vial and syringe from a pocket. He rolled up Aemon's cloak and pressed it gently to his left arm. He held it there for a few seconds to allow a few drops of blood to fill the vial before stopping and pulling away. He then pulled out a small round brown thing barely bigger than a thumb, which had a padded part in the center. He peeled a bit off of it and placed it gently over the bleeding spot. Keep it there for a day or two and you should be fine. How soon? I will need to return home, but after that I should know a few hours after handing it over. I can send a raven to you giving a reply. Is there anything you would like hold for him for safekeeping? I have encouraged him to join our navy rather than take the black, so he should come to me. I wanted to save a young boy from somewhere like here, plus if something occurs a free Targaryen might solve problems that one stuck behind vows cannot. The man nodded in understanding before frowning deeply, clearly thinking hard. A few moments later he relaxed. Do I have your word as a lord, as a northerner and as a father that should he turn out to not be who we think, you will return it to me? Of course, I swear by my gods, the old gods and the new gods, James said earnestly. Aemon nodded and slowly got up and walked equally slowly over to a wall. He then turned somewhat and moved a few paces forward before turning some more. Come here, my lord. Remove the panel on the ground marked with a small dragon. Warrington did as asked and lifted the concealed random floorboard up. The cavity below contained a wrapped-up object and a number of papers. Take the long object. It was left here by Brynden Rivers, also called Bloodraven, before he left beyond the wall for the final time. He hoped someone of our blood could one day use. If the boy is who we think, he has the best claim and right to it. After all, what good is a sword to a blind old man? The man said with a soft smile. Ah, but young at heart, methinks. What is it? James replied, and Aemon chuckled lightly. Dark Sister, the ancestral blade of House Targaryen. Help him, Lord Warrington. Help him be what Rhaegar and Aerys could not. Perhaps he will be the great king of our lives. Aemon begged. James just swallowed and nodded before remembering the elderly man was blind and so simply said, of course, Maester. It was almost 2 weeks later a raven arrived with a message for Maester Aemon. Asking his assigned brother of the watch to read, Aemon felt nervous for the first time in many years. What does it say? It just says, it's a match. Does that mean anything to you? Yes. Thank you, you may leave me for a bit, my boy. The young man shrugged and left the Maester to himself. Once he heard the footsteps fade, he smiled and for the first time in many years cried tears of joy. He was not alone, and a Targaryen alone in the world was a terrible thing. Flashback ends. Indeed, the sword was quite something as Warrington looked it over, and he planned to pass it on when the time came. For now it was safe in the vault awaiting its true owner. The boy will be ready to know soon. King's Landing. 3 hours after Robert died. It wasn't meant to have gone down like this. Despite warnings against trusting Baelish from Warrington, he had been forced to in order to get the gold cloaks on side. Robert had died from the wound he accidentally got on a hunting trip just this morning, though now he thought back on it, it likely wasn't as accidental as he'd initially thought. He sighed. He should have just fled the capital during the night like Renly had and warned Stannis. He'd still managed to get messages out to both Stannis and his son Robb, however, in part thanks to the suggestion from Warrington about backup plans. He'd also had his daughters pack their things in order to leave. Sansa had been the most reluctant, but the words of warning Warrington had spoken to both girls had made her somewhat compliant. Still, he feared it wasn't enough to end her hope of being queen. He should have done more. He should have sent his daughters away sooner, or at least down to the warehouse of House Britannicon. Instead, he had just seen his men slaughtered in the throne room, his servants butchered in hallways, and he himself had, barely 5 minutes ago, been thrown into the black cells while his daughters were likely hostages somewhere in the Red Keep. At least he hadn't brought up Joffrey being a bastard, he'd merely insisted on being regent as Robert commanded. He'd hoped that it would shield him and give him time, but Cersei just tore up Robert's will without a thought and ordered his arrest for treason and usurping Joffrey. With that, the Goldcloaks had abruptly stabbed his men in the back, quite literally. He'd only played it that way because he wanted more time to prepare and escape. Playing the honorable regent who later decided to go home should have gotten him clear of any problems so that once he was home he could help Stannis, who was Robert's true heir. It hadn't worked. So yes, this wasn't what he'd wanted. He just hoped he got the chance to tell Jon of his mother. He was old enough to know, and Warrington would keep him in check. He chuckled darkly. Jon would likely do a better job at ruling the kingdom than Joffrey or Stannis, he thought bitterly. Perhaps I should try to get him put in place instead. He shook his head wearily. Jon would need more training before any of that, and Stannis was Robert's heir. If Stannis and Renly were dead, though, it would be a whole different question. He sighed tiredly. Gods, he hated the South. 3.5 hours after Robert died, she ran. Syrio had held off Meryn Trant and 3 Red Cloaks when they came for her, and she ran. What do we say to the god of death, little one? Not today, she thought as she ran through the corridors, her teacher's favorite saying echoing through her head. She could hear the screams from a few of her household guards who had not been with father, as they were caught unprepared by the mass of Gold Cloaks and Red Cloaks. She wondered what Sansa was doing. Weirdly, she hoped she was alright, but she also hoped that this showed her how bad Joffrey and Cersei were. What to do now? She needed to get Needle, that would help her. It was in her trunk, which should be getting loaded onto a cart. She rushed down to the stables, but when she arrived and she saw the Stark carriage, she saw it was surrounded by the corpses of servants who had been killed earlier, including Veon Poole. All of the Stark's belongings had been thrown onto the ground, making a mess and dirtying them. She slowly approached the carriage. Needle, she says worriedly, and begins to look through the chests for her sword. There she is, she heard from behind her, and she turns to glance at a slightly chubby boy close to her age. What do you want? She asks impatiently as she continues looking through the chests. I want you, wolf girl. Come here, he says, sneering at her. Leave me be. My father's a lord. He'll reward you, she tries, hoping he doesn't know what's occurring in the castle. She'll reward me, the queen. Oh bugger, he does, she thought as she rummages amongst the chests. The boy goes over to grab her, but then she spots it and grabs Needle, moving out of his reach. Stay away, she yelled, waving it at the boy. She goes to push him away, but accidentally runs him through the stomach with Needle as he tried to approach her, blood pouring from the hole she made as he crumpled to the ground, too surprised to make a sound. Horrified, Arya ran away, deep into bowls of the Red Keep to find her secret passage, given the gatehouse was blocked by Lannisters. She ran, not knowing where she was going, down the tunnel till she reached the harbor. She spotted a few Gold Cloaks and turned down a side road to avoid being seen. She ran some more before finally pausing on a quiet side street and took a breath before thinking on what she could do. The docks, she though with a start, her father's bannerman said go to the docks if in need of help. With that happy thought she ran back through the town again, heading for the harbor. She eventually arrived after almost an hour of dodging guards and Lannister men. She hid by the corner of a building near the harbor. It was reasonably busy and there were a handful of Gold Cloaks who were wandering about. She watched carefully, checking where they were looking and walking, before dashing out and heading to her right. She followed the path along, passing a few ships that were loading or unloading goods. As she went she looked about worriedly while also hurrying through the crowds. Soon enough she spotted the warehouse Warrington had mentioned and ran towards it, ducking in and out of the dock workers and general citizenry, much to some people's complaints. When she approached she saw a number of men and women moving things about in bags and crates, some others were just standing in northern leathers, clearly on guard. "What you doing here, kid?" came a northern voice from her left as she looked at the warehouse doors. She spotted a middle-aged man wearing good clothes that while not noble were of decent quality. He also had a sword at his waist and some object on the other side. "I'm looking for the one in charge here," Lord Warrington said. "I could," she said cautiously. "Oh, are you, lass? No, the boss man, eh? Who's looking?" "My name is Arya Stark. I need help. Your lord said I could come here," she replied, taking the risk. "And how do I know you are?" said girl. "Where's Lord Stark?" the man asked suspiciously. "The Lannisters captured him or killed him, I don't know. They killed our servants and have Sansa a prisoner," she explained quickly. "Oh Jackson, get upstairs, there's something Harry and the Major need to talk to you about," came a shout from inside. "All right Zoe, I'll be there in a sec." All right, you can come in. You might be who we can aid." He led her inside and took her over to a wall which then opened inwards, revealing a staircase. Upstairs she found a group of men and women standing around arguing and discussing something. "We need to get him out. We don't know how many guards there are or any good routes in or out of the castle," another argued back. "Lord Warrington will want Stark safe," argued someone else. But we need to be smart about it. Breaking into the Red Keep is not gonna be easy," pointed out a woman with a demeanor of authority. Arya took in everything as she looked about, spotting a few square-shaped things on a table that showed a number of moving paintings on. She saw the throne room on one screen showing Cersei and Joffrey ordering the court about. On others there were hallways and corridors, some of which had dead bodies in. Her servants' dead bodies. "Malcolm, who's this? You can't just bring up any poor child you want to adopt," the woman said exasperatedly on seeing the pair enter. "Claims she's Arya Stark, Major. Thought that might interest you," the man, Malcolm, replied, and the woman's eyes widened in surprise. That's the girl all right, I recognize her from the footage from the Tower of the Hand," came another man who was seated in front of the glowing squares which showed inside the castle. "You sure, Harry? Well then, Lady Stark, welcome here. You are safe from the Lannisters, though for how long I do not know. The Queen will likely want to move on our position, but we will protect you," the major woman said gently. "I'm not a lady, my name is Arya." "Now how are we going to save my father?" Arya demanded, making the woman chuckle. "Oh, I like you, you remind me of Lady Dacey and her sisters from Bear Island." "We will get your father out, kid, we were just talking about it. How did you escape, by the way?" "The keep is locked down tight. By the dragon skulls in the basement. I think it might be near the dungeons too. There's a path out into the bay on the other side of the harbor. I wandered around the town a bit before turning back down here." "You know the route," she means Harry. I think so. We have the layout of the town and castle on the computer thanks to radar and other telemetry we took from the drone a few years back. It indicated a ton of passages throughout the city. It's like a rabbit warren underground and inside that castle. That said, some passages might be blocked off while others are watched. Checking those passages is how we found the will. Well, some stuff," the man finished awkwardly, clearly hiding something, Arya thought. "No one watched the one I used and it was clearly unblocked." "Also, what did you find?" Arya piped up, not quite understanding all that was said, though she understood the gist of it. These people had a map of the passages, or some of them at least, and had found something. "Nothing you need know about," the major said sharply, drawing a surprised look from one of the men. "Could we use them to sneak in?" a young man suggested. "Only to grab Lord Stark. I wouldn't want a full incursion with only 10 men to get the other daughter, even if we used guns. It would be too costly and alarms would ring way too soon, sending even more guards after us. No, we'll wait a bit, something will come up. Either the guards will become complacent or an event will give us access. Send word to Lord Warrington, inform him that we have Arya Stark and are making plans to free Lord Stark. If we aren't careful, this city, and the country, will fall into civil war," the major finished grimly. 4 hours after Robert died. Cersei chuckled deeply. The honorable idiot Stark was now at her mercy, and so was his daughter. One had disappeared, but the wolf girl would be found soon enough, and disciplined for what happened with her bloody wolf. Now though, the little dove would write a pleadingly sweet letter to order her brother to come and bend the knee to her son. She did worry that he knew about her children, much like Arryn might have known, but the Northerner surprisingly never said anything during their talk in the throne room, nor had he confronted her about anything related to it prior to that. But the way he looked at her and her precious son, he knew, she was sure of it. And for that alone he had to be silenced. That was why she had taken control of the gold cloaks. Thank you, Baelish. That said, Stark had almost played the game well, which surprised her. Still, it had not been enough for him. Baelish was loyal to the throne and wanted vengeance on House Stark, and so was only too willing to turn on the Northern fool. Now she'd just need to send Stark away. Taking the Black should do nicely, since he no doubt loves that frozen penal colony, being a Northerner. With him out of the way, he can't threaten her or her children, and it ensures the North keeps silent. Besides, why would the North fight against her or the mighty Tywin Lannister? Barbarians like them should stay in that cold wasteland rather than come south like they were the South sequels. With peace established and her enemies defeated, she would have power, true power, as the master behind the throne. Or mistress in this case. She smirked. Her son would obey her command, and through him she would rule everyone. Even her father would have to obey, and she would be supreme. Yes, this was just what Lannisters should be. The rulers of Westeros, unrivaled and unchallenged. Masters of everything, and with a pure Lannister bloodline that would last 1,000 years or more. Thank the gods for having an idiot husband and a wonderful lover of a twin brother. Now she just had to get Stark to bend and everything would be well. Oh, and deal with Renly and Stannis, but they will be no match for the might of Casterly Rock and her father. As she looked down into the bay, she saw the large warehouse of those northern upstarts. She would likely need to seize that place. They were a thorn in her father's side, and they needed to be brought down and humbled. The foreign scum. What better way than to seize whatever secrets and treasures that warehouse holds? Yes, that would do nicely. She'll have it seized after Stark is dealt with. And then get rid of every trace of her oath of a husband by removing all traces of his bloodline. Joffrey would be more than happy to secure his throne that way. No one will be able to prove her dear Joff is anything but Robert's son, with all Robert's bastards dead. And that will strike fear into the city's populace. It was good to be feared. Respect and love were weak and did not ensure loyalty enough, only fear did. Once the fear ended, the people rose up. The Targaryens exemplified that. Once their dragons died out, they had countless rebellions. Winterfell. 5 hours after Robert died. He was sat listening to petitions in the mid-afternoon, while Bran sat on his left watching, with Rickon to his left playing with his wolf Shaggy. Bran had finally called his summer, and that was laying on the floor in front of Bran's chair. His mother sat to his right with Maester Lewin on her right, taking notes and transcribing things as needed. Grey Wind sat in front of him as he listened to Man complain about lacking seeds to grow more wheat, and he needed coin to purchase some to grow them, which in turn would come to Winterfell. Just as he was about to announce his decision, he was going to give the man what he needed, as it would help many people. A man came in bearing the sigil of House Britannicon, and he looked worried. He signaled him forward with a glance. "My lord, apologies for interrupting, but something important has occurred in the capital requiring your immediate attention," the man said shakily. Clearly it was bad if even the messenger was shaken. "Of course, clear the room," he commanded, and everyone began leaving and shuffling out. Only Hodder and Maester Lewin remained, along with his mother, Bran and Rickon. "What has happened?" he asked with concern, determined to know what had occurred. The man gulped nervously before speaking. As relayed to Stoneport before here, the message was, just before lunchtime Lord Stark was arrested and imprisoned. Your sister, Sansa, is a hostage in the Red Keep, while Arya escaped and is now with our people. All other Stark servants and guards are dead, the man sadly informed them. His mother gasped beside him while he slumped back in his chair, gaping, he too, shocked by the message. "Is Arya all right?" "What about Sansa and Ned?" his mother asked, desperate for details. "Lady Arya is well, my lady." The message said she escaped the castle and reached the harbor within an hour or so of the incident, the messenger answered sympathetically. "Why? Why did it happen?" Robb finally said. His father and Robert were friends, they wouldn't betray each other. "The king died this morning, my lord." A few hours later Lord Stark tried to enforce the king's will, but the queen tore it up and declared Joffrey king. Why would she do that? Joffrey was to be king anyway, so why turn on father? Bran asked confusedly from the side. Power, Catelyn said bitterly, though she suspected there was more to it, otherwise why would Jon Arryn have been killed? If Ned was made regent, Cersei would lack power, thus she wanted rid of Ned to seize power and rule through her son. Either way, father is imprisoned and Sansa is held captive, Robb said angrily. Can Lord Warrington effect an escape? It is my understanding that a team, which was already in King's Landing to reinforce our position, currently has something in mind. It will likely take time to plan given the castle and numbers. A few days, perhaps more given circumstances, the man explained. A small team would be of little use against a whole garrison of guards on alert, Robb thought, thinking of how it could be done. Maester Lewin, do you have any suggestions? Mother, he asked hesitantly. My lord, until we know the circumstances there is little we can do other than write a note demanding Lord Stark is freed or that the crimes are explained. It is probable that a message is en route here or will soon be sent. We likely will get one in 4 days or so, assuming they send one immediately. Unless you wish to call the banners now and march south, my lord, he raised a questioning eyebrow at that. Robb shook his head. He wasn't sure if he should yet call it fear of war, but he was uncertain, and given Warrington's troops he'd rather let them free his father than raise a host. I would argue for you then to wait for Lord Warrington to effect an escape attempt, and if that fails then call the banners. Robb, you can't allow your father to stay there in the dungeons without challenge. Sansa is a hostage. We must free them, his mother cried. Why not do both? Bran suggested out of the blue. They turned to look at him and he ducked his head in embarrassment. What I mean is, why can't you ask some bannermen to begin gathering forces while we wait for Warrington? It would mean we could move quicker if we have partial hosts assembled, as you'd have to wait less for troops to arrive. Robb looked at Lewin and his mother, the three of them pondering the suggestion. We could ask for Lords Bolton, Sewin, Warrington, Karstark and Umber to assemble some initial forces. Once we get word of any escape attempt or other news, we can send further ravens to formally call the banners, Lewin suggested, a compromise of Lewin's own recommendation and his mother's demand to free his father. Do it. The time to muster will give Warrington a chance to free my father, and we can send word if we hear more. Put them on alert and maybe send ravens to others informing them we may call the banners, so they should begin their own preparations. If I do, then they'll be ready and can muster quicker, Robb said decisively. He worried for his father, but he couldn't start a war just yet if his father could be freed from within the capital. Casterly Rock. 2 days later. Tywin was at his desk enjoying a moment's peace from his work. He had built his family legacy up high, with his blood soon to be on the throne, a dynasty that would outlast the Targaryens and show up the mad fool of a King Aerys. He was just savoring a late lunch when his brother came in with a rolled-up piece of parchment and a worried look. Yes. Message from King's Landing. It looks like Cersei is writing, Kevan explained. What now? Is she complaining about the fat oaf again, or the Starks maybe this time? Gods, how did she grow to be so spiteful? She's not half as clever as she thinks, Tywin grumbled. Kevan just shrugged while handing it over. Tywin loved his family, but gods, his daughter and eldest son were disappointments. One a spiteful idiot who thought she was clever, the other a noble fool who cared more for swords and cloaks than he did family duty. And don't get him started on the dwarf. He broke the seal and read the message. And reread it. And read it again before angrily slamming his hand down on the table with a loud crash. Kevan looked at his brother worriedly. He could see the fury in his eyes while he maintained a stone-faced look. What happened? He eventually asked. It was never good when Tywin got this way. He had that look when the Rains and Tarbucks rebelled. My idiot daughter has just outdone herself. King Robert is dead. He died in the morning, and then Eddard Stark was arrested and thrown in the Black Cells for usurping the crown of Joffrey a few hours later. The elder Stark girl is a hostage and the youngest will soon be found. The entire Stark household has been slaughtered while Renly Baratheon fled the night before this all happened. It's dated as 2 days ago. Oh, Kevan said simply, yes, that rather was a bit of a disaster. We're lucky she was intelligent enough to send a message to us first. She was going to wait a few days before she sent one north demanding fealty from the wolf pup up there. It takes 4 days for a raven to get up there, and he will no doubt raise a force to try and free his father. So we will raise 2 hosts with our 4-day head start. You will go to Riverrun and ensure they stay quiet and out of the way. I will go over to the King's Road near the Ruby Ford so as to intercept the pup and bring him to heel. Then, with them defeated and forced to accept my terms, I will go to the capital and find out what in 7 hells she thinks she is doing. What about Lord Stark? I will question him myself to find out why my daughter would accuse the most honorable fool in the realm of usurping Joffrey. After that he will take the black, since it is the only way out for us now, since Cersei is already sending out ravens publicly declaring him a traitor. Killing him will mean no peace with the North, the Vale or the Riverlands, therefore sending him to take the black will ensure peace and allow us to maintain an image of control and power that would have been ruined by retracting the charge of treason. Keeping a daughter in the capital or here at Casterly Rock will likely help with peace too, allowing us to deal with problems in the capital. Now call the banners and we shall go forth and end this idiocy. Kevan nodded and briskly exited the room. Tywin was silently fuming over the 2 days, glaring at those who walked slowly or failed their duties. He was now raising 2 hosts to go into the Riverlands to head off the wolf pup, who would no doubt come south with a host once he heard of his father, as well as to ensure the Riverlands didn't get any ideas of helping the Stark boy. Hells, he sympathized with the boy. If someone had captured one of his family, he'd wage war for them. Gods, why could none of his children ever do anything right? Admittedly he did not know what exactly occurred in the capital, just that his daughter had claimed Stark wanted to seize the throne for himself or for Stannis. Anyone with half a brain would know the Honorable Lord Stark would not sully himself and demean himself with such actions, not without a very good reason. This meant there had to be an actual reason why he tried to stop Joffrey from taking the throne. That question was slightly answered by the Raven, which came a few hours after his daughters. Pycelle had claimed that Lord Stark had merely tried to make himself regent by Robert's command until Joffrey came of age. That was more like the Eddard Stark he had heard about. It was also a surprisingly sensible order from a king who rarely did sensible things. Still, what in 7 hells was Cersei playing at by stopping Stark from doing as commanded by Robert? Joffrey would have been king regardless, plus he was young and in need of guidance both he and Stark could provide if handled correctly. He would have been willing to cooperate since it meant his blood on the throne. He might have even been able to convince Stark to go home, thus giving himself the position of regent and hand. Gods, was the only one with a brain his deformed drunken lecher of a son Tyrion. He had however already called his banners and was in the process of marshalling them near the Golden Tooth. He would send his brother Kevan and around 15,000 to Riverrun to keep them quiet under threat of force, while he took another 17,000 to the King's Road to head off the wolf pup and bring him to heel. From there he would sort out the mess in the capital. Hopefully with the Starks defeated in battle they would bend the knee and return north to cower up in that barren frozen wasteland they called home, leaving him free to deal with Renly and Stannis should either try to cause problems given the goings-on in the capital. Gods, he hated his children sometimes, they always got in the way of his legacy. Unleash the Dogs of War. Late 298 AC. King's Landing. 5 days after Robert died. The news shocked everyone. They had been minding the warehouse when Harry had called down from the attic, and even Arya looked excited for the first time in a few days after hiding away from people. "What's going on?" Shepard asked, strolling up to Harry, who watched the camera screens. "Throne room, they've all gathered. The Queen Mother and the new king have been announcing a few things. Mostly lordships and the like. Apparently Tywin Lannister is to be the new hand." "How do you know that?" Arya asked. "The camera tells us, plus we can listen in." Here he answered from his seat in front of the screens. He fiddled with a few things before they then heard what was said in the throne room. "Lastly, in these times of treason and turmoil, it is the view of the council that the life and safety of King Joffrey be of paramount importance." Pycelle spoke before rolling up his scroll as he finished reading. "Sir Barristan Selmy," the Queen Mother spoke regally as she stood. Sir Barristan left the row of Kingsguard and stood before the throne. "Your Grace, I am yours to command," he replied as he knelt before her. "Rise, Sir Barristan." The group watching could just make out a smirk gracing her lips. "She's planning something," Arya commented worriedly, recognizing that look. Sir Barristan slowly removes his helmet after a command from the Queen. You have served the realm long and faithfully. Every man and woman in the 7 kingdoms owes you thanks. But it is time to put aside your armor and your sword. It is time to rest and look back with pride on your many years of service, the queen says, to much murmuring and Sabaristan's confusion. Your grace, the king's guard is a sworn brotherhood. Our vows are taken for life. Only death relieves us of our sacred trust, he says, clearly baffled by how he could be asked to go. Whose death, Sabaristan? Yours, or your king's, she questions mockingly. Baristan looked insulted by the questioning of his ability. You let my father die. You're too old to protect anybody, Joffrey added, pouring salt in the wound. Your grace, Baristan starts but is interrupted by Cersei. The council has determined that Sir Jaime Lannister will take your place as Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. More murmurs start and even Sir Jaime looked surprised by his new appointment. Sir Baristan stood there looking even more incensed and insulted. That man profaned his blade with the blood of the king he had sworn to defend, he argued as he gestured at the man in question. Even Sir Jaime looked down, perhaps guiltily, at that. Careful, Sir Cersei cautioned menacingly. How could they? Sir Baristan is the best knight in the realm, father spoke highly of the man, Arya said in confusion while the other two looked on in growing surprise. We have nothing but gratitude for your long service, good Sir Varys spoke in sympathy. You shall be given a stout keep beside the sea, with servants to look after your every need. A hole to die in and men to bury me, you mean, Sir Baristan replies angrily before Shepherd and the other two watch him very forcefully removing his cape. I am a knight. I shall die a knight. He throws his cape, his helmet, and his gloves at the foot of the Iron Throne. A naked knight, apparently Littlefinger comments sarcastically, causing many to laugh at this. That was clearly the last straw for Sir Baristan, who then angrily draws his sword and points it at Joffrey. The crowd hushed and gasped in surprise as the remaining Kingsguards drew their swords as well and pointed them at him, Sir Jaime only slowly doing so. Even now I could cut through the 5 of you like carving a cake. Baristan says boldly to his former brothers. Even Jaime appears disquieted by going against the bold. There is tense silence in the room. All eyes are on Sir Baristan and several gold cloaks have their hands on their swords now too. Sir Baristan turns to Joffrey angrily. Here, boy, and he throws his sword at the foot of the Iron Throne. Melt it down and add it to the others. He then storms out of the throne room. The crowd letting him pass as he leaves as the remaining Kingsguards sheath their swords. You gotta admit, that was bold of him, Harry says admiringly. Arya nods her head fervently. Shepherd just hums thoughtfully. She reaches to press a small earpiece and presses it gently. This is Shepherd to outlooks. Find Sir Baristan Selmy and bring him here. Arya looks up sharply at her. Why do that? Let's just say Lord Warrington might have a few words for him. He did not know what to do. He was old, yes, but still a master with a blade. He could still serve or instruct, however that did not resolve what to do. He could try going to Stannis, he supposed, a capable commander but not one who would be considered worthy of kingship. Robert was a bad king but had been a great warrior. Stannis would likely be the same but would be too stern for the people to accept. Renly was just an idiot. A charming and polite one, but he knew nothing of ruling. He'd failed his own duty as master of laws for Seven Sake. The Starks he could go to, he supposed. Eddard Stark had been a good and honorable man, his son would likely be the same. But still, what to do? As he wandered the city making his way to the harbor in worn clothes which he hoped disguised him, he spotted 2 men coming his way wearing light armor and chainmail under boiled leather plates, on their arms patches with a red anchor on a blue background. They seemed armed with swords and daggers, guards or soldiers then, maybe sellswords. It was then, as he glanced about, that he saw 2 more coming from his left and he knew they after him. Why else so many in one spot? Was the Queen trying to kill him already? Or arrest him like she had the previous hand? Before he could draw his recently acquired sword, one of them raised his hands and spoke. Peace, Sir Baristan, we mean you no harm. In fact, consider it an opportunity to get out undetected, the man said calmly. How can I trust you? Sir Baristan replied suspiciously. I serve House Britannicon. Is that enough? Baristan could grudgingly admit that it likely was enough since he doubted they'd aid the Lannisters after what they did to the Starks. He nodded slowly and followed them to the harbor, keeping a hand on his sword's hilt, before approaching a large warehouse. Ah, the famed warehouse of House Britannicon. The warehouse both Varys and Baelish had failed to put a man inside, much to his amusement. Once inside he was then escorted upstairs via some secret passage and led to an attic space where a man sat in front of some glowing squares with a woman stood hovering by his shoulder. On a reclining sofa, to one side, a dark-haired girl sat. She looked up and he saw her long face and grey eyes and instantly knew who she was, the missing Stark girl. Well, at least she was with good people if they were harboring her. Sir Barristan, the girl said happily, gaining the attention of the woman. It's an honor to speak with you and so good to see a familiar face again. Thank you for your kind words, Lady Stark, but I'd really like to know why I am here, he said, addressing the woman standing nearby as she turned to him. I am Major Hannah Shepherd. I lead the various guards and soldiers based here. We are currently planning a way to extract Lord Stark and his remaining daughter, but we do not know our way around the keep well enough, nor do we know the guard patterns or numbers inside. I was hoping you could fill in the gaps. There is also another matter that I think you might be intrigued by that I will tell you of later. The thought of Lord Stark in the Black Cells was enough to bring grimace to his face. He nodded. A man like Eddard didn't deserve to be there for long. 12 days since Robert died. Major Shepherd woke with a start. She could hear faint talking as well as the hustle and bustle of city life beginning outside the window. It was just gone 7 in the morning. She stretched and got ready for the day, all the while worrying about how to retrieve Lord Stark and his daughter. Thankfully one daughter had made it to the warehouse and told them everything she knew. It wasn't much, but it had prompted them to check all the various cameras that they had placed around the Red Keep. The camera from the throne room revealed all, including who betrayed who and who was on which side. Baelish, Joffrey and Cersei were now their main targets of opportunity. It wasn't mentioned that Lord Warrington had already issued a kill-on-sight command for Joffrey due to his ordering of Bran's murder. For the past 12 days they had bickered and argued while trying to come up with a workable plan to free both Lord Stark and his other daughter. Unfortunately, having only 10 men, albeit armed with guns and swords, was not really enough of a force to safely get in and out without massive loss of life on either side or raising the alarm. The knowledge Sir Barristan provided was invaluable, but it raised more problems. The guards were revealed to be enough in number and in patrols that causing a ruckus near Lord Stark would bring down tens, if not hundreds, of guards and men at arms upon them, that even with their guns it was not great odds. That being said, it was highly likely that an incursion to retrieve Lord Stark would lead to a mass slaughter of Lannister guardsmen, which they'd rather not do if it could be helped. Special forces did precision, not blunt invasion. That they lacked any clear idea of where Sansa Stark was held either did not help, though Barristan was vaguely sure she was on the same floor as the Queen and under guard. They continued with their planning of how to reach the Black Cells when a guard came in with a worried look on his face. There's talk around the city of an execution in the square by the September of Baelor. I think it's Lord Stark. Arya seemed close to tears at the news of her father's possible execution. He wouldn't dare. If he did that, the whole north, the Riverlands and the Vale would ride down on the capital in numbers that even Tywin Lannister couldn't hold back. Sir Barristan exclaimed. It's all Joffrey's and Cersei's fault. I knew they hated us and wanted us gone. We should never have left home, Arya sobbed. The men and women of the secret floor looked on sympathetically. It was fortunate that all who worked here were Northerners or honorable people, otherwise Arya's location may have leaked, the same with Barristan's. They had kept both out of sight regardless in this loft section with the Special Forces team. What do we do now? Asked one soldier. We will try to free Lord Stark at the execution. The rest of you should continue loading stuff onto the 2 ships and prepare this place for demolition. How are we doing with those barrels, Captain Evans? She asked, turning to one man who had been in the city since the warehouse had been set up. You know about that, he spluttered, blinking in surprise. Yes, Lord Warrington and General Marks briefed me since I was to be based here and overseeing our operations, Shepherd replied. Right, okay, understood, Major. Well, we've been shipping it north discreetly for the last few years, Major, ever since we found them under the city while we were checking out the passageways and catacombs. An island out in the Sunset Sea is their final destination, with a few guards there to monitor it. Sir Barristan looked at them with both curiosity and suspicion. Good, make sure we get what we can along with our trade goods out of here, Shepherd said firmly. Yes, We are down to the last barrels apparently, they should be brought up into the warehouse in a few hours. Oh, what about the camera relay, Major? We could need intel on the future goings on inside the castle, pointed out one of her team. That is true, Jenkins. All right, can one of you rig up a relay or a booster so it can reach a different relay? Sure, all the signals come here, we just need to place the receiver on another nearby building and then direct the signal towards the Westerlands. There's a signal booster up on one of the high mountains there. From there it should be relayed back home. There'll be a time lag of a few minutes or so most likely, but it should work. Shepard nodded in approval. Snap to it. Yes, m. Right, as for Lord Stark, I was thinking we do it this way. And she explained her idea. September of Baylor. It was a bright sunny day approaching midday, and the white stone walls reflected the light around as a massive crowd grew in front of a platform used for speeches. Being a holy site, executions were held in front of the Red Keep, but this time an executioner's block was placed on a podium. Watching nearby, King Joffrey, the Queen Mother Cersei with Sansa in a pale blue dress stood just off-center away from the block. Sansa looked quite nervous while Cersei and Joffrey stood smugly and regally. Lord Baelish stood off to the left, near Sansa, smirking, while Lord Varys, Grand Maester Pycelle and the High Septon were gathered to the right with the Hound and 2 Kingsguard, including Sir Jaime Lannister in his gleaming gold armor. Meanwhile a number of gold cloaks stood guard, both in front of the platform keeping the crowd at bay, and a couple on stage with the nobles. A dirty, tired-looking middle-aged man with a long face and long hair along with the makings of a beard was dragged out from a side corridor to the jeers and catcalls of the crowd. Traitor, barbarian, and other names were shouted at the man as he was marched by 2 gold cloaks to the platform. He was taken through the crowd and around to the platform, where he was placed in the center of the stage. As the 2 guards left, unseen by anyone else, some light flashed in his eyes, catching his attention as he looked about. Ned looked up to see a woman dressed in dark clothes kneeling on a roof nearby. The woman had another 2 people crouching beside her with what Ned could just make out as being what House Britannicum called rifles. He then noticed a few people in the crowd dressed similarly to those on the roof and realized what was going to happen. He nodded slightly and began to speak the required speech to buy time. I am Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Hand of the King. He paused, and as he looked about he saw that the 2 beside the woman on the roof were now lying down while those in the crowd were slowly inching forward through the crowd. He glanced at his daughter, who smiled encouragingly at him. Oh, you poor girl, I should never have brought you here, he thought bitterly. I come before you to confess my treason in the sight of gods and men. I betrayed the trust of my king and best friend Robert. I swore to protect and defend his children, but before his blood was cold I plotted to murder his son and seize the throne for myself. He paused again as the crowd screamed at him, slightly considering if he should say something else, but he carried on regardless. Let the High Septon, and Baelor the Blessed, bear witness to what I say. Joffrey Baratheon is the one true heir to the Iron Throne, by the grace of all his gods, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the realm, he concluded, though looked bitter saying the words. The crowd continued baying as Pycelle took a few slow steps forward. Up above, Shepard spoke to her team. In position. Ground team ready to extract, came one voice over the radio. Sniper 1 on Cersei, came a second voice from beside her. Sniper 2 on Joffrey, the third man on the roof said. Sniper 3 on Baelish, reported the third sniper, who was placed on a building further away from the square. As we sin, so do we suffer. This man has confessed his crimes in sight of gods and men. The gods are just, but beloved Baelor taught us that they can also be merciful. What is to be done with this traitor, your grace? Pycelle said slowly and with the occasional stutter. The crowd yelled, screaming out words that blurred with their shouting. Then Joffrey raised his hands to silence them. My mother wishes me to let Lord Eddard join the Night's Watch. Stripped of all titles and powers, he would serve the realm in permanent exile. And my lady Sansa has begged mercy for her father. He paused, as he seemed to enjoy the crowd hanging on his every word. He savored the moment. But they have the soft hearts of women. As long as I am your king, treason shall never go unpunished. Sir Eileen, bring me his head, the young boy said viciously. Cersei and Sansa were momentarily stunned by the command before both began calling on Joffrey to stop. The crowd shouted and jeered, applauding the order. Suddenly Joffrey collapsed to the ground and Cersei began to run towards him before crying out as her arm spurted blood and she collapsed to the floor. Baelish followed Joffrey barely a second later. Faint pops being all that was heard. Sir Eilyn, who had been approaching Lord Stark with the Valyrian greatsword ice, then too collapsed, only a few seconds after that, dropping the Stark family sword with a clatter. When Ned eventually noticed, slowly coming out of shock, he looked down and saw blood running from the Sir Eilyn's head. Seeing the two guards who had previously held him down for Sir Eilyn approaching him, he quickly picked up his family's fallen sword and used it to kill one approaching Goldcloaks, spearing him in the chest, before then swiping the blade in a wide arc to kill the second man by removing his head. With chaos and panic sparked, 3 men charged through the crowd and stormed up onto the stage dressed in dark clothing with a red anchor patch on their right arms. They darted over to Lord Stark and helped him towards steps leading down into the square. The crowd was wild and confused, running about frantically as their king and his mother lay still on the floor. Sir Jaime was knelt down cradling Cersea's head, crying over her injury and comforting her, as he tried to stop the bleeding. Meanwhile more guards rushed around in confusion as 2 more approached Lord Stark and his would-be rescuers with drawn swords. One of the dark-clothed men raised what Ned knew to be a rifle of some sort and fired at the 2 Goldcloaks. 2 loud bangs erupted from the rifle, making the crowd panic even more and run in every direction away from the bangs and the square. The 2 approaching Goldcloaks jerked backwards before falling to the ground, blood starting to pool at their backs. Another of the dark-dressed men rushed past a distracted Jaime, a dead Joffrey and an injured Cersei, who moaned in pain and shouted for guards, towards Sansa who was cowering on the floor trying to look small and invisible. "Come with us and we'll get you out of here, girl," the man said quickly. She nodded weakly as she saw her father being helped away by the other 2 men. The group hurried away from the podium when a number of guards tried to approach the 5 escapees, including the Hound, but 3 of the Goldcloaks dropped down suddenly like puppets with their strings cut. Clegane and 2 Red Cloaks just stood there baffled and slightly fearful at the random deaths, thereby allowing the 5 to flee into the city, leaving chaos and confusion in their wake. Around the square half a dozen more Goldcloaks dropped down as they tried to approach the escaping Starks or corral the panicking crowd which had emptied greatly since Joffrey was shot. "Sansa, keep your head down and follow these men, we'll make it out of the city, my daughter, just keep moving," Ned said encouragingly to his daughter. She whimpered an affirmative as the group kept moving through into the city. There they met a woman and a man, both dressed in dark clothes with the anchor patch, holding dirty traveling cloaks. "Put these on, my lord, my lady. These will help cover your faces and bodies, making it harder for them to track us," the woman said as they passed out the traveling cloaks with hoods for all to wear. With that they then made their way through the city and down towards the docks. Back in the square before the September Varys and Pycelle looked at the body of the new king. "He's dead by some strange method," Pycelle wheezed out after standing up again. "I am not sure how, but he possesses a hole in his head, the forehead to be precise, while those 2 guards over by the block seem to have a large hole in their chests. The other City Watch members have ones to their heads as well, though a couple seem to have been hit in the chest. It is most peculiar. They were dead almost instantly, however. As for Queen Cersei, she has a similar wound to her shoulder. My guess is she moved so quickly on seeing Joffrey killed it saved her from a fatal blow." Varys looked on worriedly. Who could have affected the escape of a lord and his daughter while also carrying out the assassination of the king and injure his mother? The red anchor patches did hint at who it might have been, and if true then they were truly a great threat to any who went against them. The fallout from this would be terrible. At least Baelish was out of the way, that flesh peddler was causing too much chaos. At least it seems he fell from his ladder, Varys thought with a small smirk. Indeed, the kingdom might be safer in young Tommen's hands rather than the increasingly mad ones of Joffrey. Oh dear, the fallout will be quite terrible indeed, Varys thought while looking about the chaos of the square and the injury. Cersei glanced over up towards the Red Keep where Tyrion kept Tommen and Myrcella company. The poor dears, he thought. Jaime looked after his sister who was shouting commands and trying to stand but just looked weak and pale from the blood loss instead. He just held her close and swore to protect her better. On the other side of the city, down by the docks, a group of people in traveling cloaks arrived at a warehouse. After being brought inside, Lord Stark looked about. The workers here were busy packing up items and moving things about to be loaded up onto the 2 ships moored by the warehouse. It was controlled chaos as men and women rushed about, clearing out the place in order to leave nothing behind. "Father!" came an excited yell, and Ned turned only to be rushed by a small dark-haired blur. He looked down to see his youngest daughter alive and well, if a bit tearful. "Hush, my brave daughter, as you can see I am alive and mostly fine. As is your sister Sangza," he said kindly as he stroked her hair. He pulled Sangza into a hug too as both girls cried in relief. "Lord Stark, it is good to see you again." Ned looked up to see Sir Barristan standing nearby in a plain grey and brown gamison with a longsword at his hip. "Sir Barristan, what brings you here?" he asked in confusion. "Your friends in House Britannicum brought me here, my lord. They asked for my aid in getting you out, though it seems unneeded now. They also mentioned there's something else to tell me, but apparently I need to be cleared for it, whatever that means." "I see. My thanks for what aid you gave them, Sir Barristan. And if my understanding of their ways is correct, the person here wants to report to their superiors to see if they can tell you." Lord Stark, apologies for interrupting, but we need to get you lot on board now. "The sooner you're away the better," came the voice of a youngish woman in her late 20s or early 30s. "Forgive me, but who are you?" Ned asked as he turned towards the woman. He was thankful for the rescue, but that didn't mean he trusted blindly, not after what happened with Baelish. "I'm Major Hannah Shepard, Lord Stark. I lead the special operations team that was sent here to reinforce your position after the incident at the inn at the crossroads, and also given general goings-on in the capital. Lord Warrington wanted a team ready in case things went pear-shaped. We arrived just after the tourney finished, so we were well entrenched, but the events of the throne room caught us off guard. Luckily Arya here managed to make her way down to the docks and found our warehouse and informed us of what was occurring. I'm sorry for the loss of your people." Ned nodded in appreciation. "Now we really must go." With final commands given, the group were bundled onto one of the waiting ships. Both were carracks, though one was modified with the addition of cannons, and the ships both set sail. Barely minutes since casting off, the now empty warehouse exploded in a large fireball as the 3 Starks and former Kingsguard looked on in both surprise and awe. With no distractions or hindrance, the two set sail heading north along the east coast. "Major Shepard, we should head to Dragonstone. Given the nature of the now King and Princess, Lord Stannis is next in line. I intend to pledge him my support, as he is the rightful king, with the Cersei's children being bastards born of incest." Sir Barristan gasped in shock. "I see. Are you sure you wish to do that, my lord?" Shepard asked hesitantly. She'd been ordered to get Lord Stark north ASAP. "Of course. It is the right and legal thing to do," Ned said firmly. The old Kingsguard nodded slowly in agreement too, so Shepard nodded and headed to the helm to adjust their course. 14 days since Robert died. Tywine was confused. It had taken over a week to reach the Ruby Ford, where he was now encamped with his host of around 17,000, and he was still waiting to hear word of the Wolf Pups movement south, but instead he had heard nothing. In fact, when he had initially left the Westerlands, he had thought he would hear news of the Stark boy beginning to assemble a host to take south, but he had heard nothing. Indeed, it was only after he had been marching for 5 days and Kevan was almost to Riverrun that word came of the Stark boy only then assembling a host. It confused him, and Tywine did not like being confused. It was then that he realized one of two things must have happened. The boy had either been waiting for something or was wise enough to not want to engage the Lannister armies. That had obviously changed now. With him invading the Riverlands, he had thus forced the Wolf Pup's hand to summon his banners and come south to aid his grandfather and uncle. "Damn, the boy is more patient than I thought," conceding a point in the Green Boy's favor. He had made camp by the Ruby Ford, setting up a strong defensive line on the south side of the ford in order to block the Stark boy when he finally came south. To keep his people occupied, he sent them out to deal with a number of Riverlands forces that tried to assemble in order to challenge his presence. They in turn had been routed and forced to retreat back to their keeps such as Harroway and Harrenhal. Kevan had done the same while on the move, thus preventing them from uniting into a sizable host which could challenge either Lannister army. It was now a waiting game. He was disturbed from his thoughts when a guard stuck his head in the tent. "Sorry to disturb you, my lord, a rider has arrived with a message from King's Landing. Says it's urgent, my lord." "Send him in immediately," Tywine commanded, eager to know the latest from the capital. The man bowed and left. A minute later a red cloak came inside with a hurried look on his face. "You have the message?" "Yes, my lord." "Here, my lord," the man replied and handed over the rolled up parchment. "Do you know what is said?" Tywine asked, curious for a hint while he examined the seal. It was Pycelle's. No my lord. You sound hesitant, you either do or do not know, which is it? I do not know the exact words written, but given what has occurred in the capital I can guess my lord. Bad then. The messenger gulped nervously and nodded slowly. I see. Dismissed. Yes my lord, the man replied. He bowed and then almost ran from the tent. Tywine felt a deep sense of unease come over him as he broke the seal and read the message. The messenger had understated how bad it was. It was awful. He let out an annoyed shout before he took a few deep breaths to steady himself and then poured a cup of wine and downed it quickly. Informing one of the guards on duty to gather his lords, he sat at his meeting table to wait and consider his options. Over the next few minutes they arrived and settled at the table, most taking in Tywine's stone-faced demeanor, and sat there nervously. I have had news from the capital, Tywine informs them coldly when the last arrived. Good news, asks one man hopefully. Unfortunately not, Sir Marbrand. In fact there is no other word to describe it but a disaster. Surely Stannis or Renly have not proclaimed themselves king and taken the capital already, asked another man worriedly. No Lord Lefford, not yet anyway. No, in all his great judgment, Joffrey decided to execute Lord Stark. Or rather try to. Muttering broke out amongst the assembled lords and commanders. King Joffrey is dead and my daughter injured. And both Stark hostages are gone. Tywine thundered, shocking the group. How my lord? One asked nervously. A group of armed soldiers freed Lord Stark and his daughter while killing Joffrey and Lord Baelish. Baelish is no loss, one man muttered, loudly enough for Tywine to hear and level a glare at him. My grandson, our king, is dead. My daughter injured, almost killed. That is the important point here, Sir Fleamont. Now we have no leverage over the Northerners, we have been shown to be weak in our own capital, and we now know why the Stark boy was slow to assemble a host and come south. But the North is always slow to assemble, one lord pointed out. True, but they usually start immediately assembling a host once they decide to. The Stark boy didn't appear to summon his banners until a few days after receiving the raven demanding fealty, Tywine corrected. In fact it seems it was only when we had progressed some distance into the Riverlands that he began marshalling troops. He was waiting for something to occur, obviously this, and Tywine threw the message on the table disgustedly. We preempted him and forced him to come support his family here with our invasion. Sir Marbrand picked it up and read it before blanching. They were clearly well trained and equipped. They suffered no causalities and escaped cleanly, if killing a dozen people is clean. They also caused the warehouse that House Britannicum uses to explode, thus covering their escape and sowing more confusion. I don't want to admit it, but they pulled it off impressively well, my lord. Indeed, Tywine grudgingly conceded. But now we must decide what to do now. We must engage the Stark boy before his father can get to him. Put him down hard and the Northerners will return to their frozen wastelands before Lord Stark can rally them, Lefford suggested. Most nodded, knowing how well Lord Stark had fought in both rebellions and was a capable commander that could not be underestimated. We could sue for peace. With Stark gone there is no need for war, the boy hasn't even come south yet. Sue for peace now and we can focus on Renly or Stannis when either try something another proffered. No, for now we will camp here, Tywine said firmly. Suing for peace now is pointless since we have already attacked the Riverlands and the boy rides to aid his grandfather. Plus we do not know what Lord Stark has planned or where he is. He will likely come to fight for his father-in-law, so we best be prepared. Kevan is nearing Riverrun so he can ensure their compliance, and we are south enough that we can journey to the capital should things change. We can also easily reach Riverrun should the Stark pup try anything. He is still assembling a host and so is days, if not more, away from engaging either of us. We shall continue to enforce the king's peace here while we wait, and it allows us to deal with Renly should he come north with the roses before the wolf comes south. Kevan can deal with a bunch of Northerners if he has to, Tywine said confidently. Stony Shore. Jon was worried. His father and sisters were possible hostages and the North was going to war. Warrington had informed him of what had occurred in the capital shortly after he'd heard. Jon had been angry and hurt, knowing there was little he could. He could only pray and hope Warrington's people could save his father. That had turned out to be true, but by then Robb had called his banners after receiving calls for aid from his uncle and grandfather. And so the North went to war. Here in Stoneport it mostly involved readying the war fleet and assembling all the Marines who would travel, some 5,000 soldiers. Left behind would be less than 1,000 men to guard the city, the castle and the naval base north of the city. The city and surrounding lands had been drained of men and women as House Britannicum readied for war. Being able to use the entire populace regardless of gender allowed for larger military forces. John himself was going to be part of a squad of soldiers stationed aboard the Silence. The Marine commander, a General Frank Marks, wanted him close for some reason. He felt like they were grooming him for command, which he was flattered by, but also he felt unworthy since he was a bastard. He'd heard that Lord Warrington had gone to Winterfell with 100 men to join the host of his brother and provide a link to the forces here. Indeed, Houses Mormont and Glover along with Glover vassals Bowl, Branch, Forrester and Woods were sending men here to be shipped south, with House Britannicum raising their total men to just over 7,500. Apparently Warrington wanted to use the fleet to bypass the Twins and disembark at Seaguard, joining up with Riverland forces there. That force could also then be used to encourage House Free to let Robb through with little payment. He got himself ready, grabbing his armor, which included mail, leather plates and a brigadine, as well as his bastard sword, made by Mickon in Winterfell. He nodded to a few others who were queuing by the gangplank to board the Silence as the various deckhands and harbor staff hurried about loading up vessels with provision. John was lucky, he only had to come to the harbor here, most had to travel to the naval base north of the city to board their ships. He got talking with a couple of the Marines since they apparently were staying aboard the fleet regardless of any land combat, since their duty was to protect the ship from boarders. That seemed to be his duty as well. He sighed. He wished he could serve with Robb, but he apparently was going to be sitting out the war mostly safely on a ship. "Don't look so down, Lieutenant Snow," came a voice from the deck. Lieutenant, a strange name though he had learned it was a rank of command. He would take charge of 5 men. "Sorry General," he said, trying to stand more alertly. "You will see combat, lad, and help your brother." "We will." "Aye, we will, lad. From my understanding of Lord Warrington's plan, the Mormont and Glover forces will be dropped off at Seaguard along with a special detachment of our troops. The fleet will then proceed to harass and raid along the Lannister coastline, assuming the orders are confirmed." "But I'm a Marine you call them. Don't they just stay on board the ship?" John asked confusedly. "Oh no, they go ashore as well. Think of Marines like better quality Ironborn raiders, though no pillaging or raping. They blow things up or invade and capture strongholds for the main army to sweep in afterwards. Marines are the best of the best, the toughest bastards all around who can beat anyone, well except special forces, those guys are just." The general trailed off fondly. "Anyway, you'll earn your stripes soon enough, Jon Snow. Get stowed away below and then help the crew. We have a voyage to prepare for." "Aye, General." "What's happening out there?" she asked softly from the deck of the ship, looking out into the busy bay. All around them ships and small boats were moored up or dashing to and fro delivering equipment, men or provisions. "Lord Stark seems to have called the banners. The North marches to war, Lady Targaryen, thus House Britannicum mobilizes its fleet," the man beside her explained. She shivered slightly. It was cold in the north, so she wore a grey, almost white, fur cloak over similarly colored warm clothes which made her stand out a bit on the wooden ship. "The harbor looks busy. Where do we go then?" she asked, seeing no chance of her getting there unnoticed. "We are to travel a little further north to another harbor, a secret harbor. There you can rest up and learn about Westeros or whatever you like," Major Zach Cartwright replied. "I see, and I can do anything. Who does Lord Stark go to war with then? I thought he and the usurper were friends." "Anything you like within reason, I believe. And I don't rightly know who, my lady, I only know that this is the site of the fleet going to war," the man answered honestly. He had not been informed of any conflict though, given how they had been north of the Iron Islands for the last few days, and thus in controlled waters, it would not have mattered. Daenerys sighed. She hoped this would be better than Viserys and Illyrio, though she was regretting leaving behind the warmer weather. "I just want to be home and safe and not have to worry about assassins," she said sadly. That is a dream many would like. And revenge on the usurper. Can't blame you for that, but from what I know about the rebellion, it was justified. Your father burned lots of people alive, including Lord Rickard Stark and his heir Brandon, leaving the current Lord, Eddard, the heir. Then the king accused Eddard and Robert of treason and demanded their heads. What was Jon Arryn to do but rebel? Meanwhile your brother Oregor did whatever it was he did with the Stark girl. In short, your family did too much wrong at once, which condemned them to their fate. That being said, neither the children nor Elia deserved the fate they got, though it was unsurprising. Unsurprising. They killed an innocent boy and girl plus their mother. And my father was a good king betrayed by traitors, or so Viserys said. But that sort of thing has been done before when monarchs get overthrown. The new monarch either wants to remove all traces of the previous king to prevent rebellion to restore them, or they keep one of the king's sisters or daughters alive to marry to secure their throne and unite the realm. Dany took a moment or two to follow what the man had spoken of before slumping in defeat. She could see the logic of either position even if she hated it. As for your father, he was truly mad according to all the histories. Burning people for imagined treachery. The worst was when he did so to Lord and Heir Stark. That was the final straw. War was inevitable after that, the man concluded sadly. Daenerys looked sadly out at the north. Had her father been truly that bad? What did it say about Viserys then, she wondered as the ship sailed slowly up the coast. Moat Cailin. The castle was impressive. The ancient fortress had been slowly rebuilt over the past few years and now stood proud, a sentinel and shield against anything from the south. The work of House Britannicon and his father's other bannermen had been most impressive, and he was thankful for their loyalty and hard work. Still, Robb felt afraid. Asher had said that was good when he admitted it, and that it showed he wasn't a fool. He had hoped that by not taking any direct action the Lannisters wouldn't either, but it was a naive view. He'd hoped too that his father would be free long before now, meaning that the Lannisters would withdraw since he hadn't come south and his father was free. But it had taken longer than he'd expected, and now the Lannisters raided the Riverlands and forced everyone inside their keeps. So now he had to march south to save his grandfather and uncle and free them from Lannister armies. He knew too that Tywin would likely want him, or Warrington, to pay for the death of Joffrey and injury of Cersei. Still, for what they tried to do to Bran and his father, he felt it warranted. The last of the troops he could expect had arrived earlier this day, bringing his total forces to 18,000. He expected a few more from the Flints of Flint's Fingers and those of House Reed as he went towards the twins. Lord Warrington had informed him of the 7,500 at Stony Shore, including Mormont and Glover troops. The idea to send them round to Seaguard and then over to the twins to encourage the Freys to oblige was smart, he felt. The twins could only be taken from both sides, which he'd be able to do with 2 armies. The good news was that his father and sisters were free. Word of his father's liberation had been celebrated that night by a feast in the moat and the camps outside. Now he just had to end the Lannister campaign in the Riverlands and they could sort out what was going on. He just had to beat a Lannister army. He scoffed, so very simple. To complicate things even more, there were 2 armies from what his scouts and the letter from Riverrun had said. He sighed. Yes, this was not going to be an easy war. Indeed, some of his war council, Lords Bolton and Karstark among some, had advocated just returning home now that Lord Stark was free. Meanwhile both he, his mother and a few others, Lords Umber, Marndale and Warrington for example, had brought up the request for aid from the Tullys and his grandfather, and that they should honor their alliance. It had taken Grey Wind giving an impressive display to Lord Karstark to get him to back down and accept commands from Robb, but they had all fallen in line. His wolf had nearly bitten the man's hand off. Now it was time to plan a war. Gods, he wished his father was here now. Discussions and truths. Shepherd. Blackwater Bay. They had been at sea for 2 days now and were soon to approach the fortress that was Dragonstone far on the horizon. With its Valyrian-style method of construction and high solid stone walls, it was a very defensible structure which guarded the mouth of the bay. Messages still came from Stony Shore, but took a few minutes longer than King's Landing. One message for Ser Barristan and Lord Stark was one of great importance. The 2 men in question were at the bow of the ship, standing silently as they watched their approach to the Targaryen stronghold. Lord Stark, Ser Barristan, a moment of your time please before we arrive. Shepherd said as she neared them. The 2 men turned to face her and she glanced about to make sure there was no one close by. First of all, Lord Stark, I can tell you that your son has called the banners and is currently encamped at Moat Cailin. He will head to the twins tomorrow. He has a host of 19,000 with another host being shipped south by the fleet numbering about 7,000. How do we have so many? The most the North can field quickly is around 20,000, Stark asked with some confusion. The fleet has around 5,000 troops, most are Marines, but they can also form an army also. The rest comes from houses Mormont, Glover and their vassals. The Marines will mostly stay with the fleet, however. As for the main host, the population of the North has grown somewhat with the increase in trade, jobs and improved roads. Now Sir Barristan, before we meet Lord Stannis, who do you wish to serve? Shepherd asked, turning to the older man who stood silently for a moment, not expecting the question. He looked thoughtful before answering. That is something I have greatly considered since being dismissed. I had thought Lord Stannis, even you Lord Stark. Ned smiled appreciatively. But truly, I think I will go find Lady Daenerys. I will protect her like I couldn't her brother and father. I will guide her to be a better person and tell her of her family. Assuming I can find her. She disappeared before her wedding in Pentos. No one knows where she is, but I will start in Pentos and search for her, he replied, his face looking longingly at the eastern horizon. Lord Stark? Shepherd asked. I will pledge to Lord Stannis. Given the bastard status of Cersei's children, Stannis is next in line. Sir Barristan looked shocked at the news while Major Shepherd barely batted an eye. You knew already, Major? Ned asked in surprise. My superiors informed me of a number of things prior to coming to King's Landing, this was one of them, Shepherd replied smugly. He is a bastard? Sir Barristan asked incredulously. Sir Barristan, they all are, Ned replied sadly. Jaime and Cersei Lannister are Joffrey's, Myrcilla's and Tommen's real parents. By the Seven. That's a scandal. Cersei is an adulteress. And with Sir Jaime, he's no true knight, he has forsworn his white cloak for the last time, Barristan growled out. How dare that oath-breaking son of a cur. If I was still Lord Commander and the monarch had some honor. I had no idea it was that bad, but why Stannis and not Lady Daenerys? Barristan questioned while trying to calm himself. Westeros will not suffer another mad Targaryen. Their days are over, Lord Stark said firmly. Stannis has the greater claim via right of conquest from Robert's rebellion. Even if she is a kind and good person, the lords will not accept a queen in her own right, he added softly. My lord, Sir Barristan, one of the things I was informed of was that Lady Daenerys is safe and well at Stony Shore, Shepherd informed them, seeing it a good point to interrupt. Both men gaped at her before Ned turned red in anger. What have you done? Asked the furious lord. We could have Lannisters and God knows who else after you and the North if people find out she is there. We are already at war with the Lannisters, Lord Stark, it will hardly change anything, Shepherd pointed out. Besides, who will tell people that she is there? You. It will make allying with Stannis difficult, Stark said in an annoyed tone. Shepherd scoffed. Why? Who says he needs to know? She is in our city under observation and has said that she wants nothing to do with the throne. She just wants to be home. Plus she is out of sight where no one can find her except for loyal members of our military and house. Was that all that you wished to inform me of? Barristan asked hopefully. Indeed, sir, though there is one other thing which I did not know before but was briefed on by Lord Warrington a few hours ago. We found another. Another. Barristan said in shock and confusion, though Ned started to pale at the direction the conversation was taking. Another Targaryen, hidden in plain sight and obvious, once looked hard at though lacking in coloring admittedly. Proven by blood and circumstance. Isn't that right, Lord Stark? When they told me who it was, I was as surprised as Sir Barristan here, Shepherd said with a smirk. You will remain silent on it, Ned started threateningly. You will forget everything you think you know and tell Lord Warrington that. What do you mean, Major? Sir Barristan interrupted quizzically. Why would Lord Stark have a Targaryen? He would if it was his nephew. Be silent. Stark said, almost pleadingly. The cost in blood if it got out. The cost. What cost, Lord Stark? We are already at war, a Targaryen in the mix will not change that. In fact, according to Lord Warrington, our chances could be improved by rallying the remaining loyalists. The cost will be awful, Both rebellions ended countless lives and were pointless, on top my rebellion being based on a lie, Ned explained, terrified of what people would think or do. My own lords will hate me for harboring a dragon, the South hate the Targaryens as well, so throwing in a trueborn son will cause more chaos and extend the war by adding further factions. No, if we can take the capital quickly and defeat Tywin in the Riverlands, we can then force him to stand down, he finished hopefully. Lord Stark, that will not happen. You will need to wage a bloody war right to the walls of Casterly Rock before Tywin Lannister will surrender the throne, Barristan said sadly, shaking his head in disagreement. But surely power and family legacy are all that exist to that man, my lord, Barristan added. Trust me, I've known him a long time through my service as a Kingsguard. He was the best hand we had, he knew politics and power like the back of his hand, pardon the pun, it was unintentional. He did much good for the realm under Aerys, but then brought it down and repaid it when he felt slighted. He will not surrender until he and his family is dead, not when his grandson sits on the throne. With that pronouncement, Ned slumped to the ground, breathing rapidly and shallowly, broken and tired. The sudden collapse of the strong, stoic northerner was quite the shock, and Shepherd had to call for a few men to carry the lord to his quarters to recover, while his daughters rushed over and looked on worriedly. A panic attack. I think we now know what has driven him to keep quiet on his nephew. He is afraid of a long and bloody war which will end so many lives. I think he must have also been scared of what King Robert and the Lannisters could have done if they found out, and didn't want to be forced to choose between his friend, who is almost a brother, and his nephew by blood. A long bloody war would have been the result and would likely break the realm more than it already was, Shepherd commented. That said, the realm is already torn apart from this new war, so it doesn't really change anything. Indeed, I can understand wanting no further war, but the prince should know the truth and decide his own fate, Sir Barristan said firmly, watching Lord Stark be carried away. Does the boy know? Not yet. We'd hoped Lord Stark would tell him first. Then we must. I leave that for Lord Warrington to deal with, sir. If the boy is really Rhaegar's, then I will go to train and speak with the boy. Where is he currently? With the fleet. He has been learning strategy and command from both Admiral Cosmo and General Marks along with Lord Warrington, Shepherd answered. That's a good start. I assume he will fight with them from the front as well? Sir Barristan asked. Aye, he will. Well, we should be arriving in an hour or so. Best get ready to meet Lord Stannis, she replied before walking off to ready herself to meet another lord. Lord Stark had recovered somewhat by the time they pulled into the harbour at Dragonstone, standing stiffly on the deck watching the slowly sinking sun on the horizon. Meeting them by the redded gangplank was a middle-aged man with slowly greying hair who had a small leather pouch around his neck. He also seemed to be missing a few fingertips from his right hand. Shepherd shivered slightly at the thought of losing her fingers or even a hand. Greetings, I'm Sir Davos Seaworth, I serve Lord Stannis. Who comes to Dragonstone? He asked, his thick flea-bottom accent still noticeable even after many years away. I am Lord Eddard Stark, this is Major Hannah Shepherd from House Britannicon, and this is Sir Barristan Selmy. He was dismissed by Cersei and Joffrey. I come to pledge my house and the North to his side following my discoveries about Robert's so-called children. Lord Stannis wondered if you'd work it out. Since returning here he's been gathering his forces to take King's Landing. Well, you best come in, Lord Stannis'll be seeing you. The man then led the three visitors through the harbour and then up the long walk where they went single file to the castle gates. Before long they were walking through the stone corridors of the main keep, locally known as the Stone Drum, and as they went they saw numerous dragon statues and carvings. The group soon came to a pair of wooden doors, guarded by two men in Baratheon livery, and went inside to see a large stone room with a few dragon carvings on the slitted walls. Shepherd appreciated the dragon carvings more because otherwise it was a rather boring grey, almost black, stone room compared to the Merman Court of House Marndaly or the throne room in the Red Keep. Davos led them past the throne, which appeared to have been worked from a single piece or rock as it seemed to rise from the ground and wall behind it, to a staircase up the tower. In the room atop the tower they found a man with short, almost thin, black hair, which was going bald and grey in places, standing by a 50-foot-long wooden table and which was painted with a detailed map of Westeros, from just beyond the wall right down to Dorne. Your Grace, may I present Lord Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, along with Sir Barristan Selmy of the Kingsguard and Major Hannah Shepherd of House Britannicon, Davos said before stepping back to one side. Stannis Baratheon turned around and Lord Stark knelt. Shepard and Barristan just bowed respectfully. Her orders were to see just who Stannis was and if he was worthy of being king or if he needed to be removed, not bow and scrape. Lord Stark, it seems your bannerman while knowing respect does not kneel before her king. Sir Barristan, what is your excuse? I am here merely because Lord Stark is. I plan to pledge myself to someone else, someone with a better claim. No one has a better claim. Not my deluded brother Renly who plays at being a knight and now plays at being king, and certainly not those incest-ridden Lannister bastards in King's Landing. Who then, is it you feel has better claim than I? Rhaegar Targaryen's son Selmy said simply. Shepard had to give Selmy points for saying it to the man's face, though also restrain herself from face-palming too at revealing such information. Ned gulped nervously and paled slightly. All of the prince's children are dead, killed by the tyrant Tywin, Stannis retorted. That doesn't also include the fact that by right of conquest the throne is now Baratheon. The Targaryens would need an army to reconquer Westeros, and the only known claimant is a girl barely flowered who has since vanished and an old blind maester freezing up at the wall. I am the only one by right to take the throne. I am bound to my brother's right of conquest and as his legal heir due to the bastardy of his supposed true-born children. No one would accept a girl on the throne either, so please, who do you plan to bending the knee to, sir? He asked with added bite. Rhaegar's son by Lyanna Stark, hidden as a bastard son by Lord Stark, Selmy replied, resulting in Lord Stark glaring at the knight for revealing such knowledge. Stannis' eyes widened in shock momentarily before narrowing sternly, and he ground his teeth again before then glaring at an equally furious Stark lord. Shepard was tempted to ask him to stop grinding his teeth since he'd only ruin them, but thought better of it. Is this true, Lord Stark? Stannis asked coldly after a few more moments of silence. Lord Stark hung his head sadly before nodding. Aye, it is. The rebellion was built on a lie. Lyanna and Rhaegar ran off and got married by High Septon Maynard according to Lyanna's last words and a letter she left for me, Ned explained tiredly. Elia apparently also knew and approved since she could no longer carry children due to the high risk of death. With only 2 children, Rhaegar felt it was not enough to secure the dynasty nor fulfill some prophecy that the prince believed in. He set her aside. Sir Davos asked in surprise. Nay, it was to replicate the 2 wives policy that the older Targaryen kings had followed, from what little Lyanna told me. What prophecy? Stannis asked sharply. He seemed intrigued by that point, Shepard felt. Something about ice and fire if I remember correctly, Eddard replied vaguely, frowning in thought. I believe you mean the prince that was promised Lord Stark. I remember Rhaegar talking of it with myself and Sir Arthur, Sir Barristan added helpfully. The prince comes from the union of ice and fire, I believe, though I may be mistaken. I never thought much of prophecy. Stannis hummed thoughtfully. Lord Stannis, you are Robert's heir, I and the North will back you. Command us, Ned said firmly. And what of this supposed true-born son, Lord Stark? I can't ignore that claim. It is a valid claim, though contestable due to right of conquest, but it is one that could make or break the realm. Added to that is this prophecy. I have a red priestess here who has made claims related to it. She even claimed it was me who was the prince. And yet, Rhaegar believed it to be his son, of which only the boy you raised remains. So who know what implications this could all have? Who else knows of the boy? Ned gulped slightly before answering. I know not now. Originally just myself and one other. Now it includes yourself, Sir Barristan, Sir Davos and Major Shepard, plus whoever in House Britannicum. Jon does not know though. Who told you? Stannis asked, turning sharply to Shepard. I was merely informed of the situation by my superiors, nothing more. Who knows in your house then? Stannis pressed. Shepard shifted slightly on her feet uncomfortably. From my understanding, most of the leadership, Lord Warrington, both admirals and our land forces commander too. Both Lord Stark and Stannis seemed to slump upon realizing that a fair few people knew of the prince. Stannis then sighed irritably. It seems then I have a choice: take the throne I am duty-bound to take as my right as Robert's heir, or support a Targaryen prince raised as a bastard. What a mess. Does the boy have a name? The man grumbled and seemed to grind his teeth some more. Jon Snow, Lord Stannis. A Targaryen name, surely your sister or Rhaegar gave him one. Oh. My sister named him after insisting that Roriger have a male name in case it was a boy. They called him Jaehaerys after the Conciliator since he is still well liked by many around the Seven Kingdoms including the North. Ned replied. Ha, a good name then, one we can work with, Stannis muttered. Lord Stannis, if I may, Lord. Sir Davos spoke up and Stannis nodded. Why not support him? Many still call Prince Roriger a good man, the boy merely proves that, plus you could have the Targaryen supporting families around the kingdoms rise for him. Not to mention the North, the Riverlands and maybe the Vale under Lord Stark. Possibly some in the Crown Lands too. The Stormlands would need to be sorted out however, and Renly dealt with, while the Dornish and the Tyrells would need to be placated somehow. Sir Davos spoke, getting to the heart of the matter, hence why Stannis kept him around. What have the Tyrells done? And Renly for that matter? Lord Stark asked in confusion. Renly married Margaery Tyrell to gain the support of the Reach. He has also taken nearly all the Stormlands to his side and declared himself king, Stannis said bitterly. It is said, Lord Stark, that he has near 100,000 men or soon will, thanks to both kingdoms, Sir Davos added. I see, things have changed much since my imprisonment. My son is camped by Moat Cailin with around 20,000 and travels to the Twins tomorrow. He is to arrive there in a week. Stannis nodded, glancing at the table map before them. Good work, he's marching fast then. It took almost 10 days when I came south with Robert, but we were slowed due to Cersea's carriage and the baggage train. Additionally, according to a short message I got from Lord Warrington, our spies report that the Lannister army has split in two. One host of 15,000 is near Riverrun, though is not yet besieging it, merely encamped nearby. The other host is 20,000 strong and under the command of Tywin Lannister. It is camped by the Ruby Ford waiting for Robb to come to the capital, though with my escape that will no doubt change various plans somewhat. Stannis nodded again and looked down at the map. It seems I have much to think on. I will sleep on what to do. I have not yet sent ravens out declaring anything, so for now you will have quarters prepared and meals sent to you. Good night, Lord Stark, Sir Barristan, Major. The following day the group met again, though this time a copper-haired, pale-skinned woman in a blood-red silk dress joined them. Shepherd glanced at her and saw a red jeweled choker around her neck and that her robes had a rather plunging neckline to reveal full breasts that would be the envy of many women. She quickly averted her gaze and saw the woman looking at the three of them in turn before the two women then took the measure of each other. She felt like she was being examined under a microscope given the unsettling red eyes the woman had. This is Melisandre, the Red Priestess who came to my court from Essos. She knows of the prophecy and wished to meet with you as well, Stannis said by way of greeting when he entered the room. The group slowly took their seats with Stannis sitting at the head of the table. I have seen Into the Flames many times and I have seen Stannis as the prince. Never once did I see Roriger or Roriger's child. What did you see, my lady? Sir Barristan asked, though Ned seemed to scoff at the idea of looking into fire. Shepherd mostly agreed. Magic was something that those from Britain and America had dismissed, but the tales and relative proof of the long night found in the crypts and vault under the rebuilt stone fort had broadened their minds a bit. When I prayed to be shown Azor Ahai last night I only saw snow, and the sea on fire after that, she answered with a confused expression. Before now I have been shown what I thought must be this island, as it is salt and smoke by virtue of the sea and the fire mountain. The prophecy says, that when the red star bleeds and the darkness gathers, Azor Ahai shall be born again amidst smoke and salt to wake dragons out of stone. Stannis lives in the home of dragons, and so here Azor Ahai shall be reborn. Stannis is that man, she said, her voice melodic with her fervency though weakened by her confusion from earlier. But that is open to much interpretation. I could paint my nephew to fit that. Arthur Dayne died outside the Tower of Joy bleeding. The Danes have a falling star for a banner. I called him Jon Snow, and the salt and smoke could be from the dust thrown up by the sand during the fight and my arrival and the blooded Valyrian steel of my ancestral sword ice. Equally he is becoming the man we want as part of a fleet that will attack our enemies, so more salt and smoke there. And finally he is the product of ice and fire, Stark and Targaryen. So what use is your fires if I can predict things as well as you, Ned challenged, and Shepherd smirked at the annoyed but also surprised expression Melisandre wore. Stannis too arched an eyebrow while Davos seemed to chuckle before coughing slightly to hide it from the priestess. It would seem I have much to think and pray on. Excuse me while I consult the fires. She nodded politely and stood to walk over to the hearth along the left side of the room before then gazing into the flames. As she did, the others returned to their talk. Lord Stannis, have you decided on what you wish to do? Asked Sir Barristan. Ned sat nervously beside him to Stannis' left while Davos watched from his seat on Stannis' right. I have thought long and hard on it. Even spoke with Sir Davos about it and the Lady Melisandre. I believe that if he is true as claimed, then he should be placed on the throne. I only stood because I believed I was the only one with a true claim via my brother Robert, not because I wanted it, but if he is Rhaegar's. As Sir Davos said yesterday, many still love the prince, so with the boy, any loyalists and your own forces, Lord Stark, the Lannisters will face serious opposition. Dorne and the Tyrells along with my brother still remain as obstacles, however, Stannis said, grinding his teeth again in anger at his brother. Could Dorne be satisfied with the heads of Clegane and Lorque? Shepard suggested. Many would love to kill them for what they did during the sack. The others nodded in agreement. That would likely only gain neutrality, but worth the offer. No, Doran's blood would need to be on the throne for an alliance, most likely, Stannis commented. I will go to my brother and the Tyrells and offer an alliance to join with us, though. Perhaps positions in the small council for Renly and the Tyrells to tempt them. That should do, plus the Tyrells have a number of loyalists for Bannerman such as Randall Tarly and the Hightowers, Ned pointed out. Good, then we have a plan. I will seek out my brother while you go rally the North and Riverlands. Try to gain the Vale through your wife and good sister and you should do well. I will send a raven to Lysa from Riverrun. Hopefully my good brother will be able to convince her as well. Suddenly a gasp drew their attention and they saw Melisandre take a few steps away from the fire in shock. What did you see? Stannis asked sternly. Snow, only snow. The boy is the prince, she answered in a quiet, awed voice. Warrington. The march south from Moat Cailin was slow, mostly due to the King's Road being a narrow road through the bogs and swamps of the Neck, but they made good progress with the horse having gone ahead and secured a good position on a hill just north of the twins, allowing for the foot to catch up and rest. In all it took about 6 days thanks to good roads and hard riding or marching. The twins was blocked on his side, the gates and portcullis were in place while archers manned the battlements. It was not a favorable position. That was until he saw another camp on the far side bearing the sigils of House Mormont, Glover vassals and House Britannicon. The other host had arrived. Warrington smiled softly. Well, at least Robb can use it to pressure Old Free to yield, he thought hopefully. Bar it's no good to us, Lord Robb. We can't get near it with the way they're looking and a siege will be costly, Lord Umber complained from beside him to the young man nearby after looking it over. Other lords nearby muttered in agreement. At least we have 2 forces, though I don't see what use a bunch of sailors will be, and bears are only good in a straight fight, not a siege, he added, dismissive of the forces on the other side. Oh, I don't know, Lord Umber, we have a few tools at our disposal which I've asked deployed for this campaign. Tools which have been on our vessels for some time, but we wanted to perfect it before using on land, Warrington said with a smirk and in defense of his people. According to General Marks, the cannons are ready, Lord Robb. At your command we can knock down one of those castles and storm the remnants. Robb hummed thoughtfully. No, as Lord Umber said, a siege will cost time or lives, something we can ill afford. Perhaps I could negotiate with Lord Free, Robb. I am the daughter of his liege lord, he will not harm me, Lady Stark spoke up from beside them. My lady, are you sure? Lord Free is not known for being hospitable, started Lord Karstark. I will be fine, he will respect me enough to let me pass. The lords grumbled but abided by it. A negotiation would be better than besieging the castle they knew. Mother, I want you to take Lord Warrington and Lord Umber with you. Warrington knows how these southerners think better than most, and Umber is large, loud and intimidating. That should help, Robb finally said. The other lords all clamored for the right to go, but the Great John just shouted them down and Warrington nodded. Lord Warrington, how many sit on the other side? Over 4,000, Lord Robb. 1,000 from my house, 900 or so Mormonts, just over 1,500 from House Glover and their vassals, plus 900 from Seaguard and other nearby Riverland houses. Good, good. And the rest of your troops? With the fleet at Seaguard, we were thinking of conducting raids along the Westerlands coast. Do it, it will distract Tywin and prevent him from drawing a fresh host from there due to your raids. If you can sack Lannisport, Robb commanded with a grin. They rode inside the squat castle which sat on the east bank, its dank miserable atmosphere dampening even the great John, who looked about suspiciously at the weasel-faced phrase. Catelyn Stark stood tall and authoritative when they were brought before Walder Frey, Lord of the Crossing, while Warrington and the great John just watched their surroundings and guarded her. The man sat in the throne-like chair looked old, in his 80s at least, with straggly hair, while all around them sat his various sons and grandsons along with a few daughters. "So who comes before me to represent the wolf pup?" the man croaked out. "Lady Catelyn Stark, daughter of Hoster Tully, your liege lord." "A liege lord under threat by Lannisters," Lady Stark replied evenly. "Bar the Lannister are no threat, they are merely keeping the king's peace, a peace that your boy would ruin," Walder Frey retorted. "Only those who have resisted have been fought and trounced. So why do you bring your war to me? Why not carry on down the King's Road and sort your problems out with the Lannisters there? We need to get to Riverrun quickly and bring the forces of the Riverlands there to aid my father and brother. If they do not cause any problems they will be fine," Walder replied with a dismissive wave. "The only one here looking for fight is your son. Send the pup back to his den and don't bring your northern rubbish south again, Lady Stark. If your boy wants a fight, go down the King's Road instead." "The twins will not let you pass," he said firmly and with a grin. "Lord Frey, if I may." "And who are you? Why do you speak, you northern twat? Think I care what you barbarians think?" Lord Frey grumbled. "I am James Warrington, Lord of the Stony Shore. You may have noticed my forces on the other side of the river, placing you between two large hosts. I believe you only have around 3,000 men. I have 5,000 on that bank with another 20-odd led by Lord Robb Stark. Do you truly wish to face that might? Are you threatening me, foreigner? In my own keep? How dare you, guards?" Walder shouted angrily. "Merely stating fact, my lord. Besides, I wouldn't have your guards seize us. By a single command the keep on the west bank will be leveled, signaling Lord Robb to attack the east. So do you want to reconsider? You expect me to believe such rubbish? Guards, seize him and send Lady Stark back to her pup." "Lord Frey!" Catelyn protested. Warrington barely reacted beyond reaching to his ear and speaking. "Fire at will, Colonel," he simply said. The great John meanwhile growled fiercely and took a fighting stance. Boom! The noise came suddenly, ringing and echoing around the room. The hole shook enough to knock a few guards off their feet while causing others to panic as a few bits of plaster fell from the ceiling. Boom! Came the noise again, like thunder in a storm. It was followed by another and another until it had occurred 5 times in total, each time seemingly worse than before. A Free man-at-arms ran into the room gasping for air while looking terrified and stricken. "Well? What is it? What is going on, you idiot?" Walder said impatiently. My lord, the Western Castle, it's been. Yes, get on with it, man. By the 7, are any of my sons and grandsons capable of spitting out a sentence?" Lord Frey grumbled. "It's been heavily damaged," the man exclaimed. "Walls have been breached and turrets demolished. The gatehouse itself is a ruin with the gate and portcullis in pieces." "Orders, my lord." The various Freys stood gobsmacked at the damage 5 booming sounds had made. Some started to panic more now that the gatehouse was destroyed and the walls breached, allowing any to access the bridge. Walder Frey looked a mixture of extremely pissed off and terrified out of his wits. "You," he screamed at Warrington. "You did this?" "How?" "Yes, my people did. And we will do more if you do not allow us passage. We tried being reasonable but you wouldn't listen. Now we try it the hard way, the way of force and might. Let us through or we will level both castles and use them to make a few bridges across the river, meaning that no one can place a toll on them ever again," Warrington commanded fiercely. Lord Frey looked furious at the command. He was Lord of the Crossing, someone to be respected, and yet no one did. Well, that would have to change. "No, you're bluffing. You northerners crow on and on about honor. Where is the honor in destroying me? You seem to forget barely 5 minutes ago you called me and my house foreigners. My people know war and politics far more intimately than this primitive land. If you want a fight I will give you one. Now stand down and let us cross, or I will order my people to destroy the twins." "No. You shall not pass," Walder said, part smugly and part terrified. A number of Freys muttered mutinously, clearly rather just wanting to let the northern host pass than chance their home being demolished. So be it. Colonel Cartwright, continuous fire, destroy the West Castle. Warrington spoke into his radio. A few seconds later a loud boom filled the air and screams could just be made out along with the sounds of crumbling masonry. Boom came again along with more screams. All right, cease your weapons, I submit. I submit, 7, curse you. Walder screamed desperately. Warrington nodded with a smug smile. Colonel, cease fire, he spoke into his radio before turning to Lord Free. A pleasure doing business with you, Lord Free. To make sure there are no hard feelings, Lord Rob is willing to take a son or grandson as a squire as well as have 2 other join his younger brothers in Winterfell to foster. Lord Free just looked like he had sucked on a lemon but nodded stiffly at the offer. Excellent, we shall make our way to Lord Rob and inform him of the terms. Pleasant day to you, Lord Free. With that James nodded and left the room with the Great John and Lady Stark following, the gruff northerner both bemused and frightened, while Lady Stark was angry her negotiations had both failed and been usurped. Plus with Walder having been both insulted and threatened in his own home, it meant that he'd be a very tenuous ally if that. Did you have to do that? She asked as they rode back to meet Rob. He is prickly at the best of times, he will be unbearable now and will not take the slight lying down. She's not wrong, though that you were going to level his castle really got me going, ha ha. Were you gonna do it? Umber asked worriedly. James just smiled mysteriously. Why you were? Only in his mind. We wouldn't have done more than the 2 further shots before stopping, so it was a close run thing. We wouldn't just demolish it there and then unless at war with them. Lord Free just didn't need to know that, he finally answered with a smirk which got Umber laughing again at the big bluff Warrington had played on Lord Free. They soon approached Rob and reported back on the terms and the usage of cannons. I wish you hadn't threatened him, Lord Warrington, but I doubt he would have budged through any other means. As for those cannons, Warrington corrected. Yes, cannons, them. How many do you have? 5 adapted for field operations. They are horse-drawn and have been made strong and light but are still slow-moving, say foot marching pace. Rob nodded in understanding. Good, I'll take them when we cross and head to Riverrun to save my grandfather and uncle from the Lannisters. They may have use with their long range. Warrington, you will take your fleet and raid Lannisport and their shores. It will distract them and keep them from assembling another host. James nodded at the command. Lord Bolton, as discussed, you will take most of the foot and 1/10 of the horse and distract Tywin Lannister. He is expecting a green boy, so give him what he wants. You need only distract him and keep him occupied so we can get to Riverrun. Do not throw away lives needlessly. If timed right, you need only engage for a few minutes before retreating back up here. Lord Bolton nodded in acceptance, his cold eyes glancing at Warrington before moving on to others. Excellent, we ride at dawn then. For now make camp on our respective sides of the river. Dismissed, Rob concluded, and the lords began mumbling and muttering while glancing at Warrington in slight fear and concern as they left the meeting. War was coming to the Riverlands, one way or another. Whispering Wood and Riverrun. John. Do you understand why I did what I did? Not really, my lord. It seems dishonorable to have threatened him that way, John said eventually after asking Warrington about the incident at the Twins. His father wouldn't have done that, and Lord Stark was Warden of the North. Surely he'd have found a better way. We tried to do it honorably and in a peaceful manner, but Walder Free would not budge. What happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? A large crash, a load of pushing to and fro until one breaks. In this case we broke him with the threat of great force and the slight use of it. John snorted. If you call demolishing half a keep slight, he japed, and Warrington smirked back at the boy. I suppose it was a bit much, but you can't deny it worked, right? I guess. Sometimes all you can do is use force because that is all the other knows. Might is right, as some say. Now how goes the training? Both yours and the helping of my troops. John sighed. He had been forced to help train a number of the soldiers in the use of a sword, even training with Warrington a few times. To give him character and know the men, he was told. Indeed, he had realized that perhaps he'd been lucky having Sir Roderick train him and his brother personally compared to most of the others here who either hadn't held a sword before or only had basic skills. As for the other training, Bronn was a harsh taskmaster who fought as dirty as his mouth. Most of the time he ended up in the dirt because he'd gotten an eyeful of it and then been pushed to the ground. He remembered what Bronn had said once about those tricks when questioned on it. You want to fight fair, go to a tourney, fighting in a battle though. You fight to win by any means or you fucking die. Remember lad, war ain't no song, war is hell, you fight to win or you die. That had humbled him and forced him to fight harder, and harder he'd fought. He still couldn't decide if he liked Bronn after all that though. Either training goes well, Bronn knows what he's doing, Jon finally replied to Warrington, who stood beside him on the main deck of the Silence as it led the Britannican fleet south. Yes he does, he taught me a couple of tricks too while he taught my son. My lord, came a voice from behind them. Our Admiral, are we making progress? Yes sir, we're just rounding Banefort on the port side. They'll likely see us sailing, they just won't know where we're going. In other news, word has just come from Stoneport. The Lord Commander of the Night's Watch was attacked and injured in his quarters almost 2 moons ago by a white, or so they claim. Mormont cut it with his sword Longclaw and then threw a candle at it to set fire to it. There was a second one, killing a few men out in the courtyard apparently. Anyway, the main news is that he's going north with 300 men on, arranging to find Benjen Stark and to see if the news of a new king beyond the wall is true. Really a white? News of the long night is becoming more and more a reality, I fear. I have to say, fighting zombies is hardly something I ever thought I would be doing, Warrington complained with a sigh. Have word sent that obsidian can kill them. At least it gives them something if we need to buy time. As for this war, have the Bush send a drone equipped with mapping, sonar and thermal imaging. I want scans of both Casterly Rock and Lannisport by the time we approach them, Warrington commanded, a plan already coming together in his mind. I'll have word relayed back, but Casterly Rock, sir? That place is impregnable, or so they say. Ha, give me 10 good men with climbing gear and I'll impregnate the bitch, came the slightly northern and sarcastic voice of the local sellsword. The three turned to the man who was leaning on the side of the ship while casually sharpening his dirk. Warrington merely arched an eyebrow at the sellsword. Could you really? Jon looked on in confusion, not understanding quite what Lord Warrington was up to nor why he would take old Nan's stories of whites and ice spiders seriously. If you pay me enough and get me the right things, there's half a chance I could, Bronn replied with a shrug. Well then, let me explain what I want done. The next few minutes showed off the technological capability of the house along with the strategies its people could come up with. What Jon knew for certain was that he was glad they fought for his father and Robb and not against them. Ned. He was angry at his bannerman, or bannerwoman he guessed. Angry they hadn't told him they knew, and angry they'd told Sabaristan. And of course he just had to blab everything to Stannis. He sighed. Gods, he hated politics, war and Southron games. He liked House Britannican as a whole. They'd done much for the North and adapted relatively quickly to their new home, all while still holding on to their roots, such as by electing their lord and having some ranking system for their soldiers and navy. It was an odd thing since he knew of no others with a similarly complex command structure, though the Golden Company might, but he could admit that it made them far more organized and adaptable than most armies. Still, he was angry at them. Their reasoning for telling was annoyingly accurate and made him wonder if he had done enough to hide everything or even just plan what he was going to do. Why did you tell Sabaristan about Jon? He remembered asking shortly after they left Dragonstone. Because he needed to know before heading to Daenerys, my lord, the major had replied. He needed to know that Rhaegar's son still lived and, given the circumstances, now posed a credible candidate for being king. Stannis is too rooted in law and justice, thus making for a harsh but just king, while Renly has the charisma to rule but not the brains. And Tommen. He is too soft and uneducated in ruling, plus he is a bastard of incest who would not be accepted by anyone. Jon, or Jaehaerys as you named him, has the name, the northern sense of justice and honor, and can be educated in leadership and politics by my superiors back home, my lord. Jon can also probably rally more troops and houses to him than the others, especially if Renly and Stannis stand aside, she had explained, and deep down knew she was right. Do you have the proof to support his claim? She asked him as they stood on the deck while the ship sailed through the Bay of Crabs. It made Ned sigh tiredly, knowing he'd likely need it, especially for the Tyrells and Martells. There's a chest containing letters and items that can be considered proof with Howland Reed at Greywater Watch. I believe one might even have been written by Elia Martell, but I cannot be sure. Why not keep them at Winterfell? First place anyone would look, either in my solar or in her crypt. Greywater watches solely under Howland's control with an extremely low chance of being infiltrated, and he is loyal to me, plus it has the benefit of him already knowing and rarely leaving his keep, he explained. He'd kept Jon safe because of the threat Robert and the Lannisters posed. He didn't want to risk the last piece he had of his sister or to have to choose in a war between his blood and his almost brother. Now he was practically offering Jon up, although placing a few armies in between, but it still felt like a betrayal of his oath to his sister. He just hoped Jon understood when he told him at Riverrun, assuming he arrived in time and Robb secured the area around the castle. Gods, he hated the war. I suggest you send for them so as to be handed over to Jaehaerys once he is brought to Riverrun. You assume he will want it. No, I'm assuming Robb will destroy the Lannister host there, and then Jon will accept it once the truth is revealed and he is told who the others are and their faults, Shepard answered. True enough, I guess. Now we just need to formally name Stannis Hand once we declare Jon as Jaehaerys, just as he wanted as a reward. Personally he can have the damn position, as I just want to go home to Winterfell where I belong. Shepard nodded in agreement. Stannis would make a good hand. Robb. The march south from the twins was quick and quiet. His great-uncle Brynden the Blackfish Tully had arrived with a few hundred horse and was now conducting scouting and harassment against the Lannister troops who may be scouting or foraging for supplies. It had brought his total host back up to almost 20,000, while Lord Bolton was taking another 5,000, including over 1,000 horse down the King's Road for his diversion. Thus here he was heading south on the west side of the Blue Fork and just passing Wendish Town, heading for Riverrun. He and his cavalry had mostly pulled ahead by this point, leaving the infantry behind, so the reality was that he had three hosts, 5,000 with Bolton, 8,000, which he was leading south, which was purely cavalry, while another 11,000 was almost a day behind him, led by Mage Mormont. Annoying as it was, it meant he was making faster progress to Riverrun, which was the main thing. Also annoying was that Lord Free had refused to send any troops with him, keeping the twins out of the war. Thankfully they didn't really need the troops yet, but hopefully once Riverrun was free Lord Free would change his mind. Nephew, came a shout, and he turned in his saddle to see the Blackfish riding up from a nearby wood. Uncle, any news of Riverrun or the Lannisters? Indeed, a couple of my scouts have found the encampment that the Lannisters have set up. It's split in three due to the Red Fork and the Tumblestone. Looks like they finally decided to do a proper siege at last, likely in response to rumors of your approach south. Estimates say the host is probably around 10,000 to 15,000, perhaps as much as 17,000. So if I hit each camp one at a time, we'd outnumber them. You would, but it wouldn't be easy getting at them, as we'd still have to cross the Tumblestone and the Red Fork to get at any of the camps, Brynden explained as they continued riding. So perhaps we need to lead them to an ambush so we can whittle down their forces, Robb eventually suggested, and the other lords nearby nodded encouragingly. There is a valley with deep woods on either side and a clearing in the center nearby that could prove perfect for such a thing, though they might see it coming, Brynden suggested. Not if you make a lot of noise and damage their supplies with a large force to raid them. Do enough to them and they'll have to send out a large assortment of knights and mounted men to chase you down. You will lead them to the valley and then we spring the trap. The question is if we wait for our foot to catch up or do we run it now? Nephew, but my scouts and outriders have been intercepting theirs, so they'll soon know something's up when they don't return. We might need to ambush them sooner rather than later. Very well, we'll just have to risk it then. My lords, we ambush them in a few hours' time. Uncle, lead us to this valley, then go cause trouble. As you wish, lad. The lords grumbled slightly at fighting immediately, but were soon silenced by being called out on not wanting to fight without numbers. The Great Jon just laughed. Let's show these Southrons that Northerners are true fighters and not those Poncy knights, he shouted to many Northerners' delight. The waiting was the part which killed him the most. He had placed Lord Karstark along with the Mandaelis and their various vassals to the north to assist Sir Brynden when he arrived. To the east he had the Great Jon, the Mallisters and the few Mormont horse led Alysanne Mormont, while he himself led the remaining horse from the Flints and Glovers plus a few Tully troops who had been rounded up by his great uncle. He'd sent word for Mage to bring his foot host a little to the east of the woods, so they were not near enough to draw the Lannister horse but were close enough to assist with Riverrun afterwards. It was faint at first but soon it grew. The noise of horses galloping was heard then by many faintly, and looking south he could just make out a dust cloud on the horizon from the horse. The thunder of hooves grew closer and he nodded to his force to ready themselves. Surrounding him was his battle guard, a group of mostly heirs of various northern houses such as the two Carstark brothers, Darin Hornwood, Asher Greyjoy who had some decent skill with a blade and bow, Sir Wendell Monday, Sir Donal Locke, Owen Norrie, Small John Umber and Alysanne Mormont, but she was with her fellow Mormont troops for this fight since Mage was with the foot. Patrick Mallister had also joined the group, but today he was with his own forces instead. Soon enough he saw Sir Brynden hurry into the valley and pass his position, heading deeper in towards Lord Carstark's position. A minute or two later over 1,000 knights and mounted soldiers stormed into the valley. Most were wearing Lannister red armor and carrying banners of Lannister, Banefort and Brax, but a few wore other colored armor. Robb couldn't tell a precise number, but he presumed it was at least over 1,000, perhaps 1,500. He watched as they charged into the valley, barely slowing as they spotted the supposedly trapped force of his uncle and kicked their horses at the Blackfish, thinking they faced an outnumbered and weak foe. However, it was not to be. Varuum! Varuum! Sounded the war horns of the Mormonts signaling the attack. Responding war horn blasts sounded from the north and west, confirming the order. From all three sides northern horses came storming out of the woods, previously hidden by their dark clothes and the dark forests. Robb kicked his horse and encouraged it faster. Grey Wind, his loyal direwolf, ran beside his master with his tongue flapping. What happened next was mostly a blur of yells, screams and blood to Robb as his host smashed into the Lannister cavalry force. Horses yelped neigh and whinnied as they crashed into each other, sending riders flying and trampling the unlucky fallen. Lance and shield splintered as both forces attacked and defended. Robb belatedly remembered cutting down around half a dozen men with his battle guard doing similarly. Grey Wind jumped at Lannister horses, biting at the horse's neck or jumping up at the riders themselves. Robb parried another sword and thrust his own back into the throat of a red-armored Lannister soldier, coating his blade, and himself, further in blood. Barely 20 minutes into the battle a few yells of retreat could be heard from the center of the Lannister force, but it was barely audible over the screams and clash of steel and the din of battle. The Lannister cavalry shrunk further in on itself as the northern host pushed in from three sides, and both Robb and the Great John tried to get their forces to begin to try and encircle them. This was helped when Sir Brynden led his own troops around the edge of the battle to go boost this new southern line. After what felt like hours but was merely another 10 minutes, the Lannister forces began throwing down their swords and shields in surrender. Only in the dead center by Lords Brax and Banefort did the fight go on for a few more minutes until they too finally dropped their weapons. Robb sighed in relief as his battle guard got through it mostly unscathed, though many sported cut and bruises, Eddard Carstark having a nasty gash on his right leg after intercepting a sword that was heading for Robb. Their casualties were light but still past 500 or so, while the Lannisters had had their entire force killed or captured. It was a great victory since it took most of the Lannister cavalry away and left them with fewer commanders to control troops at the siege. Now they just had to liberate Riverrun, but that could wait a day. They led the prisoners to the camp of Mage Mormont and Colonel Zack Cartwright. The camp was well organized, though still being built in places, and the prisoners were soon sorted out and placed into wooden pens with guards and food prepared. Mage led him and the various northern lords to a large tent in the center of camp where they could talk and plan their next moves. "Good work in getting the camp ready, my lady. The men will be glad of a rest and a feast to celebrate the win," Robb commended as they looked down at a map of the Riverlands among others. "No problem, Lord Robb. Colonel Cartwright was quite helpful and has set up patrols and outriders to keep watch. Sir Brynden, perhaps you'd like to look over what was decided as well?" Mage replied. "All right, I can do that," the older man said with a shrug. "Good and nice work too, Colonel," Robb added. "You're welcome, my lord," the man said from the corner of the tent. "Now I want everyone as rested as possible. Tomorrow evening we will attack the Lannister siege. They might be wary, but they hopefully won't suspect anything just yet, merely thinking that the cavalry is busy riding down Sir Brynden." "Colonel, those cannons, what range do they have and how could we use them?" "My understanding from the message passed on to us by your rider is that the three camps are located here, here and here," he said, pointing at a very detailed map of Riverrun laid on the central table. "I would propose that we place the cannons and my troops here, on the north side of the Tumblestone, just before where it splits off from the Red Fork. From there we can bombard the eastern enemy camp and pick them off if they try to counter-attack. Meanwhile another force, Sir Brynden could lead it perhaps, can take the northern camp and secure our side of the river. Robb hummed thoughtfully while the other lords nodded at the suggestion. Yes, and then I can take the remaining forces to sweep in and take the west camp, Robb added. What range do those barrel things have? Mage asked curiously. The 12-pounder Napoleon is a type of cannon called a howitzer. This means that instead of only being able to shoot straight ahead with little to no angling, it can be angled so as to shoot over the heads of troops in front of it. Think of it like placing an archer behind a row of foot soldiers. The archer can shoot straight but end up hitting a friend in front of him, or he can arch the shot by shooting over the heads of those in front. Cartwright explained in as simple a manner as possible. With the comparison to the archer, they nodded in understanding. The effective range is just under a mile while elevated at 5 degrees. Increase the elevation and you lose distance just like an archer with his arrow. The others nodded, though looked stunned at the range that could be generated by the weapons. In that case, we will go with your plan for their placement. Hopefully you can deal a large amount of damage to the eastern camp, perhaps delay them from doing much so we can take them as well. I will lead the bulk of our host to engage the western camp, while Lord Carstark, you will take 1,000 men with Lady Mormont to cross the Red Fork and then try to hit the eastern camp. Do what you can, but I suspect by the time you reach them they may have either fled or been killed by those cannons. Still, we can hope they haven't fled. We agreed. Yes, my lord, echoed around the tent. Good, now go get some sleep, my lords, as we'll need it on the morrow. Sir Forley Prester woke to the sounds of shouting. Unable to quite understand it, he went to the door of the tent and looked out. He was shocked. To the north of River Run he saw fires burning brightly in the night on the far side of the Tumblestone. The northern barbarians were here. They were supposed to be days away and heading for Lord Tywine. Where was our carver? Right, Quinton Bainfort and Titos Brax led them away on a wild goose chase after Sir Brynden Tully over a day ago. Where was Lord Andros? And Lord Kevan? He dashed back inside and put on his gamison before then adding his plate armor with the Prester sigil on. Grabbing his sword, he dashed back outside and began shouting orders at his men and trying to rouse others. On the far side of the castle he could just make out through the smoke Lord Andros Brax taking a contingent of men across the Tumblestone to assist the northern camp via rafts. But that wasn't what caught his eye. No, it was movement just across the river from his own position, where he saw a large force of northerners, mayhaps 1,000 strong, setting up some sort of metal-barreled things, while some of them by the bank seemed to be taking up archer-like positions. Ready, men, we'll take those northern curs. Forley shouted, hoping to rally his troops and give direction. He took charge of his men, gathering them into spear and shield lines with some bowmen behind, and headed towards the river where some rafts had been made earlier in order to allow them to cross. But before they could get anywhere with that idea, a series of loud booms broke through the distant shouting and clashing of steel. Almost simultaneous to those booms the ground erupted across his camp, sending dirt and bodies up in the air. Blood, body parts, mud and tents mixed together, sending men screaming in pain or clutching their ears from the loud booming. Forley was then knocked on his back when the ground in front of him exploded, killing or injuring almost a dozen men whom he had been pointing towards the rafts. Around him the sound faded, with a ringing being all he could hear as he weakly stumbled to his feet. The ground was now starting to erupt more frequently all around the camp, scattering his troops. He staggered past some fires which were now burning hard through his tents, adding to the smoke which now started to engulf the camp. The orderly spear and shield formations that he had ordered were broken and scattered, he men being routed by exploding mud. The ringing eventually began to fade, but the noise from all around him was deadened still, as if his ears were covered. He stumbled back through the camp, heading away from the river while ducking under thrown mud and body parts. He made his way south to get a horse to try to rally his men or retreat if unable. He then heard a series of popping sounds, or perhaps some sort of buzzing, amongst the din of the exploding ground and the booming of whatever caused it. He turned to the river in time to see 24 Westerland soldiers carrying spears just drop to the ground as if they were puppets who had their strings cut. He couldn't explain what was going on. It was as if the stranger had come, or the northern gods were sending smoke and erupting the ground from under him. The cries and screams of his men as they burned or were ripped apart was horrific. He spotted the Tiroshi sellswords, and he snorted derisively at that, considering they barely deserved to be called sellswords, he thought arrogantly, who were striking the Lannister banners which had been loaned to them and were now trying to escape the chaos of the ruined camp. Barely escaping the chaos of the camp himself, he turned to face Riverrun so as to go assist Lord Kevan, but he saw Kevan's camp also burning and overrun by many Northern and Riverland cavalry. The gates of Riverrun had opened and the castle garrison surging forth to take Kevan's camp from the rear. It was a disaster. Perhaps I should withdraw what troops I can to Tywine or the Golden Tooth, he thought despairingly. Varuum. Varuum. Forley turned from watching Kevan's host be slaughtered to see a charging group of cavalry heading straight for him with some foot running behind them. He looked at their banners and saw only bears and white suns. Oshi. He never finished that thought as his head was parted from his body by the leading rider wearing black mail and a black wool surcoat with the bursting sun of House Carstark emblazoned upon it. Cartwright. Cartwright kicked through a burnt-out but still smouldering wooden box as his men searched the site for survivors and supplies. Smoke lingered still from the fires and cannon fire as he walked through the remnants of the Lannister camp, noting the blast craters and the mangled body parts mixed with the mud. It was not a pretty sight, this part of the battlefield. More than a few of the Northerners had vomited at the ghastly sight. A sight that could have come straight from World War I. A few cries of mercy or a quiet groaning sound came from here and there as his men, along with a few Mormonts, helped those that could be helped or put those past help out of their misery. The liberation of Riverrun, or the Battle of the Camps, as some were now calling it, had been a quick and decidedly one-sided affair. Robb had hit the West Camp with the majority of his host, numbering well over 10,000, and had stopped Lord Brax from attempting to assist the Northern Camp, which had sent the Lannisters into disarray by drawing the attention of Sir Kevan Lannister away from the Northern Camp and the East. Sir Brynden had taken another 6,000 to hit the Northern Camp, while Rickard Carstark and Mage Mormont took 4,000. Cartwright had just taken his 800 men and women to the river bank, reduced from 1,000 after Lord Warrington took some back to the fleet. The whole Lannister army here was dead or captured, all 15,000 of them, including the force from Whispering Wood. And just like at the Wood, as far as they knew, no one had managed to escape. It was a decisive victory for the North and the Riverlands as it liberated their capital and now allowed for the rallying of the Riverlords to mount a campaign against the Lannisters who had invaded their lands. That it reduced the Lannister army permanently was a plus, and the captives were a bonus. Kevan Lannister, along with a few minor nobles, mostly heirs or second sons, would prove useful as hostages. From what he heard, apparently there had been some Tiroshi sellswords amongst the camp he'd bombarded that had tried to strike their banners and join them, but they'd been cut down by the Carstark /Mormont cavalry charge and his own soldiers firing their rifles across the river. Oh well, they wouldn't have offered much and wouldn't have been trusted much either. Tywine. The battle against Robb Stark's host had proven to be quite easy. Almost too easy, but then he was a green boy. The wolf pup would no doubt sue for peace now he had beaten back the boy's vanguard force so easily. Yes, it had retreated, but he managed to kill a good few hundred of it before it had fallen back up towards the twins. He just had to hope his brother Kevan had finally subdued Riverrun, as it would give him and the king. He grimaced at the thought of the young boy Tommen as king, full control of the Riverlands, thus allowing him to march unopposed through the lands to destroy the wolf pup and then turn south to deal with Renly Baratheon and the Damned Roses. That Stannis had not declared himself king nor declare loyalty was troubling, but as long as he did neither, he could afford to wait Stannis out. Renly, on the other hand, was a real threat with almost 100,000 men at his command. The Stark boy had barely 20, less now with this defeat, and Stannis had around 5. Yes, he needed to head south soon. "My lord," a call came from outside his tent. "Enter," he replied, and he turned to see a messenger in Lannister red plate armor come through holding a scroll. "You have word from my brother." The man gulped nervously and shifted on his feet uneasily. A slight sense of dread came over him at the soldier's reaction. "What has occurred then?" My lord, it seems the northern host has liberated Riverrun with the death or capture of the entire army, including your brother, my lord." "This note has a full report from our scouts," the man answered while handing over the note. "Summon my bannerman," Tywine said coldly, and the soldier bowed and practically ran from the tent. The note confirmed the news: the entire host killed or captured, with Kevan now a hostage along with a few other nobles. XXXXX. How could it happen? Lord Kevan taken, the siege broken, the host destroyed. This is a catastrophe. "And why divide the host in 3? That's just asking for trouble," complained one man once the council had been assembled and then informed. "He had no choice," Sir Hayes spoke up, another in Kevan's defense. Anyone who lays siege to Riverrun has to split their force into three due to the two rivers on two sides plus the sluice gates which forms a moat on the third side. What I can't understand is how the Stark boy got there while he was attacking us. That's because he wasn't here. There were only those 5,000 men we fought yesterday. Twin finally spoke. Then where was he? One man asked dumbly. With his other 15,000 men at Riverrun, you fool. Though from what the scouts report it seems that he had around 20,000 there, which means he has at least 25,000 at his command. But we only have 18,000 here. Well done, I'm glad someone here can count. Sir Flamant Tywine replied snidely. My condolences for the loss of your father Lord Brax as well. The man shrunk back from Tywine's retort and nodded his head stiffly at the condolences. Perhaps we should sue for peace, my lord. Sir Hayes said hesitantly. Two battles do not make a war, we can still win this if we raise another host, isn't that right, my lord? Another countered and asked hopefully. True, Sir Marbrand, we could probably raise another 10,000 which would give us parity with the Stark boy, but he will no doubt begin to rally the Riverlands to his side now. That would most likely take his forces to well over 35,000 while we'd be stuck at around 28. No, we will raise two hosts. My son Sir Jaime will bring the Crown lands to us since Renly is still at Highgarden and is barely moving while also still gathering his forces. Meanwhile I will send word to Casterly Rock to raise another host near Oxcross. Then we will march into the Riverlands and destroy the wolf pup once and for all. For now we shall fall back to Harrenhal to dig in while we wait. Sir Marbrand, you will screen our movements south while I send off Clegane, Locke and Vargo Hoat to burn the Riverlands south of the Red Fork. We will win this war, it just might take longer than expected. Now go ready the men, a new phase has begun. Give me 10 good men. Coast of the Westerlands. Warrington. It was night as the fleet began to blockade the bay in which Lannisport sat. The galleys gently dipping their oars into the sea to move them silently into the bay during the late hours of the night. A few fires could be seen around the town, which was well made and organized, mostly stone and brick built homes and shopping areas with a dozen warehouses. According to records over 200,000 lived there and the town watch numbered 2,000 strong. With a large force attacking they will have to call for help from the Casterly Rock garrison, which supposedly numbered over 5,000. The plan was simple but also potentially dangerous and costly. It had therefore been decided that while the bulk of the 4,000 Marines would attack the port, they would also use everything at their disposal. The gloves were off. On the dark cloudy night the fleet moved in the galleys now well into the port carrying the troops while 10 carracks took positions surrounding them ready to fire. Then, in sync, they fired their cannons. Boom, 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 boom echoed around the port with 50 explosions rocking the port and waking the residents. Bells began to ring in alarm, but it was too late for the city watch as well over 3,000 soldiers from House Britannicus stormed the docks, beaches and port carrying rifles and swords. This was the true Marine Corps that had been maintained, expanded and kept fully equipped since arrival, ready for the day a land invasion akin to Normandy was needed. A day most of the original Marines and sailors had expected earlier in this primitive world. XXXXX. Arnold Snow charged forward from the landing zone with his fellow Marines. This was his first campaign and first fight. He joined the soldier force, Marines as they were called, a few years ago, and as the bastard son on some backwater vassal lord who was pledged to the Glovers he had nothing better to do unless he joined the Night's Watch. Now he was a 22 man who protected and served the north at sea with a band of soldiers who were well trained and equipped. He himself didn't use those rifle things, he wasn't the best shot with a bow or a gun as they called them, though he'd heard from some that it didn't matter due to the number of bullets was it. Yes, bullets that those weapons could fire meant that if a few missed, so what? Still, he was good with a sword, and so that was what he trained in. As he walked slowly through the streets he wore mostly leathers and a gamison with mail on top with a few steel plates attached. It was light but still capable of protecting from bladed weapons. He carried a short sword made of high-quality steel from the armory o' Stoneport and an ironwood shield. He was lucky to have a shield like that, as most had just simple wooden ones with a metal boss in the center. Thankfully he came from a house of the Wolfswood which had many ironwood shields. He followed a group of 10 men and 2 women through the Lannister port city towards one of the gates as they had been ordered to close it so as to stop reinforcements. So far the City Watch had been mostly caught off guard by the surprise nighttime attack and had been overwhelmed by the numbers deployed against them and the weapons being used. He'd seen 3 men in his group fire their rifles at a group of 20 guards, and after a short rattling and buzzing noise that lasted for a few seconds, the Lannisters' soldiers had collapsed with cries and groans, along with a few sparks from where the bullets caught on the red steel plate armor which most of the Lannister force used. When he and the group had walked past the fallen men, he'd seen half a dozen small holes in the red chest plates the watchmen had worn, blood pooling under their backs or sides depending on how they'd fallen. Suddenly a Lannister guard charged out from a side street and Arnold barely had time to raise his shield. The enemy sword landed with a loud thud, shaking his arm and knocking him back with the force of the blow. His fellow soldiers turned around to assist, with one raising a rifle, and a short buzz caused the Lannister to jerk back, dropping his sword and crying out while clutching his side. Arnold saw more sparks appear on the man's chest as another series of shots were fired before he fell backwards with a gurgle. Arnold nodded his thanks to the lieutenant. Strange rank, he thought to himself, with the gun, and began walking more cautiously through the city towards the walls. XXXXX. More booming sounds echoed around the bay as further cannon shots knocked down buildings or exploded within them, sending stone and masonry down onto the streets. Men, women and children screamed and scattered like birds startled by a cat. Dust and smoke began covering the city from the bombardment and fires as Marines stormed down the streets, shooting any Lannister guards they saw or exchanging a few blows with a sword. The populace retreated back to their homes, where they cowered in hope that they wouldn't be raped, killed or anything else by whoever the attackers were. The City Watch tried to rally a number of times but were outnumbered and quite literally outgunned, their attempts to fight back quashed and broken up, thereby routing the watchmen and driving them deeper into the city and into smaller groups to be rounded up. Warrington watched from the deck of the Silence as the fleet began to dispatch some troops to board nearby Lannister vessels which had been left intact by the initial strike into the harbour by the war galleys. One of the handful left included the impressive newly built 200-oar war galley, which was the flagship called Tywin's Might. Warrington watched as he saw the muzzle flashes of the rifles as they shot and killed the handful of sailors and troops stationed aboard, and the glint of steel as others used swords to cut down any stragglers. "Admiral, have the captured ships readied for departure, we will take them with us as we leave," Warrington commanded to one of 2 men standing by him on the main deck. "Aye, sir, they could prove useful as we scrap our older ships in favor of the new ship of the line vessels being built back home." "Indeed, my sentiments exactly." "The port secured, General?" Warrington asked, turning to the second man. "Yes, Lord Warrington. Also the drone above us is reporting that there is a large movement of troops at Casterly Rock. Looks like nearly the whole garrison is gonna come charging down the hill." "Excellent, have the troops man the walls and fire arrows and that down upon the relief force outside. Bar the gates and then form defensive lines in the streets. Blockade them and form choke points, and then we'll do a fighting retreat. Use what troops you need, but I want some of the gold, gems and steel taken. Might as well make them pay," he added with a chuckle. "Aye, sir, although the City Watch did put up a good fight. 1 or 2 of the gates have been forced open or broken to prevent us from closing them to the castle garrison. Then use the gates as choke points and man what walls we can. Remember, a fighting retreat. I want as many men as possible to live through this. No heroics, we've done what we needed to do. With this we can secure our people's future for generations to come as the most feared and respected house in this world. None will dare cross us if we can take even so-called impregnable castles," Warrington said firmly. The 2 officers nodded and went about issuing orders to their subordinates. John. He could hear the faint booming from the special weapons that the Carracks possessed in the distance. It surprised him how loud they were, even barely a mile away. It seemed though that he wasn't the only one, as Bronn and a few of the younger men with them in the rowboats were a bit jumpy at the noise too. Meanwhile the older men, the ones who had sailed with House Britannicum when it appeared or were the first to join up when they settled, barely batted an eye. John stretched nervously, his leather jerkin with brigandine over it clinking softly with the movement. All the men present wore brigadines or chain mail of good quality, nothing less was tolerated and nothing heavier was needed, as they needed to be swift and light while on the boats and once inside. There was 20 of them in all, spread among a number of rowboats that had made their way over to a small cove which they had been told had a tunnel leading to it. As they approached the small beach they jumped out of their boats and pulled them ashore. "All right lads, a cough, and some women, the tunnel should be just here." While we could have tried to use the existing port, there would have still been guards there who'd notice us, so once inside we'll double back and take it, which will allow us to bring in the remaining troops to assist our capture. Now the garrison has been mostly lured away, but they can just as easily come back, so we do this quick and silent like, yeah. No heroes, being a hero gets you fucking killed, so be quiet like and kill them quick. Alright, let's head through, Bronn said. Jon squeezed himself through the gap in the solid rock cliff face and found a small stone tunnel ahead of him. He had to bend over a bit, much like the others, though he noticed some squatted instead. He was flushed with nervous excitement. If this worked, they'd make history as the first to seize this place, and they'd been offered a few bonuses to encourage them, though they'd been warned that bad behavior, read drinking and raping, would not be tolerated. The tunnel eventually turned into a larger, wider one, which quickly revealed itself to be a sewer due to the stench. It was however big enough for them to walk normally along the side of it, and Bronn soon pointed out a ladder leading up into the lowest part of the castle. 5 men slowly climbed up it before Bronn went up too, followed on by Jon. They were in a storeroom of some sort with shelves holding baskets of food or crates of salted meat. It was just about big enough for 8 men to stand up, but it was a tight fit. Looking outside, the group got their bearings as the rest of their force climbed up. "Alight, lads, looks like we go this way," Bronn said in a hushed whisper, indicating to head down to their left. Jon wasn't quite sure how Bronn knew where to go, but every so often he would press at his ear as if listening to something. Perhaps Warrington's men had mapped it out using that metal bird thing and were guiding them. He gave a shrug, not knowing quite how Warrington and his people did what they did. They were on the whole quite secretive about all that, only giving out basic explanations, and followed quietly on after the sellsword. As they walked slowly down the corridor, Bronn put his hand up and they heard the sound of footsteps and soft talking. A guard patrol, Jon realized. "You lot duck out of sight, hurry. Jon, you go into that alcove, I'll be just over here. When they pass, slit their throats quick as you can, all right, lad?" Jon nodded nervously while the men stepped around corners, into other alcoves or into a few nearby side rooms to hide out of sight. The footsteps got louder until he could just make out the words. "You think it's the squid cunts again?" came a voice as it drew closer down the corridor, the sound of feet marching on the stone slowly getting louder. "Nah, can't be, they wouldn't be stupid enough to attack here again. Lord Tywine would raise them to the ground and sing Rains of Castamere over them if they did." "They are Ironborn," the first retorted, the clinking of their armor and swords now clear to hear as they approached. "True, they are stupid cunts," the other admitted. "Nay lads, you're both stupid cunts," a third voice said, and it took Jon a moment to realize that Bronn had just stepped out in front of them and spoken. Jon quickly drew his bastard sword and drove it through the chest of the guard nearest him with a hard thrust as he clamped his hand over the guard's mouth. The man let out a muffled scream and blood spurted from his chest as the sword went through and out the other side. The guard on the right turned and gaped at Jon, but before he could cry out, Bronn drew his dirk across the man's throat while also covering his mouth. The man struggled slightly and made a muffled moan before going limp as blood leaked and spurted from his throat. Jon and Bronn gently lowered the 2 guards to the ground before wiping their blades on the red cloaks worn by the guards. "Not bad, lad, you acted quick and remembered to cover his mouth. Good job." "It didn't feel right, my father wouldn't have done this," Jon said despairingly. "Your father is an honorable northern idiot. Honor is a good thing until it gets you killed, and in true war you can't be honorable all the time. Sometimes you can't afford to take prisoners, just like now. Chin up, lad, you'll get your more honorable fight later. Now let's stuff these 2 in those closets our friends hid in." Bronn stashed the bodies away as the rest of the men came out of hiding, and soon they were making their way through the lower levels. They encountered only 2 more guards en route, and both were dispatched quickly by Bronn and another soldier. Unhindered, they carried on walking down towards the small dockyard and port, which was built within a large cavern on the western side of the mountain that Casterly Rock was built upon. They eventually came out of a passage on the right side of the cavern. There they saw a series of wooden walkways as well as some paths carved from the rock face which snaked around the edge of the cavern, while the wooden walkways led down to the water and then out from there to form a dock with piers. Bronn split them up into smaller groups and told them to take certain areas. Jon, Bronn and 2 others would go to secure the portcullis winch on the right side of the cavern entrance, while another group would take the winch on the left side, as both were needed to lift such a large steel object. The rest would clear out the guards. On the signal from Bronn, the 20 men charged out from behind the various cargo crates and boxes to attack the dozen or so of guards milling lazily about the place. Cries of alarm went up, but they were soon replaced by the clash of steel from swords and axes as the Northerners fought the Lannisters. One came at Jon, sword raised and crying out in anger, and he parried the first strike before punching the man in the nose, which knocked him back and off balance before he then slashed at the guard with his sword, which made the man scream in pain. Jon then kicked the crying man in the chest, which sent him sprawling into the water with a pained yelp and a splash. Jon then hurried along the sidewalk towards the winch and found Bronn fighting off a guard while another lay dead at his feet. The other two in his group were also engaged with other guards, so Jon went to help them, stabbing at one to cause a distraction which allowed the Marine to drive his axe into the distracted guard's back. Within a matter of minutes the entire dockyard and jetty area had been secured with a dozen Lannister guards lying dead on the walkways and piers. Thankfully they suffered no fatalities given the surprise and swiftness of their attack, but a few had some nasty cuts and gashes. It helped their conscience somewhat that there were no dockworkers around since it was night, but also with the garrison being sent off it meant fewer people could be allowed down here. Together with the squad at the left winch, they lifted the heavy portcullis which covered the cavern entrance and was embellished with golden rampant lions before Bronn then started waving a flaming torch as well as muttering something while he pressed at his ear. A few minutes passed and soon 5 longships entered the cavern and docked. Quick enough, nearly 200 eager men and a few women disembarked from them and began hurrying through the castle. Nearly all went along to the Lion's Mouth, the main entrance to the castle, which was a large gated cavern connected at the rear to the dockyard by a long excavated and widened cave passage. That troop of 200 went down the passageway to take the main gate by surprise. Once that initial group had left, the longboats exited the cavern with the badly wounded and a new group of ships replaced them. They came in with another 200 who were quickly sent up to secure the rest of the castle. Bronn and Jon, along with the 2 others, went with this group. XXXXX. The 400 Marines and Northmen quickly moved down the cave passage and towards the unsuspecting Lannister guards at the Lion's Mouth, where they took them completely by surprise. After all, why would they expect an attack from within the impregnable castle? The mouth itself was one giant gatehouse using a mixture of the cave walls themselves and stone blocks to form a wall and gatehouse sealing the mouth of the cave. Murder holes and arrow slits had been carved into both the gatehouse and the cavern walls and ceiling, allowing for multiple angles of attack. Thankfully they were silent thanks to the surprise nature of this assault. The 50 men were soon cut down in a series of bloody fights led by an older man in Lannister red steel plate armor. However, the sheer numbers against them and despite valiant efforts ended with the Lannister guards being overwhelmed, with nearly all the 50 guards present being killed, with only a handful surrendering and the older man being knocked out for use as a potential hostage. The bodies of the dead guards were then mostly propped up to maintain a supposed presence on the walls facing out into the Westerlands in case anyone came to look. With that done, they sealed the heavy wooden and iron gates and lowered the 2 portcullises before they then headed back into the castle to help secure the lower levels. They left behind a squad of 40 Marines to guard the Lion's Mouth. These guards, however, were equipped with rifles along with swords, given that stealth was no longer needed and so that they could hold off large amounts of people with a few men. XXXXX. Up in the upper floors, Jon and Bronn were having to fight far more regularly now that the remaining Red Cloaks had twigged that something was up. Jon parried a sword from a Lannister guard, did a riposte before shoving his blade into the neck of the Lannister guard who had engaged him as he went up a flight of stairs. Bronn was nearby taking on another man, dodging blows and swiping his blade back at the guard. Over an hour after they began the attack, and they were now in the upper levels of the keep near the family quarters and the Golden Gallery, a room which contained various treasures that the Lannisters had made, found or bought, including gilded ornaments and paintings on the walls. Most of the castle had now fallen due to the skeleton force left behind lacking the numbers to repel the organized and well-equipped assault force. That they'd been taken unawares certainly didn't help. In one of the family rooms they came across a middle-aged woman with a square figure and an enormous bosom, who possessed a broad and smooth face with blonde hair coming down to the back of her neck in braids. Beside her was a weasel-faced man huffing and puffing indignantly as he was dragged, and she slightly encouraged, through the corridors of the great castle. "Do you know who I am? My brother will destroy you for this outrage. You've heard the song Rains of Castamaria, well soon it'll be rains of wherever you're from, you hear me?" the woman shouted angrily. She, along with the man, her husband presumably, were brought down from the family rooms to the great hall. There the two of them met the sight of a small golden-haired girl along with a grey-robed man with a chain and a handful of guards who'd surrendered. Sir Benedict. Joy, yelled the golden-haired woman worriedly. Aunt Jenna, what's going on? Who are these men? The young girl said nervously while glancing around. Don't worry my dear, everything will be alright soon enough, Jenna replied soothingly as she held the young girl close. I'm sorry Lady Jenna, with the garrison depleted because of the attack on Lannisport we could not repel them, they caught us unawares, the grey-haired man in Lannister red replied sadly. Your chaps fought well but we took them in the rear and made them squeal, Bronn said mockingly. 400 men to take the keep, how many did you leave behind? 50. A couple of hundred. 900 were left behind from our garrison of 6,000, Sir Benedict spat bitterly. Oh, and they were spread all around this giant castle while my lot stayed mostly in one group, thereby outnumbering your various patrols and those on the walls, Bronn explained. As of now House Britannicus owns the rock. We have more troops pouring in down below in the docks and we are pulling out of Lannisport to bring those troops here. We have your supplies and those we bring in by sea, so we're safe and secure and able to dig in quite easily. What of us? I am Sir Iman Free, are we hostages or are you going to kill us? The weasel-faced man demanded. Lord Warrington will decide your fates, I was just paid to get his men in, Bronn replied with a dismissive shrug. Paid? You're a sellsword. Well, my brother will pay triple whatever this lot are paying you. Jenna tried on hearing Bronn's profession. Nice try dearie, but you're not really in a position to pay anyone with us controlling your gold mine, are ya? Plus the way I hear it the throne is in mountains of debt, and the Lannister army by Riverrun had just been wiped out. On top of that Renly has amassed an army of nearly 100,000. Tywin fucking Lannister doesn't exactly have much to pay me with now, does he, lady? What's your face? I am Lady Jenna Lannister. A cough from the weasel-faced man. Jenna Free, she corrected with a grimace. Unlucky lass, heard the phrase suffered too if it makes you feel any better. It seems you suffer the phrase yourself too, Bronn said with a smirk. Jon just watched on nervously, half expecting the beaten guards to try something. In the meantime you will be placed in your family room under guard, and after it's been searched, the surrendered guards will go to the cells. How many of my men are left? Benedict asked. About 20 or so, Bronn replied nonchalantly. What? 20? Why, you, the man started angrily. Sir Benedict, save your strength for another time, Lady Jenna said gently. The old man spluttered but nodded at his lady lord while feeling despondent at the loss of nearly the whole garrison. Right, well, keep quiet and out of the way and we'll have no trouble. Lord Warrington will speak with you once he arrives. Off you pop, Bronn finished with a dismissive wave. Warrington. He was at the front of the rowboat as he was brought towards the entrance to the small port under the mountain that was Casterly Rock. His troops had finished pulling out from Lannisport, taking minimal causalities, thank God, or was it thank the gods now? Warrington mentally shrugged and carried on pondering the last few hours. They had lost almost 1,000 of their marines during the attack, most of them when they began to pull out, and the Casterly Rock garrison chased them through the port. That said, they had made the Lannisters pay heavily for it. The city watch was down to possibly only 100 or so guards by their estimates, based on the number of bodies they'd found during the brief lull before the Rock garrison host arrived. Meanwhile the garrison itself had lost well over 800 from the remaining force left within Casterly Rock and another 3,000 from the host that went to Lannisport. In short, his assault on Casterly Rock and the port had cost the Lannisters over 6,000 men, which left, by their estimates, a tired and battered host of somewhere around 3,000 men outside the Rock. His own forces were down to just over 3,000 as well, all now based inside Casterly Rock or on their ships. He landed at the docks, spotting both Jon Snow and Bronn waiting for him. Lord Warrington, Bronn said in greeting. Welcome to the Rock, told ya I could do it. Indeed, well done Bronn, helped yourself to some Dornish red perchance. Warrington said with a grin. Ha, ya got myself a flagon in my room, 7 L's it's good. Though what do ya expect from these fancy gold-headed, gold-shittin', high and mighty lords, eh? Tried getting Broody here to lighten up and have some too, but he's not taking. James just chuckled at Bronn's dig at Jon's expense. Joe just frowned. Shouldn't be drinking when we're this close to combat and only just taken the castle, Jon said defensively. True, but the castle should be secure now, and I'm sure you can have at least one glass. You did quite well, so I'm told. Even led a squad during one of the searches, James replied easily. Jon had more than earned a drink in his books. Now shall we get to the Tywine Solar? I want it searched for any hidden panels, rooms, alcoves, etc. Then I'll start going through some of his documents in regards to the gold and any plans he might have been involved in. Bring the Lannister representative there, Lady Jenna, I believe. Bronn nodded and went off to pass on the orders as well as look at the Solar personally. After all, sneaking about and robbery was his sort of thing. XXXXX. Tywine Solar was an ornately decorated, wide and brightly lit room made of cream, red and white stone with gold inflections and white marble columns. It had a large balcony leading out from the back of the room looking out to sea. On many walls or support columns were Lannister flags or fine tapestries depicting pivotal moments of their history. One seemed to commemorate an aged sickly dragon being fatally bitten or eaten by a proudly lordly lion. A reference to Tywine's destruction of the Targaryens, no doubt, James noted absently as he looked about the room. There was some shouting from outside and the door opened to reveal Bronn and Jon bringing in Lady Jenna and her husband as well as 3 guards. Warrington seated himself behind the large dark mahogany desk. Lion faces were fitted as handholds for drawers and feet, while rampant lions marked its sides decoratively. The top surface was varnished and polished enough you could see your face in it. Jenna's mouth curled into a look of disgust when she saw him sitting there. He held her gaze before she turned away. I am James Warrington, Lord of the Stony Shore and the head of House Britannicon. Lady Jenna, I presume, and your husband. You will regret taking this castle, Warrington, she spat. My brother Tywine will take it back and then destroy your house and everyone in it, root and stem, she said. James just chuckled slightly, both infuriating her and confusing her. You seem to be under the impression that I care. Or more accurately, that I fear what Tywine Lannister will do. There is little he can do with my control of his home. Robb Stark has led a northern victory over the Lannister host at Riverrun, capturing or killing everyone there. Tywine is now trapped by the Ruby Ford, with his only route left being towards King's Landing. A city that is, according to proclamations and my intelligence reports, soon to be under siege by Renly and his 100,000-strong host, assuming Renly moves at all. So what do I have to fear? Warrington posed calmly. Jenna slumped slightly at realizing how cornered Tywine was. He either falls to the Stark boy or that pompous sword swallower Renly. What are your terms then? She asked bitterly after swallowing her pride. I have none. This castle is fully under my command. As we speak, orders have been sent to continue to mine or clear out your gold stores and to ship it back north. We will also survey the mines to determine just how depleted they are. Depending on how bad it is, well, won't it be unfortunate if it leaked that the Lannister mines were dry? James said with a smirk to Jenna's horrified expression. They won't believe you, they'll think it's a trick, Jenna tried nervously. I possibly, but enough just might believe it, and then the Lannister name is dented, and just who would follow a cornered, impoverished lord then? Jenna gulped nervously while Bronn grinned. Jon seemed to merely look confused. My lord, how does that help us win? Jon asked hesitantly. Simple really, Jon, who would back the losing side? If the Lannisters have no gold, they will lack funds to pay for their troops or hire sellswords, which reduces their ability to threaten houses into submission, Warrington explained. Reducing that ability means fewer houses will follow them, since the majority of Lannister loyalty in recent years has been generated by fear. Fear works in the short term, but for an empire or a long reign, you need something more than fear to keep control of your vassals. Why do you think the Starks have reigned solidly for over 8,000 years? They used force and threats to establish themselves and then ruled ably and honorably, while also using enough threat of force to ensure that they were unchallenged. The closest they came to trouble were the Bolton and Greystoke rebellions, but they were both put down due to the capability of their commanders and the large amount of loyalty the Starks had accrued during their good rule. The Lannisters, on the other hand, has in recent years wiped out 2 whole families and are not the original rulers of the Rock. Much like the Tyrells, the Lannisters have had internal politics within the Westerlands to deal with to secure their rule. They however have had more time to secure their paramountcy than the Tyrells, who have only had since Aegon the Conqueror to do anything. Thus they are open to potential rebellion. Why do you think the Tarbucks and the Reynes tried to rebel when a bad Lord Paramount came along? They didn't even think of waiting for his son to replace him. They just decided to overthrow the family altogether. You wouldn't get that in the north except for perhaps from Lord Bolton, but even he is not stupid enough given the wide support the Starks have and the good leadership your father has provided. So you plan to defang the Lannisters by taking the rock and their gold? Exactly, this is the sort of planning a military leader and a potential lord should know. But I won't be a lord, will I? Jon retorted glumly. Your father might give you a keep to be a bannerman of your brother, Warrington pointed out. You could found a new cadet branch of the family, House Snowstock perhaps, he suggested with a grin. Bronn laughed and even Jon smiled slightly at the thought. If you don't mind, but enough with the history lecture, what about us and my niece? Jenna interrupted impatiently. You will remain in your rooms under supervision. You will not be harmed, you have my word. For now I have a letter to write to Riverrun informing them of the rock's fall. Riverrun. Ned. Are we there yet? Came the bored voice of his youngest daughter. Ned sighed, this was the second time this day she'd asked. He and his daughters had ridden with Major Shepherd and 9 soldiers from Solpants and kept to the northern side of the Trident, so they stayed away from any possible Lannister scouts, briefly stopping at the inn at the crossroads to rest for a night. Arya had taken to riding well, much like Lyanna, Ned thought sadly. Sansa meanwhile grew tired more quickly, having preferred to travel by wheelhouse when she was younger and so was not as used to riding as her sister. We will get there soon enough, my little wolf, Ned replied while keeping a steady riding pace. How soon? Sir Barristan now sighed and rolled his eyes. Even the famed Kingsguard commander was slowly losing patience with the bored second daughter. We are a few hours' ride away, Lady Arya intervened Major Shepherd, much to Ned's relief. I'm not a lady, I was learning to use needle, Arya protested. Sansa rolled her eyes this time at her annoying younger sister, but she also looked relieved that there was to be only a little more riding. XXXXX. Indeed, 2 hours later they rode up to Riverrun's main gates and were quickly let inside, many of the northern soldiers cheering at the arrival of Lord Stark. He glanced around the castle as he thought back on the last time he'd been here during the Ironborn rebellion on his way to Lannisport. It had not changed much in that time. Father, came a shout from across the courtyard. Ned turned to see his eldest son approaching quickly from what Ned vaguely remembered as the Godswood. Robb wore dark leathers and had his sword at his side. Greywind padded gently behind him. My son, you have done well. I hear we earned a victory or two under your leadership, Ned said proudly before drawing his son into a deep fatherly hug. Aye father, the cost though, and sending Lord Bolton and a few thousand to their possible deaths. It was hard. The Lord Umber and Lord Karstark have been helpful, though earning their respect has been difficult. Greywind had to bite the Great Jon to get him in line, Robb said with a nervous chuckle and stroked his loyal wolf's fur. Aye, the Great Jon is as loud and proud as he is loyal. Once it you have earned it. You did well, Robb. Truthfully, I should have taught you more on our relations with the various northern lords. It would likely have eased things for you when you came south. No doubt I will need you and your siblings to marry in order to ensure their continued loyalty to you should I fall before you earn their respect in this war. Marry, father. And we are to continue this war. We only came south to free Riverrun and save you. The lords will not be happy if the fighting continues. I know, but things have changed and there is much to do. And yes, you must marry to continue our name and secure your rule. The North is loyal to the Starks, but marrying various sons or daughters from your vassals maintains that loyalty and rewards them. Are Jon and Lord Warrington going to be coming here anytime soon? Yes, father, I sent a message via their representative here yesterday when scouts reported your presence. They know to come here quickly to plan the next phase of the war. Good, there is much I must tell Jon. It is time he knows of his mother. Who? I will tell him first, Robb. I'm sure Jon will tell you after, but speaking with Jon is key to what our plans will be. I must send a raven to Lord Reed as well. He has some items I require. Very well, father, I'm sure the Maester can help you with that. Sansa, Arya, it's so good to see you, Robb said, turning to his sisters and drawing them into a hug one at a time. I've missed you dearly, as has Mother and Bran and Rickon. We've been worried sick since we heard of the chaos in the capital. Lord Robb. Lord Robb. Oh, your pardon, Lord Stark, I didn't know you had arrived, came a call from behind the small group of Starks, interrupting their reunion. An old man in grey robes and carrying a metal chain around his neck quickly hurried over to them from the main keep. A letter by Raven for you. It has House Britannican's seal on it. My thanks, Maester Vimen, Rob replies while taking the letter and breaking the seal. He reads it quickly but gasps in shock before reading it again. What is it, son? Ned asks worriedly. Lord Warrington has sacked Lannisport and seized Casterly Rock. The rock has fallen. Decisions to be made. End 298 AC. King's Landing. Tyrion. Looking over his notes, he sighed contemplatively as he tried to organize the gold cloaks and defenses of the city in preparation for Renly's inevitable assault. He had 2,000 competent members of the City Watch. In the last week he had recruited another 1,000 and was working on more using bribes and good leadership. His first act as Hand had been to remove Janos Slynt from command and placed Sir Jacelyn Bywater in charge. One reason Janos had to go was that he had betrayed the previous Hand, Eddard Stark, and Tyrion didn't want his sister to get ideas. Secondly, he needed a competent commander of the Watch, for when the attack came, Slynt would no doubt run like the coward he was. He was looking over some of the Crown's finances when a knock came at the door and Grand Maester Pycelle came in with his slow hunched walk, annoying Tyrion given its almost certainly fake nature. "Letter for you, my lord." Hand came the croaky voice of the croaky old man. Tyrion took the proffered note and glanced at the unbroken seal. "It's from Susfield," Tyrion said with surprise. Indeed, something must have happened. Perhaps the northern barbarians invaded the Golden Tooth. Even if true, the note should have come from Casterly Rock if they needed to request further aid. Makes no sense for it to come from anywhere else. He broke the seal and read the note. He paled when he finished and reached for his cup of wine and drank heavily. "My lord?" Pycelle questioned worriedly. Though Tyrion drank often, he never downed a cup so quickly. "Summon the small council and the king. Grave news has come." XXXXX. Tyrion waddled into the council chambers and saw his sister sitting on Tommen's left side with Jaime beside her as his right as Lord Commander. Pycelle was sat further down with Varys sitting opposite Jaime. "Why are we here, you little beast? We aren't some whore you can just call as you demand," Cersei snapped angrily, and Tommen looked down, embarrassed by his mother's words. Now sweet sister, I serve my family as you do," he replied in a sarcastic and innocent voice. "I have news that regrettably needs to be said." "So what is it then?" she snapped. "We received a raven from Susfield." "Susfield?" Cersei interrupted. "Why would we get a raven from there? Tell them to inform Casterly Rock and leave whatever minor issue it is to them. We are waging a war. We do not have time for minor houses complaining about the odd thief." "Well, that will be difficult considering Casterly Rock has fallen." Silence answered that statement before Cersei started screaming at him while Jaime tried to calm her. Tommen and Varys sat contemplatively while Pycelle muttered on about the impossibility of the rock falling. Eventually Jaime got Cersei to calm enough for Tyrion to speak further. According the note, Lannisport was attacked and the rock taken by surprise while the garrison was away. How? How could they take it? Jaime asked, and Tyrion could only shrug as the note merely informed them of what happened, not how. Not much can be written on Raven notes. "Varys, have you heard anything?" Tommen asked softly. "Unfortunately little has come my way, your grace. In fact, I only know that it was House Britannicon who carried out both attacks using their fleet. Word is they are digging in and securing their hold on the rock," he reported, his soft voice carrying across the room. "Ships come by sea to keep them supplied, and they have sunk or captured any Lannister or Westerlands vessels that could have challenged them. They are, effectively, supreme at sea." No. Cersei practically screamed, distraught and unbelieving of their home falling. "They can't have our home. It is impregnable, unconquerable. It has never been taken. Some lowly northern barbarians can't have taken it. You forget, Cersei, that House Britannicon is made up of foreigners who fight wars differently from us and are primarily a naval power. It is not surprising that they may have found some way inside from the seaside," Tyrion posited. He too felt broken knowing that their home had fallen and sincerely hoped that it was not true. He hoped that Aunt Jenna and Cousin Joy were being treated well. He didn't mind so much about the Free though, annoying weasels. He briefly worried if they had used his own hideaway tunnel that he'd used to bring whores inside when he'd been put in charge of the Rock's sewage network. If they had used that, he'd feel awful, guilt-ridden, in fact, far more than ever before. Grandfather should be told, should he not? Tommen asked hesitantly, breaking the uneasy silence. "Indeed, your grace, I will ready a messenger to inform him of the situation," Pycelle said eagerly and slowly shuffled out the room. "I will set my little birds to find out how they may have taken the rock and what their plans may be," Varys said before also standing, bowing and leaving the room. "Is it bad that I feel like this isn't going the way Joffrey said it would?" "Don't worry, your grace, this is still winnable. Father can beat the Stark boy with the might of the Westerlands," Jaime said confidently, though Tyrion wasn't quite sure it was said as confidently as it was meant to. Tommen seemed to appreciate it though and relaxed somewhat. "Father will destroy those northern barbarians, don't you worry, my sweet little lion. Now, why don't you go have some lessons with Maester Pycelle?" Cersei said sweetly to her son. "Yes, mother. Are you sure grandfather can end this?" "If anyone can resolve this, our father can," Tyrion said as confidently as he could. Tommen smiled and left the room, leaving the Lannister siblings to contemplate the fall of their family's home. "Well, we are truly fucked," Tyrion said despondently. Jaime hummed in agreement. "Don't say that," Cersei snapped. "The might of the Westerlands will drive them from our home and then father will gut them like fish and wolves on the battlefield," she retorted angrily. Jaime and Tyrion just shared a look that said they weren't so sure. Varys. Things were progressing in a way he hadn't expected. This war, he'd thought, would be quick, the Riverlands would be subdued and the wolves beaten back to their northern wastes before Renly too would be defeated. Instead, Robb Stark had rushed south with a large host of well over 20,000 and destroyed one Lannister host before forcing the Old Lion to fall back to Harrenhal. Then the most unexpected and unpredictable of things occurred. Casterly Rock fell to House Britannicus with Lannisport being sacked, leaving the Lannister garrison down to under half strength and outside, while the occupiers lost only around 1,000 or so. He'd smiled and done a mental dance at the destruction rained down on the Lannisters. Their arrogance had finally been beaten down and humbled. The mighty lion didn't look so mighty now their home was in enemy hands. It now gave him the opportunity to weaken them further in order to restore the dragons to their position as rulers of Westeros. A better ruler with the right name and backing was what was needed after Aerys and Robert. Tommen was a good lad, Varys could admit, but not one suited for kingship. He was weak-willed, though not unintelligent, and was dominated by his mother and even his uncle Tyrion. Cersei was just a power-obsessed woman who whore herself out to her brother and had even bedded her cousin Lancel if his spies were correct. Her plans were blunt, obvious and careless, though also powerful and drastic usually. However, she relied on her father's name and long reach in order to do most of it. Tyrion though was one of the better people he'd met, he felt. The man cared somewhat for the people and the realm but was limited by his condition as well as the dislike his father and sister had for him. As Hand he was doing admirably, even playing the game quite well. He was a much better Hand than the poor northern fool who'd preceded him. In a way Varys felt rather sorry for Ned Stark. The Northern Lord was clearly unprepared for the job in terms of its politics and southern ways, though he'd been somewhat more cautious and secretive than Varys had expected. Not enough to truly play the game, though Stark did try when it came to Robert's death. Not a half-bad attempt, but Cersei would never have allowed it, sadly. Now Stark was at Riverrun after a successful escape attempt and the assassination of Joffrey. Truly the realm was better off without that mad incest spawn on the throne, but still appearances must be maintained. He pondered what to before deciding to ride to Illyrio again. Perhaps he'd found the poor girl Daenerys by now. It truly was amazing how she'd completely disappeared. Tracing the ship she'd been taken to had been hard given where they'd been, but then following its course was even worse. He had vaguely traced it to the stepstones before losing it around dawn. The few little birds he had there, however, had said that the ship never showed in any dock, nor did they see it. Perhaps they switched ships or changed sails to disguise themselves, he thought with a tired sigh. That said, some secret discussion between Lords Stark and Baratheon at Dragonstone had caught his eye, but the details discussed were unknown. Just what were those two up to? Tywin. Harrenhal. Tywin was in a pickle. The Stark boys' forces had been gathering at Riverrun, and he now had word that Eddard Stark, the northern honorable fool that had been Robert's last hand, had finally turned up. Where he had been Tywin wasn't too sure, though he suspected speaking with Stannis on Dragonstone. In the meantime he was digging in at Harrenhal and now raiding much of the southern Riverlands to support his troops and to make a point to these rebels. Still, they now had a bunch of capable commanders, and even the young Stark had proven surprisingly capable, though maybe it was just good advice. They also now had the troops to truly challenge him and the Westerlands. His scouts estimated around 35,000. He only had just under 20. To make matter worse, few of his brother's forces, barely 100 or so, had made it to the Golden Tooth or to himself here at Harrenhal. If he was to win, he'd need another host and probably sell swords. Luckily the Rock had a good supply of gold to pay for it all. Now then, what to do? We should stage hit and run attacks in multiple areas to force them to spread their troops, then we hit the main host, suggested Sir Marbrand. Tywine didn't react but did appreciate the relatively sensible suggestion. It was so hard to get good battle commanders these days. In fact, he would almost say the northern forward/Riverland forces had him beat, with Lord Stark, the Blackfish, Stark's son, Lord Bolton and Lord Mallister all being good or excellent commanders. Only Stannis and Randil Tarly being the remaining battle commanders to be truly feared. Thankfully Tarly was limited by the buffoon of a Tyrell, while Stannis only had around 5,000 men. And what about that fool Renly? He's marching down the Rose Road and could be soon to hit the capital, pointed out Sir Harris. Renly is moving too slowly to be a true threat as of yet. We need to defeat the Starks before we turn south, Tywine said firmly, brokering no argument from the assembled lords. A knock came at the wooden door to their conference room and Tywine called them in. A tired-looking messenger approached with a scroll. "Message from King's Landing, my lord." He nodded and broke the seal of the letter before reading. His eyes widened in shock, displaying his surprise on a usually unmoving face. Unfortunately the news was such that even he could not have foreseen it or keep cool. "My lord." "What news?" Sir Harris asked hesitantly. Could he tell them? Should he? He would look weak informing them of this. But they'd find out shortly, everyone will no doubt, and lying would make him look even weaker. He sighed before taking a sip from his cup of wine to fortify himself. "Is this true?" he said coldly to the messenger, making many of the assembled lords and knights shake in fear at the calmness that belied the buried anger. Grand Maester Pycelle said Varys had confirmed what the letter said, my lord. "I was not told the contents though," the messenger said nervously. "I see." Tywine paused before speaking again. "Casterly Rock has fallen," he announced bitterly. All around him his vassal lords gasped in shock and horror at the news that the supposedly impregnable fortress had been captured. Many started shouting, thinking of surrender, worrying about keeps and families back home, or even suggesting launching attacks in retaliation. "Silence," Tywine said commandingly, though most ignored it and continued in their panic. "Silence," he thundered while slamming his hands on the table, and this time it got through to them. Many shrunk back in fear while those furthest down the table merely shut their mouths. "This is a setback to be true, but one we will come back from. Now I will issue orders for a host of 10,000 to be raised, and they will take back the rock. I will hire sell swords and all manner of others to swarm our ranks, and then I will make another reigns of Castamere on both this House Britannicum as well as House Stark. I will level any and all who stand against us. Now get out," he shouted angrily, his composure failing again as he took in the news of his home falling into enemy hands. Daenerys Stoneport. Living here was harder than she thought, though given how far north she was she shouldn't have been surprised. She had stayed on board the large metal ship, so unbelievable but somehow true, and had been relatively warm inside. They had been instructing her on some history, but also they told her the truth of her father and the rebellion. She couldn't believe it at first. Viserys had said their father was betrayed by lions, wolves and stags and was given bad advice, yet here she heard of a mad king who burned many, including the former Lord Stark and his heir. It was eye-opening. She'd even written to the last member of her family, a Maester Aemon, who lived at the wall, who confirmed it, but he also told her stories of Targaryen's past as well as passing on secrets only the family should know. It was the advice on what to do that really helped her, she felt, reflecting on the past few months. Aemon had told her to learn all she could from the Northmen who looked after her and to try to build a base of support for which she could use to aid her in finding somewhere to live properly without relying on being looked after. "Don't go for the throne," he'd written, "that old chair is cursed for our family. Make a new life for yourself, my dear niece." Still she couldn't help wondering if a Targaryen would do a better job with the throne given the rumor she'd heard about the usurper. That had changed once the tale of the war had been told. The usurper's children weren't even his, and the lions had alienated much of the realm. Perhaps a dragon could do better. She was certainly more confident now she had gotten away from her brother, and with the tuition she'd received she felt more knowledgeable about running a kingdom. The dragon eggs though, they fascinated her. Uncle Eamon had told her about Summerhall and its failure and warned from doing anything reckless, but still, she was drawn to them. The people of House Britannicum had taken them from her upon her arrival and had only returned them to her after a few weeks. She'd asked why but only gotten strange words: X-rays, MRIs, skin samples and DNA scans. She knew not of what it meant, though she vaguely understood that they'd been studying the eggs before returning them to her. In a way she couldn't blame them. Dragon eggs were beyond rare, so having 3 this close was well worth the study. At the same time she wished they'd asked, but at least they were with her now. For some strange reason, she wasn't quite sure why, she kept them on an open fire that she'd had to ask the crew of this metal ship to make for her. She'd felt a dull warmth from the eggs, or maybe just one of them, and so kept them there, well heated and safe in the fire. Fire and blood, fire and blood. The words echoed in her mind more deeply now, slowly building the longer the eggs were in the fire. Calling to her, and in every dream she saw a different shaped dragon, but it was always one of the same 3. It was then that she decided to be somewhat reckless. She pushed the bed covers off her and pulled her sleepwear close while pulling on a pale blue dressing gown she thought the Northerners had called it. In her room she had a large single bed along with a wardrobe and a set of drawers. The fire pit with the eggs was furthest from the door and near to a wide window she could open and close as she liked. A plain square wood-rimmed mirror hung on the wall above the drawers. She walked slowly over to the fires, the heat slowly starting to brush against her pale smooth skin, a gentle heat that she enjoyed far more than the harsh cold winds and snow outside. Her hand reached out to caress the warm eggs that despite the fire below did not seem excessively hot to her. A cleaner who had once knocked the eggs in passing had cried out at the slight contact and gone to run his hand under cold water in her bathroom. She'd been surprised, but perhaps it was just another example of being a Targaryen, a true dragon. Even Viserys had burnt himself once and had hidden it from view so as to still appear a true dragon. She grabbed a knife she had taken from kitchens when she'd decided on this course of action and slowly cut the palm of her hand. The pain was such that she grimaced and almost cried out, but she needed to continue, for she knew the Northerners would stop her. Who wants dragons roaming about burning things after all? The heat grew hotter now, as if sensing the impending completion of the act she was to do. As the blood cooled in her, she gently dripped her blood over the 3 eggs. Her blood hissed and sizzled as if frying on the shells before seemingly sinking into the eggs themselves. She gasped in wonder and waiting for a few minutes, but nothing seemed to happen. She went to the bathroom to wash her hand before wrapping it in a towel or some cloth. She glanced back at her eggs and sighed disappointedly. Perhaps they truly were stones after all. She got back into her warm comfy bed and fell asleep, dreaming of dragons once more. XXXXX. She awoke to the faint feeling of something nuzzling her and the odd chirping. She wondered if a bird or a dog or something had got in during the night through the door or window before remembering both were shut. She slowly opened her eyes to see a dark shape above her face. The chirping and growling came again, and she blinked a few times before fully taking in what sat on her chest staring at her. A scaly black, with the hint of red, head and orange-red eyes. The two stayed there staring at each other before it chirped again, and she slowly sat up, forcing the creature further down the bed. At the bottom of the bed lay another creature, this one of a green and bronze color. She gasped, seeing the wings both possessed. Dragons. They were dragons. She looked about at the noise from the room as a chair fell over and saw a third crawling about the room after falling from a chair it had been climbing. The third was a cream and golden color. She had dragons. Dragons lived. She was a Targaryen with dragons. Oh God, she had dragons. What in 7 hells was she gonna do now? She laid back on her bed and sighed. Another thing to think about. Jon. First month of 299 AC. Riverrun. He had arrived at the seat of the Tullys with Lord Warrington and a few soldiers at the request of his brother and father. Seeing Riverrun was something. The rivers either side plus the deep moat or trench linking both in front of the castle made for one rather defensible position. It just lacked size when compared to Winterfell or even Casterly Rock. The group of 10 rode into the castle after a long ride from Seaguard. Meeting them in the main courtyard was Robb and his father, Robb looking happy to see him while father was solemn as always. Robb, He greeted and was met by a hug from his brother, their direwolves sniffing and then playfully nipping at each other. Father just stood with a rueful smile before turning to Lord Warrington. Lord Warrington, Father's voice rumbled. You made good progress. There is much to discuss. There is a meeting afternoon, please be present. Congratulations also on your conquest of Casterly Rock. I do not need to remind you that Tywine will be coming after you and your house for this insult. My thanks, my lord, and I will be there. And yes, I know Tywine will want to get his home back. We are digging in and prepared for a siege. He will find his own defenses turned against him plus those we've added, Warrington replied with a smirk. Jon shivered slightly, knowing full well what the Lannister would face. You all right, Jon? Robb asked. He clearly picked up on the shiver. Yeah, Robb, I'm fine, it's just I know what the Lannisters will find and they aren't gonna like it. Warrington and his people have dug in hard and their weapons. He trailed off with a faraway look in his eye. I know what you mean. We used these cannons to bombard 1/3 of the besieging force while my main force took theirs and the Blackfish took the final third. The results were, well, those that saw them threw up or were badly shaken. It was not pleasant, I can definitely say, Robb said shakily as he thought back to the weapons House Britannicus used. I'm just glad they fight for us, I'd hate to face them in battle. Are you right there, brother? So how has the war gone for you? Oh, you know, a sword fight here and a horse charge there, Robb said playfully and gave his brother a friendly knock with his elbow. Jon grunted but smiled back. Before Jon could speak further, their father called to them. Robb, Jon, come. I need to speak with you both privately. There is something you must know. The two young lads followed their father into the main keep and down corridors until they came to a room where two guards stood dressed in stark colors. Once inside, Jon saw that it was fairly bare, lacking items to indicate its inhabitant. On one wall was the great sword Ice, sheathed in its scabbard. Their father took a seat behind the desk in the room, which was covered in papers along with the seal of House Stark, while indicating for them to sit on the chairs before it. What I am about to tell you I should have told you sooner, but knew of no way to tell you and refrained so for your own protection. Remember that, I did it to protect you, Jon, as I swore you mother to do. Father, should I be here if this is about Jon? Robb asked hesitantly. He glanced at Jon, who was almost on the edge of his seat with nerves. To protect him. Who was his mother then? You can stay, Robb, others will know soon enough, so you may as well know now. Who is she? Is she alive? Did she love me? Jon asked. She's dead, Jon, she died barely hours after your birth, their father said with a tired sigh. As you know, the rebellion in part was started by the supposed kidnapping of my sister Lyanna. After all the battles and the relieving the siege at Storm's End, I went to Dorne with 6 companions whom I trusted most and were capable warriors. When we arrived at a tower at the northern edge of the Red Mountains guarded by 3 Kingsguard, Sir Arthur Dayne, Lord Commander Gerald Hightower and Sir Oswell Went. After some talk where I tried to get them to surrender, we fought. These men moved and fought unlike any I have encountered. They were true swordsmen whose talent we are unlikely see again. I fought against Sir Arthur with Ethan Glover and Howland Reed, and while the 3 of us could keep up with him, we could not defeat him. As we fought, the others fell one by one until only myself and Howland remained fighting Sir Arthur. I am ashamed to say I was disarmed and almost killed before Howland, wounded from earlier, struck a fatal blow to Arthur's back. It was enough for me to grab my sword and deliver a killing blow and ending him. Jon and Robb had listened closely as their father described the battle and the not so honorable end that Sir Arthur suffered, though they could understand. What would they do to get Sansa or Arya back? With that done, I rushed into the tower and found Lyanna on a bed, pale-faced and weak. She'd been slowly bleeding out and had very little life left in her. She was broken, I think, from our father's and Brandon's deaths, but also Rhaegar's, Lord Stark said sadly. Rhaegar's? Why would she care about him if she was kidnapped? Robb asked in confusion. Jon nodded in agreement. It made no sense for her to care. That was what I'd thought initially before she explained it all. Gods, I curse her for not thinking things through and risking so much, but now I can't help but understand her, seeing how Robert turned out. That said, I suspect, and Robert would no doubt have agreed, that she would have kept him in line, but they would have angered each other a lot. She left willingly with Rhaegar and married him in a Godswood by the High Septon, while also repeating it in a September. From there they headed south to Dorne. But Roriga was already married. How could he marry again? Rob said incredulously. She was betrothed, how could she break her duty? John asked. Their father nodded understandingly at their confusion. I thought the same, but she did not love Robert, did not like him at all, thinking him a drunk, whoring fool. He already had a bastard in the Vale and she did not like how he acted. As for Roriga, I believe he used a Valyrian custom of multiple marriages under the reasoning that Elia could no longer safely produce any further children. I believe a prophecy was also involved that Roriga became obsessed with, which led to him choosing Lyanna, Ned explained to the boys. In the end I found Lyanna dying on the bed from childbirth. A son had been born and Lyanna swore me to protect the boy from Robert, who would have no doubt killed the child as a threat to his reign and proof that Lyanna did not love him and that the rebellion was built on a lie. To this day I do not know how Brandon came to think she had been kidnapped. The two brothers looked at each other, wondering where this unknown cousin was. Is our cousin with Lord Reed? Rob asked while leaning forward towards the desk. Their father smiled at that, as if laughing at a joke known only to himself. Your cousin sits beside you, Rob, he replied with a smirk before turning to John. I brought you here and hid you as my bastard son in order to protect you from Robert and the Lannisters and so that you could be raised with your family. John, you are the son of my sister Lyanna and Roriga Targaryen. His last surviving child and by all rights the true king of Westeros. John gasped in shock at the news. He couldn't believe it, wouldn't. No, it couldn't be true. Yet is explained much like his looks and lean frame, the high cheekbones and darker eyes. What am I now, a bastard? Or a king? He stood up abruptly and started pacing heavily. Wailing back and forth bent Rob while both turned to look at him. Brother. Cousin. It matters not to me, you are still my brother. You know Arya will say the same and call you stupid, Rob japed, and a small grin tugged at his lips thinking of his little sis cousin. They were all cousins now. Though an anger buried deep within threatened to lash out. Why? Why tell me now when I've asked countless times? Why hide it from me? John said, turning to his father, no, his uncle, if the story was true. Anger and sad tears made his eyes red. Ned just sighed again tiredly. To protect you. If you knew, you might have acted differently than a bastard should, and then people would look closely at you and then perhaps realize my story was false and that you were Lyanna's. Also, I wanted to forget. The war was, well, it wasn't nice and it ended badly with Aegon and Rhaenys being killed just as it had started with my father, brother and sister dying or being kidnapped, so I thought. Benjen left as soon as he could to the wall while I stayed here. Me and him both wanted to forget the rebellion as it had cost us so much. So I kept putting off telling you until you older, and then the time wasn't right, and then when the time could have come the king was here. He sighed sadly. It was just easier to put off and bury the truth, and I was tired of war and its cost. I'm sorry, John. I need some time alone to accept this, John said slowly, not even sure what he wanted or where to go, but knowing he needed to get out. Lad, come speak with me if you wish to know something of your mother. Father, what is John's real name then, or did Aunt Lyanna name him John? Rob asked suddenly just as John was about to leave. He paused and turned to his father, no, his uncle. He was named Jaehaerys after the Conciliator. Jaehaerys, it was nice name, he supposed. He nodded at Lord Stark and left, wandering the corridors aimlessly. Who was he then? What did he want to do? Anger at Lord Stark for how his wife had treated him bubbled under the surface as it always had. Gods, what a mess. He found himself somehow, in the Godswood of Riverrun, just staring at the sad face carved into the weirwood. He knelt before the tree and placed a hand on the wood and prayed. What do I do? Who am I? I do not know if I want to be king or even know how to be one. Old gods, please tell me, what do I do? He got no response beyond the odd breeze from the wind and the gently sway of the tree's branches. Just as he was about to give up and sit down in the woods and garden, a vague feeling came over him. Almost as if he was being watched. Be a dragon, accept your destiny. A voice seemed to echo in his mind. Save the realm from the danger that is to come. Restore the family to the preeminence it had before. The old gods. John thought reverently. A dark chuckle responded to that thought. Merely a raven delivering a message, young dragon, restore our family and prepare for winter. For winter is coming and the dead come with it. Plans and Declarations. 299 AC. John. Riverrun. It had been almost 2 days since he'd been told the truth of his parentage, and he had gone through them in mostly a daze, barely answering those who spoke to him and spending much of his time by the weirwood tree in the Godswood, pondering the words he had heard but also trying to figure out who he was. Who am I? A dragon, as the voice said, or am I a wolf? He sighed. He truly did not know, and what's more, he suspected that who he was going to be important to the meeting that was to be held afternoon. He had seen his father, no, his uncle, look at him sadly, as if regretting what he had done or was about to do. The only other that seemed to react similarly was Lord Warrington, the wealthy and powerful Lord of Stony Shore. John had by now also realized that due to his parentage, his father specifically, he now had a strong claim to the Iron Throne. The very throne they were currently rebelling against. He wasn't sure what they were fighting for currently, to be honest. The Lannisters had been forced down to the southern regions of the Riverlands and had suffered a humiliation at Casterly Rock. So what his uncle and the Riverlords planned to do next he wasn't entirely sure on. He sighed again. Life would be simpler at the Wall, though colder than he'd like. Just the cold and wildlings to worry about. John, came a deep rumbling voice behind him. He stood up and turned to see his father wearing a dark grey gamison with a fur cloak over his shoulders, ice at his side with its tip only a foot from the ground. Father, he said, catching himself before finishing the word. His uncle nodded with a sad smile before beckoning John nearer. You have come here often over the last day or two. Have the gods eased your mind at all? The older man said carefully. Although it does not make things easier or simpler, John replied slowly. In truth, he was uncertain, that he didn't know what his father, and he truly was his father despite being his uncle by blood, had planned. What do we do now? His father seemed to age slightly and looked down at his feet uncomfortably. John, as you know, like most here do now, Joffrey and his siblings are not Robert Skett. They have no claim to the throne. I met with Stannis, the eldest living Baratheon, about the claims we could support. I went there with the intention of supporting Stannis as heir since he's Robert's brother. However, my vassals in House Britannicon, and here his father seemed a bit bitter and angry, spoke out of turn, and with the aid of Sir Barristan, suggested, you. John gasped and looked about worriedly. Me? But why? Doesn't Lord Stannis wish it? John asked confusedly. Ned seemed to nod slowly, agreeing with the assumption. You'd think so, but he is reluctant to do that and would only have done so out of a sense of duty due to Robert having no true-born heir. When your name was suggested and the truth of you brought to light, he was hesitant. You have less lordly training compared to Rob, though more than most bastards, as I had wished to give you a keep so you'd have needed it, but he also had concerns about the fact your family lost the rebellion. By right of conquest you had no claim, or so most would argue, he said. Lord Stark paused there, letting John absorb what he was being told. What did he say in the end? Will Lord Stannis claim the throne? If he wishes, I can swear before him I do not want it and take the Black or some keep up here in the north. John suggested, preferring the keep to the Black given that he had experienced life in Stony Shore and found it desirable. His uncle smiled proudly down at his son. That is admirable of you, John, but that is not what will happen. Stannis decided after a few days' deliberation, by himself and discussing it with advisors, that he would support you being placed on the throne. I think that if it got out that he had chosen not to, his own vassals would have rebelled against him. Considering that the houses sworn to Dragonstone are predominantly Targaryen loyalists or being of Valyrian descent themselves, it would have been foolish not to take that into account. I believe that he was convinced of your legitimacy and that much of the realm would unite under you. More than would if he tried. Father? John asked in confusion, not quite seeing how he'd have much of the realm behind him. Think for a moment. Right now you have the North and Riverlands plus Stannis and the forces around Dragonstone, Ned explained to his son in all but blood. With your family name we can bring Targaryen loyalists in the Reach and Stormlands. There is a slight chance that we can bring the Dornish on side with the offering of the Mountain and Lock for punishment. The Vale is sadly out currently due to Lysa being stubborn and foolish, and obviously the Westerlands are also out. There is a chance the Crownlands might swear to you, but Tywin is between us and them, so they may just sit it out till he is removed. John nodded, seeing where his father was going with this. The Reach would fracture, which could give them a chance against Renly or leave him floundering and then vulnerable to a Lannister counterattack, thus dealing with two birds with one stone. You should know, Lord Stark continued, that I will be informing the other lords and formally declaring for you after noon. I will then send a raven to Stannis and he will declare as well. He will in turn send ravens to his vassals informing them of his pledge and any orders. Jon gasped in surprise. He thought he'd have longer, and now he was being made a king, or claimant at least. Father, are you sure? I mean, what do I know about being a king? I was raised a bastard and have limited lordship training, how can I then be a king to these lords? Jon started to panic, and began breathing heavily before he felt a hand grab his shoulder comfortingly. Relax, Jon, myself and Robb will advise you, and Lord Stannis will as well. Indeed, I would suggest you name him your hand, as he is an excellent naval commander and a rather good army one too. He takes his duties seriously and would therefore be an excellent candidate for the role. He knows King's Landing far better than I. I disliked being there and being hand, though I did my duty. Jon nodded in understanding. Everything he'd heard about the city made him think he'd dislike being there as well. And now he was being made to live there. Gods, it was like some joke. First he was a bastard, then he was not, and now he is told he is king. Who would ever have believed it? If he had been told sooner, he'd have said they were mad. Get some rest and a good meal, then join us for the meeting in the grate an hour after midday meal is over. Now I just need to go tell Cat about all this and hops she doesn't throw me to the fishes, Ned japed weakly before giving Jon a long look and leaving him alone to the comfort of the gods. Warrington. He watched as the various lords entered the hall for the meeting, including, he noted, Sir Barristan Selmy, the famed knight of the Kingsguard. He saw Ned seated up at the high table with his sons, Robb and Jon, to his left, and Lord Edmure and the Blackfish to his right. The incoming lords took their seats accordingly, with the north to the left side of the hall and the Riverlands to the right. When everyone was in and the last seated, Ned waited a few minutes for the lords to grab cups of wine or water that servants had left on the tables that were scattered around the room. He then stood and banged his fist on the table he and the others were sat at, looking down upon the assembled lords and commanders. Quiet! Lord Stark bellowed, his deep northern voice rumbling through the room, silencing many as the various lords turned to the Warden of the North. I thank you, my lords, for coming here to hear my words. As you now know, the supposed children of Robert are not his get nor share his blood. Renly has risen in rebellion with the Reach and much of the Stormlands supporting him. The Lannisters have the Westerlands and the Crownlands for now. However, they have suffered great blows, with losses outside these very walls that my son Robb led. Cheers from the many lords sounded at this, which made Ned smile at the praise they had for his son. As well as being struck a critical blow by Lord Warrington and his navy by the seizure of Casterly Rock. More cheers sounded, along with some insults to the golden-headed family, and James bowed his head to Lord Stark in acknowledgement. But now we must decide what we are to do. Bah! I spit on that golden inbred bastard and the Southron fool Renly, came the gruff voice of Lord Umber. The Starks have looked after us for centuries. I say we declare them kings and be done with those Southron pricks and that iron monstrosity. The North for the North, he yelled, and many northern lords rumbled their agreement. The Starks seemed to smile slightly at the praise heaped upon them by their bannerman, though Warrington didn't cheer, since he felt no true feeling either way. And what of the Riverlands, Lord Umber? Lord Stark asked rhetorically. While I appreciate your loyalty, we have the Riverlands and possibly the Vale to think of. Not to mention Dorne and Dragonstone. When I spoke with Lord Stannis, I had planned to pledge to him as the eldest brother of Robert. The gods, it seemed, had another plan for me as Lord Stannis, and I came to a different arrangement. As you know, the rebellion started because in part it was believed Lyanna, my sister, was kidnapped by Prince Rhaegar, and my brother and father were then burned alive when they demanded her return. There were a few nods, but many looked puzzled by the change in topic and the short history tale. Her kidnapping was a lie unknowingly told, Ned said regretfully, which caused a few cries of outrage from the assembled lords. My lords, please let me explain, Ned said much louder in order to be heard over their grumbles, and he banged his fist on the table a few times to get them to quieten down. As I was saying, the lie was only revealed as such when I got to Dorne and found my sister, dying in a lonely tower in the Red Mountains. She was dying of fever. Birthing fever. Upon entry to her room, after meeting Lyanna, I was presented with a child, hers and her husband's, Ned said softly but clearly. Again more cries of outrage filled the room, even Ed Muir and Brindon seemed shaken by the news. James just looked on calmly, though he got a few glances from Lord Glover and Mage Mormont for his lack of reaction. He just smirked knowingly at them, which subtly told them he already knew. "How could she and the prince be married?" cried one river lord. "What became of the child?" barked Mage, who threw a glance at James as if wondering if he knew that too. That he knew what happened he didn't show on his face, but he grinned internally at her, knowing her good son so well. Prince Roriger used the Targaryen exceptionalism to declare Lyanna a second wife, as his first, Elia, could no longer bear children. Thus they married near or on the Isle of Faces, and again in a local September by High Septon Maynard. As for the son Lady Mormont, why, he sits beside his cousin, protected by his widely known status as my bastard son. Everyone then turned to stare at John, and James almost felt pity for the boy as he was stared and gawped at by lords far older than his 18 years. He saw John at first shy away from the looks before a nudge from Robb made him sit more upright, square his shoulders and look down upon the lords. "Yes, that's it, look a bit more lordly like that lad and you might pull of a kingly look too." James, though with a wry smile. "You mean that the boy, your bastard, is a Targaryen?" Lord Jason Mallister of Seaguard asked incredulously. "He looks more Stark than Valyrian." That got a few nods from the assembled lords, while others studied the boy closely. "He has the Valyrian high cheekbones and Roriger's slender build," Sir Brindon admitted slowly. "Lord Stark tells the truth, my lords," James said, rising to his feet. He knew someone else would need to back Lord Stark somewhat since Lord Reed was not present. The lords turned to him, startled by his voice. "Who in seven hells are you?" exclaimed a Riverlord. "Lord James Warrington, at your service." Warrington replied with a bow and flourish, exaggerated of course, because where was the fun in not doing so? "Lord of Stony Shore and Lord of Casterly Rock." "As I said, Lord Stark is correct. I'm sure the stories tell how advanced my people are, so I shall simply say that we have a way of using blood, or hair, to determine family relations between people. Jon Snow does not match Lord Stark to the degree that Lord Robb or any of Lord Robb's siblings do. In fact, he matches Lord Stark only slightly, thus indicating a further relation than father and son or mother and son. Logically, he is therefore a nephew from either of Lord Stark's siblings. Before any claim that perhaps he is Brandon's by Asher Dane, we have taken a blood sample from Aemon Targaryen, Maester of Castle Black, and compared the two samples. Jon matched to Aemon enough to indicate that he was a nephew. Thus he is logically Lyanna's and Roriger's child. We also found out, using similar methods, about Prince Joffrey and his sibling James further explained. Any of you who have seen them know they are gold of hair and green-eyed with no features of the Baratheons in them. Robert's bastard children, however, had strong builds, were dark-haired and had blue eyes. All Baratheon traits, he reported to them succinctly before returning to his seat. The lords grumbled and some looked at him as if he were a devil or magic user for his analysis of the blood, but none could deny the lack of resemblance the supposed royal children had to King Robert. That Brindon had pointed out some Valyrian features in the boy, and that Lord Stark was a man of honor, along with the timing of events it led them to, after much grumbling, accept the truth. Jon was Roriger's true-born son and last surviving heir. "So the plan is to place this boy, the prince's son, on the throne, Lord Stark?" Sir Brindon asked with a side glance to Jon. "Aye, that is the plan myself and Lord Stannis have decided upon. Lord Stannis will blockade the Blackwater and rally what Stormlanders he can, while also trying to get the Reach and Dawn on side. Meanwhile I will attempt to gain the Vale to ours, though given what I am hearing from the Vale we may only ensure their neutrality," Lord Stark said grimly. "What news is there from the Vale that has you troubled, my lord?" "Surely they would wish to seek justice and vengeance for their former lord?" asked the soft cold voice of Lord Bolton. Ned glanced at Brindon, who shrugged and gestured for him to continue. "Lady Lysa Arryn acts as regent, it is true, but she has become rather unstable," he finished delicately. "She imagines plots and tries to keep her son close but smothers him. Lord Royce has said he would try what he could to get her to side with us, but said neutrality is likely all that will be gained," Ned finished sadly. "Still, we are more than able fight this war and win, my lords. The Westerlands is in chaos thanks to Lord Warrington, and soon the Blackwater will close and further foods will cut off. With Tywine being forced further south, we shall no doubt end besieging the capital shortly. Lord Stark, are you sure about putting a Targaryen back on the throne? How can we be sure another heiress will not recur?" Lord Karstark asked gruffly, and a few others murmured in agreement. My nephew is not his grandfather. If all of us were held to the sins of our fathers we would never have lived as long as we have, Ned argued back with a glare and cast Stark back down under the cold grey eyes of the Stark patriarch. Good, so we are agreed. My nephew will sit the throne and replace these upstart lions. A chorus of eyes were heard around the hall from the various lords as they took to the news of a fresh Targaryen sitting upon the Iron Throne. Does he have a more Targaryen-sounding name, Lord Stark? Edmure asked from beside the Starks. Jon cleared his throat before speaking. My name is Jaehaerys Targaryen, Lord Edmure, and I thank you all, my lords, for your support, and I swear that I will not let you down nor ask something of you that I would not ask myself. I will protect and serve all under my banner and in my realm, and I hope I shall have your support in doing so. Jon, or Jaehaerys, said nervously but clearly and without any stutter. The lords banged their cups on the tables in reply. He may be a Targaryen, but he's a Stark from the north too. He is of the north. So I still say I spit on those Southrons and their tourney, but let's give them a taste of winter. Lord Umber called, and he drew his sword and pointed it at Jaehaerys. The king from the north, he shouted and knelt. I, the king from the north, shouted Mage next, and she too knelt. The king from the north, came subsequent calls, and soon the whole hall was full of lords who knelt as they declared Jaehaerys king of Westeros. Jae stood there seemingly stunned and overwhelmed by the support, a small smile on his face at such recognition. James knelt amongst the others and met the eyes of Jae as he looked out at the kneeling lords. Their eyes met, and James gave him a respectful nod, and Jae returned it, indicating the thanks he had for the people who had trained him in war beyond that which he might have at Castle Black or with his uncle. XXXXX. The lords began to disperse after the main announcement was done, though the senior lords and commanders remained behind and began discussing plans for the war. As they did, James slipped out and went to his quarters, where he opened up a trunk he had brought with him from Casterly Rock, which held a long leather-wrapped package which he'd had delivered from Stony Shore to Seaguard in time for his arrival there. He picked it up and returned to the Great Hall. Jaehaerys noticed him arrive and approach him, and Ned looked up to at the growing quiet. Your Grace, James said with a small bow. House Targaryen is known for many things, including madness and incest, but it is also known for the Valyrian steel swords it possessed. Both Dark Sister and Black Fira were long thought lost, however during our time in these lands my people rediscovered one of them, hiding under the noses of many with the last surviving member of its house. James held the long package up to Jae to take, who softly picked it up from Warrington's hands and placed it on the table to unwrap. He slowly undid the small ties which held it together and then unraveled the leather covers, which slowly revealed a hilt and scabbard. The grip was a silvery gold color ending in a golden pommel in the shape of a dragon's head with eyes of red rubies. The crossguard itself was a pair of twisted gold quillions with pointed tips, while another ruby sat in the center of the crossguard. The blade was long and slender, fitting the category of a longsword, and may have been designed for a female hand given its slender form. Dark Sister, Your Grace, fully restored and sharp as ever. Warrington informed them, and many gasped as the King Claimant drew the sword and held it aloft for all to see, its rippled steel appearance giving away its Valyrian creation. He then moved away from the table and tested the weight of the blade and practicing a few forms. I'm partial to the bastard sword in all honesty, but I shall train hard to make myself worthy of this blade. He sheathed the blade in its with three-headed dragon-decorated black scabbard. He nodded happily to himself and seated himself back at the table, content to have the new sword by his chair. Warrington took his seat at the table again as they discussed their plans. We need to drive the Lannisters back, said Lord Tytos Blackwood from his seat along the table. No, we need to round up the rest of the Riverland armies first and drive out the various raiding bands before we take on Tywin, Lord Bracken retorted. We should do both. Ned intervened before the two rivals could get going and bicker profusely. How many more troops can we rally? He then asked to Lord Edmure. I believe we can bring a total of 10,000 or so, Ned. We might scrounge up a few thousand more as time goes on, Edmure explained to his good brother after a quick whispered conversation with his uncle, the Blackfish. Ned nodded in acknowledgement. Where exactly have the Lannisters retreated to? Jon asked while glancing at the map of the Riverlands. They are currently based at Harrenhal, Your Grace, the Blackfish said while pointing at the castle by the God's Eye on the map. My scouts indicate the army is just under 20,000 strong, so assuming we rally enough here we have enough to force him out. Costly though, despite being a ruin it is still highly defensible. Jon hummed thoughtfully before looking at his uncle. How many do we have, uncle? 24,000 Northmen, your grace. And they are worth double that in Southrons, your grace. Lord Umber boasted, to many shouts of agreement from the other northern lords and scowls from the river lords. I'm sure they will prove so, Lord Umber. I know how tough us northerners can be. And please, uncle, call me Jay or John. Of course, your grace. And we have 5,000 Riverland soldiers at the moment, though as Lord Edmure said another 10 could be found. Ned replied, and Jay frowned at him, though without heat. Lord Warrington, are you able to strike out from Casterly Rock at all? Perhaps delay any actions to rally a new host out there while we deal with Tywine? Jay asked after consulting the map. Not easily. The former Lannister garrison has placed a few hundred men outside the Lion's Mouth, while the rest have retreated to a nearby castle to call for reinforcements. We are currently digging in and preparing to repel an assault which we expect within the next sennight or so. Could you not destroy that small force and then raid around the Westerlands? We could, James admitted slowly, but we lack the numbers to do large attacks. We only have just under 4,000 men. To be fair, we didn't go all out in terms of using our firearms when we attacked Lannisport, whereas we will be when defending the Rock. The mouth will be impregnable, James replied to the young king claimant. As for raiding, it would be like pinpricks, enough to annoy them but not enough to delay. They will come to Casterly Rock regardless, as Tywine will want it resecured. John nodded sadly at the news before sighing and turning back to the map. Then we take Lord Stark's suggestion and Lord Blackwood's and move on Tywine. Lord Edmure will rally additional Riverland forces to clear out any raiding party of the Lannisters and restore any taken keeps to their rightful lords. Meanwhile, Uncle Ned and the northern host can besiege Harrenhal, thus keeping Tywine contained while Edmure clears out the Riverlands of raiders. Once the Riverlands are secured, Lord Edmure can bring all the remaining forces to Harrenhal, which we will then assault. We need only besiege on 3 sides, as the fourth faces the gods, I correct? Aye, that's it, your grace, though the section besieging from the south side will need to be alert to any Lannister aid from the Crown lands, Sir Brynden advised. That's unlikely, since they can ill afford to send more men here when Renly is marching north with a large host, Ned quickly retorted. Brynden nodded and others seemed to relax at the news. Lannister reinforcements were unlikely. Lord Edmure, I suggest taking a large force to deal with certain raiding bands. I've had word from various assets that the Mountain is leading one group. Be cautious and keep at a distance. I'd recommend crossbows with rope or chain to hold him down while you shoot his legs and arms. A few to the chest can't hurt either, given who he is, Warrington recommended, and to his surprise Edmure looked angry before the Blackfish put a calming hand on the man's arm and spoke quietly to him. He's right, nephew, do not underestimate that beast. I would do just as he advised and would have given you the same advice. Edmure nodded stiffly and shrank back in his chair. Sir Brynden gave James a respectful nod, who then returned it. On my end, we will keep the Westerlands focused on Casterly Rock. That should stop them bringing fresh troops through the Golden Tooth, since they will need them when they fail to take the Rock, Warrington added after a moment's pause. John nodded gratefully, and with that the group of lords dispersed to begin their war against the Lannisters. An hour later, a dozen ravens headed out from the rookery to deliver declarations of loyalty and intent, while another headed off to Dragonstone to begin the next phase of the war. Where the fun begins. Daenerys. Stoneport. She walked down the cobblestone streets with the 2 soldier escort, enjoying the sounds of children running down the street as they chased each other or kicked a ball about, while others walked up and down the streets going about their business. It wasn't too busy and it felt slightly empty to her. She said as much to her escorts and either grunted or hummed in acknowledgement. Of course it's emptier, milady, men and women have gone off to serve in the Navy and Marines, one said, his northern accent coming across strongly. Men and women. Yep, replied the second, popping the P. All citizens over 18 years can serve. Those who wish to can volunteer and are trained for 6 weeks basic instruction on weapons, tactics and armor. After that they are kept on permanently or as a reserve for when they are needed. The training peeps decide where the volunteers go. Reserves train for 6 weeks each year. Permanent are assigned to the naval ships out on patrol or to the horse guards for on land duty, the second explained, his accent coming across as more of a twang though dulled with a hint of the north. They continued down the streets and Dany saw a large building with a red cross on a sign outside. It was 3 floors high, she estimated, and built from stone with woodwork scattered about for decoration. That's the hospital, the second guard explained. Hospital. Danny said unsurely, testing out the word. The sick and injured go there to be healed. The healers are best in the realm, if not the world. Even the Maesters have sent a couple here to learn medicine to a greater level. Chief healer here is some half-Maester called Coburn. Odd fellow but very smart. Half-Maester. I'm a lady, he got kicked out by the Citadel for ugly experiments. In fact the Citadel called them too bold apparently, but most people know they were actually gruesome. Lord Warrington brought him here to have him taught properly about the human body and rehabilitate him. Surprisingly it worked. Not many were happy about a guy like Coburn being here at first, but he does know his stuff and has proven himself to the people. Redemption, some say the Northerner admittedly grumpily. XXXXX. They continued walking around the small city, Daenerys moving over to the market in the central square near the mayor's mansion. The foods on sale smelled lovely, though some looked worse than they smelt. The fresh bread appealed the most, but some lemon cakes caught her eye. She hurried over to look them over more closely. Like you what see my dear? 3 silver and the cake is yours, or 40 copper for a slice, the stool owner said gleefully, though he gave her a long searching look as well. Daenerys wasn't wearing the same clothes she wore in Pentos anymore, much to her chagrin. Her hair was done up in a bun with a thick traveler's cloak wrapped around her with the hood up. Underneath the brown cloak she had a grey wool dress that fit her well and showed off her budding curves and hinted at her still growing breasts. They smell lovely, but unfortunately I'm not really looking to buy anything currently. Merely passing through, she explained, and the man's expression fell. She didn't really have much money and House Britannicum was effectively paying for her while they cared for her and her dragons. Her dragons were the size of cats currently, having grown remarkable quickly over the last few weeks. They could make weak flames, enough to cook small pieces of meat or fish, but were otherwise defenseless. She had decided on Rorigal and Viserion for 2 but was struggling with the third almost black one. She had been tempted to call it Balerion after the dread but felt it was uninspired. She had then thought Aerion for her father but knew the reputation of her father was not so good in Westeros. Pondering further, she had eventually settled on calling him Davalon after Daemon the Dragon Knight, or was it Aemon? She'd have to read over the books again, she really needed to know more about her ancestors. She was proud of how her children were doing but had to keep any eye on them to make sure they behaved and didn't cause too much trouble. She had to admit she was beginning to love this city. That the men and women were treated equally for their military and that there were rules in place for the 2 brothels, both directly owned by the town she'd found, in order to prevent any funny business. She read that to mean spying and other bad things. She found that all the children over 5 and under 13 had to attend lessons on reading, writing and numbers a few days each week under the watchful eye of the local maester and a few volunteers. There was also a public bathhouse which took inspiration from a people referred to as Romans by the older men and women of the Britannican military. XXXXX. Daenerys was walking back towards the main stables to fetch her horse in order to ride back to the naval base with her 2 escorts when she asked about the accents the 2 had. I'm a lady, I'm a northerner through and through. Come from near Deepwood Motte, been here for 2 years now to serve the house's navy since it protects me ma and the back home, the northerner explained gruffly. There's a fair few northern men and women serving here that come from elsewhere, mostly along the west side, as we know the Ironborn more than those lucky sods over in the east. To be fair to them, Baldwin, they have to deal with those wilding people you lot complain about all the time, retorted the other. Are you Britannicans here are lucky, Jack, barely get any if at all. Bear Island, Last Hearth and the mountain clans still get wilding raids, and Deepwood does occasionally if they sneak past the rest. So what's your story, she asked the other as they walked. My adoptive dad came with the fleet. Like everyone, they were shocked and horrified by what they found. Devastated they couldn't go home from what I heard. My real dad had died in a raid by Ironborn when I was 1. House Britannicum arrived about a year or 2 later. Dad met my mum while they were surveying the lands and began setting up this city here. By the time new homes had been built out of that orange brick, he'd moved in with my mum and then they married a moon or 2 later. Got 2 younger half-siblings now. Anyhow, he was there a lot, as were others of his squad of soldiers, so I picked up a few of their ways of talking and accent. He's nice, I guess, don't really remember a lot before him so. Jack shrugged and they kept walking. Hasn't been easy for my siblings though. Their father was kept busy during the early years plus the Ironborn rebellion, and now he's away again, though this time commanding one of the warships. Didn't help some of the troops looked down on him for marrying a local, but way I hear it a fair few of them have. Both British and American, Jack explained with a grin. Ships were mostly made up of male crews and only a few of the women were interested enough to marry a fellow crew member, plus some of the men were married with wives back home. So yeah, probably more than half the total have had children with locals now. That said, the American ones don't care for the nobility, their country back home apparently outlawed it. Can you imagine? Must be anarchy or near enough without some nobility to help control things. So cause of that they mostly avoid Lord Warrington and any visiting lords. The Brits weren't too bad, they had a king and lords back home, though apparently both had little real power. So they deal with that and any lords who visit. Jack finished with a shrug. I see, Daenerys said softly. So are both on good terms? I mean, they must if under one flag. You'll get no trouble now. Been here over 5 and 10 years, they had a war with the Ironborn as well, which helps mold you into one. American troops still sorta keep to themselves in terms of dealing with lords, but otherwise deal with everyone when they're in the city. We're all good now. She looked at Baldwin, who shrugged and said, I ain't seen nothing to indicate any trouble. They're all decent people, even the female sailors and sodders are good at what they do. She nodded and they grabbed their horses. Dany stroked the long face of her mare before saddling it and hefting herself astride it. Her guards were waiting outside the stables when she appeared. Ready, milady? Yes, thank you. Let's head back. Before they could go far, they were met by Lady Warrington and Admiral Gardner. Lady Targaryen, Lady Warrington said slowly, clearly uncomfortable with one of her family here. Gardner in turn frowned slightly at the tone. There has been news that affects you. You should come to the manor. What news? She noticed Lady Warrington hesitated and Gardner snorted. You might as well tell her, the news will be out soon enough given what Lord Stark and your husband are planning, Gardner advised, leaving Dany more confused than before. It seems that you are not the last Targaryen. As you know, there is Maester Aemon at Castle Black, but there is another. A nephew of yours. Jaehaerys Targaryen, son of Rhaegar and Lyanna Stark. Lord Stark has declared him the rightful king given the bastard status of Robert Skett. I guess, my lady, that it would make you Princess Daenerys of House Targaryen, Daisy concluded. I have a nephew. Daenerys stuttered out in surprise. Your Highness, you do? Where is he? Can I meet him? He's at Riverrun learning to take command and rule, Gardner explained. As for meeting him, I am unsure. It would be best to keep you separate somewhat for both your own safety. Plus you have the dragons to raise. Dany started at that before looking at him in surprise. She hadn't thought people would know so quickly. You're on my flagship, Princess, of course I know what is going on aboard it. My scientists thank you for your cooperation, by the way. They were quite excited to take blood samples and various scans of the creatures. For us they are something of myth and legend. Never did we ever think they might really exist, even when observing the skulls below the Red Keep. She nodded dazedly, staring north towards where her dragons would be, almost as if she could sense them somehow. She had a nephew, one who was going for the throne. She would have to meet him someday. He couldn't be worse than her brother, and she doubted that these people would put someone like that on the throne. A Targaryen alone in the world was truly an awful thing. Now she wasn't alone, she had someone to look forward to meeting. South of Riverrun. Jaehaerys. They had set off 2 days after the meeting at Riverrun, which declared him king, and he still felt uncomfortable and unready for it. Oh, he could plan a battle somewhat now thanks to the teachings of House Britannicon and the advice from various lords, but ruling. That was another matter entirely. He had said goodbye to his his cousins, as they left. Arya's farewell had been rather tearful, and even Sansa, the one he had got on the least with, had looked sad to see him go. He was going south to Harrenhal while they traveled north back home to safety. Robb and Asha were still around, though Robb and his father had argued about both being here and one remaining at Winterfell. Eventually Ned had relented, since Robb had created a battle guard of theirs which now encompassed Jay himself plus Ser Barristan as his official Kingsguard. XXXXX. They rode down worn roads, muddy tracks and cross-country en route to the ruined fortress. Here and there they would retake castles and keeps, such as Atranta and Lichester, which the Lannisters had taken, liberating them and either killing or capturing the handful of Lannister soldiers that remained. They passes small villages and houses where family would watch the soldiers pass, some suspiciously while others more joyfully. On the 7th day of riding, Jay rode beside his uncle, glad to be beside familiar company once more after taking turns riding with the various northern and river lords. He had much to learn, and hearing from the various lords, at the suggestion of both Rob and his uncle, meant he picked up on concerns and worries they had. It was the common one that brought him to his uncle. Uncle Jay said softly as he rode beside him, Sir Barristan shadowing behind them a few feet away. "Your Grace," Ned said in reply. "Uncle, you can pass on the formality while it's just us," Jay returned kindly. Ned smiled softly. "What is it, nephew? What troubles you still?" "I do not know how to be king. Why would the lords support me when I know nothing of such position? I have ridden beside a number of them now, and I can see they worry. I am a green boy who has no idea what I am doing. I fear they may be right. War I can do to some degree, but ruling, I know not a thing about it." Ned sighed but nodded in understanding. "You know nothing of ruling? You do know some lessons of war which I, or those military-minded in House Britannicum, taught you, but ruling, I failed you there. You were so set on the watch when you were younger, and I might have slightly encouraged it, that I felt you didn't need the same lessons Rob and even Asher received. Rob was my heir and Asher had claimed to rule 2 Iron Islands, you were my bastard son, and set for the watch. I could have fought it and tried to find a keep or some land for you, but it would have drawn more attention to you. Attention I did not want. Someone could make the connection I feared if you were legitimized or made lord of a keep. And then we'd have war. A war I did not want," Ned explained quietly, regretting much of what had occurred these past 18 years. "I get that, uncle, and while I did not have it easy, I did better than most bastards. That doesn't however explain why they'd support me. In fact, it's more reason not to." "So why do they, uncle?" Jay asked desperately. Ned could see it in the boy's eyes, and he glanced behind to see the army riding or marching behind them, with Sir Barristan watching them closely though feigning disinterest. "As the great Jon said, you're from the north, and the north has been hard done by the Iron Throne for many years, decades even, maybe more. I suspect that if I hadn't been here and neither had you, that Rob may have been made king of the north and they would fight for independence. That is how much the north dislikes the south. And I would not blame them a bit, though it's something I fear that the north could ill afford even with House Britannicum improving things," Ned answered sadly. "Tax rises and little reward after the rebellion saw many of my lords seethed under it. I managed to get Jon Arryn to ease it back somewhat, but many still complained it was too high for them to bear. I had to do much to appease them. House Britannicum helped somewhat with their new goods, new roads, and help in repairing old roads. Trade increased and made life easier and the taxes more bearable. Still, things could have gone differently. Why do they support you, you ask?" Ned turned to look at Jay. "Your blood and name is the main thing in your favor. You have my blood, my sister's blood, inside you, and the Starks are one of the great houses and workings of Winter since time forgotten. Your father was a well-respected and a generally much beloved prince that many had hoped would replace Aerys. That it turns out he was never a kidnapper or rapist as some feared restores their faith in him. You were raised by me, and, much as I dislike to sound my own horn, the North respects me for my commandability during the rebellions and my wardenship of the North. They expect you to be somewhat like me, making you a predictable man and a fair and just ruler in temperament. As for your lack of knowledge, the key argument I believe," he glanced at Jay who nodded cautiously. "You will learn. Surround yourself with good advisors. For war, myself, Rob, Sir Brynden and Stannis are all good or excellent commanders. That we named Stannis your hand will help, since he knows the capital better than I and is a dutiful and competent man. He will do a better job as hand than I did. Otherwise, for council positions, varies, depending on what side he takes, would be good for Master of Whispers or replace him with Lord Warrington, since he has a wide net of eyes and ears. Perhaps Lord Mandaly or his heir as Master of Ships. Rob could do as Master of Laws for a while I remain in the north. Do you see what I mean? Uncle, even if I don't know anything now, I should get the right people to help me, guide me, and then use that to make myself a better ruler," he replied uncertainly. Ned smiled and nodded in agreement. "No man is born ready to lead or rule. One must learn. It is whether you take the time to learn and how much you do that will decide your fate." "He is right, your grace," Sir Barristan spoke up in his gravelly voice. You have talent with the sword and the potential to command when at war, so do not squander it. Your father loved to read and sing, he was most studious and many expected great things from him, but he could command well like you. Learn, my king, and I sure you will prove both Roriger and your mother proud." Jay nodded and listened closely to the elderly knight. "I will, sir, and thank you again for your support." The old man smiled slightly. "I could do nothing less. I have served 3 kings, your grace, 2 mad and 1 who wasted away because he could not adapt or move on. You seem more dutiful and less mad than them. Much like your father and uncle, in fact. Both were, or are, honorable and good men. Be like Roriger, your grace, but do not let prophecy or mysticism blindly rule you like he." Jay nodded and looked forward as they rode, riding in silent contemplation of all he had heard. He would do this for his father and he would learn what he could. He had to, or he would die, he thought mirthlessly. XXXXX. The group he led eventually passed over the peak of a small hill a few hours later, and he gasped at the sight in the distance. There, with overgrown trees, climbers and bushes, were the monstrously large stone curtain walls of Harrenhal, sitting on the banks of the God's Eye. The state of the towers, of which only 5 could be seen from outside, were crumbling and partially melted, indicating its status as a fallen, ruined great fortress. On the ramparts the Golden Lion of House Lannister flew proudly and defiant, daring him to attack. He hummed thoughtfully before sighing. "This is where the fun begins," he sarcastically said quietly. Dragonstone. Stannis. The Raven had arrived a few days ago, confirming the boy's claim and the announcement of himself as the boy's hand. It almost made him smile. Being acknowledged had been one of the few things he'd wanted. That and Storm's End as was rightfully his. That said, he would do his duty no as hand, and he could relinquish claim to it if Renly would side with them against the common threat. He might, but he knew there was no love lost between himself and his younger brother. There'd not been much between any of the brothers, in all honesty, not since before their parents had died. What he would do now he wasn't sure. He needed to speak with Renly and the Tyrells, perhaps land in Blackwater Bay and meet them as they approached the road to the Stormlands from the Rose Road. No, it would take too long. Renly was marching slowly from Highgarden and was only now near Bitterbridge. He'd need to meet sooner. He needed something to draw Renly to him quickly. He looked down at the table map and pondered before coming to a quick decision. He didn't need to do it properly, just enough to force them to send a message to Renly. Yes, that could work, and placed a flaming heart marker down on the location and turned to leave the room. The marker sat on Storm's End. XXXXX. It was a week later that found his forces sat around Storm's End, the castle closed to him and a raven having fled towards where he knew Renly to be. Melisandre and Sir Davos had accompanied him, and he was glad the former smuggler had, as his ships allowed him to close of the sea route as well, while his army foraged and kept the besieged garrison inside. He was not the only one besieging a castle at present. King Jaehaerys and Lord Stark along with the northern host had laid siege to Harrenhal, trapping the old lion inside and starving him out. Meanwhile the River Lords secured their homes again while also gathering strength to guard the pass from the Golden Tooth in case and Lannister troops came out from there. He doubted it, since he too had heard that Casterly Rock had fallen and the old lion was raising a host to retake it before the Lannister prestige was lost. Unfortunately it already had, as many around the realm now knew that the lions had lost their den. He had almost smiled at the news. He looked over the map of his besieging force, making sure there were no obvious holes. He may not want to fully attack now, but that didn't mean he could train his men for when they did it for real. A rustling of the tent door flap drew his attention as Sir Davos came in. "Thought I told you to be on your ship," he said gruffly. "I but thought you should know there's a storm brewing and we may need to pull back. Not sure if it'll hit now, later or miss us, but thought you ought to know, my lord." "Ought to and my lord," Stannis muttered in correction to his able right hand. "All right, retreat if you need to, no point wasting ships on a siege I don't mean to complete." "Very good, my lord." "So do we know when Renly will arrive?" "Scouts indicate he's riding hard with 20,000, perhaps a day away. We'll hold here, though I want the men ready to leave at a moment's notice." Davos looked confused briefly at that order. "Renly is arrogant and flippant enough, he might attack us when we don't bend to him, and I won't waste good men when against such numbers." "Not when my king wants me to maintain a blockade on the Blackwater," Stannis explained. We'll let Renly waste himself and his strength against the Lannisters there. Perhaps ask for the king to let Tywin flee south to deal with Renly, then I'll take charge of the Stormlands by right and renew an attack with the king coming from the north. Even Tywin won't be able to fight two hosts of 20,000 from two directions. That could work. Even Renly will be able to inflict some damage when he attacks, and assuming he fails, and depending on who survives, you and King Jaehaerys can make them bend to us and claim the capital for ourselves. That's if Renly lives and bends the knee, Davos commented thoughtfully. If Renly loses badly enough, he'll want mine and our king's support, so he'll bend. If he dies, the Stormlands will flock to my banner and the Tyrells will be left alone as enemies of the Lannisters. If our king does his duty properly, he can get the Tyrells on side by marriage to their girl. Assuming Renly is who I suspect he is, they can annul the marriage on grounds it was unconsummated and pass the girl to the king. So now we wait, Davos said tiredly. Now we wait, Stannis ground out. XXXXX. The wait turned out to be a little over a day, with a meeting and parley secured a short distance from Storm's End. Stannis led 10 guards, himself, Sir Davos and the Lady Melisandre, to meet his younger brother. Renly sat with an equal amount of guards on horseback, sitting upon his white horse eating an apple. He wore lavish gold plate and a grey cloak with an antler crown upon his head. Stannis in comparison wore a black cloak over a few worn armor plates and mail. Brother. How kind of you to come here. Have you come to bend the knee? Renly said happily. Renly, what are you doing declaring yourself king? If anything, it should be me you're supporting, not yourself, as I'm the elder brother, Stannis ground out. Pish, no one would follow you anyway. Why do you think I have the Reach and the Stormlands? Is that a new sigil? He replied instead of answering his charge, looking up at the flags held aloft. Indeed, Stannis' new sigil was of a burning heart surrounding a black stag's head. Makes sense, I suppose. It would be rather awkward if we both used the same one, he japed. Do you like mine? I changed it to show my marriage to the Tyrells and my love for their people. His flag displayed a golden stag's head upon a sea of blue. Renly, Stannis ground out warningly. Why did the boy never take anything seriously? Though I suppose it's not as different as yours is. Why is your stag on fire? It shows my lord has taken for his sigil the fiery heart of the Lord of Light. You should search your beliefs as well, Lord Renly. Come and pray to the true God before all is lost, Lady Melisandre answered calmly from beside him. Ah, you must be this fire priestess we hear so much about. Millimeter, brother, now I understand why you found religion in your old age, Renly added mockingly after looking over Melisandre's and her revealing red robes. Watch yourself, Renly, Stannis retorted, his anger growing for his foolish younger brother. No, I'm relieved. I never really believed you're a fanatic. Charmless, rigid, a bore, yes, but not a godly man. You should kneel. He supports the Lord's chosen, born amidst salt and smoke, Melisandre replied coolly. Born amidst salt and smoke. Is he a ham? Renly japed again. Some of his riders laughed or coughed to cover their laughs. That's twice I've warned you. Now brother dear, if you want to support Ham for the throne, that's your business. More cries now came, mocking Stannis as a Ham lord. Renly. Stannis finally snapped. I support the one with true claim by blood and law. But who other than you and I could have claim? Renly asked in confusion. The son of Rhaegar Targaryen. The boy died when the Lannisters butchered the children during the sack, one of Renly's guards argued in surprise. Who are you, boy? No, don't answer that. With your fancy gold armor and blade along with that fine horse, you can be no one but Loras Tyrell, Stannis said, getting a short nod in reply from the boy. Barely a man grown and he thinks he can fight in a war, he scoffed. And not that son. Rather it is the son he had with his newly married second wife Lyanna Stark. The boy was hidden as Eddard Stark's bastard son to protect him from Lannister savages and my drunken brother, who would no doubt think a mere baby's a threat. Renly's eyes widened in surprise while a number of his guards and fellow riders also gasped in surprise. That's not possible. Why would Lord Stark do such a thing and betray Robert? They were as brothers. Certainly Robert liked Stark more than us, Renly asked in bewilderment and with bitterness. Because to Stark family trumped friendship or duty. Just like I choose family over duty to the crown when I supported Robert in rebelling. It was why I gave you food over myself during that siege. Because family trumped duty. Are you a Tully now, brother? Family, duty, honor, he japed, though not in the manner of before. It was said with barely any heat that his usual japes and comments possessed. It was because of that Stannis said nothing in reply, and even Renly got the point that they were still family, if estranged somewhat. Tell me, brother, why are you here? I have 20,000 swords here right now, you have barely 5,000. To talk some sense into you. Bend the knee to Jaehaerys Targaryen and keep Storm's End while the Tyrells can keep Highgarden, he replied firmly. I thought you wanted Storm's End back. Renly asked in confusion. As it was, I was going to offer it to you, since Dragonstone should be the seat of the heir to the throne. I was made hand of King Jaehaerys, so I will keep Dragonstone for now, Stannis replied before sighing slightly. The Iron Throne is Jaehaerys by right. All those that deny that are my foes. You have a good claimant, brother, I will grant you that, but you have few allies. You never wanted any friends. But a man without friends is a man without power. And who does support you and this Targaryen, eh? Lord Stark, Sir Barristan Selmy, the North and the Riverlands. He moves to secure the Vale and his forces have seized Casterly Rock. Renly looked surprised by the last point. Oh, you didn't know? Yes, that new northern house with the ships took it after raiding Lannisport. Tywine is under siege by the north while the Riverlands gathers its strength to support said siege. We have almost won, Renly. Aid us now, strike your banners, come to me before dawn, and I will even grant you your old seat in the council. Otherwise I shall be forced to destroy you. Look across those fields, brother. Can you see all those banners? You think a few bolts of cloth will make you king? Stannis retorted. How arrogant is the fool? No. The men holding those bolts of cloth will make me king, Renly said with a smug grin. All 20,000 of them. Plus the other 60 or so back at Bitterbridge. We shall see, Renly. Come the dawn, we shall see. Leave here, brother, we need not fight if you leave. Return to Dragonstone and await my victory at King's Landing, we need not fight, Renly tried. Look to your sins, Lord Renly. The night is dark and full of terrors. With the final word of Melisandre, the parley broke up and Stannis turned back to his forces laying siege. Would you believe I loved him once? Renly said softly to no one in particular, though Loras glanced at his secret lover but remained silent. XXXXX. Stannis meanwhile hurried back to his siege camp to look over their plans once more. Sir Davos and Melisandre followed him onto the command tent. What do you want to do, my lord? Davos asked. I could give you a son, but I would need a few days before it could be used, Melisandre said suggestively. How the blazes is a son supposed to help Red Woman? Davos asked in confusion. Not the son you're thinking of, Sir Davos Seaworth, she replied as calmly as ever. No, not yet. If I had been fighting for myself and I was the prince, mayhaps I'd chance it, since cleaner ways don't win wars. But I fight for the king claimant, who is another man. No, I will hold on that, my lady. If Renly is serious in engaging us on the morn, then we shall pack up and leave during the night, while the others sleep. I do not like to flee, I am no craven, but there is a craven and then there is a fool who fights an unwinnable battle. This would be one. No, we shall withdraw to Dragonstone. I have said my piece and got the measure of just what my foolish pillow-biting brother is. I will recommend a new strategy that may help break our enemies and bring more on side. My lord. I shall let Renly attack King's Landing and recommend allowing Tywine to aid them. We can deal with the victor afterwards. I suppose that works. We let Renly waste troops on the capital while we consolidate and rest. We attack after with fresh troops and awakened capital occupied by a tired army. It could work, my lord. It will work, Sir Davos, it's just a matter of who wins is all. Regardless, get my men packed up and ready to move out. We need to be gone by dawn. Of course, Lord Hand, Davos quickly replied and turned to go carry out Stannis' command. Renly. He had a pleasant night's sleep, with barely a thought on the potential Targaryen, not that he slept much with Loras there, to be honest. Oh, they had enjoyed themselves so much that night. He was confident enough to risk it. After all, his brother only had 5,000, so then what did it matter if he was tired after a few rounds of passion with his beloved Loras? Not that Loras complained much either, he thought with a smirk as he felt himself begin to harden again with thoughts of the previous night. He boldly rode ahead of his column of mounted knights with his rainbow guard surrounding him, hope and fear now seeping in as he drew closer to his home. As they rode closer he had most of his mounted knights begin to fan out into one long line so as to charge down the pitiful band his brother had. It was as they came round the hill, expecting to view the camp that laid before his home of Storm's End, that they found the siege camp deserted. In fact most items had been taken down and only a few tents and ladders remained behind. There was no one there in front of his home. Where have they gone? Is Stannis hiding somewhere, or is he a true craven and too cowardly to face our might? Loras questioned with glee while looking about in confusion. Indeed Renly was just as confused, but he knew his brother was no craven. He'd held a siege for the entire rebellion and fought the Ironborn all the way back to their islands when they too rebelled. No, he was no coward. As much as it worried him as to where Stannis had gone, it relieved him too. He did not truly wish to fight his brother and had hoped he would stay out of this war. Perhaps he had now. The heavy main gate of Storm's End opened and a small group of riders came out. He found the castle castellan Sir Courtenay Penrose amongst the group along with his nephew, Edric Storm, Robert's bastard son. Your Grace. Welcome home and good timing with your arrival. Our thanks at relieving the siege, Penrose said with relief. Indeed my good sir, it seems my brother Stannis has vanished into thin air. I did not know he could become smoke as well as fire. Renly japed happily though looked around the grounds outside the fortress in concern. He disappeared during the night. We noticed the fires of the camp go out and the noise of men marching. The ships have gone too. He's gone, Your Grace, Penrose reported. Renly nodded happily as he observed the great keep and the high stone walls of this home. Good. Well then, it seems we must return to our march on the capital. Sir Courtenay, send word to Bitterbridge that they are to meet me at the edge of the Kingswood. It's time to end the evil of the Lannisters and begin my reign. Back to our camp and then on to war, he called to his group, and they rode off back to his camp to pack up before going to meet their comrades. Finally, this is where the fun begins. Loras yelled gleefully as they rode. Letters and defense. King's Landing. Tyrion. Being acting hand was not as fun or as interesting as he'd hoped it would be. He spent most of his time countering the stupidity of his sister while also trying to keep the peace in a city under blockade and lacking food. The only food they received now was from the Crown lands, and they didn't give much so as to spite the non-Targaryens currently on the throne, which they'd ever done since Robert took the throne and then punished the Crown lands with heavy taxes. He didn't drink as much due to being so busy, which he thought added to his misery, plus the smell of the city still got to him at times. Gods, he hated King's Landing sometimes. At least he had increased the gold cloaks to over 5,000 and had them training often so they should be able to put up a fight. Not that it'll be much of one given Renly was amassing his combined Stormlands and Reach host of 70,000 just north of the Kingswood. They were fucked in all honesty. He'd tried purchasing sellswords, which had worked to some degree, but only by promising them food and housing and spoils from the battle rather than money up front or after. It had gotten out that Casterly Rock had fallen and thus Lannister gold was useless and had probably been stolen by now, which meant he'd had to find alternative means of payment. Still, he had raised an extra 1,000 swords, so with the gold cloaks plus those houses nearest to the capital he had managed to get himself 7,000 men in all. Then his sister had the brilliant, note the sarcasm, idea of using wildfire. The fool, what did she think she was doing using that stuff? It could easily destroy the city if it's not handled correctly, and he doubted she'd handle it the right way. The pyromancers had a few thousand containers left over from Mad King Aerys stored under their guild building, which Tyrion had, upon learning of, acquired from his sister's control. The Alchemist's Guild was now making many more batches, but it was slow going even with a sudden ability to make it better, they explained. Still, it was better than none, and he could have it placed on catapults located behind the walls so as to launch it over them and at the enemy. He'd also ordered more scorpions to line the walls as well as for carpenters and engineers to shore up the Mudgate, as it was the weakest of the city's many gates. He just hoped his father was able to help. He doubted it would be enough to beat the Tyrell army. A slow shuffle scratched at the stone flooring outside his solar along with the sound of chains jangling before a knock came at the door which disturbed him from his work. He called to whoever it was and Grand Maester Pycelle shuffled in, wheezing slightly from a clearly long walk. "My Lord Hand, a letter for you," he rasped out, followed by a cough. Gods, he couldn't make it more obvious it was fake if he tried. Tyrion groaned mentally at Pycelle's act. Who's it from? Tyrion asked, sitting back in his chair and stretching slightly to get the kinks out of his back. I believe it to be from Lord Stannis on Dragonstone. Lord Hand. He seems to have changed his sigil to that of a stag surrounded by a flaming heart. No doubt he has converted to the religion of Arla, my lord. Heathens and heretics that lot, and him as well, no doubt. Now, you can't trust them, my lord, Pycelle cautioned. Thank you, Grand Maester, but I had best read what the Master of Ships wants. Hopefully he is pledging fealty to Joffrey and the crown. He took the proffered letter and broke the flaming stag wax seal. He opened it hopefully and began to read. Lord Tyrion Lannister, acting hand of Tommen Waters. I, Stannis of House Baratheon, along with Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell and Sir Barristan Selmy, do hereby declare and swear by the old gods and the new, that the supposed children of King Robert are the bastard children of the incest between Jaime Lannister and his sister Cersei, and thus have no legal claim to the throne. By right of blood, conquest and law, Jaehaerys Targaryen, true-born son of Rhaegar Targaryen and his second wife Lyanna Stark, is hereby declared King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm. Surrender immediately to royal forces and swear allegiance or be rooted out as traitors. Signed. Stannis Baratheon, Hand of the King and Lord of Dragonstone. Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North. Sir Barristan Selmy, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. Tyrion gulped nervously and reached for the jug of wine and poured himself a glass. He downed it quickly, without taking a breath. My Lord Hand, are you well? Pycelle asked worriedly. Fine, Grand Maester, just fine. Gods, we are truly fucked, he replied weakly before banging his head on the table to bemoan his fate and the stupidity of his sister and brother. Harrenhal. Tywine. The siege had been going for almost a sennight now and showed no sign of stopping. In all honesty, he wasn't sure what their goal was by doing this. Harrenhal had fresh water from the God's Eye, so they wouldn't lack that. Food though and other supplies they would soon drain, and they had no way to resupply. Not when the God's Eye was being watched for boats. In all, they could last a few moons most likely, though perhaps that was the goal. While he was stuck inside here, the Riverlanders could gather a host to secure their border with the Westerlands, and Stark had time to go rally the Vale. It's what he would do, and it was a good plan. With both the Vale and Riverlands rallied, there'd be more than enough men to successfully assault the ruin of Harrenhal. While he was ruminating on his own plans to escape the siege in the Kingspire Tower, the castle maester, one called Toth Muir, came into the room, his chain rattling slightly. What is it, Maester, that brings you here? Tywine said coolly, not looking away from his maps arrayed upon the desk he sat at. Pardon the intrusion, my lord, a raven was allowed through, he answered cautiously, before handing over the scroll. Allowed? Yes, my lord, I believe given the direction it came from they let it through. Tywine grunted. The besieging forces had been shooting down all ravens approaching or trying to leave Harrenhal. It had been most annoying. So for them to purposely let one through. He reached out and took it before looking at the seal and spotting the rampant stag of House Baratheon, though it was slightly different than usual. He frowned, trying to place it. House Baratheon, he queried. Yes, my lord, I believe it's from Lord Stannis. He may have converted to the religion of Arla, as it is rumored one of their red priestesses is on Dragonstone. Hence the flaming heart, my lord. I see. He broke the seal and opened the letter to read its contents. He was momentarily struck dumb. What the letter contained was. No, he could not contemplate it. It could not be true. It had to be filthy lies that just happened to support those lords' statement. It must be lies. Cersei would not be so stupid to usurp the right of succession with a bastard and not a child of Robert's seed, especially to lay with her twin brother. They were Lannisters, goddamn, not filthy Targaryens. But it could be true. I warned you of this, came a tiny part of his mind which sounded a lot like his late beloved wife. He shook his head, dismissing those thoughts. No, it is lies to support their claimant. But what a claimant they'd chosen. He'd expected Stannis to claim the throne for himself and fight against Renly while he fought the rebellious Starks, but now he faced an even larger force which had arrayed itself against him. What annoyed him more was that Sir Barristan was now commander of the Kingsguard to this boy. Damn them, why couldn't she or Tyrion have kept Selmy, He would have been a boon to their cause, and now he was with their enemies. And now he had another Targaryen to defeat, this one with a probable grudge against him for the necessary killing of Rhaegar's other children. Could it be lies too? The timeline did match, he could grudgingly admit. A child could have been sired since the two young fools were out of the war 4 moons before Rhaegar showed up at King's Landing to lead the royal army against Robert. Was the boy true-born though? He wasn't sure, and in all likelihood it would not matter since he would still have a decent claim and would pull support from around the realm. This boy needed to be defeated and quickly before more houses rallied to the Starks, or else House Lannister may fall like the Tarbucks and Reynes. Further pondering were disturbed by a knock at the door, and a man, Sir Robert Brax he thought distractedly, came inside at Tywin's command. He looked incredibly nervous, Tywin thought as he took in the man. "What is Brax?" Twin asked sharply. My lord, there's. He started nervously. "Well. Spit it out, man. Stop gawping and say it." Tywin snapped angrily, interrupting the babbling man. Was he surrounded by fools? "Best you see it yourself, my lord," the man finally said after taking a calming breath. Tywin arched an inquisitive eyebrow at the man who seemed to plead with him to follow. He sighed before grabbing his sword and strapping it to his waist. He then looked sharply at the man who nodded to him. "This way, my lord, to the northern walls." Brax led Tywin back down the tower to a stone bridge and then out onto the massive battlements. As he followed the man he pondered what could have disturbed him so. He hoped the contents of the letter had not yet spread. He noticed as he went the various soldiers and guards muttering to themselves and seemingly passing along whatever news had been heard. He caught the odd word about 3-headed, ghosts come back to haunt the Lord Hand, and worryingly dragons. I swear they said it was dragons. When he eventually reached the point Brax wanted him, the man pointed out at the fields and woods surrounding the great fortress. All around the castle were the many tents, pieces of siege equipment and camps of the large northern host which outnumbered his own by a few thousand. It had been confirmed that the Stark boy, though it was Lord Stark now since Eddard had returned, had around 24,000 with him. And they were all around this castle. Tywin had just under 18,000 with his sellswords, the brave companions, the Mountain and Lork all being outside the walls with another 1,000 between them, raiding and pillaging the area. He knew not if they'd been caught and killed yet, however. He surveyed the scene and could see many wolf banners of the Starks, the chained giants of Umber and the bears of Mormont set up in an organized fashion. He knew from the reports that the various vassals were encamped all around the fortress with no one area particularly weaker than the other. He could breach a position, but he would need his whole host, and the Starks would quickly move to reinforce the position, thus keeping him trapped inside. He looked over the fluttering banners again and spotted one that stood out for all the wrong reasons. One that broke the cool, stone-faced facade he had cultivated over the years. One that made him gasp softly in shock. One that did make him ever so slightly worried. The red 3-headed dragon on a black field. The banner of House Targaryen. The banner of the new claimant to the throne. The banner of the enemy. Edge of the Kingswood. Olenna Tyrell. She'd been momentarily stunned when she had gotten the news over a se'night ago from her little bee in Renly's small host which had travelled to Storm's End. The Honourable Lord Eddard Stark had lied to everyone, including his wife, about his supposed bastard son, who was not in fact a bastard but was actually Rhaegar's son by Lyanna Stark. She had mentally slapped herself for not looking into it earlier. It was all so obvious now, but no one had questioned the word of the Honourable Northerner who was best friends with the new king. They'd just assumed it was a stain on his honor, and he was now doing the honorable thing by taking the boy in. They were half right but so wrong. And best of all, said child now had the North, the Riverlands and the Lord of Dragonstone Stannis Baratheon on his side. Well, didn't that make things interesting? Not only that, but Hubby had heard that Sir Barristan Selmy had gone over to the Targaryen too after his ridiculous dismissal. This would make claiming the throne quite awkward, since if Renly's older brother was supporting him it would take legitimacy away from Renly. She consoled herself that the news was not yet out and that Renly had almost 100,000 swords at his command, with 10,000 of them back at Highgarden with her oath of a son. Meanwhile they had ridden towards Renly with 60,000. She sighed. She knew trying to put Renly on the throne was a bad idea, especially with Stannis still around and the Starks marching south. How could the younger brother usurp the elder, she'd asked, but no, her oaf of a son Mace and her idiot grandson Loras wanted their man on the throne with Marjorie by his side. She just hoped Renly could manage to get her with child at least once. She doubted he could, given his preferences with Loras, which she did know about, as did half the realm she suspected. Unfortunately there was no sign of that, and Marjorie had shaken her head a few times when she'd silently asked. Bloody fools the lot of them, she silently cursed. The tent flap opened and Randil Tarly came in. "My lady," he said, as cool and collected as ever. "What is it, Lord Tarly? I thought you were to be leaving shortly to meet Renly so as to march on the capital." "We are. I was just here to inform we are about to move out and to give you this." He passed over a letter, a broken wax seal indicating it had already been read. It was addressed to the Lord of Tumbleton, Lord Footley. "I suspect similar letters have been sent across the realm to every keep, town and city. Lord Footley wanted you to see this. He sent it via rider," he reported. She took it and read the letter quickly, Tarly standing there observing her. "No doubt wanting my reaction to it," she grumbled. And what a letter it was! Claiming the former king's children were bastards, and bastards born of incest at that, was a very bold and serious claim, one the old lion won't like, and neither will Cersei. She smirked at the lioness getting into a fit about it telling the truth. And the truth it was, given the late boy King Joffrey's appearance and behavior from all Olenna had heard. It was even more likely to be the truth given who had signed the letter. All three were the most incorruptible and honorable of men she knew in the realm, even if she thought them fools for their honor and dedication to duty all the time. There was a place for both after all, but all three men took it further than it ought, and it stopped them playing the game as it was meant to be played. It also meant the news of the Targaryen would spread if it had been sent everywhere. News that could unseat House Tyrell if not handled correctly. Meaning handled by herself and not by her son. Still, the news of Rhaegar's son was something that could rally quite a few houses given how beloved the prince had been. "What is your take on it, Lord Tarly?" "If true, and given who signed it, I have no reason to doubt that it is. It both adds to his grace Renly's claim and hinders it." "I will merely follow as commanded by my liege," he replied steadily. She mentally scoffed. "You would support the Targaryen if you could, you mean?" But Tarly was loyal, she could not deny, despite her fool of a son taking the man's glory for being the one to actually defeat Robert Baratheon. "How many know?" "The whole camp will no doubt soon know, my lady. There was no reason or way to hide it if it has been sent to as many keeps and towns as we think. They want support, so sending many would aid in that search." She nodded in agreement. Yes, that was likely too. Soon the whole realm will know and have to take sides. "How soon do you meet with Renly then?" "I'm leaving a portion here to guard supplies and yourself and Queen Marjorie. It should then take about a day's march from here. Renly is under a day away from the meeting where the King's Road and the Rose Road meet spot as it is. After that we march on the capital. It's about a day's march from there. So we should be surrounding the capital in under 3 days," the main military commander of the army reported. "Good, let's hope we get this finished quickly. The Northerners have the old lion trapped at Harrenhal and Casterly Rock has fallen. We can win if Renly moves quickly enough and takes the capital. The others will have to capitulate then." Indeed, that was most impressive given the small force used to seize the rock. "I'm sure Lord Tywine is screaming with fury." A small smirk graced the man's hard face briefly before disappearing. Olenna chuckled. "Yes, the old lion is certainly going to be fuming at the moment. Very well, I grow tired of this. Be off and make my granddaughter queen." Tarly took the abrupt finish with a stiff nod and walked out the tent, leaving Olenna to stew on just what to do about the news of a dragon returning. XXXXX. Randil Tarly didn't quite know what to make of the news himself as he led the army towards Renly. He was glad his prince had been redeemed and the truth of that bloody rebellion was known, but equally he was, for now, on the opposing side and more than likely to have to fight him at some point. He fumed slightly at the slights Mace Tyrell gave, and yet as his liege lord he could do nothing to rectify it, as there had been no wars to fight and Mace increasingly came up with stupider and stupider ideas. Supporting Renly over Stannis was one of them in his mind. That Stannis now support the true prince and future king made it worse as well. At least his eldest son, and gods wasn't that a jape, Samwell was well away from here and now at the wall. Hopefully the craven fat fool of a son could man up for once, or at least die with some dignity. He'd received no raven yet, so the boy must still live. Maybe he could do some good after all if he proves man enough to survive the war. At least he had a son and heir worthy of the Tarly name and legacy in Daikon. This would be his first campaign, and hopefully not his last. The boy was green but not untrained and showed decent swordsmanship and a small ability to command, though it was but a seed. It would grow if given time. Still, the news of a Targaryen was something to ponder. He glanced at some of his fellow lords, seeing who might be loyal to the dragons still and who would need some encouraging. Lord Rowan, Sir Baelor Hightower and Lord Mulador were possibly the best people to talk to, he thought as he rode at the head of a host of 50,000 down the Rose Road. All three houses had independent streaks to them which separated them from the Tyrells occasionally, though Lady No Queen, Marjorie was a daughter of a Hightower. Perhaps best to leave Hightower alone before we know what we face, Randil pondered. He knew what he needed to do, preserve the Reach forces that were pro-Targaryen in case they lost against the capital. Though given they would soon number 70,000, he did not see how they could lose. Best to be prepared for anything, and if they lost, well, he wanted to be ready to serve the true king of Westeros. Casterly Rock. Warrington. He'd left for the Rock the day the northern host left Riverrun and had arrived a few days after that host had surrounded Harrenhal. The trip had been easy enough, ride to Seaguard and then catch one of his war galleys down the coast to the Rock. Thankfully the Ironborn had stayed away and the wind had been on their side. It had been unnerving somewhat that the sea in Iron Man's Bay was so quiet. Perhaps a recon mission to the Iron Islands was needed to ensure their continued silence. He sat in Tywine Solar reading up on the reports of the raiding and harassing his vessels had conducted to keep the Westerlands lords from mounting any naval offensive. It had worked so far, with most of the coastal lords now lacking any naval presence at all. House Britannicum ruled the waves. The other report he had been reading over had been on the situation within the Rock itself. Jenna Lannister and her free husband were under lock and key in their rooms, and a young girl called Joy Hill was kept with them, a bastard daughter of another Lannister who had died apparently. The most important of the reports was the one he was reading now, with General Marks and Admiral Cosmo present. "You mean to tell me the mines are dry?" he asked in surprise. "Almost dry according to the engineers and the miners we managed to get talking," explained Marks. "Most were quite stiff about not talking to us, which didn't bother us too much as our engineers could look it over easily. From what they could tell, at current rates, the mines will be dry in 2 to 3 years. They've mined all the gold," Warrington exclaimed. "Nearly all, but then they've been mining here for around 5,000 years. It's no surprise it would run dry. Although it's technically not." "Technically not? How can it be technically not? There's either gold left or there isn't, surely?" Warrington questioned. "It's dry by their standards, sir. We had one of our drones conduct X-ray, infrared, thermal imaging and a few other types of scans of the Rock. We found a couple of large but pretty much inaccessible veins. We could get it using modern mining methods, explosives and machines, but these people would believe that the mountain was dry." "I see. Well then, get what gold we can north. I'm sure I already ordered that, but best to reinforce it. Get what we can out. If we are forced to leave, I want them to have as little gold left as possible. Now are we secure?" "We have reinforced the Lion's Mouth with machine gun nests and the lower walls are fully manned. We can hold out as long as we want with supply brought in by sea, sir." "Excellent. The Lion's Mouth will be a kill zone that will be impossible to breach." "And news from the Sea Admiral?" "All quiet, James. Little to report, in all honesty. Though maybe that's the thing. The Ironborn are too quiet. I've sent the USS Iowa under Captain Henley to check the islands out and report back. We should know in a day or two." "Good. In the meantime send 1 or 2 of our older galleys back and transfer the crews to the Victory and Interceptor projects. They need crews and manpower, plus we can scrap the old galleys for use in other things." Cosmo nodded and made a mental note. A knock came at the door, disturbing them. "Come," Warrington called, and a guard came in. "Sorry sirs, there's something you need to see." "They're here." The 3 men shared a worried look before getting up and leaving the room, heading for the battlements. The walk was brisk but not hurried. They walked down a few corridors, Lannister servants quickly getting out of the way while hiding skulls at the invaders, to a square stone-floored courtyard before heading up some grey stone steps by a wall and up onto the battlements themselves standing behind the melons. Looking out between them they could a large order mass of people approaching the rock. The Lannister host was here. They appear to be amassing a few troops, joked Warrington weakly. The others remained stone-faced, but they did slightly twitch at the mouth. Indeed, from the walls a sea of men stretching far around the base of the rock could be seen. A dozen wooden ladders and a siege tower were all that was there in terms of siege equipment. Flags and sigils fluttered in the breeze, showing many of the remaining lords of the Westerlands in attendance. "Do we have estimates?" "We believe around 10,000, perhaps 12," Cosmo answered. "They have numbers, but they still have to go through the lion's mouth." "They won't get far," added Marks viciously. "Good, then let's give them a warm welcome when they no doubt enter the lion's mouths. Alert the men, take us to DEFCON 1 as it were." "Understood, my lord, though you know we don't use that anymore, right?" "It was a slight joke on my part, Admiral." "Now get the men ready," Warrington commanded, determined to hold the line against the Lannister host and keep Tywin out of his home. Sir Stafford Lannister. He was worried. In fact, terrified would be more accurate. If he'd had his way, he'd have taken his host from Oxcross, down to the Golden Tooth and then out towards Riverrun to return the favor for Casterly Rock. There was two problems with that wish, however. One was that the Riverlands was slowly building a host between the Golden Tooth and Riverrun which currently numbered some 10,000, roughly equal to his own host. The second problem with his wish, and the most important, was that Lord Tywin Lannister had directly ordered him to go to Casterly Rock and kill every single intruder, down to the last. No exceptions. And so he rode for 3 days to near the base of Casterly Rock and began a siege. He'd taken the extra day to stop nearby to the rock and build a siege tower and ladders from the nearby woods, before carrying on to start the siege using his scavenged and motley host of green boys, old men, freeriders, a few sellswords and some castle guards and men-at-arms donated by the many houses from across the Westerlands. He didn't particularly want to attack Casterly Rock. Everyone knew how impregnable it was despite the Northerners somehow taking it. The rock was too steep for many, if any, to climb up the cliff faces to the walls, which were high up the aforementioned cliffs, and which were well patrolled from what little he could see. The walls also possessed various defenses lowered from the top to discourage climbing. Additionally, the sea was entirely controlled by Northern ships, which meant he couldn't sneak into the small port at the rear and base of the cliff. This left him only one entrance point, the lion's mouth. Roland Crickehall and himself shared a few nervous glances when they eyed the mouth, the sole entrance to the rock and wide enough for 20 riders. They both knew they'd need to risk attacking that way, if only to see how defended the Northerners had made it. He suspected from what he remembered that only 3 or 4 dozen were needed to hold it, given what defenses he knew were already present. "Good luck, my lord. I will hold here and try to get some climbers going. Take a few thousand and assault the mouth. May the Seven be with you." "Thank you, Sir Stafford, and may the Seven be with you as we drive these heathens out from the rock." With that, Lord Crickehall rode off and began gather the 4,000 he would lead to the mouth. As he did that, Stafford turned and began to rally his men to get the tower and ladders ready, as well as prepare the men who would attempt to climb the cliff face and enter over the walls. Gods, he really did not like this, but orders were orders, and one did not refuse orders from the old lion. XXXXX. They approached the lion's mouth unopposed and with no resistance, confusing them slightly, but it was not unexpected. The mouth was tall, a 200-foot-high cavern, but was only wide enough for 20 riders to charge in. They quickly approached the mouth on foot before forming a shield wall, interlocking their shields interlocked to protect themselves and the man next to them while holding a spear of sword in their free hand. In lockstep they slowly entered the mouth, 22 men across and walking at a careful but steady pace. As the front line moved closer to the massive gatehouse that stood over 100 feet high and made of red granite, the men behind the front row raised their ovate and rounded kite shields to protect themselves from the murder holes in the ceiling and the sides, forming what the Britannicans at the gatehouse would call a testado formation. And still nothing came at them. By this point almost 900 men had now entered the cavern, with more cautiously following, and then the screams began. Suddenly there was a roar from the gatehouse like a lion, and those to the rear of the army saw white flashes and heard loud bangs, and a buzzing sound began, while those at the front barely heard the noise before they were screaming and dying. Blood erupted from bodies as men shouted and cried while the buzzing and bangs repeated continuously. More flashes could be seen from the gatehouse as the Lannister men cried out almost as one and began jerking and collapsing to the ground. Men shouted constantly as holes were punched through their leather-covered steel plate armor and finally their bodies without a care by the speeding invisible arrows. The soft rings of something bouncing off armor instead of penetrating was drowned out by the cries of the dying men as blood began to flow freely onto the floor as it spurted from chests, arms, legs and necks or dripped from under their black-crested steel and leather helmets. Thousands of bullets filled the air and a few arrows flew across the cavern killing every last man that entered the cavern. No one was spared. Some soldiers tried to charge the gatehouse but none got within 20 feet of the gate. Meanwhile others tried to climb the cave walls to escape the kill zone but they were quickly felled as well. One or two tried to organize their remaining fellows but they too were quickly shot, leaving the survivors leaderless and afraid of what to do. These remaining men were then targeted as well, with some diving to the ground to hide under the dead bodies of their compatriots as the ground splintered and spat up dirt from impacts around them. In the space of around 2 minutes, over the 800 men were lying on the ground on their backs, on their sides or on their fronts, with blood leaking out from under their armor and cloaks. Some of the unlucky ones had limbs blown off due to the volume of bullets that filled the air and the speed in which they impacted their targets. Only the last 2 rows managed to get out of the mouth before they too were cut down by the weapons arrayed against them. Lord Crickehall was at the rear of the group and he paled in fear and pissed himself, much like the other 40 who got out from the mouth in time, before he too ran from the mouth. All the men ran outside and away from the mouth regrouping with the remaining 3 and a bit thousand. By the 7 just what were they going against? Indeed it seemed the lion's mouth did roar like a lion and it had chewed them up and torn into their troop, killing them in seconds. It was a slaughter, it was certainly not some glorious battle. The man was scared but he knew worse could happen to him and his family if he failed to break in and kill the northern barbarians. Tywin would end his line most likely. Knowing this he rallied his remaining host of just over 3,000 men and gathered them a short distance from the mouth. Right then men, we know what they got now but I bet it can be sustained. So we are going to keep charging and drive the barbarians out. Those northern heathens will not stand against godly men like us and against the power of the 7 in the 7's own lands. For House Cakehall. For House Lannister. For the West. And for King Tommen, he cried, rallying his men and leading them back to the cavern. This time, dispelling any previous attempts at stealth or protection, the Lannister soldiers charged at the gatehouse in unorganized messy groups, ladders being carried in by different squads in the faint hope that some would get through. Like before the roars did not start until some were 2/3 of the way in and then the cries began again with the soldiers beginning to drop while those alive began tripping over their fallen comrades. Before long they too were also being hit by the invisible arrows that cut a swathe through the disorganized lines. Men shouted, screamed and died in seconds as the buzzing and bangs mixed into a roar so loud it could be heard outside by Stafford Lannister, and still the Lannister soldiers charged. Attack! Attack! Get the ladders to the wall! Lord Crickehall yelled over the din of screams and bangs. Again and again the Lannister soldiers charged at the gatehouse as they'd been ordered to by their lord and again each wave was repelled and slaughtered before reaching it. After 3 minutes they could no longer do even that as soon enough they were forced to climb over body mounds of their fallen comrades to even try to approach their target. The demoralized and terrified men were forced to climb over the numerous dead bodies, only to reach and be hit by the small invisible arrows and fall right to the bottom of the pile thus beginning the cycle again. When 5 minutes of this hell came to pass the few remaining Lannister soldiers broke and ran, completely trounced, demoralized and destroyed by the defense of the Northerners. Left behind were piles of bodies, some 10 or 20 high while the final few alive fell from the tops of the mounds to the bottom as others were shot and killed, falling over them. Blood literally painted the ground, barely seen in some cases due to the red cloaks and armor worn by the Lannister men. And after the last man fell the roar stopped. All that could be heard after 5 minutes of banging and buzzing were the soft groans and cries and pleas of few slowly dying men and the smell of blood and shit and piss as men lay dead or dying with blood pooling on the stone floor. Within the cavern now lay well over 3,500 men. Of the 4,000 men that had attacked the mouth only a 500 would retreat in time to return to Sir Stafford Lannister. Lord Roland Crickehall was not among them. His bloody and battered body would be found hours later under 12 equally bloody bodies. His right hand was missing and his steel plate chest armor had over 20 holes in it along with 4 bullet-sized dents from where it had remarkably protected him. XXXXX. Stafford was pale and weak upon hearing the fate of his comrade Lord Crickehall from the survivors. The man was a fool for repeatedly charging the enemy, and now almost 4,000 were dead. 4,000, and to show for it they may have killed one by a lucky archer if that. It was a disaster. Now all he had left were his 6,000 and he wasn't even sure what to do with them. He turned to give his command to withdraw to Lannisport when a faint whistling could be heard slowly getting closer. In fact, when he listened he could hear a few more noises. He didn't know what that could be, so he turned to his fellow knights and opened his mouth when a large scorpion bolt pierced the table they stood around, splitting it in two and sending splinters everywhere. The men jumped back in shock while covering their faces, and suddenly they heard screams from outside the tent and in the camp. The other commanders turned as one and saw a number of large, arm-thick sticks thudding into the ground. Thud. The men turned and saw another land near them. They shouted as they quickly scattered, heading back to their sectors of the camp to grab their armor and gear. Thud. Squelch. Stafford looked to his right as he ran and saw 2 soldiers pierced together, killing the pair in one go. The men quickly moved around the camps and he heard more than he saw. Screams from both north and south along with some from the east meant it sounded like the ballista or scorpion bolts, he wasn't sure which, were being used to herd and pin down his remaining host. He dived into his tent and quickly put his armor chest plate on before also grabbing his helmet. He came out quickly before jumping back as another bolt thudded into the ground. By the 7. They are herding us. Scatter everyone. Head to Lannisport or Sarsfield. Scatter, he yelled, trying to put some order on the confused and scared men. It was then he heard a buzzing sound. High-pitched like a wasp or a fly, but he could see neither. He looked around and saw nothing but chaos as men ran about, some trying to retreat to either location he'd suggested. He looked up and into the clear blue sky. He thought he could make out a bird flying quite high up, perhaps at the height of the rock. As he watched it banked sharply and turned as if to swoop over the camp. The last thing he knew was the screams of his men and the sudden burst of heat before the blackness took him. Warrington. He looked down upon the Lannister siege camp below from the walls of Casterly Rock as the drone and scorpions rained death upon the enemy army. Numerous explosions detonated and many fireballs erupted throughout the camp as the drone buzzed overhead, emptying its payload upon the terrified men. When it had finished its deadly mission, it turned and headed north towards the carrier USS George H.W. Bush. The Scorpions continued firing, however, shooting down upon any large clusters of men, all while trying to corral the remaining soldiers into shooting zones. It was a slaughter, there was no other way to describe it. It was almost equal to the one from the cavern, which had turned many green in horror and given the bloody nature of it. He, General Marks and Admiral Cosmo watched from the battlements for over 10 minutes as bolt after bolt was launched from the mounted defenses of the castle. Then, when most of the firing crews had tired, he ordered them to cease fire and end operations. The enemy army was well and truly smashed. Or in this case, obliterated and made into pincushions. Maybe 1,000 would survive after fleeing, but they would be no true threat scattered around the Westerlands. House Britannicon had held, and held comfortably at that. House Lannister had wasted over 9,000 men in their attempt to return the ancestral home of the Lannisters back to their control. A defeat which would be known for many years to come as the slaughter at the Rock. Harrenhal. 6th month of 299 AC. Casterly Rock. Warrington. Did we go too far? He asked aloud as he walked with Admiral Cosmo and General Marks, observing the carnage and devastation of the Lannister camp the following morning. The final count had come mere hours earlier. 9,754 Lannister soldiers were killed by their hands in what many were now calling the slaughter at the Rock. Bodies still littered the campsite, and the Lion's Mouth as well, with blood having soaked into the ground, while in places it was scorched and burnt, leaving only dried mud from the missile barrage which the drone had dropped upon the camp. Scorpion bolts were dotted about, some still impaling Lannister men into the ground or spearing off body parts such as arms or legs. We did what we had to defend the castle, Cosmo replied slowly. He too was perturbed by the scale of the slaughter. This would no doubt be a war crime back home, Warrington lamented. How? Marks spoke up. This is war and we shot and killed the enemy. We hardly dragged it out or trapped them and made it painful. We even sent in medics and the maester to heal any survivors of the mouth that were still inside. Indeed they had, though only about 24 men were in any state to be rescued. Plus we let them leave any time. It's not our fault the fools repeated the trenches of the First World War. They probably thought we'd run out of ammo so they could rush us. Unfortunately for them we didn't use arrow but bullets. We should still have enough down there for a repeat if they try anything. We have enough bullets. I thought we were running dry, hence the limitation on their use, Warrington asked worriedly. We got a message from Stoneport a few days ago that they had finally worked out the smokeless powder variant of black powder needed for modern guns. Our guns are good to go. They are setting up production lines now using the copper we're mining and other metals. There should be full production in a 2 months' time, Marks explained happily. Finally his men would have proper civilized weapons and not bloody swords and arrows. That's something at least. How many Lannisters escaped? We estimate around 1,000, though we aren't certain. They aren't a threat though. I agree, my lord, 1,000 is not something for us to worry about if the mouth is truly able to use unlimited ammunition, Cosmo added, though still looking around and feeling sick at the devastation. True, I never knew war could be this bloody. I was sure the Ironborn rebellion was not this bad, Warrington said, wrinkling his nose in disgust at the smell of burnt flesh and the scent of blood. Indeed, though it was a bit like this for a couple of our fleet engagements. We barely did anything with the actual Iron Island other than a bombardment of pike, though, Cosmo answered. Let's just hope then that John wins quickly and stabilizes the realm. Peace is good for everyone bar sell swords, of course. Indeed, so Tywine is at Harrenhal and Renly is where exactly? Marks asked, thinking of the next battle now that things here were done. Renly is approaching the capital. He will be there in a day or two. Should we bomb him too? Marks asked. We can't do too much or John will be reliant on us forever. No, he must win it himself. Besides, I think it will do us some good for us to rest and not have as much blood on our hands. Plus I think Stannis has a plan for dealing with both of them, so we'll see, Warrington said tiredly. He did not like war, especially the bloody and uncivilized ones this world fought, but maybe that was just because of how sanitized war had become for 21st century Britain and America. There was no war in Europe or America. A slight Cold War with Russia and China, true, but no war. The only wars were in the Middle East, parts of Africa and parts of Asia. It was over there, out of sight and out of mind, while the footage shown to Western citizens was blurry, pixelated, or just not showing it. War was something no one really considered the impact of because they hadn't experienced it. Most, if not all, politicians in Europe did not remember the last war or rationing now. Those in America mostly had not fought in Vietnam or Afghanistan and Iraq. Thus no one truly understood, and reading about it or seeing edited or carefully shot film footage and pictures did not give the true breadth of just what occurred. The stench and the sight of it was just beyond the pale. Even 18-rated movies or TV shows did not really do the gruesomeness of it justice, at least not fully. For those from Britain and America that were present, the true cost of the war was made very real. Even those that had done anti-piracy raids off the coast of Somalia and the Middle East were pale from the sheer amount of dead and the scene before them. It was a sight that many would have nightmares about for months or years to come. Harrenhal. Tywine. He was trapped. He knew it. His men knew. Even the enemy knew it. He had just 18,000 or so inside Harrenhal, and while more were outside pillaging the riverlands, he knew not whether they still remained given the lack of ravens. Added to that, they could not provide any food or supplies to him in order to extend the siege. In fact, he knew very little beyond the walls of the castle, which was making things worse. He needed to break out somehow, but how was the problem? The Northerners had around 24,000 camped outside, encircling him completely. His only option was to cause enough of a distraction to allow a portion of his army to escape south to recover at the capital. Unfortunately, it would likely be a small part. He grimaced at that. He needed more than a few thousand to win, and he was unlikely to raise more anytime soon, with his third host of over 10,000 retaking his home. If only his second host by Riverrun with his brother had not been destroyed so completely. The Stark pup had proven to be somewhat competent a commander and had beaten them with distraction and might that he admittedly approved of. Perhaps he could hold out for the new host to seize back Casterly Rock and come to his aid. The combined armies from outside and within could defeat the Northerners and that blasted dragon spawn. He would not have his dynasty and legacy ended before it began, not with his blood and name on the throne, and certainly not by the spawn of Aes, that demented old madman. A knock at his solar door dragged him from his thoughts. "Come in," he called out, schooling his face into its mask of stone he had perfected over the years. The maester came in, his chains clanging and jangling, and he walked over to his desk and handed out a rolled-up raven scroll. "This got through, my lord, just barely," he said nervously. Tywine huffed and took the scroll, noting the seal as that of Sarsfield. He broke the seal and read the note. "Lord Tywine, I regret to inform you that the host sent to the rock was crushed most decisively. All but 983 were killed in the attempt. The rock's defenses are stronger than ever and we inflicted few if any causalities. Rallying more men or hiring them will be costly now that word of the slaughter at the rock is spreading. I therefore request further instruction due to diminished manpower and resources. Your leal Bannerman, Lord Selwyn Sarsfield." Well, there went his plan to hold out until he was reinforced. He slammed his fists down upon the table with a loud thud. He had no choice now. He must sally forth and head south with as many men as he could muster. He turned to the maester who stood shaking in the corner of the room. "Summon my commanders. Immediately." The man nodded shakily and rushed from the room on his quest. With the man gone, Tywine cursed loudly. XXXXX. An hour later he was surrounded by his commanders who sat or stood in his solar awaiting his orders. "We have but two options, wait here till the Northerners get bored and try an assault, or we sally forth to break out and retreat to the capital," he explained succinctly. "I intend for us to break out. We gain nothing by remaining here but everything by heading south to recover properly and gain more troops." "What about the host at Casterly Rock, my lord? Surely when they retake that we can bring them down from the Golden Tooth?" asked one lord. Others nodded in agreement. It would definitely improve their odds. "If that was so, I would not have summoned you here, Elrond," Tywine replied coldly. "No, it seems we have suffered another setback. A costly one. Those northern barbarians still hold my home despite 10,000 trying to retake it. They failed. Badly. In fact, according to Lord Sarsfield, only 983 made it back alive. In short, the host is gone and only a few men-at-arms or household guards remain aside from the Red Cloaks of Lannisport, who stand at barely 1,000 strong after the assault on the port 2 moons ago. Now, how long can we last in here? Sir Marbrand." The man in question took a moment to shake himself from the shock others still felt from the losses they'd sustained. "My lord, we have enough food to maybe last another sennight or two. The castle lacked many supplies due to Housewent being caught unknowing of the war, and so they had not prepared properly. Our own supplies are running low as well, with little chance to replenish them from our foraging parties. We could extend it if we killed most of our horses and used the meat to feed the men, but we'd lose the majority of our cavalry. As it is, a number of horses have had to be put down due to poor health and lack of food," the copper-haired man explained. Tywine hummed thoughtfully. "It seems we will definitely need to break out. Very well, this is what we shall do. At dawn the archers will rain flaming arrows down upon the entire eastern portion of the besieging forces, reinforced by those from the west side of the castle. This will cause panic and create enough chaos for a sally." Tywine explained while indicating the map of the castle on the table before him, moving counters to aid in planning. "Our levies and foot, bearing spears and swords, will secure a beachhead and push away the northern host, thus securing the north bank of the Godseye and allowing a cavalry charge to further weaken them. It also means we will only have one front to fight against with our flanks secured. From there the cavalry will push the northerners back and sow more chaos throughout the northerners' camps, while our archers abandon their positions and leave the castle before reforming near the woods just to the south. After that the cavalry will retreat to the archers and reform. Our foot and levies will then retreat there too before proceeding at best speed to the ruin of White Walls south of here. Archers will fire more arrows to cover the retreat, while the mounted knights and cavalry will conduct one final charge. Combined it should be enough to throw the enemy camps into enough confusion that we can slip away and join the foot at White Walls. Once we have regrouped, we will march hard along the King's Road to Hayford to fully rest and recover. It also means we can aid King's Landing if the Renly Baratheon decides to chance an assault. But, my lord, Lord Renly has 80,000 swords, if not more. Can we truly beat that with our numbers? A Westerland's lord questioned hesitantly from the back of the room. Tywine eyed the man with a cold look before replying. I was assured by both my son and daughter that preparations were being made and effort to recruit were underway. Are you saying they have not done so nor that they know of Renly approaching them? Oh, no my lord, apologies. I merely meant that there is some concern about the large host we could face. I'm sure, Tywine replied skeptically. We will deal with Renly if needs be. For now we focus on the battle here and now, not some possible one in the future. Have the men rested and well fed. At dawn we attack, he commanded sternly. Jon. Besieging a castle, especially one like Harrenhal, was incredibly boring. They had been camped here for over a moon trying to starve out the Lannisters while also waiting for the Rivermen to reinforce their position. It was not helped that the Vale was refusing aid for some reason. In fact, Lysa Arryn had not replied to any ravens sent to the Eyrie at all. Even Lord Edmure was confused by it. Thus a Sennight prior he had nervously, and gently, asked if Lady Stark, he couldn't quite bring himself to say aunt yet, could go to her sister to request aid. It had been a stiff and awkward meeting as neither had quite figured out how to act around each other. She remained bitter and angry, mostly at his uncle, yet also ashamed and clearly wanted to seek forgiveness from him. Equally, Jon had been bitter about her treatment of him, yet given her upbringing and that he had been believed to be a bastard, he could still not bring himself to hate her fully. Dislike her he most certainly did, as he did the Faith of the Seven for the most part, but hate he could not bring himself to do. The only reason he did not hate her completely was that while training with House Britannicon he had seen, and been told, how other bastards were treated, and he'd realized then that he'd had things far better than any of them, give that he'd been brought up in Winterfell itself rather than being banished to some small nearby village or to the wall upon his 6 and 10 name day. Lady Stark had eventually reluctantly agreed to speak with her sister and lords of the Vale and had set off with a handful of Stark and Tully soldiers after giving both Ned and Robb hugs and kisses and mothering the boy some more, much to his embarrassment and to Jon's delight. The rubbing afterwards had been quite delightful for Jon, less so for Robb, who had then tried to beat Jon with some sparring, only narrowly failing to do. Still, it would likely not help with the siege anytime soon. He sighed as he looked down at the map of the Riverlands laid on a large wooden table in the greeting area of his tent. A marker sat highlighting troops at Riverrun, 2 other markers indicated the 2 armies here at Harrenhal, along with 3 additional lions indicating the 3 raiding bands of the Mountain and Amory Lork and the Bloody Mummers. Scattered about were smaller markers indicating the various riverlords retaking their homes and securing their lands before they regrouped back at Riverrun. He'd had word come to him of the 3 raiding parties and had ordered that once the riverlords reassembled completely, most were already back at Riverrun, they would split into 3 medium-sized hosts of around 4,500 each and move to confront both raiding bands. Hopefully they would set off any day now. Giving a yawn as it was still early morning and he had yet to break his fast, or have breakfast as the Britannicans called it, somehow shorting the words to still make sense, he got up to call for his squire, a young boy by the name of 10 name-a-days called Alan Blackwood. Before he could do so, a horn ripped through the silence of the early morning. "Aou! Aou!" He froze momentarily, not quite understanding what was going on, before the tent flap opened and Sir Barristan came in, looking worried briefly before relaxing upon seeing that his king was awake already. "Sir Barristan?" Jon asked, hearing more horn blasts and the sounds of shouting outside the tent. "It seems that Lord Tywine has tired of sitting behind his walls, your grace. He has launched a sally after firing volleys of flaming arrows at our tents. Lords Umber and Bolton have already organized their men, but they need help. Lord Stark has already begun waking troops to move over to the east side, but it will take time," the older man explained hurriedly. "I see, sir. I will grab my sword and armor and help lead the men." "I won't be much of a king if I just sit here and do nothing," Jon replied, hurrying into the back area to put on his gamison, followed by the steel plate chest piece which hung on a stand. The armor was painted black with a 3-headed red dragon on it, a gift from House Britannicon and made from their finest steel. "No one would blame you for staying here to rally the men, your grace. Leave the directing to Lord Stark and the other lords. You still lack all the knowledge and skill for a siege. Watch from here at what they do to learn how they act. Fighting out in the field is much different from laying siege, as you yourself have seen these last moons," Sir Barristan gently cautioned the young man. Jon glared half-heartedly at the older man. He did not want to be a craven, but he also knew what the experienced knight was getting at. "Does my uncle remember the plan?" John asked instead, his squire having arrived and was now helping with the chest plate. "Yes, your grace. He knows to let the majority of the Lannister host through so it can escape to King's Landing." "Are you sure it is wise to do so?" the elderly knight asked worriedly. "Not entirely, though I see the merit of it, as my hand Lord Stannis explained in his Raven. Letting Tywine go now means he has to lead tired troops against the fresh forces of the Reach and Stormlands, a host likely in the region of 80,000. It therefore means we need only deal with a victorious but effectively broken host numbering only a few thousand or less. Or we end up dealing with a tired but intact host of Renly numbering maybe 50,000. It depends how the battle goes and who wins. Either way both enemies will be less numerous." John finished with a shrug. That shrug though was diminished somewhat by the black armor he wore over his chest and back. "Now let's have a look and at least try to gather the men. Even if I'm not fighting, I should be present to rally or lead them if forced to." He grabbed his sword belt, which held Dark Sister and a knife, before walking out the tent with determination. XXXXX. Whoever said battle was glorious was clearly lying or exaggerating, John thought sourly as he slashed at a red-armored Lannister soldier on a horse with Dark Sister, cutting through the armor easily with his Valyrian blade, causing the man to cry out and fall from his horse. He had led a group of 20 soldiers, mostly made up of Robb's battle guard, which currently consisted of Northern heirs on their horses, to help reinforce different positions when needed due to Lannister cavalry charges. Robb himself was fighting beside him with an arming sword on horseback, blocking and then stabbing in turn. The sight and stench of death hung over the fields before the walls of Harrenhal. Bodies littered the ground amongst the ruins of camp tents and equipment, some burnt and still smoldering from the flaming arrows which had signaled the start of this battle, the smoke creating a light smog that covered most of the eastern side of the castle while the Lannister host fled from the ancient fortress. And still it was hardly glorious. He could smell the blood along with the piss and shit of dying men, while the clash of steel filled the air along with the moans of dying men and shouts of those still fighting. He and a group of 20, including his Brotno, his cousin, were helping where they could while his uncle held the center with Ser Barristan. As that went on, Lord Umber was trying to keep control of the right flank nearest the castle walls. Lord Bolton meanwhile was dealing with the left flank, Bolton troops forming a spear and shield wall to discourage any cavalry charges. It had failed somewhat due to the nature of Lannister cavalry being more armored than Northern ones, and that they used Destrier breeds while the Northern army used slighter but more hardy coarser ones. The Lannister cavalry had charged twice, breaking through both times to cause problems amongst the Northerners camped before retreating to the woods along the shore of the God's Eye. John and his brother had therefore been leading their group of heirs and any mounted units the North had to try to counter the Lannister knights who broke through. So far it had worked well in holding the line and driving off or killing the few Lannisters who broke through. He parried the blade of a charging Lannister knight, grabbing the reins and turning his horse to steady himself before swiftly plunging his bad into the neck of the man, immediately killing the man as his horse rode off in a panic from the loss of his rider and the sounds of battle. Beside him small Jon Umber was swinging his longsword at another man and laughing as he fell to the Umber's blade. To his left he saw Robb fighting off another knight who was larger and looked more experienced. This knight wore mostly white with pink plate armor, while on his white steel shield was a pink rampant unicorn. The two fought, exchanging strikes and slashes, with Robb struggling somewhat to keep up due to the size and experience difference before Alysanne Mormont charged up behind him, her steel-tipped Morning Star swinging, and before Jon could blink the Lannister knight was on the ground unmoving, his helmet caved in. After an hour of this charging back and forth, it became clear the Lannister forces were beginning to withdraw as the amount of arrows firing upon the northern host diminished slowly and the Lannister foot withdrew. He could just see through the smoke and between cavalry charges the bowmen fading away into the woods along with infantry. By the end of the second hour both groups had almost entirely fled the field along with most of the cavalry. Seeing the enemy flee boosted the morale of the northern army, and soon enough the last few enemy troops were cut down or forced to yield. The last few enemy knights turned and fled for the woods at that point, though a couple were hurled from their seats by Grey Wind and Ghost, both then feasting on the whining horses while the men were ridden down by Robb and Jon. He rode up to Lord Bolton, seeing the last enemy infantry drop their swords and shields to surrender. Bolton troops stood pointing spears or swords at them awaiting orders. "Your Grace, what do you wish done with these troops?" It would be simpler to be rid of them. We do not have the means to care for or keep them long-term, Bolton asked, his soft cold voice carrying despite its quiet nature. My uncle would not do that, and neither will I. We won't be killing those who have surrendered to us, Lord Bolton. We will add them to those held at Riverrun. Besides, I'm sure we can ransom some or use them as hostages, at least the nobles if we took any. Bolton stared at him, his cold eyes narrowed before he nodded and began issuing orders for the prisoners to be bound. John turned away before giving in to the small shiver that went down his spine while under the unfeeling eyes of the Liege Lord. Not the most pleasant of men is he, Robb said quietly from his side as they rode back towards the castle to meet Lord Stark. Tell me about it. Felt like I was being analyzed and judged, John replied uneasily. He did that when I came south. Grey Wind was uncomfortable with him around too. The two wolves in question soon came over and were now trotting beside their masters, tongues hanging out as they came down from the high of battle and feasting. Was it like this when you came south? John asked curiously. The battle, you mean? With the blood and screams? John nodded. Whispering Wood and Riverrun were about as bad as this. Not what the songs tell us, is it? Robb answered with a humorless smile. No, it's not, John said quietly. It had been quite different than the songs, not that the North cared for them much given many having southern origins. His time with House Britannicum had not prepared him fully for a battle like this. He'd killed before sure, but not like this or on this sail. Battle was much different than sneaking about a castle. You did well if it helps, brother. You didn't freeze and you kept going. Just remember, it is kill or be killed. In the heat of battle you just gotta fight, Robb explained gently. Thanks, Stark, John replied gratefully. Indeed it had been harder than when he had helped take Casterly Rock. That had been a series of small one-on-one fights. It certainly hadn't been the chaos of this battle with him riding up and down the lines, dealing with any breaks in the formations or any enemy cavalry. No worries, Snow. You know I always said you'd look good in black. Robb grinned as he looked over John's black armor, which had more red on due to the blood of his enemies. Black always was my color. Guess we know why, John replied with a small smile. And it's Targaryen now, not Snow. That's still something I'm getting used to though. Snow or Targaryen, you'll always be my brother, John. Now shall we go find father and see what's left in this castle? Aye, brother, let's find father. Ned. The battle was over. The Lannisters had retreated south, just as John and Stannis had wanted. He only hoped it was the right decision. It did not feel right letting the enemy go in the hope they'd fight someone else, only for his army to sweep in and deal with the victor afterwards, though he saw it was logical from a strategic point of view. This was why he hated war, the needless deaths, the plotting and scheming. It felt wrong. Give him a straight-up fight to decide everything any day. You knew your enemy and there were no tricks to be played. He knew deep down that life was rarely like that though. Robert's Rebellion and the Greyjoy Rebellion had taught him that and had made sure he'd remembered it. It didn't mean he had to like it, however. He was currently leading some Stark men-at-arms and levies through the Blackstone East Gatehouse and past half a dozen murder holes. They were the first ones through since Lords Umber and Bolton were dealing with their injured troops and the prisoners, so they eyed the holes nervously as they passed. Thankfully it seemed that every Lannister soldier had fled the castle, so they had no one to really worry about inside. He did not lower his guard, however, and ordered the first few men to search and secure the gatehouse while he surveyed the courtyard on this side of the gate. Laying about were wooden crates and boxes containing half-eaten rations and damaged or aging equipment. Leftovers from the Lannister occupation and House Went's ownership. He stayed in the center of the courtyard looking about at the aged walls before staring up at the nearby Tower of Ghosts, a cracked, malformed tower that listed slightly to one side and whose top was clearly melted. He saw the majesty that men could build, but also the destructive nature of dragons, both literal and figurative. The dragons had burned this place at Aegon's command. Aerys had burned his father in his madness and strangled his brother. He doubted he would like the Targaryens, but Jon, or Jaehaerys, was not them, and from what Warrington had said neither was Daenerys, which bode well for the house's future. Speaking of Jon, he saw him and Robb come riding in with 10 other riders who made up his battle guard, Sir Barristan now amongst them and just behind Jon after he'd finished helping Ned command the center. The two boys, young men really, came into a few cheers from nearby men, as it had been seen by many that they and the others had been helping to repel the cavalry charges of the Lannisters. Many of the group were young men, or in the case of Alysanne Mormont a young lady, who were barely into adulthood. The group stared up at the monstrosity that was Harrenhal, observing as he had its battered, by war and time, black walls as well as the melted stone tops of the 5 tallest towers among others. "Your Grace," Ned said, his deep northern voice echoing around the courtyard. Uncle, Father John and Rob spoke happily. "It is good to see you both. I'm glad you made it through unscathed." "It went well." Rob had a close shave, though, John replied while grinning at Rob. "You weren't supposed to tell him that." Rob complained, thought it lacked any heat. "Tell me," Ned asked curiously, but it was more of a command. "Just a fight with some Lannister knight with a pink unicorn on his shield. He was quite good and was proving a bit too difficult on horseback to fight," Rob explained reluctantly. "Luckily Lady Mormont came up from behind and introduced him to her Morning Star," he then finished with a smirk. "Most fortunate. It sounds like he might have been a member of House Brax. The unicorn is their sigil." Rob nodded. "Is the castle taken?" John asked while looking about as more sodder slowly poured into the great fortress. "Not yet, we have only just entered this gatehouse and the surrounding buildings. It will no doubt take most of the day, if not longer, to secure the castle." John nodded in understanding. "Do we know our losses?" he then asked. "It didn't seem too bad as we came in, Uncle. It was the initial arrow barrage and cavalry charges that did the most damage. We'll know for certain in a couple of hours when we take stock, though," John explained. "Tywine, however, seems to have taken most of his army with him. I suspect, given what's outside, that only 1,000 troops maximum is dead or a prisoner. Still, that is a good amount, John. They're on the run and they still have Renly to fight." "They won't be in much of a state or condition to fight fresh troops, I'll wager," Rob commented, and Ned nodded in agreement. Indeed, that was the plan. They hoped that one defeated the other. For now they would rest and celebrate a win that secure the Riverlands from Lannister control. Crown Lands. Renly rode at the head of the massive army which stretched over many leagues and numbered some 80,000 strong. Reach and Stormlander knights rode side by side as pikesmen, swordsmen and archers followed on foot. Behind Renly his Rainbow Guard rode with their cloaks flapping gently in the breeze. He was confident. How could he not be with 80,000 swords behind him? Lord Tarly had organized his army well and rode near the middle with Lady Margaery and Olenna, who wished to see through this offensive. Hopefully it would be a quick victory before he would deal with either Tywine or the Starks. That really got to him that they had decided to raise up some pretender, some boy who had been a bastard, as king and not choose him. Stannis he could somewhat understand, since they had never gotten along ever since Robert gave him Storm's End instead of Stannis. But the Starks. They had betrayed his brother by supporting a Targaryen, a family they themselves had rebelled against, over a Baratheon. He decided at that point that they would have to pay for this treason somehow. Perhaps execute Lord Stark and the bastard for treason and to secure his reign while sending the eldest son to the war. Yes, that would suitably punish them, and he could always bring them into line with the threat of his 80,000 troops if needed. Shaking him from his thoughts, he noted his horse had finally trotted over the top of the hill, which was when he then saw it. Before him, on the horizon, lay his target, his goal. King's Landing, the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, about a day's ride from where he was. He could just make out a soft glow from torches and other flames around the city before his nose wrinkled at the stench he could now only just smell. And inside the Red Keep, which sat on one of 3 hills. The Iron Throne. His by might, by blood, by the love of the people and by gold. His glorious reign was about to begin. Rise and fall. King's Landing. Tyrion. He waddled through the corridors of the Red Keep, his squire Podrick just behind him, and whistled happily to himself. A raven should have arrived at the Eyrie either yesterday or today with a message which should bring them to the Lannister side. He regretfully had his sister to thank for that idea. Flashback. He was in the Tower of the Hand drinking some wine and trying to read when his sister came striding through the door angrily. "Is it true?" she hissed. "Is what true?" he replied dumbly. "You're sending my daughter to Dorne to wed some Dornish bastard." "Technically he's a true-born prince, not a bastard." "Small difference for someone like you, I know, sweet sister, but for most there is a chasm between them." "I don't care. My darling Myrcella is not some whore you can use to pay for those whoring Dornish bastards. They aren't worthy of my daughter. She should marry someone like Lancel or someone loyal to us. We need their spears, or at least their neutrality. Besides, the Vale will soon surely join the Starks, so we need something else. The Dornish can invade the Reach and draw some of their troops south. We are going to have. He trailed off at seeing his sister's smug grin. What? Oh, you don't know. I know something you don't. My so intelligent little brother doesn't know something. How delicious. I can't wait to tell father you aren't as smart as you think, you little beast, she said, her voice dripping with sweetness before turning cruel. Tyrion simply made a hand gesture for her to get on with it. Cersei sighed before speaking. The Vale won't ever join the Starks. What? Why ever not? Lysa is Catelyn Stark's sister and aunt to the Stark children. Her brother and other family have all sided with the Starks and their supposed Targaryen. Why would she not, especially when Eddard Stark was also fostered in the Vale too? Tyrion asked in confusion. Cersei just grinned smugly. Because Lysa was bedding Baelish for the last several years, if not longer. The old foolerin never even suspected. Her boy is likely of Baelish's seed and not the Falcons. Tyrion gaped at his sister in surprise. He had wondered if something had been going on between those two when he had visited the capital previously, but he hadn't thought it had been that long-lasting or that serious. He hadn't thought either that both of them would be stupid enough to do so while under the nose of Lysa's husband. Gods, what a mess. However, that did give him an idea. Why, thank you, sweet sister, that has given me a plan to bring them to our side and perhaps remove the Starks from the board for good, he said with a grin, and brought out some parchment and began to write. Cersei stared at him angrily for his non-dismissal before storming out. Flashback ends. He just hoped the letter was enough. He soon reached his office, where he found two Lannister red cloaks he hadn't seen before standing guard at the door. He glanced at either of them nervously before opening the door to his office, whereupon he found his father of all people sitting at the desk, a small cup of wine on the tabletop, while reading through various pieces of parchment. Father! What great joy it brings me to see you alive and well. Do you bring glad tidings of victory over the Starks? He asked hopefully. Sit came to cold voice of the old lion. Sensing the bad mood of his father, he quietly sat in the chair opposite him. You have done well in planning for the coming siege. Scorpions, catapults and swords all readied for use. Not bad if still underwhelming, Tywin complimented grudgingly. That is not all, Father, Tyrion said slowly. We have casks of wildfire ready to throw down upon whoever attacks. I have prepared more for Renly than Stannis, given that Stannis continues to remain at Dragonstone with the bulk of the royal fleet while Renly is only a day away. His host was spotted on the horizon. So I saw. But wildfire? Are you out of your stunted little mind? Tywin thundered angrily. That stuff is just as likely to burn this city to the ground than it is to kill our enemies. It was Cersei who started it. I merely took over to try to put some sense to its use, Tyrion deflected truthfully. Tywin grunted. Yes, that is the sort of thing she'd do. She's not as smart as she thinks, her plans are all too obvious, half-baked and as subtle as a brick, while being liable to backfire on us even worse. Still, we can use it to our advantage. Father, what happened? Why are you here? Tyrion asked worriedly. Harrenhal has fallen. My army retreated south and is currently now encamped at Hayford, just along the King's Road. No one is to know I was here. You will continue your plans. Make sure the walls are held for the longest time possible. Prepare choke points throughout the city and bleed the enemy for every foot of land you are forced to give. Once they are committed with most of their troops engaged, deploy the wildfire down upon them, preferably outside the city walls. My host will then ride and take them from their left flank. Between the walls, the fire and my charge, the roses, will be cut down or burned. After that we will recover our strength for when the wolves inevitably come south. Tyrion gulped and nodded at his father's orders. They were mostly what he'd thought to do already. And Casterly Rock? Tyrion asked nervously. His father's face became like stone, but Tyrion could see the flicker of emotion. He'd always watched his father carefully so as to know when to deliver bad news or not. It is still held by the Northmen, Tywin answered bitterly. The host I ordered to retake it was devastated. Of over 10,000 only 900 escaped. Our strength at home is all but gone. Once the Reach is dealt with, Jaime will head to the Westerlands and gather a new host, but I am not hopeful. We can in theory raise around 50,000 swords. My host and Kevan's combined was about 30,000, plus the 10 back home, and we have close to exhausted most of our troops. He may barely get another 10 if we are lucky and hire sellswords as well. But with Casterly Rock, Tyrion began. Promises can pay for some of it, Tywine said with a dismissive wave. Offer lordships, knighthoods and so forth. I will not allow the Lannister name to fall any further into disgrace or even into dust. We cannot fail or all our heads will roll. You will hold the capital until I return. Send a raven upon Renly's approach. Yes, father, as you command, Tyrion said stiffly. And what of the Starks? Are they coming south? No. It seems they let us go and they are now resting while also hunting down my remaining raiding parties in the Riverlands. That should keep them occupied while we deal with the Renly Baratheon. We can only be glad they never decided to ally together. Now, I shall go and prepare my men. Hold the capital or die doing so, I care not which. This city shall not fall, am I understood? Yes, father, Tyrion answered. Tywine stood and stared down at him icily before nodding and storming out the room. Tyrion let out the breath he had and realized he'd been holding. Gods, they were definitely fucked. Damn his sister and Joffrey for messing everything up. The Vale. Catelyn Stark. Her journey to the Vale had been a long and tedious one, taking many days. It was particularly bad when it came to the high road, though thankfully no mountain clans appeared on her journey. The Bloody Gate had been a sight for sore eyes, though, as it had allowed her and her guards to properly rest and eat in safety before moving on with an escort of Vale Knights up to the Eyrie. The mountain road was grey, misty and occasionally rainy, with the odd hour of sun thrown in for good measure. It reminded her of many northern days, so she and the Stark guards trudged on regardless, not feeling the cold mountain that much. Her rivermen, however, shivered and muttered complaints about the cold and the wind. She had not quite dealt with the lies her husband had told, not that, on reflection, they were lies. He had never referred to Jon as his son except on the rare occasion, but merely had stated the boy has his blood. An omission rather than a lie, and one not corrected but merely left to people's assumption. She could not fault him for taking in and protecting the boy. Family, duty, honor. Those were her own house's words, and family came before all else, so in that she did sympathize with her husband. What she had not liked were the lies and the whispers on who the boy's mother could be. Ashara Dayne had been a frequently mentioned possibility, and it was only that the woman was dead which had stayed Catelyn's hand from questioning further. That and the cold but terribly sad look Ned had got the 3 times she had asked. She could even understand not telling her at first, as they'd barely known each other, having only met at the tourney of Harrenhal prior to their wedding. What had hurt was that after 5 children and 8 and 10 years of marriage he had not told her the truth. And so she had been cool to him ever since the meeting at Riverrun, and thus request to see her sister and bring the Vale to their side had been a welcome respite from the awkward atmosphere between her and Ned and her and Jon. The time apart gave them all a period to breathe and contemplate. After another day's ride they eventually reached the Eyrie, the towering isolated castle which sat atop a mountain and which had only one long, narrow winding path to reach it, guarded by the Gates of the Moon. It was impossible to take unless you had a dragon, which no one did, though she did vaguely recall mention by Warrington that Daenerys had hatched 3, but surely it was a mummery. She shrugged the thought away as she approached the mountain stronghold and pondered how to word her nephew's request for aid. She also considered the conversation she'd had with her uncle Brynden about Lysa, which had been quite concerning. Mad with grief perhaps, but her uncle seemed to believe it was more than that. A madness older than Arryn's death. The grey stone walls of the castle towered above her as they traversed the narrow path to the castle, wind howling at times and making it hard to walk. Indeed, it took most of the day to go from the Gates of the Moon to the courtyard in the main bailey. She and her 10 guards and escort were thereupon received by Lord Yohn Royce of all people. His face was lined and his hair grey, with slate-grey eyes and bushy eyebrows. He was tall with a proud and formidable presence, who was equally noble and honourable like as many in the Vale were. He was also an old friend of Ned's. Lady Stark, welcome to Eyrie and the Vale. Lord Royce, a pleasure to see you again. Indeed, my lady, I myself have only just returned from King's Landing. I am glad to be clear of that cesspit. I'm sorry I could do little to help Ned when they came for him, though I'm glad he was freed and managed to escape. The last I saw you, my lady, was when I brought my son to the war. We still grieve his passing. The Raven came a few moons ago, the older man said sadly. I grieve with you, my lord, and my thanks. I doubt there was little you could have done. Last I knew, my good brother Benjen had also sadly disappeared beyond the war. Dead, they believe. My condolences then. Please pass them on to Ned when next you see him. Of course. Now tell me, how is my sister? Uncle Brynden was troubled when we spoke. My lady, your sister is, forgive, mad with grief. I fear you will not like what you see, Lord Royce said, his face clear with worry and concern. Sir Vardis, see Lady Stark's guards settled in the barracks. This way, my lady, we shall see if she will receive you. A knight in full plate armor with a blue cloak nodded and began leading all but 2 of her men away, deeper into the castle. Lord Royce then led her into the main keep itself, down through a few corridors and finally into the high hall. The hall was a long and austere place. Few tapestries or ornaments lined the walls, with the walls themselves were made of blue-veined white marble which glinted in the torchlight. At the end of the hall on a podium sat the throne of the Arryns, a seat carved of weirwood which had greyed and browned slightly with age and dirt. The room was lit by a dozen narrow, arched windows, between which were torches mounted on high iron or silver sconces, throwing extra light into the room and casting shadows here and there. Seated upon the weirwood throne was her sister. She looked tired and haggard. Her hair was messy and not combed neatly or tied like her own. Her sister also seemed to lack her vibrant red hair and seemed more a brunette with hints of red than the tully red her children possessed. Her skin was pale and clammy too, not at all a healthy look for a regent and single mother to possess. Indeed, it seemed despite being only 2 years younger she looked around 10 years older than herself. Worst of all was her nephew Robert Arryn. He was sat on his mother's lap while suckling at her teat. Catelyn stared in surprise. It was well known that it was both inappropriate and harmful to the child to be doing this at his age. The boy was 10 and clearly too old for such things. Looking at her nephew, she saw that he too was pale and small for his age, perhaps stunted in growth due to the breastfeeding. His hair was brown and he had big eyes which were runny. Robert seemed to have spindly arms and legs, and his skin was splotchy as well. In all, the boy was sick, weak and in no way as healthy as her own boys, despite Bran being partially crippled now. She feared for the Vale and House Arryn if he was to remain like this. Lysa looked up and seemed to sneer slightly before taking a relatively calm and regal pose. Lady Stark, why do you come here? Why so formal, sister? Can I not just come to see how my sister is following her husband's murder? Catelyn replied in surprise due to the formality. Lysa, however, seemed to shudder at mention of her husband. What brings you here, sister? Lysa asked, this time more sweetly, though it sounded false in truth to Catelyn. To ask for your aid in bringing down the Lannisters. They tried to kill my son, they tried to execute my husband, and they did kill yours. If not for vengeance, for family and honor, then perhaps because my nephew, Jaehaerys Targaryen, true-born son of Rhaegar and Lyanna, asks for the aid of the noble knights of the Vale to ensure the rightful heir to the throne is placed upon it, and not the bastards born of the incest of Cersei and Jaime Lannister, Catelyn announced and requested clearly to all in the room. There were mutters of outrage at mention of their lord's murderer and the incest of the Lannisters. But there were grumbles too about a Targaryen, even one raised in the north by Ned Stark. Can we make them fly, mother? Robert asked eagerly while glancing at the moon door that lay open before the throne, allowing a slight draught to waft through with fresh, crisp and clean mountain air. Quiet, my sweet, our enemies will be dealt with in time. Silence. I will have order in my kingdom. Lysa yelled over the loud muttering, which was quickly silenced. I will not risk the safety of my sweet Robin. The Eyrie is impregnable, no one will hurt my sweet boy here surrounded by my knights. But my lady, aren't we duty-bound to bring our lord's killers to justice? Justice this Dragon King would offer us, asked one lord. No. No. No one leaves the Vale. No one. She went to speak more when a servant came through holding a message. My lady, a message from King's Landing, from the Lord Hand, the servant said nervously. Lysa beckoned the man nearer and snatched the note away from him before breaking the seal. The servant hurried away and out of sight. Catelyn, however, frowned at her sister. Why was she talking to the hand of the king? Lysa however seemed to freeze and stare at the letter before growing angry, crumbling it into a ball and dropping it to one side. That beastly imp, how dare he threaten me? What does he know of my love for Petter? He does, however, raise a valid point, she said, changing swiftly from anger to calm before giving a girlish giggle and looking down at her sister angrily. Yours banners killed him. He was to be mine, after all I did for him, and your men took him from me. Poor sweet Petter, so brave, so ambitious, so clever, he'd have risen higher, he would, and he's so sweet and gentle. My poor Petter. But you took him away from me. After all I did for him. Lysa, what are you going on about? Petter. You mean our Petter from Riverrun, the Lord Baelish. He betrayed my Ned, left him to rot in the black cells. He wasn't a good man, Lysa. He wasn't the man we knew. Lies. Lies. Lysa retorted angrily. No, it's the truth. Besides that, what do you mean all you've done? What did you do? Oh Lysa, tell me, what have you done? Caitlin asked in confusion before turning into worry. Lysa giggled, pulling young Robert closer, and he began to suck at her breast again, causing another giggle. That beastly old man should never have been my sweet Robin's father, it should have been Petter. The Vale lords and courtiers gasped at her besmirching of Jonarin and the plans for an affair. We tried hard enough to, and I gave him my maiden's gift before father ruined it all. Finally I was rid of that old man, just like Petter suggested, and I was free to have my Petter. But your banners killed him. They killed my Petter. Caitlin looked around worriedly and saw many of the lords in the room. Lord Royce, Lord Horton Redfort and Lady Anya Wainwood, were also looking on in worry and concern. Lysa, please. Caitlin tried but was interrupted by Lysa starting another rant. Oh my poor Petter. Tears, tears, tears. No, no need for tears now, must lead the Vale, but that's not what you said in King's Landing, my Petter. You told me to put the tears in Jon's wine, and I did. For Robert, and for us. And I wrote Caitlin and told her the Lannisters had killed my lord husband, just as you said. That was so clever, you were always clever, my sweet Petter. It was clear now that Lysa was in some delusion, picturing Petter beside and kissing her given the expression on her face. Not helped by the boy still suckling at her breast undoubtedly. My lady, Lord Royce began cautiously, tearing Lysa from her fantasy. Did you kill Lord Arryn? Lies, it's all lies, that beastly old man started the lies. I am regent, I am. No one threatens my poor sweet Robin, the demented woman ranted. Robert, came a muttered correction from the aging Lord Redfort. 7 hells, we'll never get a proper word out of this harpy, Lady Anya commented grumpily with an apologetic glance to Caitlin. Who killed Lord Arryn? Jon pressed again. It was Petter who suggested it, a way for us to be together as we should have since we were together at Riverrun. Oh, he looked at Caitlin, but she didn't love you the way I did. I've always loved you. I've proved it, haven't I? I gave you my maiden's gift. I would have given you a son too, but they murdered him with moon tea, with tansy and mint and wormwood, a spoon of honey and a drop of penna oil. It wasn't me, I never knew, I only drank what father gave me. She was lost again in her mind, prattling on about her and Petter's liaisons under Jon Arryn's nose. Royce sighed in frustration until she then repeated, you told me to put the tears in Jon's wine, and I did. For Robert, and for us. Tears? What tears? Barked Lord Royce. Tears of lies, that beastly old man ruined everything and stopped me from being with my Petter. And then your banners killed him, Lysa admitted to Royce and then accused at Caitlin. Mother, can we make them fly now? Young Robert innocently asked. Nephew Robert, come and let me have a look at you, Caitlin asked, suddenly eager to get him away from his mother. Lysa grabbed the boy close to her. No, no one shall have my Robert. No one. My poor boy needs me and me alone. Petter said we'd be together with that old man gone and the Lannisters blamed. We could have been safe here while war ruins everyone else. We'd be free and the throne eventually ours. Petter was so proud of his plan, his ladder of chaos. My son, a king after me, and me being queen beside my dear Petter. Gods, she has totally lost it, Lady Anya muttered, barely loud enough for those around her to hear, who in turn snorted in agreement. She's totally criminal, you mean? She murdered our lord and helped cause this war, Lord Royce corrected. Caitlin just shook her head in disappointment. Her sister had truly gone mad. Mad enough to kill her husband and help start a war, and was now delusional enough to think she could be queen. Gods, how had her sister fallen so? Come, sweet nephew, why don't you show me your lovely castle home? Caitlin tried again, seeing the others in the room nod at the idea of getting the boy away from his unstable mother. Robert looked down at her and grinned happily, his mouth trailing milk from his suckling. Yes, aunt, I'd be happy to show you my castle. You want to help me make some bad men fly? He asked eagerly and childishly. No. You stay with me, sweet Robin. No one takes you anywhere, Lysa said before grabbing the boy close. My lady, why not allow your sister to be shown around by the boy? His aunt will not harm him, surely you can see that. Yoan Royce asked calmly, his voice booming around the room. No. No, no, no. My boy stays with me. Lysa replied, panic-stricken at the thought of her boy leaving her. My lady, please, we are just trying to help you, and Robert argued, Lord Redfort imploringly. Indeed, Lady Arryn, he is my family too. I want to help my cousin to be a good lord, spoke a young handsome man with sandy hair and deep blue eyes. Given his words and appearance, Caitlin believed him to be Harold Hardang, cousin and heir presumptive of Robert. No, no. He is mine, and any who threaten him shall die. Lysa practically screeched, clutching tightly at her son. Sister, we just want to help, Caitlin said calmly, trying to keep things calm given how close to the moon door Lysa was and how defensive she was being. No, no help, especially from you. Your banners killed my Petter. You won't take me or my son. No, you won't. No, guards, seize her and take her to the sky cells. She means to kill me like they did my Petter. Seize these lords who want to usurp my sweet Robin. Defend your liege lord. There was a momentary pause of silence as everyone stared at Lysa in total confusion and bewilderment. Even the guards instructed to arrest said lords and ladies stared uncomprehendingly at her, given that no such threats had been made, nor had anyone drawn swords or made to do anything of the like. Guards! Guards! Lysa shouted in frustration, yet still no one moved due to the confusion over the orders. I won't let you take my sweet Robin from me, Lysa then declared upon seeing no guards move to carry out her demands, and with that pronouncement she clutched Robert even tighter to her and jumped through the open moon door which sat beside the weirwood throne. No one could stop her as it was so unexpected and people were too far away. By the time Harold had dashed forward and looked down through the door, there was no sign of either Robert or Lysa. He gulped nervously before backing away from the hole and shaking his head in disbelief. A couple of maids who had been standing nearby burst into tears at the apparent murder-suicide. Caitlin presumed them to have been the nursemaids and carers of young Robert. Yoan Royce turned sharply to one of the gaping guards. Shut that damned hole in the floor, man, before anyone else falls through. Said guard nodded and jumped to work, heading over to the winch and began to slowly turn it. With each turn the moon door slowly closed, ridding the room of the breeze and its accompanying wail. As that went on, the lords and ladies of the Vale just looked on in shock and horror. None had seen this happening and none had intended it. Caitlin herself walked unsteadily to the small knee-high wall which surrounded the moon door and collapsed against it out of grief and stress. She wept quietly for the sister she had known at Riverrun and the boy young Robert could have been. My lords and ladies, might I suggest we go to our rooms and take some time to come to terms with this? We can assemble later to resolve this situation, Lord Royce suggested, though many could hear the implied order. A few mutterings of condolences to Caitlin passed over her as she wept for her family. My lady, perhaps you should go to your guest quarters. It has been a long and eventful day. Some sleep may do you well, Lord Royce said gently, a hand placed comfortingly on her shoulder. She nodded slowly before being escorted carefully out and then down a couple of corridors and up a flight of stairs before being shown to a comfortable single bedroom with a wardrobe, drawers and a small writing desk. Yoan helped her to the bed and gently laid her upon it before leaving the room and allowing her to process everything that had happened. Eventually, after a few tears, the tired and mournful Lady of Winterfell fell asleep. XXXXX. Yoan Royce. As the Lady of Winterfell slept, Yoan Royce took command of the Eyrie, issuing orders for food supplies to be checked, repairs to be carried out and the guards trained as they should be, plus many other things. Indeed, many of these duties had fallen to the side as the stewards had been left with little instruction from Lysa beyond maintain everything as it was. Returning to the main hall, he frowned in concern at the throne, wondering if there was something he could have done sooner to prevent this tragedy. As he looked around, he spotted a piece of crumpled parchment on the floor and realized it was the letter from King's Landing lying by the vacant throne. Curious to know what had been said, it may impact the security of the Vale after all, he picked it up, unraveled it and read. To Lady Lysa Arryn, Lady Regent of the Vale. I request and command you to bend the knee to my nephew, King Tommen of the House Baratheon, and send your forces immediately against the traitorous Starks and their Riverland allies in order to put down this false dragon and rebellion. In return we shall help you get justice and revenge for your lover Petyr Baelish and reward your son with confirmation as Lord of the Eyrie, Lord Paramount of the Vale and Warden of the East. Failure to comply will result in the unfortunate news of your affair with Baelish becoming widely known, suspicion thrown on your son's parentage as well as the stripping of all lands and titles from House Arryn. My father will not tolerate neutrality any longer. He does, after all, have long arms and a song named after him. With great expectation of loyalty to the crown. Tyrion Lannister. Acting Hand of the King. So that was the threat and offer the dwarf had presented. No wonder Lysa went mad, not that the dwarf could have foreseen this effect. He likely expected her to fall into line to prevent rumors and reinforce her command of the Vale. Jon scoffed, like that would happen, more likely the Vale would do nothing and wait out the war completely. They certainly wouldn't fight against Ned Stark even if Lysa commanded it. Oh, the news of a Targaryen had concerned them. They'd fought against the last on, but he was raised a Stark, so that counted for something. Many had muttered about what the supposed prince was like. Indeed, Jon himself barely recalled seeing the boy on his visit to Winterfell. The only impression he had was a sullen and brooding lad who kept to the shadows. Likely the effect of Lady Stark being harsh on the boy due to her upbringing, not that the Vale could say it was any better, though bastards were certainly treated with a fairer hand here compared to other places. Only Dorne treated them equally, with the North somewhat behind that and ahead of others. Dorne due to their ways and some Roynish influence, no doubt. The North due to the need for every able body to farm the land, fish the rivers and defend the land. He sighed tiredly. Yes, this letter was definitely going to set the cat amongst the pigeons. Renly. He was sat casually upon his horse at the banks of the Blackwater. King's Landing was just on the other side. His army had settled down to camp on this side, well away from the riverbank and with guards posted at regular positions to keep watch overnight. They would attack in the morning after everyone was rested. They had brought up some ships from the Stormlands and were currently building rafts and landing craft to ferry themselves across. In the morning a number of his forces would head up the river to the King's Road Bridge and begin the siege from the west side, while others crossed to besiege the south and blockade the docks. He could not fail. The numbers were against the Lions and the Starks had bled them greatly, so he had no doubt he would win. It's not like dragons existed anymore, and no one was stupid enough to use wildfire after what the Mad King had done. Besides, the last he'd heard, the entire leadership of the Alchemist Guild had been mysteriously murdered during the sack. Thus no one was left to make it any more. Yes, victory was in his grasp and a new dynasty would begin. He paused, then sighed. He really would have to try harder with Margaery. She was a nice girl who meant well and cared for the people, but more importantly was a girl who brought the many thousands of men with her, but he could not love how she wanted or needed. He turned to his left where Loras sat astride his horse. Gods, now there was a handsome man. A man he loved. And he just happened to be rather good in bed as well. He sighed before giving a loving smile to Loras, who smirked. Tomorrow it would all be his, he thought with a final glance at the capital. For now, though, a night in his tent with his love was due. The fallacy of a stag. King's Landing. Tyrion. Tyrion watched pensively from the battlements. He was overlooking the Mudgate, the weakest of the city's many gates and the most obvious point of attack by Renly's host, in part due to its accessibility by ship and foot. Of course the fool also had enough troops to attack all the gates simultaneously, but the Mudgate was where it would likely start. He just had to hope that all the scorpions and catapults which lined the walls were enough, along with the 7,500 men he had, including gold cloaks, knights and men from Stokeworth, Hayford and Rosby. Over 3,000 men alone were based here at the Mudgate, with another 2,000 at the King's Gate plus a handful at the Lion's Gate, while his brother Jaime waited on the Street of Steel with some of the remaining troops for use to bolster any weak spots. His surprise of wildfire would have to even things out, and, like his father had commanded, a number of choke points and barricades had been constructed near the gates which were likely to be attacked in order to bleed the enemy further. In all, he had a plan, a good plan if he admitted himself. Now all they had to do was wait. Wait for the mass of enemy soldiers wait across the Black Water. Already he could see a few ships, mostly Stormlander vessels along with a handful of ships from the Red Wain fleet, approaching. So now it begins, he thought idly. Renly. Renly was smug. He had the most men, 70,000 from the Reach and 20,000 from the Stormlands, the most money, the better arms, and now his ships were here to ferry he and his men across the river. It was a clear, sunny day and his men were well rested from the night before, and now his time was at hand. He glanced to Loras, with whom he had slept wonderfully the night before and who was standing resplendent in his armor as his commander of the King's Guard. He would have liked Sir Barristan to have joined him, the prestige and renown he could have gained from that man, but no, he had joined with the Starks and their supposed Targaryen. It mattered not truly, once he was done here he would end the Targaryens too. He would finish what Robert could not, and then they'd see who the better brother was. Around him his King's Guard stood, although Brian was with his wife and her family rather than here. It would not do to have a woman on the field even if she was as good as she was. No, it was better that she stood guard with Margaery and that old shrew Olenna. "Are we ready, Lord Tarly?" he asked eagerly to his military commander. "Yes, Your Grace. The vanguard is ready to board the ships and ferries we have seized, while the rest is marching along the King's Road to attack the King's Gate and Lion's Gate." "We are ready," Tarly reported promptly. "Good man, Tarly, tough as nails, blunt and an excellent commander. Stern though, but so what, you need to be to command 70,000 men. Excellent, I will lead the vanguard of 10,000 with my King's Guard and show everyone the way now. Robert did the same at the Ruby Ford and so must I now. Tarly, you will take the main force of 40,000 and ready the reserves as you deem fit. My 10,000 will take the Mudgate and with the others begin to encircle and close in on the Red Keep. Victory is at hand, gentlemen, now let's skin some lions," he ended with a jape. It seemed to work as many in the vicinity cheered. He watched from the river bank as his men were slowly rowed over to the larger ships and boats to be ferried across to the other side. Excited chatter could be heard as men talked of the plunder they would gain, a few even rowdily suggesting having a good time with the bitch Cersei. In all honesty, he wouldn't mind if they did. She certainly didn't deserve to be treated well after betraying Robert as she did, and maybe it would teach her to be humble for once, the arrogant cow. He then quickly got into the rowboat with his King's Guard and sat at the front, watching the other boats as they went. The small boat slowly moved over to one of the larger river boats which were to ferry him and his troops across the river safely, as he observed the other larger boats and small ships fill with men and begin to slowly make their way across the large stretch of water which separated him from his target. Bells rang out from the city before him announcing that the city was under attack. Renly grinned happily. This was his moment, his chance to shine and show Westeros just who was the better Baratheon. "It sounds like they want to play some music," he called out to his ship and a few nearby. "Let's make some noise ourselves. Sound the drums and horns." At his command a few drummers and those with horns began to sound, calling out their own sounds to announce the attack while providing a beat for the rowers with the pounding of the drums. Slowly they approached the riverbank upon which King's Landing sat a short distance from. Sailors began lowering or bringing round the smaller rowboats and landing rafts for his soldiers and himself to climb down to. "Begin to fire upon the walls. Archers and scorpions cover our approach," he commanded to the ship's captain, who gave a short nod while hurrying about barking orders. Renly then descended down the side netting and sat at the head of his small rowboat once more before they then began to row for the shore. Half a dozen similar boats were already ahead of him approaching the bank while even more followed him. Thunk. He glanced behind him to see the forward scorpion that had been mounted on his ship fire its 5-foot-long bolt before being reset as the crew readied another bolt. He turned back to the city but failed to see any damage on the walls. "For House Baratheon and justice. Death to the usurpers." Renly called out to rally his men. Cheers echoed around the bay as his men shouted back with glee. Renly hopped out of the boat and unsheathed his sword while holding his shield in the other hand, a shield that had his rampant gold stag on a green background with a rose in its mouth. It matched his equally green with flecks of gold plate armor. "On me, men! On me!" he shouted, Loras at his side grinning. He felt a few thuds against his shield and saw a few arrows hit the dirt nearby. "Already they fire upon us," Renly realized worriedly before hearing a gargle and seeing a man ahead of him drop down with an arrow in his neck. For Renly. For House Tyrell. For good Queen Marjorie. Loras yelled out, rallying the men of Highgarden who had joined the vanguard. They were committed now, and Renly looked along the grounds and riverbank before the city walls, seeing men with raised shields rush forwards while carrying the ladders needed to climb the walls. "Get those against the walls. Climb and seize the gatehouse and towers." Another group of men carried a long heavy tree trunk that had been shaped to a point at one end for use as a ram. Cries filled the air along with the thuds of scorpion bolts crashing against the walls or just as often shooting away from the walls to the ferries and sinking one or two. Regular thudding could be heard from the Mudgate as a group of Stormlanders tried to batter down the wooden doors while they were pelted with spears, arrow and rocks. More men landed and kept landing as additional ladders were brought ashore and up to the walls, all while suffering under the arrow fire from the bowmen on the walls. Some 3,000 were now ashore and encroaching on the walls with ladders and a few spare battering rams. It was likely that 1 in 10 fell from the sustained arrow fire sent down by the desperate defenders at the overwhelming number which had descended upon the southern gates. Men were climbing the ladders quickly enough, but just as many were crying out and falling to the ground with arrows lodged in their sides or necks. The vanguard was paying a heavy price to breach the gate while they still whittled down the defenders. Renly breathed heavily inside his equally heavy plate armor, nerves starting to build now, and he could see the same in Loras and his Kingsguard. None of them had been in battle before, and the Tiltyard and tourneys did not prepare them for this. "Come, my friends, we shall show these lions that roses can prick and stags can stab. Up and at them!" Renly called out to them, trying to encourage them and himself. It was at that point a sound came from overhead, and Renly looked up and spotted a number of barrels being flung over the walls towards his ferries and river boats, as well as parts of the vanguard that was just landing. He frowned, wondering what it could be, when they smashed into their targets and exploded in large balls of green fire. It erupted from its unfortunate victims and began expanding rapidly, burning through wood and flesh equally quickly, while thick smoke, tinted green, began billowing up into the air, making it thick with heat and ash. Screams and cries of surprise rang below the city walls as men panicked, some trying to climb faster to get away from the flames or some running to other areas along the walls. "By the gods!" Loras exclaimed. S7H Hell's Robar spluttered in shock. "Climb! Climb, you fools! Make them pay for this evil sorcery!" Renly shouted, encouraging his troops in the right direction. Some obeyed, but others just ran for sections away from the demonic flames. Renly began climbing too, with his shield raised above him, but only after Robar, Royce and Loras had. It was time to take the walls himself. He just hoped that other sections of his army were holding too despite the wildfire. Randil Tali. Tali watched stoically as parts of the army were pummeled with wildfire held within barrels. One was dangerously close to his king, but he could do little from his position near the bridge by the tourney grounds and the black water. "Knock that blasted gate down, men. You see your king suffering, so help him by breaking those gates down," he ordered sternly. He looked about, surveying the field. They had the numbers, but the defenders, despite being only 2,000, were putting up an admirable defense even with the odds being against them. The main host had yet to breach either of the gates, but a fair number of soldiers had secured portions of the walls along with a tower or two. Regrettably, the wildfire was wreaking havoc on the forces near the Mudgate, and it was slowly spreading his way, burning ships, rowboats and men as it went. Hundreds had certainly burned, more likely a few thousand or so were dead by fire or drowning while trying to escape the flames. The green fire from the darkest of the 7 hells was burning brightly as thick smoke was rolling off it and up into the relatively clear blue sky, creating a fog of war through which nothing could be seen. He was glad now that he had kept most of his and the Targaryen loyalists' troops back to form the bulk of the reserve force. The devastation the fires were causing was not to be belittled. Unfortunately, some were part of the main host and the vanguard with Renly. He was thankful too that his son was with the reserve, commanding the Tali men as was his right as his only heir. His only worthy heir now that the fat slob of a boy had gone to the war. Thank the gods for the small mercy that the boy was man enough to go and not force him to create an accident. Turning his attention back to his section of the siege, he could see numerous reachmen now climbing up onto the walls, with growing sections of them now in Reach and Stormlander hands. He knew not of what Renly was doing, though, apart from trying to take the mudgate, which had not yet fallen from what little he could see through the flames and smoke. Neither had the King's Gate, but the mudgate was the weaker of the two, so it should have fallen by now. Incompetent boys playing at war, he thought derisively. At least the Starks and the Targaryen boy have been fighting proper battles if the stories were true. A true king learns and adapts and knows when to ask for help, because he lacks the knowledge of whichever topic is at hand instead of just blundering along. The true prince was at least doing that, surrounded by Lord Stark, the Blackfish and the various lords of both the North and Riverlands. The boy would learn war well. Even those foreigners who had a large navy were proving to be valuable allies if the fall of the Rock was to be believed. Mace Tyrell and Renly, on the other hand, were both fools and did as they wished. Yes, Renly had accepted some advice given to him by himself and Lord Hightower, but he had mostly followed his own will and knowledge poorly lacking in siege warfare and war in general. Mace Tyrell did the same and simply did whatever he liked and feasted with the other lords while leaving actual combat to men like himself before then claiming all of the credit afterwards. Gods, that stupid oath was annoying and foolish. Once more focusing on the siege, he saw that most of the walls on either side of the King's Gate had fallen and nodded approvingly at the progress. He shouted commands for the next line of men to climb the walls when a rider approached from the north, a scout he'd sent to keep an eye out for any relief force. He hadn't wanted to go too far north to the Lion's Gate in case he got caught between two sides, with the King's Road to the north and the Gold Road to the west. It would also have spread his troops a little thin, though in all honesty with a host of 70,000 they could afford to. Renly, however, wanted the city today. If they'd lain siege, then they could have attacked from all sides. Lord Tarly. My lord, the rider shouted breathlessly. Tarly turned to the man while keeping an eye to the walls. What is it, man? Speak. Riders approach from the north, my lord. Carrying the banner of the Lion. Lannister cavalry approach, mayhap 10 minutes until they arrive. Tarly hummed thoughtfully. He couldn't withdraw as he'd had no word from Renly yet on whether the mudgate had fallen, and he still had men marching across the King's Road bridge to reinforce his own section of the host. What numbers? The scout paused, thinking on it before answering. Over 10,000, under 20. Possibly 5 and 10 or 6 and 10,000, the scout reported. Knowing he had little time but had the numbers, Tarly quickly made a decision. Sir Gerald, take the mounted to the east to lie in wait and be ready to drive them off. Sir Malcolm, take what foot we can spare and form a shield wall facing north. I want it 3 deep with spears and shields braced for a charge. Get some archers behind them too while you're at it. A chorus of "Yes, my lord" sounded as the aforementioned knights rode off to rally the various forces as commanded. You, Sir Hyle Hunt, correct, he said, turning to a young knight in a white surcoat on a chestnut courser. Aye, my lord. Ride on down to his grace's position, find out what in 7 hells is going on by the mudgate and report back. I won't waste my men on a pointless fight. Yes, my lord, the man replied with a nervous glance to where the wildfire still burned strong. The man obeyed and kicked off while directing his horse over in the direction of the mudgate, keeping his distance from the deadly flames. Do you want to bring in the reserve, Lord Tarly? Asked Mathis Rowan, Lord of Golden Grove. Not yet, Mathis, we need to know what Renly's situation is. If he has taken the mudgate, then I will order the reserve to assist him there, while the bulk of the host here will dig in and hold this position to deal with the Lannister relief force, Randall replied bluntly before they all instinctively ducked as another 5 barrels came hurtling over the tops of the high city walls before exploding into the damned green's flames of wildfire, blocking passage between his portion of the host and Renly's. It also claimed the lives of 3 dozen men at arms who died before any could even reach the river. Their screams rang in the ears of all nearby while the stench of burning flesh hung in the air. 7 hells. Where did they get all this? Lord Rowan exclaimed, barely keeping his horse from rearing at the flames and noise. No doubt the pyromancers came forth and offered it, Randall spat. That order should have been put to the sword to end this hellish substance, especially after what the Mad King did with it. You're not wrong, I don't know why Robert kept them around. Probably in case someone ever wanted the wildfire in a war, just like now. Or more likely he didn't care, being too busy drinking and whoring, he commented with disgust. A rider came up to them covered in dirt and sweating heavily. "My lords, we have secured the gatehouse and have opened the gates to our men," he reported. "Good, now all we need is news of His Grace and we can begin to encircle the Red Keep. Have the men at the gatehouse rest and have the fresh troops move in to secure the city," Tali commanded. "Yes, my lord, though a number of barricades have been erected on the route to the Red Keep, it will make things difficult." "I see. Doesn't matter, get the men to rest and allow the fresh troops to handle it then, we have more than enough men to allow that," he replied dismissively. "Now we are getting somewhere," Tali said to his fellow lord, who nodded in agreement. It had taken too long to breach the walls. Renly was fighting harder than he ever had before. Even his spars with Loras and those in the Red Keep with the guards there had not been this bad. He knocked aside a strike by a gold cloak, a young grubby-looking man, and buried his sword in the man's neck before turning and parrying a spear and then swinging his shield around to knock them off the wall. Beside him Loras stood, swinging his sword and shield in sync, carving a path through the poorly trained and under-equipped gold cloaks while the archers retreated to other parts, being ill-prepared for swords. More Stormlander men and a few from the Reach climbed between melons and onto the wall walkways. "To the gatehouse!" Renly called out, ordering his men to focus on the structure housing the Mudgate once more. They had tried several times to breach it, but they had yet to succeed as numerous men had been placed in, on and around the gatehouse. Likely because it was the weakest one, Renly thought idly while stabbing at another gold cloak who got past his occupied Kingsguard. They had managed to take sections of the wall on either side but had yet to breach the gatehouse itself or break down the wooden gates. Two groups of soldiers had already failed to knock down the gate with battering rams, though they had managed to greatly damage said doors, and they had given that up in favor of climbing the walls and taking it that way. He had not yet seen any of the Kingsguard of the Boykington men, but he knew that Sir Jaime and others had to be around, but where were they? Slashing at another gold cloak, he took a breather, seeing that most of the wall had fallen now to their sheer numbers and grinding down of the enemy. Of his own Kingsguard, none had fallen, much to his relief, though Robar had a bloody cut on his right arm and Bryce Caron had a nasty gash on his left leg and was limping slightly, likely a lucky hit by a spear. Still, many bodies littered the walls, mostly Lannister men or gold cloaks, their blood now staining the stonework, while more bodies had fallen over the side to land within the city. He noted that a small portion remained on the walls to keep those within the gatehouse bottled up while the bulk of his vanguard moved down into the city to open the gates. It saddened him that he was down to only 1,000 or so when he'd started with 10. The wildfire had taken half of his force while the arrows and scorpions had cut down more of his men, and that was not including those killed while assaulting the walls and gatehouse itself. Just when he thought they might have a chance, Renly heard shouting and cheering and turned to see a large group, perhaps a few hundred, were coming along one of the streets from the Red Keep to reinforce the Mudgate and to charge his men. What stopped him momentarily was that at the head were two rather fearsome opponents, Sandor Clegane, also called the Hound, and Sir Jaime Lannister himself, resplendent in his gold and white Kingsguard armor with a white cloak billowing slightly behind him. He gulped nervously and warned his own guards while hurrying others to take the gatehouse so as to bring forth more men. He breathed deeply, steadying himself. "We have the numbers, we can do this, I can be king," he thought to himself reassuringly. He just hoped Lord Tali and the main force were having a better of things than he was, but that hope got reduced when he noted a fresh burst of green flames and more smoke coming from the direction that Lord Tali was in. Down with the Stag Usurper men. Let's teach these roses the cold steel of the West and the Crown. Sir Jaime called out to the mix of Lannister and Crownland soldiers. With a cheer, the group charged forward and began a deadly melee with his force of soldiers who'd surrounded the gatehouse and been in the process of opening the gates. Cries and shouts along with the clash of steel rang in the air by the gatehouse as the Lannister-led forces tried to repel Renly's men. The last vestiges of the gatehouse guard burst from within, led by a dwarf of all things, and sallied forth to attack the beleaguered and tired vanguard forces. With Clegane and Sir Jaime leading them, his own men were being slaughtered, and he could see looking over the walls back at the river he was not going to receive any aid. Ships lay burning and fires still raged, burning across the land and water, blocking further passage between the King's Road and the Mudgate. He was trapped in effect, and he suspected the Lannisters knew that given their charge against him. He saw similar looks or realization on his own Kingsguard. "Your Grace, we should try to regroup with Lord Tali and the bulk of the men by the King's Gate," Robar suggested hesitantly. No. We can still win this, we have the numbers. I will beat Sir Jaime while you take Clegane. Once those two are dead the others will yield or die by our blades, Loras argued fervently. Loras, are you sure? It's Clegane and the Kingslayer. I do not want to be another king to that title, Renly said uncertainly, glancing around and seeing two more men die at the hands of Clegane as he punched one, hacked another to death before he then stabbed the punched one in the gut. Of course I'm sure, I'm the best sword in the Reach and I bested Sir Jaime in the joust on occasion too, Loras said arrogantly. With that pronouncement Renly then nodded slowly in agreement. We will hold against Clegane, defeat Sir Jaime and end that stain on the Kingsguard name, he commanded with a hopeful smile at Loras. Loras returned it with a confident smirk and the group descended to the street via steps down from the walls. Behind them a group of 20 men, fresh from climbing the walls, followed. They soon engaged the outer troops commanded by the Kingslayer, cutting them down quickly though taking a few losses from the 20 accompanying men. Well, what have we here? A lost stag and a little rose, come to bend the knee to King Tommen. Sir Jaime japed. The man skillfully parried a strike from a Reachman before grabbing the sword hand of the man and then plunking his blade through the man's chest. Loras grimaced at the end of another countryman before turning a furious gaze upon the Kingsguard member. You will pay for those you have slain here today, Kingslayer, Loras decreed angrily. Well, why don't you make me? Sir Jaime returned with a grin. Loras charged over to the man, the two exchanging strikes and parries as they circled each other. They slashed and stabbed at each other while also pushing against the other when they locked blades. Renly watched from the side while fighting off other Lannister men or gold cloaks who tried to earn a name by killing a king. His own Kingsguard were fighting well despite tiredness and small wounds. He noted Clegane was cutting through other men near the gatehouse, removing arms, legs or on one occasion a head. He then saw another get struck in the back by the dwarf up on the wall and realized it was Tyrion, the imp. Plunging his blade into a gold cloak's underarm and sending blood spurting out of the open wound, he turned at a familiar but pained cry. He soon spotted Loras retreating back, clutching at his now empty shield arm, the arm itself hanging awkwardly at his side, which Loras grasped protectively. Seems you're not as good as you thought, little Rose, too busy sheathing your sword in a stag maybe, the Kingslayer japed pointedly, and Renly flinched slightly at the hint to their true relationship. Once I've ended you, I'll kill your lover. Always wanted a stag pelt for a rug and antlers to go on the wall. I couldn't do that to Robert for his dishonoring of my sister as he was my king, the drunken oaf, so I'll just have to settle for a rose and a young stag. Jaime grinned and closed in on Loras. Seeing his friend and lover killed was not something he wanted, so Renly jumped at the Kingslayer with sword and shield raised and the two began to exchange blows before then countering and parrying each other's attacks. Renly tried knocking the sword to one side while slashing with his own sword only to find Jaime's longsword back in place to block the strike. The man moved quickly and elegantly, proving why he was known as the best sword alive apart from Sir Barristan. Again another crinkle of anger rose at the loss of the great man to a dragon bastard. Loras soon joined him and together the pair pushed back Sir Jaime, dancing around his blade while their three cloaks all fluttered and twisted with their motions. The clang of steel rang repeatedly as each blocked, turned, slashed and blocked again, Renly attacking from the left and Loras trying the right. Neither got anywhere as the Kingslayer was everywhere, keeping them both at bay with seeming ease. It could not last though, both Renly and Loras were tired while Jaime was fresh. Loras gave out first due to the injured arm. He overextended himself too far and earned a punch to the side of the head, sending him spinning away and then sprawled on the ground. The older man then turned like lightning on Renly, and while he fought hard he knew he was no match for the Kingslayer by himself. More blows were exchanged as he was pushed back and Renly saw out the corner of his eye others were falling back. He could see Robar Royce had grabbed Loras and was dragging him back to the steps by the walls which they still just barely held, his vanguard remnants overrun. He didn't last long just by himself as he had predicted. Sir Jaime struck hard and true, aiming near the base of the blade and above the crossguard so that he lost his grip and the sword fell to the ground with a clang on the cobbled paving. He used his shield to batter the man away and block some of the next few blows, but without the sword the Lannister's confidence grew and his own plummeted. Renly stumbled back raising the shield to block an overhead strike, but it suddenly changed and swung in from his right, knocking his shield arm away from his body, leaving him clear and open. What happened next seemed to occur in slow motion, as if dragging out the moment to extend the bitterness of the defeat. Sir Jaime grinned and began to swing his sword, his movements hiding what the final blow would be. A scream from behind sounded like Laura's crying out, which made him smile slightly, knowing that he still lived. Others called out in surprise, horror or glee, and he noticed that much of the fighting seemed to have stopped, the quietness of the moment as haunting as it was bittersweet. Then he felt a breeze of movement and a slight pain in the neck before he saw himself falling sideways and his body slumping to the ground. "Oh, I've just lost Jaime." Sir Jaime looked down confidently at the defeated and beheaded stag. He was the Kingslayer, so it was only appropriate, he supposed. Calming his expressions, he turned to the under 1,000 remaining men that made up the formerly 10,000-strong vanguard. Tyrion's ploy had worked, but then Tyrion's ploys usually did, he thought with a grin. The wildfire had burned much of the landing craft and fleet which made up the vanguard, while they still held their precious cargo, leaving only 3,000 to be dealt with by the walls. With the wildfire blocking off paths for reinforcements to approach, they could deal with the vanguard before turning on the main army, assuming they held at the other gates too. That Renly was foolishly here was a boon, as the enemy will fold even quicker now. Surrender now and you may be spared. Or don't, it'll be more fun that way, he called out with a sardonic smirk. Fall back. Retreat to the Blackwater, one of Renly's Kingsguard shouted. The king is dead. We are doomed. The seven curse us for following a pillow biter, another cried, this one in Reach colors. Retreat, came the cry from another Kingsguard. This time it was Laura's Tyrell of all people, Jaime thought. You will pay for this, Kingslayer. You will pay. His grin left his face as a scowl replaced it upon seeing the bulk of the enemy vanguard beginning to climb back down their ladders and form a disorderly retreat. Cut them down. Don't let them escape. Secure the walls. Archers, get back in position and unleash upon the enemy, he ordered angrily. Men scurried about, and those that surrendered were quickly disarmed and herded to one spot, while the remains of his relief force and those who had withstood the attack on the gatehouse began cut down those fleeing or still resisting. To his annoyance, the remaining Kingsguard of Renly managed to flee the walls along with half the remaining vanguard, though it was a tired, battered and demoralized group which did. Arrows and scorpion bolts flew after the group, cutting the size down further as it hounded the fleeing soldiers. Knowing it was the best that could be done, he ordered the others to stand down and begin escorting the few hundred prisoners to the cells. A loud war horn sounded to the north, and he could just make out the thunder of hooves in the distance over the noise of the roaring flames behind him down by the river. He glanced at Tyrion, who stood holding an axe alongside a squire nearby, and they exchanged nods and glad but tired smiles. Gods, he hate the green flames, he thought as he looked over the walls at the still burning flames. He was glad this was the only stockpile people knew of. If Cersei or their father found out about the stockpiles under the city, things could get worse. Thank the old gods, and the knew that no one did, and it would eventually dissipate, no, dissolve. No, what was the term Tyrion used? Oh, deteriorate, that was it, and then it would become useless. He just hoped it was all still there. Maybe he should check just to make sure those bloody alchemists hadn't rediscovered those barrels Aes had placed around the city. He shook his head and refocused on the battle. Well, at least he knew now what Tyrion had been hiding, reinforcements. Their father, Tywin Lannister, had arrived. Tarly. The news was grim. Sir Hyle had returned barely minutes ago, reporting that the vanguard had been crushed and repelled despite just barely securing the weakest gate. Of course, knowing that, the Lannisters had thrown everything at that gate, leaving this one open to his more concentrated and unrelenting assault. Now they were down a king, and effectively down 10,000 men who had made up the vanguard. He himself had lost another 2,000 taking this gatehouse thanks to the fucking wildfire and archers on the walls. Not only that, but the Lannister cavalry was now in sight, so his men were forming a shield wall with spears and archers. Hopefully they could hold them off enough for him to come up with a plan. Technically speaking, in theory he could win this fight. With the walls and gatehouse secured, he could bleed the Lannisters out here and end them once and for all before moving into the city and dealing with the remaining gold cloaks and others who were within. Unfortunately, it would be very costly and highly likely that he'd lose over half the host in doing so, given that there was likely more wildfire nearby and the impending cavalry charge. Considering all that, it was likely a better option to withdraw and preserve the Reach's forces. The Stormlands had made up the bulk of the vanguard and the remains were in his own group, so they were likely to want to withdraw and go over to Lord Stannis. That he could allow, given Stannis served the Dragon King and was not the enemy of the Reach. Not yet anyway, depending on what the foolish flowers decided next. He turned to Lord Rowan, who was sitting nervously upon his horse, surveying the field as the Lannister horse charged into the prepared spear and shield wall. "Your thoughts, Lord Rowan?" "Not good, Lord Tully, not good at all," the man replied sourly. "We could win if we tried for sure, but the cost. No, it would cost too much. I say withdraw and rest the men. If the young stag is dead, then we must decide on what is best to do. Bend the knee to the boy Tommen or the supposed Targaryen the Starks are touting, despite the boy previously being raised a bastard, though I understand the reasoning behind why. Still, does the lad know how to lead or command or how to rule? No more than the boy Tommen, but the Targaryen lad at least has a true claim and seems to be leading and fighting with his men. That counts for something in my book, given what was said of Robert's children by Stannis and Stark. True enough. If we believe the Starks about him, though. Admittedly, the Starks are known for bluntness and honesty, so why shouldn't we believe them?" Lord Mathis Rowan said with a shrug. "Indeed. Very well, sound the withdrawal, have Sir Gerald charge the Lannister and keep them occupied while we retreat. We'll reform the other side of the bridge with another spear and shield wall before leaving for the Kingswood to rest." "Yes, Lord Tully. You heard him, men, get those on the walls off him. Abandon the city. Get Sir Gerald moving and fighting those lion bastards." Lord Rowan shouted, men galloping off to pass along the orders. Those that remained with Tully and Rowan looked on bleakly. They hadn't thought they could lose this battle. Indeed, they outnumbered the enemy by some margin, but with Renly dead they lacked a reason to remain. "Fall back, we're done here," Tully said gruffly, and he turned his horse to the bridge to lead the nearby foot and attendant lords and knights away from the battle. The battle for King's Landing was over. Lions rest, wolves ponder, and a kraken swims. Mid 299 AC. Harrenhal. Jaehaerys. Word came of the battle at King's Landing a few days after the event. Shock and surprise was the common reaction. No one had expected Tywin and the Lannisters to defend the capital against an army rumored to be over 80,000 strong. That wildfire had been used so extensively to demoralize and destroy large chunks of the enemy host was just another demonstration of the danger many believed the Lannisters posed to both the North and the realm as a whole. However, that was not what gave him pause, at least directly. It was deciding what to do now. They still had the numbers against Tywin and the Iron Throne. He had over 24,000, near 35,000 if the Riverlands got its act together, but they were busy chasing down the Mountain and Amory Lorch. Not that he disagreed with their goal, as he wanted them both dead too. Justice for Elia and her children could only be good, but he wished they'd hurry up with it so he could move on to the capital. Not only that, but the pair may prove useful in gaining Dornish aid or tacit support for his rule, at least that's what his uncle Ned said. Still, what to do about the Reach and Stormlands? His first instinct was to ignore the Stormlands, as they were likely to be depleted by the assault on King's Landing, but his uncle said the Stormlands could still raise another 10 or so thousand on top of the remnants of Renly's host, giving Stannis, and thus himself, a total of around 19 to 20,000 men from the Stormlands. The Reach would be the key, though. They still had over 60,000 troops, if not more, most of whom were fresh and ready for war, and could therefore tip the balance of power either way, though he doubted they would immediately join the Iron Throne with himself in the running, since most of the Reach lords had been Targaryen loyalists. Thus he had hoped they might join him in time. So what could he do? Jon would probably duck his head and then do what he could for his family, stay in the Riverlands and clear out the bandits and remaining Lannister forces. Jaehaerys, however, would likely want to push south and bring the Reach and Stormlands to his side, ensuring his numbers before making a move on King's Landing. But which should he go with, he pondered as he walked through the halls of the old broken fortress. He entered into the main hall of Harrenhal, which they had been using for meetings with the lords. There were only northern lords present, since the river lords were still rooting out brigands and raiders under the employ of Tywin, such as his mad dog the Mountain. The lords rose at his entrance and he took his seat at the head of the large rectangular table that sat in the middle of the room. "My lords, pray be seated," he said as calmly he could while he leaned back in his chair. He had grown somewhat more comfortable addressing them, taking extra lessons with his uncle and his brother in all but blood Rob to help, but it was still somewhat nerve-wracking leading like this when for so long he had tried to stay in the shadows and away from Lady Stark's icy gaze. Your Grace, what do we plan to do about those lions? The tales say they used barrels of wildfire to destroy large portions of Renly's host, voiced Lord Karstark worriedly. Indeed, perhaps we should approach the capital cautiously, send a message requesting they surrender. Roose Bolton suggested softly and more cautiously. Nay, storm it, lad. We have the men, let's shove our swords up their bungholes, the great Jon shouted loudly to some laughter. His brother Robb seemed to agree somewhat given the smirk on his face, though his uncle kept a stone-faced look on his long face. You do remember the wildfire used on Renly, my lord? Lord Bolton countered. My lords, please, we have time, and while we could rush to the capital we would only tire our men. It would be best if we assist with the Riverlords in getting rid of the mountain and Amory Lork first, Jaehaerys said eventually after some more argument over what the North should do, thus informing them of his decision. With that done we can rally the freed up men to our host and then march on the capital. With the Westerlands effectively gutted of soldiers and leaderless thanks to House Britannicum, we can take most of the soldiers the Riverlands can raise without worry. Heads nodded and mugs were thumped on the table in support. Ending a mad dog like the mountain would bring honor and prestige to many if it could be done. Your Grace, surely we should press the advantage now while the capital will be disorganized. Lord Glover wondered aloud. Nay, that would be a waste, Lord Glover, Ned answered from Jay's right. True, we could attack, but there could be more wildfire left and we wouldn't know of it. Best to secure our position now by proving my nephew Jaehaerys is the true protector of the realm and an honorable lad by ending the banditry and then marching as one on the capital. Besides, it gives us time to gather intelligence on Tywin's intentions and the true state of King's Landing. That got a few nods of agreement, even a short hesitant one from the Liege Lord of Bolton. Do we even know where the mountain or Lork are? Mage Mormont asked. Word from my uncle at Riverrun says that the mountain was spotted over by Pink Maiden, Robb spoke up. He's rallied around 2,000 to hunt the mountain and his 300 men over there. Lork meanwhile was spotted with around 100 at Solpants. Would not the Vale deal with that if it involves Solpants? Asked one lord hopefully. No, it still lies within the territory of the Riverlands, so Riverrun will need to answer the call, Ned replied, shaking his head at his knowing of the lands of the Vale from his youth. Then it seems we have our target for some men to go to, Jaehaerys said. We'll send 2,000 to Solpants at the mouth of Trident to deal with Lork, with another 2,000 to go aid Lord Tully with the mountain. The rest of us shall patrol from here to the Antlers so as to keep an eye on Tywin and secure the southern Riverlands for us. What of the Reach and Stormlands, nephew? Ned asked while looking down at the map on the table with counters on. I'll send word to Stannis to rally the Stormlands to our side if he isn't already. They can raise more troops and regroup in the Kingswood. For the Reach I will send a raven proposing an alliance. We shall go from there, Jay said after some consideration. It seemed he'd decided on a mix of Jay and Jon for his plan. They may ask for a betrothal, lad, the great Jon rumbled. And she's a pretty rose if the songs sing true, he then roared, prompting a few chuckles from around the table while sending a blush Jaehaerys' face and small smirk to Robb's. Yes, the tales did say the Lady Margaery was quite the beauty. King's Landing. Tywin. The clean-up from the battle and the siege was progressing, although fairly slowly. Things had clearly fallen lax since his time as Hand, and it didn't help that the city watch was depleted, down to barely 1,000 men. His own men, some 17,000, were having to both guard the city and help clean up. He supposed it was less strenuous than fighting, so it was a rest for most of the men, but he did need the city put back in order. Even his own beast of a son Tyrion had done a reasonable job of keeping order before the battle after his idiotic daughter's failures and loss of control. Lions may not concern themselves with the opinions of the sheep, but they damn well made sure not to cause too much trouble that the sheep decided to be lions for once in their miserable and God's-forsaken lives. As it stood, he doubted he could wage a war successfully. He had less men and a kingdom under mountains of debt from the foolish drunken oaf Robert. At least Lords Arryn and Stark had both cut some of his excesses, even if Robert had still spent like mad and left Lord Baelish unsupervised. Unwise and clearly stupid. It didn't help either that the books for the treasury were still missing, as they hadn't had the time to search everywhere given Renly's approach. With him as Hand he had rewarded Tyrion. Gods, how he hated having to do that, but he was a Lannister and had done a decent job and so deserved a slight reward, the position of Master of Coin and thus the job of finding the damned books. Now though he was waiting at the head of the table for the small council to arrive in his office in the Tower of the Hand, a power play on his part to remind them all who was Hand and Lord of Casterly Rock, though that was in name only now given those northern foreigners had seized his home. He would make them pay for the slight eventually. Cersei stepped inside gracefully, that stupid arrogant smirk on her face as if she had won or discovered some great secret. Varys appeared a minute late, walking in with his feet only softly touching the ground in his slippers, hands tucked under his robes. Pycelle joined them afterwards, his chain clanging and feet shuffling, his act fooling no one in the room, though Tywin had his doubts about his daughter knowing. King Tommen was the penultimate arrival, with Sir Jaime joining as Lord Commander of the King's Guard and his son. Tommen gave a small smile to him and a nod while taking his seat at head of the table. "Grandfather, I hope you are well. Uncle Tyrion is the last, right?" "I am well, your grace, thank you, and yes, Tyrion is the last to arrive." Said man, or disfigured beast would be a more appropriate description, came waddling in while whistling tunelessly, barely a minute later giving Tommen a wave and a smile before taking a seat and quickly pouring a glass of wine from the jug on the table. "Do you really have to do that now?" Tywin ground out in annoyance. "What?" Tyrion asked innocently. "It's one of the 2 or 3 things I do. I drink and I know things," he replied with a shrug, only to make Cersei glare while Jaime and Tommen both tried to hide the small grins on their faces. Tywin just glared before quietly sighing and turning his attention to the meeting. "Now that we are all here," he paused to give a pointed look at Tyrion. "I want a report on our preparedness for battle and state of the city." "Why? Our enemies run from us and we hold the throne," Cersei asked uncomprehendingly of why any readiness was needed. "Gods, why couldn't she have at least some of Tyrion's intelligence?" Tywin grumbled mentally. "Sister, we may have driven off Renly, but the Starks and their allies are still out there," Jaime pointed out. Cersei scoffed. "Bah, they won't attack us with this victory hanging over us. Stannis will just cower at Dragonstone and the Starks will stay in the Riverlands or flee to their northern wastes," she replied with a dismissive wave. "We should crown Tommen now, and summon them all to bend the knee or face our might." "What might is that, sweet sister? Our army is only 17,000 strong while the Starks have over 20,000 and Stannis could rally the Stormlands to get another 10. Then there's the potential of the Vale and the Riverlands, once the bandits and raiders are dealt with there, for another 30 or 40,000. Add in the Reach siding with them and we have well over 100,000 against us," Tyrion explained as if to a child. Tywin nodded. At least 1 or 2 of his children understood how dire things still were. "The Roses wouldn't dare rise against us again, surely. They have seen our might and they will likely just sit out anything further. Robert always said they were cowards who just sat out his rebellion and that if they had wanted to they could have ended it at the Trident easily." Tywin grudgingly nodded again. It was true, they could have ended Robert's little rebellion if they had truly fought, but instead they had sat out the war at Storm's End while Robert and the rebels fought and won the war. They were opportunists and were not loyal at all, he thought, pointedly avoiding his own sitting out of the war until the sack. He would put good money on them having thought that they could do as minimal as possible, given they didn't actually like Aerys but they did like Rhaegar, and so they sat out the way they did except for Tarly beating Robert at Ashford. The Tyrells need to be swayed or they could present another hurdle to our survival. Grand Maester, send a raven to them at Bitterbridge commanding they come forth and bend the knee. In return we shall ignore their attempted treason against us and just perhaps offer the chance of them to get a queen. In return I want their aid against the Northerners and the Stormlands. Both should be easily dealt with their aid. A queen. To those power-grabbing Roses. My son is worth more than some flower. He should marry from the west from a good strong house, perhaps even a Lannister." Cersei exclaimed indignantly. Tommen merely looked between the two in confusion. "Would the marriage really help us, grandfather?" asked the young boy uncertainly. "I'm not sure I'm ready for that. I just want to play with Sir Pounce and maybe go to the odd lesson or 2 on ruling. You're doing well anyway, so why do you need me? Your son is the king and the offer of a bride is a valuable tool in our arsenal, so yes, he will marry her. We need allies and having the Tyrell girl in bed with the king and providing his heirs will solidify our rule and extend my legacy," Tywin commanded with certainty while glaring at his daughter before turning to look more kindly to his grandson. "And yes, your grace, a marriage would be helpful to us indeed. You will also go to more than just 1 or 2 lessons as you need to learn as much as you can to prepare yourself for ruling. No, you don't need to know everything, as that is what advisors are for, but you must be knowledgeable and instructed well in arms and leading men. You are to be king, so it is expected of you. With that pronouncement he glared around the table as if daring others to speak against him. Tommen just nodded and then slightly curled up in his chair under his grandfather's stern gaze, while Cersei met his gaze, fury burning in her eyes as her son was bartered off for armies. Tyrion and Jaime just sat there looking a bit sad for Tommen but otherwise not reacting. Pycelle and Varys both kept blank faces given the family drama unfolding. Now, is there any more of that damned wildfire, or are we all out of it? Tywin asked, moving swiftly on to other matters. We used it all to burn large parts of the Tyrell River transports and their vanguard plus parts of the army. We'll need the pyromancers to make more, Cersei admittedly sadly. Then do so, it is our one advantage over the Starks, and I mean to use. We shall throw it from the walls as they approach. It will take time, father. The pyromancers will need moons to build up similar amounts that we just used, Tyrion nervously added. We do not have moons, we need it within the next sennight or two. Is there truly no more to be scrounged up? Did Aerys not have any left over? They probably used that as part of the stuff we just used, Tyrion mumbled. Jaime, Tywin noticed, looked more uncomfortable and less cocksure the more the topic of wildfire was discussed. And what is wrong with you, Jaime? You look like you seem unwell. Tywin asked of his true heir. I'm fine, father, just tired from the battle, Jaime replied nervously. A lie, Tywin thought, seeing through the faked. And the truth? Tywin pressed. Nothing, just nothing, Jaime mumbled more but was clearly agitated. Well. Spit it out, something is bothering you, boy, and I won't have my heir a stuttering fool. What is it? Aerys had stockpiles of wildfire, hidden throughout the city. He was going to ignite it during the sack. It's still there probably, as no one else knew. I killed those who did during and after the sack, he finally admitted, much to everyone's surprise. So the reason you killed Aerys was that he was going to set off the wildfire? Tywin asked curiously. He had always wondered what had made his son break his oaths, but had assumed it was to prove himself loyal to Robert or to protect himself from some mad order by us. He hadn't imagined his former friend and king would attempt to destroy an entire city with them all still in it. Yes, father. I felt I had no choice. Kill the king and his pyromancers, or let the city, myself and everyone else burn. That's all he said by the end, burn them all. So I killed Rosat and then Aerys. Stark came in not long after while I was sitting on the steps in shock and tiredness and, well, you know what happened after. Jaime admitted. Tywin hummed thoughtfully. And where were these stocks? Tywin asked, already coming up with plans for the stuff and how to spread the news of Mad King which would damage the former Stark bastard. If the boy wanted to be a Targaryen, he could deal with the baggage which came with it, including his grandfather's insane plan. Under the gates, the Dragon Pit, the September of Baelor, and under the Red Keep. Might have been one or two other stashes under the city to make sure it all went up, Jaime answered after thinking it over. But surely it's all useless anyway, being so old. It should just be left alone or poured away out at sea. That stuff is incredibly dangerous, we don't want it here in the city, Jaime argued earnestly. Tyrion and Varys nodding in agreement, if looking a bit pale from the news, but Tywin remained unmoving. Grand Maester, would it be inert after all this time? Hard to say, my lord hand. The only ones who could truly know are the pyromancers, but I would wager that it should still be active if it has been kept in a cool, dark place, which these sound like they have been. In fact, it could be more potent having matured for 20 years, Pycelle added in warning. Jaime paled at the idea it had in fact gotten worse over the years. Tyrion just looked at his brother both sadly and with some anger at the stupidity. Indeed, it was stupid to not tell anyone till now of what occurred. Stark might have even eaten his hand to take his Kingslayer comment back, Tywin thought viciously. Jaime, organize a search and find the wildfire. I want it secured and ready for use when the Starks or our other enemies come. Grand Maester, assist with the search and have the guild check the stuff to see how useful it will be. Good, that will be all. Dismissed. Everyone slowly left the room with Jaime hanging back. Once everyone was gone, he turned to his father worriedly. We shouldn't use it. It needs to be destroyed. It's not right having it in the city when it could ignite at any time. Then why did you not tell Robert before home? He would gladly have destroyed it as another thing tarnished by the Targaryens, his own ancestors, the stupid fool. We need it and we shall use it. Now go find it, Tywin commanded, and finished the conversation before it had even begun. Jaime slumped slightly before nodding and leaving the room with a soft "of course father." XXXXX. A day later, as soldiers and gold cloaks searched below the city, one guard stumbled into a wide corridor that lay underneath the September of Baelor. As he walked along it, he did not see a small device in the corner about ankle height start to blink as he walked down the corridor. His flame torch lit up the room enough to see the remains and leftovers of what had once been stacks for barrels and barrels of something. An awful lot of something had been stored here until recently, the man guessed, but it was clearly all gone. The man turned around and hurried back to the ladder to climb back up and report his findings. In another section of the city, another two men were walking slowly through the dark, dingy and damp corridors of the Undercity, passages long forgotten and created by the Targaryen kings as escape routes in a siege. Here Jaime led a guard to a place where he knew for certain some of the foul substance had been stored, right under the Street of Steel. Taking a left, he came to a closed wooden door that creaked slightly when he unlatched and opened it. When it had swung inwards, he shone his lantern into the room only to find wooden stacks and shelving or the remains of them. The 100 barrels he had found previously were gone. It was all gone. Nothing had been left except for the holdings for the barrels and some shelving. Jaime gulped nervously. Someone had taken all of the barrels here without anyone noticing. Gods, what had he done by not telling anyone? Little did he notice, but another device had gone off at the opening of the door. Similar ones activated when soldiers approached each of the former sites. The signal was relayed to a small satellite dish hidden on a building near the docks. From there a signal was beamed back to its masters along with other transmissions. When someone noticed, alarms began to ring. Casterly Rock. Warrington. Lord Warrington, we have a problem. Not the words he wished to hear, but not unexpected given their occupation of the castle. What happened, Admiral? The Lannisters rallying for another attack. No sir, reported Admiral Cosmo. In the battle for King's Landing it seems the Lannisters used wildfire. They destroyed parts of Renly's host and killed him in combat. However, that's not the concern. They must have used up their stock of wildfire because our motion sensors have been tripped. Someone has been going to all of the former locations of the wildfire left by the Mad King. It seems they want more. Bloody hell, they actually used that stuff. And they are looking for more. Good thing we removed it all to Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor, the code name for the island base set up almost a decade ago in the Sunset Sea, was the location the wildfire had been taken to for storage and experimentation. On site was a full Marine platoon along with the USS George H.W. Bush and the majority of the Steel Fleet. HMS Queen Elizabeth and 4 surface ships plus 2 submarines had remained on the west coast near Stony Shore to assist if the Ironborn ever tried anything or were needed otherwise. It also meant that the remaining ships were less likely to be spotted since there was less to see. Yes, but what do we do? That stuff is volatile and powerful, even the geeks on the island are both afraid and in awe of the stuff, Cosmo warned. You think we should remove the Alchemist Guild before they make more? It limits the proliferation of a dangerous substance and only they seem to know how to make it. Other than the guild, I doubt there's really anyone who could make it. Not even in Essos. Maybe those supposed warlocks in Qarth, but I doubt it. They're more likely just high on some drug anyway, Cosmo replied with a shrug. Indeed, while no one had gone to Qarth to check it out, the tales told did make it seem more like the warlocks drank some drug to get visions and then declared it magic. Even the Shadowbinders of Ash-High sounded more interesting and magic-like, even if it was more likely smoke and mirrors than anything else. Of course, tales from the Wall of the Dead Rising and the attempted murder of the Lord Commander by a corpse was still confusing to many, given that corpses don't walk or kill, they are corpses. Add in that magic had not truly existed in their world, it meant many were skeptical to begin with. That they were military only really enhanced it, since proof was needed for most to accept anything. It all meant that the world of Planetos was proving challenging to many long-held beliefs, particularly in regard to magic and myths. Indeed, it was only because the Watch was so certain dead bodies had done what they did that Warrington had tasked his spy chief Baker to keep an eye on things there and north of the wall. Regardless, suggestions about the wildfire then, Admiral? Warrington asked, returning them to the point of the discussion. Drone strike, just like we did on MYR. Destroy the guild and everyone should be safe. And how do we know that any strike won't set off an explosion that will destroy the city? Wildfire is volatile, you said it yourself. We don't, Cosmo admitted before rallying. Though it's doubtful they have much if any since they just used so much. At most, aside from the guild building, the street will blow up. If you recall, nearly 300 barrels were found under the September of Baylor with 200 under the Street of Steel. If they only have a couple of barrels made, it will likely only destroy a few buildings at most. So a few buildings to end the creation of AWMD. The needs of the many against the needs of the few, Warrington supposed. You could frame it that way, yes. Not wrong either. Wildfire has no good uses but painful death and destruction. Better we rid this world of it and all WMDs, not that they have any other than wildfire. True, though, how hard would it be to rig one of the nuclear reactors of our ships and subs into a bomb, We aren't so high and mighty now, are we, as a people? Warrington countered with a depressed chuckle. You're right, of course, we best make sure the stuff is never created again. All right, I'll approve a drone strike on the guild. Best conduct a survey or two of the building to make sure we know how deep we need go and which bomb we need. Of course, I'll send word at once to the Elizabeth to launch a reconnaissance flight followed by a strike, Cosmo said before standing and preparing to leave before the door was barge open and Rob Baker hurried in looking worried and concerned. Rob, what brings you here? I thought you were busy looking out for any sign of the Westerman trying something. I was, but I just got a report from Captain Isaac Henley on the USS Iowa about a large movement of ships from the Iron Islands heading north. When he checked it out, he counted over 100 ships heading northwards, 120 in fact. I think the Ironborn are going to invade the north while the bulk of its troops are south and our navy is down here, Baker reported worriedly. Damn those bastards, Cosmo cursed. Do we have the ships, Admiral? Maybe. You had me send a few ships back with the gold from the mines and some injured troops so they might be ahead of the Ironborn, but it'll be close. Otherwise. We have 60 galleys and 25 longships plus a few carracks in total. Most, as you say, are here around the Westerlands coast, raiding and keeping the coastal keeps occupied. Back home I'd say we have maybe 15 galleys and 10 longships plus some carracks. Sure, the carracks have a few cannons and galleys outclass the longships the Ironborn favor, but... He trailed off. The fact was the bulk of their fleet was elsewhere, and while they'd heard of the attack, now they wouldn't be able to get their fleet back in time to do something. Send the Steel Fleet, Baker suggested. We could do, Warrington said thoughtfully before getting a gleam in his eye. What about Project Victory and Project Dauntless? He asked, looking towards Cosmo. That could work. All 3 ships are ready but they lack crew, the aging Admiral admitted slowly, hope flaring slightly. We'd need to take crew from the Steel Fleet and those from any merchant ships in the town, effectively conscripting them to boost our numbers, though given who we're gonna face I bet most would volunteer for just this engagement. Do it. Send word to activate all 3 and get what crews they need however they can. Have the 4 surface steel ships as a rearguard for the fleet with the 2 subs interdicting at will, Warrington commanded, jaw setting with the command. Cosmo nodded and quickly left to issue orders. You sure we want to reveal Victory and her sister ships? Baker asked. It's a game changer in naval warfare in terms of shipbuilding and weapons. Tactics would change too. We have no choice, the Ironborn have forced our hand. Besides, they aren't too much of a leap except for the cannons. I'd agree if we were building dreadnoughts or battleships, but this is still period appropriate, sort of. He gave a sheepish shrug which Baker nodded with. Barely, it's a first-rate ship of the line along with 2 fifth-rate ships that most call frigates. They are basically dreadnoughts compared to the Roman-like galleys and early medieval ships. Then the Ironborn will meet their drowned god, Warrington said with a grin like a shark. XXXXX. In a cove just up the shoreline from Stony Port, activity around 3 large wooden objects increased 5-fold. Sails were hoisted up onto their masts and secured while anchors were locked in place as the many ropes and chains were tied down before finally the hatches on the gun ports were sealed. Then, with skeleton crews safely aboard, the large ironwood gates, which had held back the icy sea water, were slowly opened inwards, thereby allowing the water to come rushing in and slowly lift the 3 vessels within their 3 docks. After an hour it was declared safe and all 3 were successfully afloat, much to the cheers and joy of those on board or watching from the shore. The 3 vessels then slowly exited their docks and went out into the bay before turning towards Stony Port itself to recruit their new crews. Today the guns are silent, tomorrow though. Tomorrow would see the new dawn of a different kind of naval warfare, one which even the Ironborn would tremble at the sound of the guns. Volleyed and thundered. Stony Port. Ulrich sat by the docks, idly watching as a couple of fishermen unloaded a dozen crates of fish and crabs from their small trawler. It was a quiet day in the town. Most of the menfolk and a few women had gone off to war under the banner of House Britannicum, manning the ships or being used as foot soldiers. The house paid well and the lord and those running the military trained them hard but fairly. Many were quite happy to do a stint in the military when the call came up, the provided gear and pay was enough for most. He was a sailor though, on shore leave from the recently returned ships from Casterly Rock carrying wounded and gold home. It had been a quick and easy trip with no storms and so they had made good time, which helped with healing the wounded men. They had all gone to the Red Cross building he'd heard some call a hospital. Most just called it the Healer's Den. It was the place which was overseen by that ex-Maester Coburn along with Maester Barnaby and some fella called Dr. Hartbright. They looked after the sick and injured from miles around, assuming they could be brought to the building. Most of those brought back home would live now and only a few would die. From the tales told, the healing arts had changed much over the decade or so of rule House Britannicum had been here. Alcohol and boiled water was used for cleaning and new medicines had been created from herbs and other plants from as far away as Lies and Bravos. Though rumors suggested plans for a trip to Valyria at some point, delayed by the war, assuming the rumors were true. Just as he was about to give up his restful break for the day and head to the nearest tavern, something surprised him. From deeper within the bay, from the northernmost end, came 3 large vessels, one of which was very large. It was almost a castle on water, it was so large. He had never seen anything like them before. 2 were identical, about 140 feet long and possessing 3 masts along with a load of square holes with flaps shut in a single line between the main deck and what he guessed was the cargo hold. The largest ship though was well over 200 foot, had 3 masts as well but possessed 3 rows of those square flaps. All 3 were painted a black or navy blue and yellowy gold color, with their sails all having a red anchor sigil emblazoned upon them. A cold shiver went down his spine at seeing these monstrous ships, and it wasn't due to the typical northern weather. These ships would rule the waves and destroy any who'd challenge them, he suspected. He also would wager those square flaps were gun ports for those boom makers the upper ranks of the navy called cannons. It made him wonder why he hadn't seen any of these ships before and why now they appeared. He then noticed a number of rowboats coming into the harbor and realized the town would soon know why. XXXXX. Admiral Gardner was stressed. Gaining crews for the 3 new ships was a challenge but not too difficult. With the newly returned soldiers and ships he was able to co-opt those crews to man Victory, Dauntless and Constitution, while still leaving enough to man the remaining galleys and longboats to form a fleet of 15 galleys, 10 longships and 5 carracks. 30 in all plus the 3 new vessels. He had also recruited any volunteers he could from the town, including a number of fishermen and traders to act as crew while others manned the guns or other things. Aside from that, he had Lady Warrington and the garrison at Stone Fort on alert and ready to bring troops down to assist the town should they fail, along with ravens and a radio operator to signal Winterfell and other castles for aid. In all it was a strong plan with what they had, which was an undermanned and understrength navy, though one more strongly built and better equipped than the one the Ironborn possessed. He hoped it was enough, for they would meet the enemy in Blazewater Bay. Victorian. The plan was solid, though he felt uneasy. The drowned god had made sure that the weather was fair and easy for sailing as they sailed in their longships north towards Stonyport and those northern bastards who had destroyed so much of the Ironborn's supremacy at sea during the rebellion. Still, something niggled at the back of his mind that something was wrong, and he was experienced enough to know it was likely true somehow, especially when dealing with these newcomers. They had destroyed 2 assaults by his brother Euron and his nephew Maron with contemptuous ease, with no survivors making it back alive. There was nothing to fear, of course. The majority of the Britannicum fleet was by Casterly Rock, and there was no way they could know that Victorian was sailing north to sack Reeve and conquer the north. The Starks would pay, as would these pretenders, for what they did during the rebellion. He hoped Asha wouldn't suffer for this, though if she was a true Ironborn she would use the chaos to flee and return to her people. If not, she deserved to die as a pathetic Greenlander. Once he has raised Stoneport he would then take some of the Iron Fleet to Moat Cailin while other forces seized Deepwood Motte and Bear Island. With them secured, the Ironborn would raid and pillage the coastline and then move inwards towards Winterfell before seizing that and forcing the North to bend to Ironborn rule as the Riverlands once had under the Hawkings. Once again the Ironborn would be respected and feared and the North would finally pay by serving the Iron Islands on their knees as the barbarians they were. That was the plan he and his brother had devised and there was no reason it wouldn't work. He noted now that they were just passing Cape Crooken and entering Blazewater Bay. There was clear sky with a few clouds and the wind had changed to a northerly breeze which began slowing them down. It was then that there was a shout from the mast above and his man in the crow's nest called down to him about ships on the horizon. He pondered it. There couldn't be many, perhaps a convoy of supply ships. What numbers? He shouted up to the man. Round 30, Lord Captain, he replied. Good, that was good, Victorian thought gleefully. 30 ships, I can easily take them and it would whet the appetite for the men and get them ready for the main course. Should be an easy victory. Ready for a fight, men. Let's take these ships and let them feel Ironborn steel. For what is dead may never die. For what is dead may never die, his crew echoed before readying the large longship for combat, the same being done across the fleet. Barely any time later and he was wearing heavy grey chainmail over boiled black leather. On top of that was his heavy plate armor while on his hands he had padded gloves underneath his iron gauntlets of lobstered steel plate. In his right hand was his favored steel axe while at his hip was a longsword. Standing proudly he looked forward to see the opposing fleet for himself and that was when that part of his mind which had been worried reared its head like an angry kraken. Charging ahead of the motley fleet of galleys, longships and carracks were 3 enormous vessels far larger than anything he had ever seen before. He looked at the design critically and found them to be supersized carracks, though slightly different in shape with 3 masts and very tall sides. If it wasn't for their position at the point of the enemy fleet he would think them some fanciful new design of cargo ships for bulk transport, for there seemed to be no catapults or ballista or indeed any sign of any weapons at all. Their position however belied their intent. They were warships of some sort, taking point to charge at the enemy. Clearly they were armed but those weapons were not easily viewable. You see any ballista or catapults on them? He called up to the crow's nest where Longwater Pike stood, pondering what their plan was. He had already issued orders for the fleet to break apart and engage the enemy with overwhelming force. Hopefully they could seize some galleys and take their longships back. Nay, Captain. Dunna see a thing. Just a big tall wooden ship. Must be a cargo ship, his chief spotter called down. Perhaps they plan to board and are using them as troop transports, suggested Newt, his most loyal crewman. Let me at 'em, sir, we'll show 'em how to truly fight, Burton Humble said eagerly to his captain. If they want to fight they can. We'll show 'em how Ironborn fight at sea and prove why we're the best in the world. Victorian answered his men. Arm yourselves, and prepare to board. A number of ships broke away from his fleet and surged ahead to attack other portions of the approaching northern fleet. He watched as they passed one of the large ships and he at that point noticed that they were not in parallel to each other but in fact practically stem to stern, making sure that each side was clear of Allied ships. Just as the point when the bulk of the squadron was beside said ship the world seemed to rip apart. Boom. 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 Within seconds a series of sounds echoed loudly and deafened some nearby as the half-dozen ships that had begun to pass one of the 2 smaller large ships erupted in an explosion of wood as numerous large holes were torn through the longships, sending men screaming into the water or crying out from the splinters and chunks of wood which impaled them. He stumbled back in shock at the devastation wrought upon that half-squadron of ships. His mouth opening and closing silently at the destruction, wanting to issue orders but still in shock from the destruction of the small squadron. Boom. 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 The noises echoed again and he turned to see another dozen ship get torn apart by the booming sounds coming from the second small large ship. More men screaming and ships sinking amidst debris flying about. What drew his eye and made him panic further though was that the largest ship was now pulling up beside his own on the starboard side. It towered above him and he could see numerous ports in the side of the ship lift open with metal tubes pointing out from them. Fearing what they could do, he quickly barked out commands. "Full ahead you curs, then take me half ahead to port." Turning to shout over to the nearest ship, he shouted more orders. "Scatter for the drowned god's sake. Take them from the rear or front, swarm them. Attack." He yelled loudly to all nearby ships and soon the fleet was moving, but it was not enough for some. Boom. 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 He turned to look behind his ship and saw 4 longships just splinter and crack before erupting into a fountain of wood, sail and bodies, debris going everywhere. Looking to starboard, he saw that on the starboard side of the large vessel half a dozen additional longships had been destroyed or devastated by a similar attack on that side as it fired both ways at the same time with its powerful unknown weapons. "Signal the fleet to attack. We must sink or capture these floating castles, by any means," he commanded as they hoisted flags to signal the fleet now they were out of shouting range. The Iron Fleet scattered about as ships split apart and went this way and that, trying to confuse the crews of the 3 larger vessels. While this went on, the 3 ships turned and began moving about, firing at targets of opportunity while also trying to avoid hitting each other with their firing arcs. This went on for over an hour as the game of cat and mouse continued, with these ships pursuing him and his fleet. Turning the longship about and facing north once more, he saw that the rest of the northern fleet had begun to advance as well and was engaging isolated ships. Looking around, he saw numerous wrecks from his defeated longships, most now beginning to sink beneath the waves completely, while the odd section or a few planks floated on the surface. Occasionally a man would be spotting clinging onto the floating debris for dear life. Turning around on the spot to search the combat behind him for targets, he found the largest ship of the enemy heading straight towards a mostly crippled but still limping ship from Black Tide. He only knew that due to the sigil which hung limply from the ship's mast. Said mast of the longship was also angled awkwardly and he could see a few holes in the sides above the waterline from where the enemy weapons had clipped the vessel. Noticing the rear of the largest ship, he saw windows and the interior of a well-furnished cabin. Just below that though was a name, the ship's name, Victory. It was almost a mockery of his own, Iron Victory, and yet he knew from this battle that it was likely true. His ships were more maneuverable, but the enemy had a ranged weapon of great power that could make that mostly redundant. The large ships were also remarkably fast for vessels their size, almost like the storm god fed wind to their sails. Boom. Boom. 2 bangs came from Victory and he saw a splash of water near the Black Tide vessel, followed by an eruption of wood as something smashed into the side of the longship. He saw the mast wobble before collapsing down across the deck and dropping into the water. And still Victory continued ahead. It was then that he twigged that Victory must have 2 forward-mounted weapons, a good idea if pursuing an enemy, he thought idly before then wondering if the other 2 had them as well. He then stared in both awe and horror as the monstrously large ship simply barged straight into the broken, and slightly sinking, longship and smashed it in 2, before both halves then began to rapidly sink beneath the waves. Victorian spotted a handful of men in the water trying desperately to cling on to wreckage that still floated, but he could do nothing for them as he was too far and too preoccupied with surviving. He watched this all from the safety of his ship via his glassy, something he had seized from a traveling merchant ship many years ago. As he looked through his glassy, he noticed that the lower part of the hull of Victory seemed to be coated in some metal plate, almost like armor atop the wooden hull, though it was a copper color and bore no resemblance to steel. If it was copper, it could not for use as armor, since copper was relatively weak and only when made into bronze was it remotely tough. Steel still beat out bronze by some margin though, but copper was cheap to acquire though. In short, it baffled him as to why copper plates would be covering the hull of the vessel in the first place, though he guessed it did provide protect when used against an already splintering ship like Victory had. Taking this all in, he fell into silence. He knew not of what to do. His fleet, the Grand Iron Fleet, had been demolished over the course of 2 hours. His remaining ships, of which he counted some 40-odd, were either fighting a last stand against boarders from the Northern Fleet or running like cravens back south to the islands. He was not a coward. He would take the enemy Victory and make it his prize before returning home to regroup. He would pay the iron price and he would serve his god and brother. Stand to, you fools, swing us around and we shall board and seize that ship for the glory of the Ironborn. "Signal those 3 ships over there to come assist us in taking it," he commanded while pointing to a nearby trio of ships that were skirting the edge of the fleet engagement and seemingly trying to look loyal without actually fighting against a large opponent. He steadied himself against the side near the helm and nodded to the lad, a boy of no more than 6 and 10, manning the station, and ordered him to steer the Iron Victory towards the enemy ship. "For the drowned god. For King Balon." Gardner. Watching the enemy fleet scatter under fire from the 104 cannons of Victory was something that gave him great pleasure and pride. The ship and its cousins, the 42 gunships Constitution and Dauntless, were performing well and had taken little damage from the small longships of the Ironborn. Indeed, since the longships had no offensive ability besides ramming, it meant that all 3 hadn't taken any damage during the entire battle. Any ship that tried was quickly blown out of the water thanks to a full broadside of guns and the speed advantage given due to the large sails and the copper-bottomed hulls, an old trick the Royal Navy had used in the 19th century to great effect. One French admiral was rumored to have said during an engagement off the coast of Africa or in the Caribbean that it was like the devil was in their sails. Indeed, they were much faster than any ship their size ought to be thanks to the copper plating. It also allowed for some protection when ramming the broken remains of Ironborn longships, though he did try to keep it to a minimum, no reason to unduly risk the ship. The Ironborn had mostly scattered by now, with only 40 or so ships still remaining of the 120 that had come north. Most were retreating south by this point, though as he watched from the after quarter deck near the helm, Gardner spotted a squadron of 4 ships begin charging towards Victory. He could tell from this distance that each ship appeared slightly battered but still largely intact and in fact undamaged from battle. They likely kept to the edge of the combat zone to spot any target of opportunity, Gardner realized. Well, if they want to go down fighting, who are we to deny them? Turning to his chief aide, he spoke quickly to the man. "Ready the port guns. Prepare to broadside. I want them blown out of the water." "Aye, sir," the man said with a small grin before turning to the deck before them and bellowing out orders. "Prepare to broadside. Port side stand ready." He could hear below deck further yelling and the clanking of metal as the 50 guns were reloaded and adjusted in preparation of firing a volley that would devastate any ship. Letting the longships approach further so as to be completely destroyed by the volley, he held as he waited. And waited. "Hold, men, wait for it. Just a little closer. Ready, fire all." "Fire," came the echo of shouts as officers relayed the orders across the gun decks and top deck before the bangs and booms of the cannons rocked the ship. Watching closely, he saw the Ironborn ships try to scatter, but they only made for wider targets as the cannonballs sailed through the air and smashed into the sides, masts and other sections of the ships, splintering them and ripping them apart. The cannon fire continued unabated as splashes of water erupted near the Ironborn, coating them in cold sea water, while others plunged holes in the ships, flooding them and tearing them apart. All 4 attacking ships broke apart, wood flying and sails falling as masts collapsed and smashed into deck or splashed into the water. Yells or pain or fear echoed across the small ships as men fell into the water. Some of them swam for floating debris to cling on, while others struggled to stay afloat and began sinking beneath the waves due to the armor they wore. Gardner watched one man. He wore an intricately designed helmet with a squid or octopus or something on, flail about in the water as he tried to keep above the surface, but the man quickly fell below the waves, too many gurgles and much spluttering before never being seen again. Others met similar fates, the Ironborn tradition, or ideal, of wearing plate armor or mail while in combat at sea, killing more of them than the cannon fire and ship destruction. Gardner shook his head at the stupidity and the waste of life caused due to wearing heavy armor in the belief of superiority, and yet when faced with death by drowning, flailing about like any man, all while struggling to get said mail and plate off. With the last of the enemy sunk or forced to retreat, the Northern Fleet regrouped before turning and sailing back to port for rest and repair. Warrington would deal with those that make it back, probably through naval bombardment of all ports and keeps, along with the destruction of every ship they have. By the time they were done, there would be no ships or vessels of any kind which could be used to sail or row, and with the Iron Islands being long since depleted of trees due to their own shipbuilding efforts, leaving but a handful of trees scattered around the archipelago, of which most were either too young or too old for shipbuilding, the Ironborn would be stranded with no way off the islands without external aid. And who would help those reavers? So after giving his orders to head back to port, he retired to his cabin and radioed their success through to his lord. With that done, he turned to ponder the young Targaryen girl who had 3 dragons, all of which had grown to the size of full-grown stags and growing still. He dared not think how big they could get and how to control them. Gardner just hoped the girl would be capable enough, though the scientists in their employ were looking at poisons or strong enough missiles or arrows that could bring them down if needed. Perhaps reuniting her with the king claimant G. Harries would be a good idea, he pondered. The two together might exert some control over them so as to not risk problems, and it would encourage more to bend the knee and surrender without more deaths. He sighed. Now that he thought about it, didn't he have to look at the wall for something too? Something about a corpse trying to kill its Lord Commander, and said Lord Commander leading a ranging north of the wall and not being seen for months. Damn it, the north should be an easy job with nothing going on, yet something was always occurring and he liked it not one bit. Chapter 30, Fires and Decisions. King's Landing. Mid-299 AC. The hustle and bustle of the busy and overpopulated city hid the noise initially. Then one or two people picked up on it in the quieter portions of the city. And then it got louder. There was a roar overhead, and many, knowing that a Targaryen was their enemy, feared dragons had arrived to burn the Lannisters to the ground, but instead there was nothing, just a roar coming from above. Many looked up and around, but there was nothing in the sky on this sunny day, just a few clouds floating high. Yet the roar was louder and seemed to come from above. Then it started to fade, and soon it could barely be heard once more over the noise of the city. People shrugged. Maybe they imagined it. Maybe the dragon was going somewhere else. Whatever it was, people shrugged their shoulders and returned to their lives. Then those lives changed. An explosion ripped the silence apart as it erupted on a busy street in the city. Doors were blown off their hinges and the few glass windows present were smashed into pieces. Cries of the people came from around as people fell over in shock and from the force of the explosion as a small fireball shot upwards before it quickly died down, all while people inside could be heard shouting. Some mentions of pouring water and protect the substance could only just be heard in frightened yells over the roaring flames. Then the building and its neighbors erupted in an even larger explosion as a massive green fireball ripped them apart as the old grey stone building and the ones next to it were consumed. More explosions shattered the street from below, and large caverns and catacombs were revealed as the street gave way to more green hellfire that was known the world around as wildfire. Caches safely stored by the Pyromancers Guild exploded, adding more fuel to the deadly flames, as more of the street was engulfed in the green flames of death. The strong heat and thick smoke paralyzed some in fear while forcing other people away as they ran for their lives to escape the fires. Stone began to warp and partially melt under the intense heat of the cursed flames, while bodies in most cases were incinerated, leaving nothing behind, as metal melted and goods were burned. From the Red Keep, Tywin looked on in growing horror as the disaster he had long feared since first hearing of the accursed substance occurred. The Pyromancers had lost control and wildfire now burned freely in the capital. The only good news he could think of were that the caches that Aerys had hidden were mysteriously gone, a puzzle which still annoyed him greatly, but which meant that the wildfire could be somewhat contained to that sole area of the city with little risk of other areas being burnt to the ground as well. He barked out orders quickly to the servants and various guards nearby, who rushed about to see his will done. He heard a knock at the door not long after and turned from the balcony in the Tower of the Hand to see his son Jaime stumble in, looking pale and terrified. Did they truly lose control? His son whispered in fear. It would seem so. It seems your fears, and my own, about that blasted substance were true. It was inevitable that they would lose control of it, and now both they and all of the stock they had is gone. Good riddance, I say, but still, this will damage us greatly and is one less weapon we had in our armory. It will also put further strain on our already problematic treasury. At least your brother will be useful for something. More useful than that fool Baelish, who it turns out was stealing my money. We need to control the fire, save what we can of the city, and you worry about coins. Besides, don't you mean the crown's money, father? Jaime asked in confusion. No, I mean mine. The loans we gave to Robert were skimmed off of, and he did the same for the Iron Bank and others as well, while siphoning off funds from the treasury too. Oh, Robert was a fool with his endless tourneys, but they alone wouldn't account for nearly half as much as he actually spent. Tyrion worked it out and told me, once he'd found the blasted treasury books, of course. Baelish exaggerated or downplayed the cost of everything, allowing him to take a cut of the money without anyone knowing and then put down the fake amount in the accounts. He manipulated it so masterfully that everyone believed we needed more money when in fact it was mostly him just stealing it. As for the city, I have given orders to demolish buildings into the flames and begin pouring water and sand on it where they can. It will contain it. It will contain it. Jamie echoed in disbelief. I thought nothing could. Oh, we can contain it somewhat, only just and by pouring tons of sand and water on it along with pushing other buildings into it so it has nothing left to burn. I believe I heard some maester called it making fire breaks. It will die out eventually, Tywine explained pragmatically. But how much will be destroyed before then? Jamie asked, agape at all that death and destruction. As much as is needed to contain it, came the quick, cold retort. I see. So, Baelish stole from us and the crown and no one noticed? Jamie asked, changing topic quickly while aghast at the whoremonger's schemes. According to Pycelle and your sister Robert was rather lazy about counting coppers. I believe was the phrase used. Jamie nodded at that. It was true, Robert had cared not a bit about ruling. With the man seemingly finding money from nowhere and Jon Arryn busy running the realm and being too trusting of the man, no one oversaw Baelish, and any who did look were quickly bribed, threatened or killed off. He also debased the coinage as well so he could reforge purer coins into his pocket while using the debased ones for royal business and issuing. I am both impressed and infuriated at what he did. Tywine fell silent after his venting before looking back out again at the still burning streets which still glowed an eerie green. He could see below that chains of people were sending buckets of water and sand up and down the lines as they tried to fight the demonic flames while others tried to help those nearby escape any danger. Gold cloaks ran about ordering people and organizing the water chains while others moved bystanders on. He growled slightly at the sight, damn those bloody fools of Aerys. He turned back to his son. Don't you have a king to guard or something? He asked dismissively. Jamie still refused to give up his blasted white cloak. Yes father, I'll just go, Jamie stuttered out before sheepishly leaving the room. Tywine groaned again. Why couldn't his children act more like the lions they should be and make him proud? His legacy was hanging by a thread thanks to the Starks and their supposed Targaryen boy being ascendant in the field while the lion was cowering in the capital. He needed a new strategy while he recruited as many sellswords and others into his ranks to bolster their numbers. Something that could take out the Northern and Riverland leadership and force the rest of the host home. He hoped the Roses would be convinced to bend the knee, but he knew even they would have trouble waiting for Tommen to be of age before gaining true power in the game. The Starks, and therefore the Targaryen boy, were a more tempting prospect for power from their point of view, so he needed to reduce that temptation somehow. Turning to what few maps of the North and the Riverlands he had, his eyes wandered over the various keeps while his mind considered their relationship with their liege. Eventually his eye fell on two keeps in particular, both known for either historical animosity or present disloyalty and for favoring the winning side. And Tywine Lannister wouldn't lose. The Reach. Tumbleton. The Raven had arrived a few days ago and a decision was still yet to be made. In fact, it was the first of two letters, both offering the same thing. Margaery as queen in return for their troops, supplies and loyalty. The question was who did they choose, hence their current meeting. The room was one offered up by the local lord and was well furnished but not lavish like Highgarden. We should support the Lannisters, Mace was saying. With Margaery as queen and our troops we could get massive benefits from defeating the northern barbarians who are likely doing despicable and unspeakable things to the faithful people of the Riverlands. Not to mention what we can demand from the Lannisters in exchange for it. All men do those things, you fool, spoke the eldest Tyrell in the room. It matters not if they are Andal or First Man. Both will take a woman and enjoy her if they siege or pillage a village or town. Besides, if we want to grow strong, then look to who is winning or likely to. Aside from that, I doubt Tywine Lannister will give us as much as you imagine he will, my boy. How many men do you think Tywine really has? He can still call upon the Westerlands plus the Crown Lands, Mace pointed out pompously. Father, the Westerlands are all but depleted thanks to the slaughter at the Rock and the other attempts to retake it, Garland gently reminded him. He loved his father, but sometimes, well, quite often really, he was a bit oblivious or overly pompous. Lord Tarly estimates they might only be able to raise another 10,000 at best if Lord Tywine wanted to, and that will be green boys barely hitting manhood and old men nearing their final sleep. All the Lannisters really have other troops Tywine still has from his time in the Riverlands and what troops he can get from the Crown Lands. While he might not have the political acumen of his grandmother, brother and sister, he was better with strategy and fighting than Loras or his father. Actually everyone was better than his father, even mother was better at times. Then do you think the Starks can win? Marjorie asked curiously, pondering who would be a better match for her, a Stark-raised Targaryen or a young boy possibly born of incest. She wanted power of course, but she wanted to do something with it, like make the orphanages better funded or help the realm and her family. Garland shrugged at her question. Possibly Marge. They have the numbers now, and it certainly was a blow for the Lannisters that Casterly Rock fell into northern hands, but me, Lord Tarly and Lord Rowan think Tywin might still have around 20,000 to 5 and 20,000 or so, most of that being his own host that survived the Riverlands plus what he can scrounge up from the Crown Lands. Remember, in theory the Crown Lands can field around 10,000 to 15,000 men. And how many do the Starks have now? Olenna asked. We think they stand around 30 to 40,000 depending on how well they have rallied the Riverlands. Since they are sitting in said lands and securing them, they could be near the upper end of that estimate since it gives them time to rally more troops and train those they've got. But the boy can't be who he claims to be, he just can't. All the stories say Rhaegar kidnapped the Stark girl. Besides, he wouldn't have a claim even if he was Rhaegar's being born of rape or at least being a bastard. Rhaegar was already married, Mace decried. Mace, you fool, be quiet, Olenna snapped, causing Mace to frown and cross his arms sulkily. You read the letter, you idiot. The boy said Rhaegar and Lyanna Stark married and he used Targaryen exceptionalism to have 2 wives under the excuse that Elia could not bear any more heirs. But grandmother, surely the faith would not recognize it and thus the boy would still be a bastard even if the parents did somewhat marry? Marjorie questioned. It was unlikely the faith of the 7 would approve of what Rhaegar had done. Perhaps, but have the faith declared it so? Olenna countered with an arched eyebrow. Marjorie shook her head. Well, no, they haven't, but they could. Marjorie replied weakly. Only if we let them. The reason for the second marriage is a legitimate one. Every lord, or king, needs heirs, and while 2 children is somewhat acceptable, most prefer 3 or 4. The Starks, us, the Martells, the Lannisters, the Tullys, all had 3 or more children. Even Aerys kept trying for more than Rhaegar and got Viserys and Daenerys in the end as well, of which only the girl is possibly still alive. So asking for a second wife because the first cannot provide more heirs would be legitimate in the eyes of many lords, especially since the boy Aegon was rumored to be quite weak and ill. A strong male heir from the Stark girl would reassure many that the Targaryen line would continue even if Aegon died. The problem is that normally you'd set aside the women and then marry again. Rhaegar went differently and took Lyanna as a second wife while being still married to the first. That is the problem here, not him having a new wife, Olenna explained. Him claiming Targaryen exceptionalism does somewhat counter any argument that the faith will have, and as long as he has proof of his claims then the lords will just grumble quietly but accept it. So do we go with the Starks then? Mace asked with some confusion. The boy has shown no signs of madness and his Stark blood will keep him as sane and blunt as any northerner, especially by having been raised there. We can work with that just as well as a boy, or at least Marjorie can, can't you dear? I will do my duty either way, grandmother, though one closer to me in age would be far preferable than a boy of 12 is he? 10, correct Olenna. A boy of 10, Marjorie repeated, both stunned and disgusted that Tywin had even offered the boy given she was 9 and 10. I know which I'd rather have to be my husband and king, she said with determination. A young man of 8 and 10 would be far more preferable. I too would rather her marry the Targaryen father, grandmother. The Starks have the largest army now, and according to the Florents, who remain mostly aloof from us due to one of them being married to Stannis and other things, well, they say that Stannis is rallying the Stormlands and mustering fresh troops to prepare them for a renewed attack on the capital. The belief of myself, Lord Tarly and Lord Rowan is that they plan for a 2 or 3-sided assault on the capital. The Stormlords from the south, the royal fleet with Stannis from the east and the Starks from the north. I don't see how the Lannisters can repel such a force. They only beat Renly because we came purely from the south and Tywin used a cavalry charge to hit Renly in the rear after wildfire had devastated the vanguard and blocked other assaults from beginning, Garland explained. I say we go with the Starks. I want justice and vengeance for Renly. They'll give it to me, suddenly spoke Loras, who had sat quietly in the corner listening to the discussion. Even now, Weeks, if not moons, after the attack on King's Landing he was still red-eyed from tears while his left arm was still in a sling from his injury he'd gained fighting the Kingslayer. Loras, you're not thinking clearly, Marjorie began sympathetically. Of course I'm not. I want that fucking smug bastard Jaime Lannister so I can take his head as he did Renly's. Loras swore angrily. Now don't speak to your sister like that, my boy, Mace began urgently. I know you're angry, but we must think calmly. This is of great importance to our house as we can finally have a queen with Tyrell blood on the throne. I want the Kingslayer's head. I deserve it. Renly trusted me to lead his Kingsguard and I failed. We all failed. Lannister will pay for taking him from me. Loras shouted angrily before storming out of the room. You know which side I would prefer and who I would rather marry, Father, Marjorie said softly before taking her leave and following after Loras to try and give him some comfort. Sounds like we've decided then, Olenna said, standing up and grabbing her cane. But Mother, are we sure it wouldn't be best to fight for the Lannisters? Then we can get what we like from them. Gods above, Mace, we would not get Marjorie on the throne for another 2 years at best. Or at least until the boy is old enough to consummate a marriage. In that time Tywin will be hand and Cersei will remain Queen Regent. Tywin will hold out on offering us positions to the small council as much as he can because the old lion wants to keep as much power and influence as possible to himself or his family. Dealing with the Starks, we will at least have a queen from the start and they will deal with us fairly, Olenna informed him. Perhaps I can be hand then? Mace asked hopefully. Garland snorted and then tried to hide it behind a cough while his grandmother gave him a look before turning to her son. You fool, Stannis is the Targaryen boy's hand. We might get Master of Laws or Master of Coin, perhaps both as we play our cards right. With those positions, plus Marjorie, we can gain influence over the king, and with him being a northerner he'll be too dumb and plain spoken to notice. Plus they're already winning, so why back the losing side? True, we don't want to lose, Mace nodded thoughtfully. I suppose Tarly will be pleased, along with some of the others. Oh. Why do you say that? Olenna asked, wondering if her son might finally say something intelligent. Well, we all supported the dragons in Robert's rebellion, they'll want to support one again surely. It'll make them happy and more loyal to us and the new king and thus our queen. My boy, I don't know how you finally said something intelligent for once, but do try to say something like that more often, she said proudly. Now what is Willers up to back home, Garland? A raven came this morning saying he was planning to send some of the Highgarden host to the coast. Apparently the Ironborn tried to raid the north but failed badly. Their new fleet was almost wiped out, but some survived and may try to come south instead of going home, so he's warned the Arbor and Old Town. Yes, good idea, we can't trust those blasted raiders. But Mother, what if we need those troops to repel against the lions or something? This host is 80,000 strong, I think we far outnumber what host comes out of the Westerlands or south from King's Landing. Now I'm off to find some cheese, she finished before walking slowly out the room, her cane tapping against the stone floor. Mace meanwhile nodded in acknowledgement of his mother's point. He did wish she wouldn't put him on so much though, he only ever tried to do the right thing and help his family after all. Casterly Rock. How much? A good quarter of the city is being ravaged by the flames, but they seem to be being contained by the Lannisters now according to the drone footage we've got. When I ordered the strike I did not expect for there to be this much damage, Warrington complained. We didn't know they had that much wildfire stored there. We'd thought they'd used up what stock they had when Renly attacked. It seems they started brewing more as soon as they could afterwards, and that ignited when the bomb exploded. Well, at least they won't be making any more of it in the future, and they'll likely blame the pyromancers themselves. They already do if the few bits of video feed we can still get from inside the keep are correct. For now we have other things to deal with, the Ironborn. What do you want to do about them? Admiral Cosmo asked curiously from his seat across from Warrington in the Lord Solar of the castle. We shall pull back from the rock. We have no need of it, and the job here is done with the stores of food and gold seized and the mines scoured and caved in. The rock is of no use now as a mine by their standards, and we are needed elsewhere. So all troops will be carried to Seaguard, with some left with the fleet. After that the fleet will go to the Iron Islands and destroy every ship they find, right down to their fishing boats, along with every shipyard. Damage what keeps you can from the sea and only deploy troops ashore if you must. However, once that is done, take Pike. A raven arrived this morning from King Jaehaerys that Boulogne should be captured and brought before the king for his crimes, Warrington stated. Every ship. But surely they need fishing boats to feed themselves? Cosmo asked worriedly. Making an enemy, including civilians, starve so completely was against modern conventions of war. You do no besiege places in so complete a manner. Again orders from the would-be king, Warrington replied while holding up a piece of parchment. He needs to take a firm stance with the Ironborn if he doesn't want more than grumblings or be forced to take Asher Greyjoy's head. I believe he intends to cripple them almost permanently, as the islands lack trees almost entirely. In fact, I believe reports state they only have a handful scattered about, so they might only be able to make a fishing boat or two which won't harm anyone, nor will it be able to travel that far. I see. Then, do we have to do this then? It would be best if we do, it keeps things on good terms with the North, Warrington said tiredly. Besides, everyone we've heard from says the Ironborn are monsters and care not a bit for the civilized society that the South proclaims itself to be and that the North sort of emulates. No one will complain if the Ironborn are isolated to their useless rocks. See to it, Admiral, have the men begin moving the goods to the ships and slowly draw back the troops too. The older man nodded and left, leaving Warrington alone with his thoughts and plans to end this pointless war. Sometimes a successful democracy and elections were so much more civilized than fighting a war over blood rights. Chapter 31, A Punishment. Mid-299 AC. Lord Sport, Iron Islands. Dagmar staggered along the deck of the ship, half drunk from wine and ale. The war had not gone well for the Ironborn. Their assault on the north had failed, with only a handful of ships returning, talking nonsense and raving about ships that sent out booms which caused ships to erupt into piles of wood and water. He scoffed and staggered over to the side before hurling his guts over the edge. Wiping his mouth, he chuckled at his drunkenness before flashing a crooked grin at one of his shipmates who was slumped half asleep against the mast. "Oi Cregan, when ye off to up the north again?" he asked, bored of all the sitting around. Reaving and pillaging was a heck of a lot more fun than what they'd done for the last moon or two. "Don't rightly know, Dagmar. Old Boulogne is just sitting in his hovel he calls a keep, muttering and complaining about stupidity." Cregan gave a yawn and took a swig of the cup of wine he had, a larger bottle sitting a few feet from him. "Too right though. Don't know how the fools who went north lost. There was no fleet up there anyway, 'cause those Britannicans were off fucking up the lions." "Still are the way I hear it," the man replied with a dark chuckle. "Sure would like some blonde cunt, nothing here but dried sows," Dagmar complained bitterly. "Not got a rock wife then?" Cregan asked. "Why have a rock wife when I can have 10 salt wives?" Dagmar answered with a lecherous grin. The two bantered and bickered some more about the state of the war until he caught the flicker of something out the corner of his eye in the distance. "Eh? What's that?" he asked, the alcohol still stifling his mind as he squinted out into the dark. "Looks like a light, probably on the mainmast of a ship, one of the Iron Fleet returning from patrol perhaps." "What fleet?" "The North sunk it," Dagmar spat resentfully. "Britannican ships then. Why'd they come here? We have nothing for those traders and they're Greenlanders, they ain't got the balls to come fight us." "Baratheon did," Cregan pointed out while staring at the growing light. "Yeah, well, they gotta get lucky with some mad cunt who will make them come here at some point." Anything further he would have said was cut off by a loud boom as a warehouse on the harbor side exploded in a fountain of rubble and wooden splinters. Several more booms sounded and a few splashes of cold salty water shot up from the sea while a wall collapsed and another building was demolished. Staring in disbelief, he saw more lights come into view as a large 3 or 4 deck monstrosity came into focus, little portholes open in the sides with smoke coming from a few of them. More booms and a dozen more buildings exploded, sending debris on 2 neighboring houses. By now bells rang with alarm throughout the port town of Lord Sport, the Ironborn rousing themselves for a fight, and yet no enemy seemed to make for the shore in order to land. A number of war galleys surged into the harbor, maneuvering around the large fortress-like ship that sent out further booms, and fired their complement ballistas and small catapults onto the quayside, setting fire to buildings and warehouses while also targeting the other ships moored in the harbor. No ship, regardless of purpose and size, was targeted. Dagmar began shouting below deck to wake the others while Cregan moved towards the single scorpion mounted at the stern of the longship. 2 men shakily came up wearing their boiled hardened leather armor and moved to help Cregan. The three worked together to tilt the device and then slowly aimed it at one of the attacking ships and fired. The Scorpion launched the bolt towards the war galley and smashed into the upper decks. They heard some screams and a few shouts, to which they grinned before reloading. Suddenly their ship lurched to one side and rocked in the water as spray from the water swept over them. Dagmar looked over the edge in time to see the ripples of water fade. A catapult had shot their way. "Hard to port," he shouted as more crew moved into positions around the ship. Another splash and cold water swept across the deck from the opposite side, soaking the men, but they were ion-born so they ignored it. He looked back towards the shore and saw devastation. Fires raged across the town as fireballs were launched from the war galleys into the heart of the port. The entire harbor area was ruined, with the sea walls looking to have been breached in several places, letting in more seawater and eroding the remaining segments of the wall, while docks and warehouses full of supplies were aflame or lying in pieces on the ground. Screams and shouts could be heard from the scared and terrified populace as more building exploded into rubble and additional fires were started. Seeing no other choice, since staying would mean death, he ordered the ship to breach the blockade and escape. Hopefully the enemy will be too busy destroying the harbor and the town to notice a lone ship slip by. He would not die in a pointless fight. He hoped Greyjoy got off his ass and finally did something, as this was stupid. They were Ironborn, rulers and reapers of the waves, none should challenge them. And yet for over nearly 20 years one house had fought them for control of the Sunset Sea. He would see them pay in blood and find out all their secrets. The drowned god was everything, for what is dead may never die. Unfortunately his hope of a quick escape did not happen, even with him getting the crew to reluctantly flee the attack and slowly edge around the large harbor towards to exit. The large monstrosity of a ship, now to be clearly seen sporting the flag and sigil of House Britannicum, seemed to shift and turn, presenting a full broadside towards him. He swallowed uneasily, not liking the view of those portholes pointing his way. Nor how there were 3 decks of them before the main top deck was reached. "Full ahead, lads, we serve the drowned god still. Row hard and we'll make for Vomark on Halor, and pray the reader take us in," he called to hearten his men. "Row now. Unfurl the sail," he barked while trying to hide the nervous he felt staring at what was clearly the flagship of the enemy. It was a mad dash towards the harbor's exit and freedom. And life. Boom. 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 It echoed across the harbor as multiple flashes of light and puffs of smoke came from the flagship. He heard a whistling sound as something flew overhead while others seemingly splashed harmlessly in the water on either side of the ship. More loud bangs sounded, luckily they evaded them before their luck then quickly ran out as a whistling went overhead. With a loud crash and an eruption of wooden splinters, the main mast cracked and split about half of the way up, much to his, and every other Ironborn's, growing horror. A couple of his men cried out in pain and he looked down to see them with large chunks of wood impaled in an arm or leg. One man took a piece about the length of his forearm to the chest, killing him in a gurgle of blood. He gulped. "Row for your lives, you bastards. Cut the mast loose, don't let it anchor us so we broach and sink," he ordered, hoping the rowing and cutting the mast loose would get them moving. More water splashed over the sides as men took axes to the collapsed mast. Dagmar shouted orders and got the rowers rowing, but he knew not if it would work. A sudden loud crash and he was thrown forwards, hitting his head on the raised sides, towards the aft end of the vessel. Stumbling uneasily to his feet, he lurched again and the longship rocked in the sea by the end of the sea wall, so close to escaping the attack. He heard low splashed and shout as men fell overboard, but he could do nothing for them. "Row," he yelled, but few obeyed. He turned to the stern and saw a large hole in the deck and side, like a beast from the depths had taken a bite from the hull. Water gushed in and he knew then that this was it. Abandon ship. Swim. More cries went up in reply as more bites were taken out of the ship with splinters flying before he felt something pierce his neck. He had just enough time to reach for the point of pain before he collapsed to his knees, blood gurgling in his throat as he spluttered and fell to the deck. His body was quickly covered in cold sea water as the longship was swallowed by the waves to the cries of those below, cries which slowly fell silent as they too were subsumed by the sea. XXXXX. Admiral Cosmo observed the scene from the main deck of the Victory. The harbor was in ruins and every Ironborn vessel and boat was sunk or damaged beyond repair. This port would not recover any time soon either, and neither would any of the others around these damned islands. As the squadron here attacked Lord Sport, so the rest of the fleet launched simultaneous attacks on every port and harbour they knew of, thanks to years of monitoring by drones and submarines. There were few soldiers with the fleet, as most had landed at Seaguard before marching to River Run with Warrington, but he didn't need them. He had met the Victory and its 2 escorts there, while the rest of their fleet under Gardiner had returned back north to home. He had then taken the bulk of the Britannican fleet and begun his attacks. The crews he had were capable enough, and most of the ships were high enough that boarding action was incredibly unlikely. Jon Snow, or Jaehaerys Targaryen as he was getting more widely known as, would be getting 2,000 well-equipped men, including 100 with modern rifles which even now could rip a man to shreds. He agreed with Warrington and the others that it was now time they showed their muscles somewhat, especially now after many years of research and developing the right industries, that they were able to make proper bullets, and not the lead ones used in the antique muskets. Not that they'd used muskets here, dreadful inaccurate things. No, but now they had the know-how to make explosives and bullets. Soon that would change to include missiles, but they needed plastic for that. And for plastic they needed a reliable source of oil. Oil was not an easy thing to find in a medieval world, though they had been looking for years for what they needed in order for their vehicles, such as personnel carriers, planes and the ships, to work. So far all they had found were some the very small reservoirs tapped by Dawn and a couple of free cities which export shiploads of distilled crude oil for use in war, such as for tar or pitch, or for use in boiling oil barrels in a siege. They had of course purchased samples from all of said suppliers for them to test and refine into something more pure for use in aviation or engine fuel. Cosmo just hoped they found a large enough supply, as whale oil or fish oil while working in a pinch were not a suitable alternative, as they did not burn long enough to keep an engine going. Soon they would have a fix and no longer need to mothball the original fleet of the Americans and Brits. Giving the harbour one more look, he nodded to himself and barked out orders. Ceasefire, signal all ships to withdraw. Pass along my congratulations for their shooting and handiwork to the other captains. Let's leave this god-awful place. The captain of the ship nodded and began issuing orders and passing along messages. He could hear the gun crews below relaxing and stowing their gear as they cleaned and sorted the guns before winching them into their resting positions, gun flaps shutting with a thud. The helmsman began swinging the wheel round and the crew began unfurling certain sails as the huge vessel began to turn to leave the harbour. There was only one more target for him, to cut off the head of the Sake. Pike. Balon could hardly believe what had occurred. In fact, he still didn't. The Iron Fleet, his Iron Fleet, should have crushed the measly force left behind by the Britannicans while they fed on the flesh of the lion, and yet his fleet had somehow been destroyed nearly to a ship. Only a handful had escaped, and they all swore by the drowned god that 3 ships, which were larger than anything they'd ever seen, had shot out booming sounds which then caused his ships to explode. He knew not what sorcery or magic it was. From what he heard, those people weren't that religious in the first place, so he doubted magic, but what else could it be? No ships sent out a boom which caused others to sink. None. He sighed irritably when a guard gingerly knocked on his door and came in. What? Don't you know not to disturb me while I plot our return to mastery of the seas and me as your king? He growled out. The guard shrank back but rallied and nervously approached him. Pardon your grace, but ravens have arrived carrying messages. And that blasted Maester didn't come tell me himself. Balon roared at the guard, who shied away at the outburst. Beg pardon, but he asked me to bring them while he got more. Apparently half a dozen arrived nearly at once. Balon huffed, annoyed at the failings of his men. How was he to rule when all he had were fools? Even Asha was lost to him as a hostage in Winterfell, although one Reaver claimed she might be held a Riverrun currently due to the war, but she was as good as lost to him either way. A Greenlander would never inherit the Salt Throne, and with Damfair a useless wreck and unlikely to sire a child, he was left few options. His wife still lived but was of an age unlikely to take any more children, and so was useless to him. He had not gone reaving in years, being too busy running the Iron Islands, and so he had no salt wives. He could arrange an accident, but he was not the heartless mad fool that Euron had been, so he wouldn't do that. Which left him only to arrange for a king's moot after his death. Fine, bring them here, he spat out, reaching for the letters. Quickly skimming them, he saw they were all calls for aid against an attacking force bearing the sigil of House Britannicum. He noted the sigils on the wax seals and saw they were from the islands and areas nearest Pike, including Lord Sport. His eyebrows then furrowed in concern as he noted it seemed to be a coordinated attack with the aim to remove all the vessels the Ironborn possessed and their ability to construct them. Even the secret shipyard on the far side of Pike had sent a letter saying ships were attacking and razing the place. How? How could they know and target everywhere? True, the Iron Fleet was no more, but each lord still had a few ships, and yet by this it seemed the Northerners were walking over them, sinking ships left and right. But what shook him was that a couple of keeps and holds had been attacked that were not too close to the sea that a ballista would hit them, and, knowing his enemy like he did, he therefore suspected Pike itself would be next. It sat almost in the sea, they wouldn't be able to res it, not attack it. Alert the guards, put the castle on lockdown. Seal every gate and ready every scorpion and other defenses we have. The enemy attacked Lord Sport, so we will be next. He had barely spoken the order when he felt the castle shake gently. He frowned, almost thinking he'd imagined it, but then his home shook again. He exchanged a look with the guard before storming out the room, looking for the nearest view out to sea. He stumbled to one side as the corridor shook with dust falling from the ceiling. He eyed it dubiously before hurrying on. Ballon eventually found a medium-sized balcony big enough for 4 people and looked out. The sky was dark still, but faint hints of light in the far east hinted at the coming dawn. Down below on the seas surrounding Pike sat 3 large ships, one bigger than the others. He could just make out their shape and spotted dim flashes of light along with a lot of fog. He sniffed. No, it was not fog but smoke. Why would there be smoke though? He could see no fires. The room shook and he spotted rock erupting from the island towers which held up much of Pike above the sea and in line with the island proper. His eyes widened in horror suddenly. The towers, if they took out the towers, parts of the castle would fall into the sea. No, surely nothing could damage them enough for that, they were too thick. More distant booms echoed in the air before crashes were heard, and he saw small parts of the kitchen keep fall into the sea below. He noted that the rock which made up the tower that was holding it up were cracked and were tearing apart, only getting worse with each successive hit, which caused the kitchen keep to begin to ever so slightly sway. The rope bridges connecting the kitchen to the other islands began snapping from the strain of its wobbling. He held his breath, surely not. But it did. Another series of blows from something struck the rock tower holding up the keep, like an axe chipping away at a tree trunk, blasting the rock apart and damaging the structure further. The kitchen keep was now very clearly wobbling uneasily, and as he stood watching he could see it tilting from the impacts and strong winds. Boom! Boom! 2 blows struck the rock from different angles and then it went. Slowly at first, pebbles and small pieces breaking off, but the momentum from its shifting weight which only sped up its collapse. Large chunks began breaking off from the tower and more segments of the kitchen keep began falling into the cold seas. He could hear the sounds of splashing and yells from the inhabitants trapped on the island as it piece by piece fell into the depths below. It took the ships of House Britannicus only an hour from start to finish to demolish the tower. He stared at the spot where water now frothed and swirled down below. He knew not how long he did, but daylight eventually broke and he realized that most of Pike still stood. A warning. We can do this, do not push us. He gulped nervously and something broke deep inside, knowledge that the Ironborn would never rise again for so long that the red anchor sailed these seas. A jangle of chains announced the arrival of the Maester, which he barely registered as he slumped into his throne. Your Grace, I have more messages. What do they say? What can I, Lord of Pike, and King do? He spat bitterly. He was king of some barren rocks, he had nothing, he barely held his crown. More attacks reported, the Maester began nervously. Orkmont, Black Tide and Sealskin Point have reported attacks on their ports, harbors and shipyards. Also a raven from Old Wyk and the shipyard you ordered built there has reported great devastation with much burnt to the ground or destroyed. Every ship was burnt or sunk. Similar from elsewhere, including ships of every kind being sunk or burnt, such as fishing boats and small rowboats. I believe that he was cut off by an angry roar as Ballon stood and flipped over a nearby table, sending the food platter, jug of wine and some parchment flying and scattered across the floor. You're telling me we have nothing? Nothing, he yelled furiously. The Maester gulped and nodded choppily. Yes, Your Grace, anything that floats has been burnt or sunk. Shipyards and ports have been razed or left crippled almost beyond repair. Ballon yelled again before pacing a few times and then settling back into his throne. Our fleets, Indications are that any ship found outside the ports and harbors are being chased and sunk as well. They are cutting us off completely from the sea and mainland. You know as I that we have no trees here, none worth mentioning, at least your grace, the maester reported sadly. Leave me, my king. Leave. The old man bowed and left, leaving Balon to his thoughts. This was the Kraken's end. The islands had little ground to farm, perhaps a few would survive, but cut off like they were, with most buildings made of stone and all their former trees already used, they needed the mainland for trees and food. With every boat gone they would starve, most likely killing each other for what little food they could scrounge up. He could not see a way to avoid it. None on the mainland would help. Perhaps a few Ironborn reaving the narrow sea or the Reach and Dawn might survive, but would they return soon enough to be of use? The Greenlanders wouldn't. They would cheer his demise, and yet he felt he could not even curse them. His strength was gone. Just like all their ships and boats. He could not reave, and his people would not follow him after such a disaster. Not now. He'd lost a portion of his own keep and lost every ship or boat they had. Admittedly a few rowboats might remain scattered around, but not enough to fish enough for them all to live or travel far. He heaved himself to his feet and walked idly through his corridors, noting some of the treasure his family had taken and other decorations reaped from their plunders. His family was dead, or as good as, and he would not be followed, as Ironborn value strength which he lacks. He found the balcony again, looking down at the broken remains of the kitchen keep. How many had died in that? How many could die if the rest of Pike was collapsed? He shivered, whether by cold or by the dark thoughts it did not matter. He felt a presence behind him and saw it was the guard from earlier. What? He spat angrily. He wanted to be alone to think. He had to plan something. The guard didn't reply except to give a blank look before standing guard nearby. Balon growled before turning back to his view and quiet thoughts. What could he do? There must be some trick or plan to rebuild his people. Perhaps an appeal for support from the Iron Throne. In exchange for supplies to rebuild a fleet and thus strike back at House Britannicum, he would bend the knee again, for what is dead may never die but rises again harder, stronger. Nodding to himself, and so lost in his thoughts was he that he did not hear the sound of moment or of metal grinding on leather before he felt a sharp pain in his back, and then he was falling into the icy sea below with nary a yell, so in shock was he. The end.